Chapter 1. The Fool. In a nondescript neighborhood on the outskirts of Spokane, Washington, the short street sat beside a constantly shrinking forest of hiking trails, wildlife sanctuaries, and a multitude of other things yet to be discovered within the deep wooded area. And while the outdoor temperature rested at a chilly 61 degrees Fahrenheit, the two-story home's interior was a comfortable 74. Head still foggy from a long night's sleep, Penelope sat upright out of bed after hearing her name being shouted from downstairs. She struggled to transition into wakefulness by rubbing her palms over a pair of sleep-crusted eyes. What was that? I said I'm leaving. Last chance to give me goodbye hugs and kisses. It was only her Aunt Karen summoning her before she left for the day. Penelope fell back onto her warm pillow, grinning broadly to herself. I humbly accept my kissless fate. Please bring back breakfast tacos. I'm going to be gone for quite a while, so your breakfast might be a little cold when I return. Now get your butt down here and send me off with style. At hearing these startling words, Penelope shot out of bed, hopping to her feet. It was too soon for this to happen. She wasn't ready to be alone just yet. As Penelope glanced down at her phone, Karen's scheduled departure date flashed at her like someone's idea of a cruel joke. When her aunt came to live with her, the act alone filled this empty house with a newfound life that had been sorely missing for years. Now that Karen occupied the room beside hers, Penelope didn't feel the need to overstay her welcome at Sam's place, nor dread coming back home to an eerie silence at night. However, with her aunt returning to work for an unspecified period of time, she'd have to reacclimate herself to this old way of living. Penelope went around her modest bedroom getting dressed, while preparing to adjust to these new circumstances. Aside from a simple twin bed shoved against the room's corner, the small 10 by 12 space was filled with a well-matured, scruffy brown carpet, while long, dark wood paneling covered every surface of the home's interior, which made the entire house feel like a dilapidated cabin situated in the middle of nowhere. As a variety of incomplete canvases of different styles and shapes stood arranged alongside the wall's edges, they cluttered the floor's outer borders about knee-height, while a well-worn metal desk that Penelope had purchased from a local yard sale stood facing a lone window which overlooked her street below. A collection of meagre art supplies such as dried paintbrushes, plastic cups, and pencils with their graphite ends pointing upward, laid strewn across the aforementioned desk. Finally, two brown doors that were several feet apart from one another both led to unrelated locations, with the one on the right leading to the main hallway of the home and the one on the left heading inside a sparsely clothed closet. Penelope smoothed out her reddish-brown hair into something more presentable, then put on a pair of knee-length jean shorts beneath a light blue pajama top. After one last prolonged stretch, she left the room with an all-too-familiar apprehension following closely behind her. Penelope paused her descent down the stairs when she noticed that her parents' door stood slightly ajar. The morning's intense light now peeked through a pair of partially exposed curtains near the far side of the room. Her already gloomy demeanour took a second hit as the depressing space brought with it a whole host of old emotions. Despite heavy plastic sheets covering the bed, armoire, and sitting chair, Penelope still cleaned the unoccupied space at least once a week. Hey, Aunt Karen, did you go into Mom's room? No. Why? Is the door open again? Yeah, but it's probably just this old house leaning to one side. Foundational issues notwithstanding, Penelope closed her parents' door and walked down a collection of well-worn carpeted steps. Following her descent towards their mahogany front door, a slender rectangular window rested alongside it. In the driveway, a barely visible driver sat inside a 1989 black Cadillac and stared at their cell phone's screen with increasing indifference. Penelope's practically bare living room had more 70s-style wood paneling fixed to all of its walls, while a 13-inch square television sat atop several boxes filled with old books and a shabby grey sofa was arranged in the room's centre. It had been a fixture in the house for such a long time that Penelope simply didn't have the heart to throw it out. Atop the foyer's dining room table, Karen hurriedly stuffed clothes into a carry-on suitcase with a sort of reckless abandonment of someone who had overslept. Then she glanced up at her grandfather's vintage clock, which rested on the staircase's upper wall. This allowed Penelope the chance to showcase her finest lost puppy dog expression. "Do you really have to leave today?" she asked, her bottom lip quivering for dramatic effect. "Oh no, that won't work on me this time." A stack of neatly folded undergarments slid off the table's edge, prompting Karen to catch the closest pair while leaving the rest to continue their chaotic descent. She crammed her unmentionables into the rolling suitcase before zipping the entire thing shut, then wrapped an arm around Penelope's neck while softening her already tender voice. "Remember what I told you before we moved in together? Us ugly girls need to take any opportunity that comes our way, even if we really don't want to," said Penelope verbatim. Karen snuggled her neck in response to the memorized quote. "That's right, and this is one of those opportunities." In reality, her aunt was quite beautiful, despite her highly stressful work-life balance. With long brown hair, high cheekbones, and a pair of full lips, her ageless beauty could endure any period of history she chose to occupy. Whereas Penelope's appearance, as well as that of her mother's, was that of a gentler nature. They both shared the same circular head, alabaster skin, and short, perky, freckled nose. At least, it was what Karen divulged to her after a long night of drinking. Or perhaps it was just wishful thinking from a girl who had never met her mother. Penelope giggled uncontrollably, then fled from her aunt's tickling reach. "Besides, you just turned 18. Your independence starts—" She looks up at the clock for theatrical effect. "Right now." At Karen's signal, Penelope begins convulsing sporadically. "I can feel my transformation into womanhood taking over." She stops shaking and grips her chest with both hands. Penelope then stares down at her moderate breast size before playfully huffing at Karen's respectable C-cup. Her aunt interlocks their arms, laughing at Penelope's comedic performance. "I said independence, not puberty. Although, we can have the mother-daughter talk, if that's what you truly want." Penelope shakes her head in the negative. "No thanks. Painful cramps every single month. How could I ever forget? When you reach my age and those same cramps are suddenly fewer and far between, you know what happens to your body after that, right?" "Yes. Brittle bones and hot flashes." "I'm not that old smart ass. And don't knock brittle bones. They can do wonders for your waistline," she said, zipping up a second bag. "So, what's on the agenda today, niece?" "Sam and I are going to watch that new action movie that was dropped last week." Karen rummages through her purse, making sure she hadn't forgotten any important documents. "Sounds like a good plan to me. You two kids have fun, all right?" Penelope then hits Karen with a wolfish grin. "You're not worried about the two of us being alone in a dark room together. I trust Sam with your blossoming virtue, but if becoming an independent woman means having sex with your best friend in a movie theatre, then, by all means, go for it." Penelope grabs her stomach in a light-hearted manner, as if heaving something out. "I thought as much." A series of car honks derived from their driveway, followed by Karen giving her niece a heartbreaking grin. "Sorry, kid, I gotta go." "So, how long is your business trip for this time?" 6 to 8 months at the most. She peers over to the piles of rejected outfits scattered along the living room's dining table. Penelope follows her gaze before shaking her head in reaction. "Don't worry, I got it." After supplying Penelope with 8 months' worth of hugs and kisses, Karen hurried out the door. She watched as her aunt loaded luggage into the late-model Cadillac's trunk while answering a call from her phone. Penelope received one last wave goodbye before Karen disappeared into the car's rear seats. Then the vehicle pulled out of their driveway, performed a circuit around the cul-de-sac, and took a right on Mills Lane, before vanishing from Penelope's sight. And with that, the all-too-familiar sinking sensation within the pit of her stomach began performing somersaults in quick succession. She closed the door shut, then leaned her back against the solid wood, which now felt like metal bars to a prison cell. Karen's last-minute packing job left a sizable mess in her wake, but Penelope didn't really mind that much. She not only had a knack for cleaning, but took some strange joy from it as well. Besides, this gave her more time to think about anything else, rather than where her thoughts oftentimes ended up, which was in most cases about her late father. The man she only referred to as Frank had passed away around 4 years ago, and the serendipitous happenstance had changed her life for the better. Shortly after that, Karen had moved in with her, which made everything great for a while. However, still not content with a second person living there, the home's restless spirits began plaguing her with a series of reoccurring nightmares. Soon thereafter, the dream always began the same way, with Penelope being chased down the upstairs hallway. However, when she believed her speed alone would be enough to evade her unknown assailant, the seemingly infinite corridor would stretch on for miles, making all her attempts of escape futile at best. After running for what felt like hours over a marshmallow-like concoction that slowed her movements down with every single step. A fierce, powerful hand eventually grips Penelope's upper arm, and although she never sees their face, she knows the hand belongs to Frank. He always delighted in grabbing her there, for he knew it hurt her arm the most. Frank then throws Penelope against the wood-panelled wall, but she awakens before the inevitable impact occurs. She jolts upright out of bed from the Freddy Krueger like nightmare, then runs several fingers across her wet brow, expecting to find traces of blood. But all she feels is an ice-cold sweat, with an even guiltier conscience, at the relief of Frank's untimely death. Penelope decided that her aunt's mess could wait a little while longer. Instead, the urge to draw something familiar and calming now took the highest of priorities. Thus, she rushed back upstairs to change into one of her favourite shirts, which depicted a human skull in the process of vomiting up a rainbow of colours from its mouth. In addition, Penelope dons on a pair of black ankle-high boots. Before leaving, however, she stuffed several sketch pads and pencils inside a teak-coloured shoulder bag. Despite Penelope's souring mood, the rare, cloudless morning faintly uplifted her sombre spirits. While a short walk sent her past a dilapidated one-story home, currently up for sale, stood her friend's impressive abode. Both of their houses were identical models that had been pre-approved by the Homeowner Association's selected committee. And although they were built at the same time, Sam's father was continuously updating and improving the older sections of his model. Limestone bricks ran along the base of John's house, with vinyl triple-pane windows covering all the bedrooms and kitchen areas, whereas a lick of sky blue paint rounded out the magnificent structure's overall design. Penelope wondered how her house could even show its face on the same street as theirs. Throwing open the front door like she owned the place, Penelope announced her presence to the world. "Okay, boys, there's a woman present. Time to put your pants on." A myriad of boos and hisses resounded from the upstairs bedrooms. "I'll make breakfast." After Penelope rendered this concessionary declaration, all forthcoming protests soon faded away. Unlike her residence, they painstakingly replaced the outdated carpet with modern hardwood flooring, giving the impression that the lengthy strips of walnut had been there forever. While a white wainscoting trim sat nestled beneath a bluish tinge aptly named vivid cerulean, which lit up the home's interior like the evening sky. Now quite pleased with herself, Penelope got to work inside their kitchen by inserting 3 slices of bread in their horizontal toaster oven, then poured several scoops of the richly scented medium roast coffee within the percolator's exposed drip station. Earlier this year, the kitchen received 2 new rows of pearl-tinted cabinets, and the end results made her giddy with excitement. These contemporary cabinetries had copper handles at each corner, while travelling both above and below grey, speckled granite countertops, while a simple 4-sided breakfast table sat near the kitchen's back door. Penelope opened their top-of-the-line fridge, which sat stocked to the gills with fruits, vegetables, and all manner of other edible treasures. then lovingly caressed the stainless steel appliance. "If you're super good today, I'll give you a thorough scrub down tomorrow." Once Penelope's cleaning obsession had fully taken hold, it gradually made its way over here. She leans into the cold refrigerated air and whispers, "But don't tell Mr. Fridge back home. He doesn't make ice like you do." "Would you two like to be alone?" asked Sam, sneaking up behind her. Penelope jumps at the sound of a real person, but not before dramatically shutting the refrigerator door closed. Dressed in a short-sleeved V-neck shirt with a pair of long, tight-fitting khaki slacks. Sam sits down at the table and begins flipping through one of her sketch pads with a knowing grin on his face. "For your information, we were alone. How do you want your eggs cooked today?" With dark brown hair cropped short around the base of his head, Sam's close-set turquoise eyes always made it seem like he was pondering something profound, while a curved, dainty nose, much like his mother's, rounded out the rest of his attractive features. It was quite evident that Sam inherited most of Linda's looks, based on Penelope's past encounters with the beautiful woman, along with numerous family portraits of the three of them hanging throughout their house. "Some coffee would be great, and I'll take my eggs over easy, please." "Scrambled it is, my good sir." Penelope cracks 6 eggs into a ceramic bowl, then stabs each of the dark orange yolks, causing them to expand within the whites of the eggs. "Karen's gone. I take it." "Yeah. What gave it away?" She hurriedly stirs the eggs in low heat with a rubber spatula until they're cooked to a medium doneness, before transferring them to 3 separate dishes. Sam joins her at the kitchen's counter and deposits a piece of toast on each plate. "Because you're always like this when she goes on one of her business trips." Penelope pours coffee into 2 individual mugs as Sam analyzes the 3 identical plates of food. "Excuse me, miss, but this isn't what I ordered." "You should definitely write your congressperson then." Penelope liberated a single mug of coffee from his hand before taking a seat at the table. Sam chuckles to himself, knowing all her attempts at making anything else but scrambled eggs always ended in disaster. "So, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. All the same, an empty house always gives me the wandering blues. I'm thinking about doing some drawing of the tree after breakfast." "Need some company?" Penelope momentarily ceased the act of shoveling scrambled eggs into her face as she carefully considered his offer. After the bear incident, she was reluctant to make the trip into the forest on her own. However, she would never admit this to Sam. Her very pride was at stake. "Are you sure? It's not a big deal if you don't want to come." "I can't, in good conscience, let you go by yourself." "Now, can I? Especially after the bear incident." Penelope nodded her acceptance while taking her plate to the sink. Relieved with her consent, Sam conceals his expression by devouring the last of his breakfast. John, a middle-aged man in his mid to late 40s, pirouettes downstairs, twirling about the hallway as though waltzing with an invisible partner. Dressed in all black business attire, he seizes Penelope by the hand and begins whirling her amid the relatively modest kitchen in song. "Hello, family. What a wonderful morning it is today," he sings in a deep baritone voice. "Mr. John, what are you doing?" "I made breakfast, silly." They waltzed around in a fixed position, making her giggle with undisguised glee. With a prominent square jaw and greying hairs at his golden blonde temples, the handsome man smiled down at her with appreciation. "Now, Penelope, have you reconsidered my offer?" he asked, pausing their dance near the fridge. "There's plenty of room here, and Karen says it's fine with her." She smooths out the creases on his black suit while pretending to think about his proposal for the 100th time. Then tilts her head over to his son. "Even if I decide to move in, aren't you worried about Sam's shameful hormones? You simply can't trust horny boys these days." "Hey, I'm still eating over here, and that's disgusting, by the way." Her best friend would always be the perfect excuse to end this line of questioning. "But honestly, Mr. John, I'm fine. And besides, she'll be back in a few months. Now spill it. What's up?" "Yeah, Dad. Why so much pep in your step?" John sits at the table inspecting his breakfast gratefully. "I have a date tomorrow." His face soon lights up with immeasurable joy at the mere prospect of the impending encounter. Penelope slaps him on the back in admiration. "Way to shoot your shot, Mr. J. That's great, Dad. Does she only come out when you're alone? Or can everybody else see her too?" Penelope hurriedly covers her mouth, while another bout of giggling tries to escape her lips. "Ha ha! You're hilarious, son. But I assure you, she's quite real." And after John adds an excessive amount of salt to his eggs, Penelope says a silent prayer to the blood pressure gods before pouring him a fresh cup of coffee. "Okay, give us all the juicy details." Sam glances up in horror at the sheer possibility of hearing about his father's love life. "Let's not get too juicy. I'll need to close my eyes eventually, and I don't want any suggestive images burned into my retinas." John pours cream into his coffee while attempting to contain a smile. "Don't worry, our relationship isn't particularly juicy so far, and a gentleman never tells." With her curiosity now piqued, Penelope sits down at the table beside them. "That's fair. How about a name, then?" "Her name's Natalie," said John with a dreamy expression. Stunned by the familiar name, Sam perks up in surprise. "Wait, do you mean Natalie from Joe's Diner?" "Perhaps she's employed there," he said, unable to hide a sheepish grin. "No way, Mr. J. She's hot stuff." Sam's father couldn't help but swell with pride at the adjacent compliment. "Natalie is rather beautiful, isn't she?" While considering her attractiveness in real time, John's shoulders slump a bit. "I'm really nervous, guys. It's been a very long time since I rode that particular horse. What if I'm not ready to date again? Any advice from the cool kids on how dating in the 21st century actually works?" They both look at John in bewilderment. "Sorry, Dad, but we were never considered the cool kids in high school." Penelope gathers up the two empty plates and puts them into a sink of warm, soapy water. "They deemed Sam a nerd and me an outcast, but for a limited time only, turn down enough boys' half-assed advances and your status gets upgraded to mean bitch." After hearing their jaded post-graduation remarks, John's forehead wrinkles in annoyance. Both stopped what they were doing to watch this rare occurrence take place in the wild. "That's not right. I know how cruel high schoolers can be sometimes. God only knows I do. But Penelope, those things they said about you just aren't true." While propped up against the white enamel sink, she nodded at John's kind declaration, her face now flushed with embarrassment. "Thanks for that, Mr. John." He nodded back at her before clearing his throat. "If you're an outcast, and my son's a nerd," he responded, making air quotes with his fingers. "How did you both become friends then?" "It's all about the neighborhood proximity rule, Dad." She playfully waggles a finger at the two men. "Yeah, by our calculations, we were either to become the best of friends or the worst of enemies." "So, what happened?" Penelope deposits the clean dishes onto the counter's drying rack. "I kicked him in the balls, and while he laid there clutching his crotch on the floor, I took pity upon him." John tries stifling back a laugh. "But why on God's green earth would you kick him down there? Do you want to answer that one, Sam, or shall I?" Her friend stared blankly into his cup of coffee before responding. "I asked her to play husband and wife with me." John exploded into laughter this time, while Sam's hands became animated in frustration. "How was I supposed to know what that really meant? I was only 7 at the time." Holding a soapy butter knife, Penelope stabs the lone piece of silverware in his direction. "Well, you do now, buddy. Let that be a lesson to you." "But seriously, Dad, just be yourself." "Yeah, and if it doesn't work out, we'll just hate her. Forever." "I'm sure you both are right. Not about the hate part, but I appreciate the sentiment all the same." Penelope pats her hands dry on a nearby dish rag. "Besides, what's the worst that could happen?" Sam then painfully looks down in between his tan-coloured slacks. "You can always get kicked in the balls." Thank you for joining Penelope on her adventure. If you enjoyed this chapter, I would truly appreciate it if you liked, subscribed, and shared your thoughts in the comments below. Your support helps more listeners discover these stories. Thank you for staying until the end. Chapter 2. The Fool Resumed. Fluffy white cumulus clouds gathered overhead as the three of them made their way to John's silver sedan. Despite the early morning hour, their short street bustled with activity. Kids fated to attend summer school filed in the back of their parents' sport utility vehicles, whereas other adults slowly drove to their 9-to-5 jobs that paid far too little while demanding greater productivity every single day. John wore a brown leather satchel over one shoulder and carried a travel mug filled with Penelope's medium roast coffee inside. "Where are you having lunch today, Dad?" asked Sam. John's expression was one of confusion as he glanced between the two of them. "At Joe's diner, of course. Why?" This elicits a shake of his son's head in mock sympathy before strolling to the sidewalk, which connected to their driveway. Finally, understanding his lunchtime dilemma, John's eyes widen in alarm. "Should I see her today, even if our date isn't until tomorrow?" His face loses various shades of colour while he considers the answer. "Dear God, can I ever go back there? Am I stalking her? Is this what stalking someone feels like?" Penelope puts her hands up in a calming gesture, then softens her tone to quiet down his overactive imagination. "Don't worry about it, Mr. John. Sam's just messing with you. I just have 2 questions. Then you can decide on your next move from there. First, does Natalie know that Joe's is your favourite place to eat?" John sits behind his steering wheel, trying to recall the elusive memory. "Yes, it came up during one of our conversations. Natalie always knows what I want." Sam coughs out a muffled laugh. "What is it? Is that bad?" Genuine worry emanates from John's distressed features. Penelope peers at Sam over one shoulder. "Husband, dear. If you're not willing to help, perhaps we need to revisit your testicular condition." When Penelope hears nothing but silence in return, she turns her attention back towards John. "It simply means that Natalie liked you far earlier than you had predicted." Because of these remarks, John's face promptly splits back into a boyish grin. "And the second question? Does she know about Linda?" John's grin wavers a little at the mention of his late wife. Linda died in a traffic accident when Sam and Penelope were only 8 years old. And the fact that Penelope had never known her actual mother drew her to this new parental figure like a moth to a flame. With light caramel skin and a tall, slender frame, the Spanish woman's exotic nature made anyone who encountered Linda's bright and cheery personality fall in love with her almost instantly. Combine that with a wide, toothy grin, and one of your worst days could be completely forgotten in a matter of seconds. Linda would allow Penelope to comb her straight black hair while they playfully gossiped over everyday matters. And when Frank left visible bruises in places that were too difficult to hide, Penelope would stay home for a few extra days, fearful that Linda's acute attention to the smallest detail would eventually discover one of them. They all sensed something was terribly wrong when she didn't return home from work late one evening. Then, several excruciating days later, the authorities pulled her car from a ditch only 15 miles away from their homes. John and Sam were virtually inconsolable for nearly a year after that. Sam would barricade himself in his upstairs bedroom for weeks on end, while John wandered the house searching for something he could never quite find. With Penelope heartbroken as well, she did her best to cook and clean for them, despite her own unbearable grief, but eventually became overwhelmed by the daunting task of caring for 2 individuals at such an early age. John often credited Penelope for pulling him out of his downward spiral of despair. While on one of his aimless excursions, he caught sight of her delivering a tray of food to Sam's door before taking yesterday's tray back downstairs. After watching an 8-year-old girl do her best to look after both me and my son during this difficult period for everyone. It was the kick in the pants I needed to take the next steps in my grieving process, John said to Penelope several years later, with grateful admiration. His son's mourning period, on the other hand, was quite a different story. Finally leaving his room, Sam put on a brave face so as to not worry his father. Even so, He would on occasion burst into sporadic bouts of tears for no apparent reason. Not needing to know the reasons why, Penelope simply wrapped an arm around him and held on tight until his tears eventually subsided. Normally, Penelope would have never brought up such a sensitive topic, but John's smile revealed a healing heart and a willingness to move forward in his life. Yes, we talked about Linda at great length, not to mention Sam and you as well. She couldn't think of anything witty to say after learning that she also had been a topic of their discussions. Then you have nothing to worry about. Enjoy your lunch today. I believe she's expecting you. Penelope, I really appreciate all your thoughts on the matter and hope that I can rely on you for any future advice I might have on the subject. It would be my pleasure to assist you in getting laid. Mr. J. They stood there and watched as a now red-faced John carefully backed out of his driveway before rolling down his window while sitting idle in the street. He then gestures to the forest just past their neighborhood. And guys, please be careful out there and try avoiding any hungry bears this time. You'll never guess how much paperwork is involved if you two get eaten out there. Penelope offers him a stalwart salute, as John endeavors to keep a straight face. No promises, sir. He nodded once, then drove in the same direction as Karen's personal driver did earlier that morning. Sam and Penelope went the opposite direction, heading towards an open field just beyond the neighborhood's short block. When traveling by foot, there's a multitude of paths that lead to the field, and inside the forest, while hopping over the odd fence or two, would get an individual there much quicker. The circular indentation required to complete the cul-de-sac's ring was formed in front of 6 independent houses, one of which was painted in a vibrant lemon yellow. A Yorktown-style vinyl white picket fence ran along the driveway's border, making the classic design even more appealing when approaching on foot. Lastly, matching window shutters as well as planter boxes situated beneath those same adjustable fixtures framed the Colonel's classically themed home. Mel, a middle-aged black woman, sat patiently on her porch steps and watched them gradually approach her yard. With long black braids that reached her lower back and prominent brown eyes, the pretty woman wore a short-sleeved red and orange dashiki with a pair of tight-fitted blue jeans underneath. You two heading off to the woods today? Penelope makes the brief detour up her walkway to give her friend a quick embrace. Yeah, Colonel, but don't worry, we already had the bear talk today. We'll be careful. Mel grins to herself at their ongoing military title game. That's retired Colonel, little private. I had the pleasure of seeing your aunt heading out this morning. How long is her contract for this time? 8 months at the most. That's quite a large commission for Karen this time around. I'm happy for her. Yeah, me too. Mel then slaps her thigh with a single hand, as if remembering something important. I almost forgot. I'm going to need some help around the house today, but it may take several days to complete the task, so you might have to stay here for a few nights. That is, if it's not too much trouble. It's no trouble at all, Colonel. I'd be happy to help. When we come back from the movies, I'll head your way. Penelope recognized that this was Mel's way of saying that she didn't have to be alone while her aunt was away, and she appreciated it. Good. I'll see you this evening then. Now, Sam, you watch her 6 out there, all right? Mel gives him a penetrating gaze to make certain that her words were abundantly clear. Sam equally returns her serious expression. Always Mel. You can count on it. A vast field of undeveloped properties, excellent for the occasional football or soccer match, sat directly behind Mel's home. The problem arose when the neighborhood kids needed to scale multiple high fences in order to reach their destination. When Mel saw their dilemma, her extensive military training kicked in. With a little forethought and a dash of kindness, she installed a second backyard door that led to the field beyond her property. This way she could save countless skinned knees and a multitude of broken bones in the process. And after much debate with the Homeowners Association, Mel's secondary door was approved for use by everyone before too long. She even enjoyed brief celebrity status, with a local news station doing a feel-good puff piece titled, "Mel's Door, and who uses it. They walked into her backyard with the intentions of meeting up later that night. Mel had a plethora of feeders for every woodland creature imaginable on display. She had bird feeders, squirrel feeders, raccoon feeders, and just about every other type of feeder conceivable in her backyard. Baby angels made from terracotta clay floated from ropes, clutching plates of birdseed in their palms. On one unfortunate day, Penelope brushed against a figure that then fell from its precarious location. After looking over the destroyed cherub, Mel smiled and dumped the broken statue into the garbage. "Now don't you worry about a thing, little private. This is just the excuse I needed to feed my little addiction," said the retired officer. Penelope only understood what Mel meant after 3 more baby angels appeared in the broken one's location. At the large, unoccupied field, Sam and Penelope made a sharp left towards the burgeoning tree line. Dark undergrowth made it impossible to see past the long columns of tightly knit Douglas firs. When hiking through the first leg of their journey, they had to push through the dense foliage that grew unrestricted on either side of their path. This caused anyone suffering from claustrophobia to get that confined feeling within this portion of the sizable ecosystem. However, once the narrow path opened, so did the true beauty of the forest. Western red cedars and mountain hemlocks towered in front of them like brown, unmoving giants as they wandered past, while rays of sunlight disappeared behind their high, flourishing leafy crowns. Stories of individuals vanishing in their local woods while hiking a routine trail were far too common in places like this. And although Sam and Penelope were thought to be seasoned hikers by most, the surrounding danger never truly sunk in until the aforementioned bear incident took place. While returning home from a routine excursion, with Sam leading them down a well-traveled hiking path, they came face to face with an enormous brown adult grizzly bear. Once the very gigantic creature stood noticed, Sam covered Penelope's mouth and dragged her behind a thicket of shrubs. All his efforts were futile, however, as the bear's eyes quickly fell onto them prior to their rushed concealment. Thus, the grizzly's long brown snout and moist black nose sniffed out their musty scent right away. Sam was squeezing Penelope's waist so tightly that she fought to take the most basic of breaths. The bear then rose onto its hind legs, very much reducing their chances of escaping unscathed. Pulling free from his grip, out of fear or sheer stupidity, Penelope confronted the towering grizzly. Once the bear saw her stand upright, it let out a bellowing cry that made all the birds above them flee their nest almost instantly. Unintimidated, Penelope pointed deeper into the forest. "Go on, Mr. Bear! Hurry up and go back home!" If her Hail Mary didn't work, Sam would be ready to throw Penelope over his shoulder and hightail it the rest of the way back home. Confused by her bravado, the bear fell back onto its 4 legs, then shook matted clumps of fur from its body while watching her intently. Now, mere inches from them, the grizzly examines Penelope's resolute features in more depth. Prior to releasing a heavy snort of mucus into her face, the massive bear turns around and waddles deeper into the forest. After their narrow escape, they told themselves that the bear had probably just woken up from its hibernation and was too weakened to attack anyone. As Penelope's art project came into focus, they both acknowledged where the bear had been sighted some distance away. Native to the island of Socotra archipelago, the rare dragon blood tree appeared alien alongside the many other tall evergreens. Branches from its long grey trunk entwined and weaved around each other, forming multiple divisions near its top. In the end, thick green palm leaves covered the topmost part like a well-maintained haircut. Penelope ran her small hand down its light grey, uneven surface. "Hello, beautiful." With a can of bear mace in one hand, Sam cast a quick glance in all directions. "Beautiful? It looks like a massive piece of broccoli, which I hate, by the way." Penelope could appreciate its uniqueness from one outcast to another. But that's what makes it even more special. She removed pads and pencils from her satchel, then resumed the job she had started several weeks ago. "You've been working on this piece for quite a while now. Are you ever going to finish it? Did Michelangelo hurry in his work, despite countless complaints by the clergy? No, it took him 5 entire years to complete the 16th chapel. 5 years, you say? Wasn't he a turtle or something? Sam quickly walked out of striking distance, while Penelope sketched in missing sections of her drawing. You uncultured swine! Damn it! Now I want pizza! While completing her work, a small glint of light catches the corner of Penelope's eye near the dragon blood tree's surrounding trunk. Thinking it might be an old coin or something else of value, she walked underneath the branches in order to collect her prize. However, when a group of murmuring voices began speaking to her all at once, she stopped reaching for the shiny object and glanced around the forest. Sam, did you say something? I said pizza sounds good to me. He wanders in between 2 black walnut trees as he maintains a watchful vigil over them both. Penelope kicks away the fallen greenery around the obscured object using the toe of her boot. Once the tiny crystal came into view, the pebble-sized stone reflected the sun's brilliant light back in her direction. But when Penelope peers at the small gemstone just a bit closer, then back up towards the sky, she realized that the strange object was emitting its very own type of illumination, despite the lack of assistance from the sun. And when the murmurs became much louder and far more aggressive than before, she unconsciously snatches up the crystal, then hid it inside the palm of her left hand. Its glimmering illumination could still be seen within her clenched fist, as thoughts of keeping the power for herself raced through her mind. Penelope abruptly stood up and braced her back against the tree for what felt like hours on end, all the while letting the crystal pour its energy through her body unabated. However, when she finally broke free of its penetrating spell, Penelope saw 2 strangely dressed men dragging a now unconscious Sam in between a grove of trees, with both of his arms draped over each of their shoulders. But when they came to a halt near a freestanding brown door, which was absent of any walls to speak of, she quickly raced towards the 2 men, yelling out her friend's name in an utter panic. Then a third person emerged from Penelope's blind side and yanked her right arm with such force that both her knees buckled from the overwhelming jerk to the ground. And after being planted face down in the dirt, a single powerful knee was pressed securely into her lower back. Get the hell off of me! Where are you taking Sam? Penelope's frantic screams and struggles were in vain, however, as the earth's jagged underbrush scraped against the left side of her face. While crouched atop her, a woman's stern voice barked out a single question. Are you Penelope Stevens? She ignores the unsolicited inquiry in favor of shrieking out a question of her own. Where are you taking him? You can't do this. A second voice that Penelope hadn't heard up until now exhaled in regret. Enough of the niceties, Lieutenant. Please utilize the scanner. The yet unseen woman atop her applied even more pressure to her lower back. Penelope clenched her teeth in agonizing pain, but gave neither of them the pleasure of hearing her scream again. Wearing navy blue fatigues, with yellow braided ropes attached to one upper arm, the stern-faced, heavily built white woman with piercing blue eyes leaned down beside her. Then takes out a strange object from her left pocket. No bigger than an average-sized pen, the device had a tiny display screen at one end and a minuscule hole at the other. The person known as only Lieutenant pressed the hollow side against Penelope's exposed cornea. And when an even smaller needle entered her iris, she jerked her head backward in such surprise that the crystal almost fell from her hand, involuntarily. However, the elusive voices swirling around Penelope's thoughts made her clasp the gemstone even tighter than before. Both were silent as the lieutenant studied the innovative gadget's display screen. "It's her all right, Your Majesty," said the lieutenant, hauling Penelope back to her feet. When she was upright again, soil, fallen leaves, and several shallow cuts covered one side of her face. A gorgeous, fair-skinned Indian woman with an hourglass figure and intense brown eyes smiled at Penelope as she gently brushed away the muck and dirt from her clothing. She wore a light beige safari-style dress with both sleeves rolled up at the elbows and various pouches of undisclosed equipment along her slender waistline. She completed her ensemble via a long hunting rifle, resting across one shoulder with an exquisite metal design on the large elephant gun's receiver and stock. The huntress made slow, methodical motions with her hand and proceeded to wipe Penelope's injured face when she was done brushing the dirt from her body. "Are you Penelope Stevens? And did you perhaps kill your own father?" The pulsing blue light that sat deep within the crystal itself suggested that she be wary of this individual now in front of her. Shocked that Penelope could understand the stone's consistent warnings to her, she promptly answered the question. "Yes, I am. And no, I didn't." With her identity now confirmed, the woman in military fatigues immediately took both her wrists and tied them behind her back. "I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Frank Stevens." Penelope grew utterly enraged at hearing their justification for this antagonistic display of force. "I don't know who the hell you people think you are, but my father died in a car accident while driving drunk." Unfazed by her proclamation, the huntress persisted to brush fallen leaves out of Penelope's ginger-red hair. "I believe I can assist you in that regard, my dear subject. The woman currently restraining you is Lieutenant Carson, a police officer here to ensure that everything's done absolutely by the book. I, however, am your sovereign, your supreme ruler, your queen, and monarch of this backwater planet we call Earth C-27 Gamma. Although I have many other titles to bear, I am the reincarnation of the Queen of Orientation, but you may address me as Your Majesty." With that, the huntress hefted her rifle and set her aim directly at Sam's drooping head. "Hold him steady over there, boys." The rifle's sudden explosive discharge sent flocks of frightened birds quickly flying from their nest. If Penelope's hands were free, she would have covered her ears in response to the deafening blast. The two officers flinched as the bullet sailed high above their heads, striking the center of a tree several paces beyond them. Sam's unconscious body remained motionless, however, unaffected by the abrupt noise. "You crazy bitch! You could have killed him! We still have rights, you know." Lieutenant Carson stepped in front of Penelope and with one outstretched arm prepared to slap her across the face. "Stop," said the huntress. "Sticks and stones, Lieutenant. Now let's not damage the merchandise more than we already have." She then turns back to Penelope. "Girl, I simply detest liars. Proclaim your innocence one more time, and I will kill this boy. You have my word on that." The huntress leveled her expertly crafted rifle at Sam's head once more. "All right, yes, I did it, okay? But it was just me, not him." She lowered the long-barreled rifle with a knowing smile, now satisfied with the coerced confession. "Who is this young man anyway, Lieutenant?" The officer took out a small tablet and scanned it carefully. "His name is Sam Harris, but we didn't expect him to be out here today. Nonetheless, any known associates of Miss Stevens are to be detained on sight." "Very well, we'll take them both." "No, you can't. He's innocent. I'm the guilty one. Take me." The self-proclaimed queen of the entire earth frowned down at Penelope while massaging both her temples. "Please, Lieutenant, subdue this child. I don't think I can take much more of her incessant ravings." She fought to free herself, if only to run over to Sam and beg for his forgiveness for the mess she had now placed them both in. But when an arcing pain of 50,000 volts coursed throughout Penelope's entire body, it spiraled her into complete unconsciousness. However, the crystal pebble still clutched inside the creases of her palm wouldn't allow her to sleep for very long. Chapter 3. The Hanged Woman. Penelope stirs from unconsciousness tucked underneath a teak wooden table and buried inside a set of heavy blankets that were a shade of emerald green, while a large disc-shaped overhead window that stood completely exposed to the outside world allowed sunlight to sweep across the entire space. "Are we in prison yet?" asked Penelope with an irritated groan as she curled away from the sun's piercing glare. Following a prolonged stretch of the arms, she quickly arose from the rigid surface that had been propping up her sleeping form. Is this authentic tatami flooring? Penelope allowed her fingers to move gently across the tightly woven rice straw exterior in utter astonishment. These traditional Japanese mats were assembled in four-sided squares and traversed every nook and cranny of the scant area around her. While a kotatsu table with a portable heater underneath its flat exterior proceeded to warm Penelope's lower extremities, the room's walls were made from a light almond bamboo material, which sat composed of plaster and high-quality soil on both sides. Penelope climbed to her feet and headed for the room's only door that went beyond the familiar space while quickly adjusting to her surroundings. The shoji, or sliding door constructed of thin, translucent sheets, were installed in repeating rows of lattice frames, which were unlike the standard entrances found in more modern Japanese homes. However, after sliding the shoji to one side, a red brick wall that reached to the room's ceiling was the only thing awaiting her on the opposite end. Disregarding the foreboding obstruction blocking her path, Penelope went to the window and admired the enormous cherry blossom tree that sat to the right of the home's front yard. But this is Japan. Why am I in Japan? As Penelope watched the light pink petals being swept away by the wind, it only reinforced the fact that she had been hurriedly transported somewhere else against her will. Ever since Penelope was a young child, Japan had always been a dream destination of hers, and once she arrived there, she'd visit the Isasumi Shrine to say a brief prayer for her late mother, as well as John's deceased wife, Linda. Then she would stroll along the streets of Shimokitazawa while sampling the world's best cuisines. On arguably the worst days of Penelope's young life, she would imagine herself soaring high in the air on feathery black wings to live in the land of the rising sun forever. A cluster of petals drifted inside the unsecured window and soon became tangled within her reddish-brown hair when a man's disembodied voice spoke to Penelope from the room's ceiling. "Greetings, human female." After a long, critical look at her surroundings, she glanced at the home's rather large yard and considered hopping outside and running. Penelope didn't much care for the voice's suggestive turn of phrase and placed a hand onto the window's outer frame for the proper leverage needed to jump through. "And why is that?" asked the incorporeal voice, accessing her unspoken thoughts without difficulty. She responded to the question aloud, while making sure her reply was as non-threatening as possible. "By calling me a human, this suggests that you aren't one. A human, that is. Then there's this place. If I'm not mistaken, you conjured up this image from inside my head, which also suggests that you're a quite powerful... Well, I don't really know what you are." Penelope began to notice magazine clippings from her Japanese-inspired vision board scattered about the place, from the dark brown cherry blossom tree in perfect view of her room's window to the kotatsu table that she woke up from only moments ago. Everything around her seemed just a bit too beautiful for her paranoid liking. Penelope had seen more than enough alien movies to know when she was being gaslit. In fact, it had created the entire room out of old photos from inside her closet. However, when the imagined area was before her, the atmosphere still felt somewhat off-kilter in this new three-dimensional space. The disembodied voice laughed at her astute deduction, which sounded awkward and disingenuous, even by human standards. "You are right. I'm not, as you say, human. However, my powers are only at their strongest when in physical contact with another." Penelope looked around the modest room, searching for anything that she might have come into contact with prior to this moment. She then brings up a balled fist with dried blood coated around her fingertips and opens an enclosed hand that reveals nothing inside. "Is this you?" asked Penelope, extending a now empty hand towards the ceiling. The eerie voice then spoke in an amused tone. "Clever humans should go on to live an additional 100 years. Penelope had no idea what it meant by that, but was optimistic by the whole living for 100 years thing. "So why did you bring me to this imaginary place?" While the disembodied voice opted to ignore the simple question, A prickly stabbing pain began traveling down her forearm and wrist bone, causing her severe discomfort. Becoming increasingly uneasy by its silence, Penelope attempts to ask a positional inquest instead. "Are you still there?" If she didn't get control over the situation soon, her throbbing hand would be the first to fall underneath the crystal's influence. She recalled a movie where demonic spirits had taken control over a man's hand, and in order to avoid becoming one himself, he had to sever the appendage entirely from his body. The voice interrupted her meandering reminiscences with the precise information that, at the present moment, occupied the majority of her thoughts. Evil Dead 2, a 1987 horror film starring Bruce Campbell and directed by Sam Raimi. "Yes, I think you're right. How about loosening up your grip on my hand a little bit?" Although nothing was in Penelope's hand within this dreamlike state, the dull aching of a clenched fist in the waking world hampered her train of thought. "My name is Seedy, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Penelope," said the crystal, still ignoring her initial invitation to loosen its grip. "I was able to assemble this environment directly from your hippocampus, so we may communicate in private. As for the command to relax your fingers, we are at present being transported elsewhere. Therefore, if I loosen your left appendage, I will indeed fall from it." Penelope's stomach began forming into knots, as the director's name reminded her that Sam was being displaced against his will as well. "Sam, what about him? Where is he right now?" This time the crystal entity, known only as Seedy, took a second before answering. "While I can still sense your friend's presence, Sam is some distance away at this current moment." As a bit of relief washed over her overactive imagination, the pain that was radiating down her arm had almost been forgotten. Penelope felt awful for being in this cozy environment with someone else to talk to, while Sam endured this untenable situation on his own. "Where are they taking us?" "From what I can gather, you are being extradited to serve your life sentence in another world." Penelope didn't know if it was possible to faint within her own subconscious, but after hearing the words, life sentence, she was willing to give it the old college try. Then, as though waking up for the first time that morning, her eyes fluttered back open, nestled beneath the kotatsu table once more. What the hell just happened? I believe the phrase life sentence caused an acute anxiety attack, which then deprived your brain of much-needed oxygen. You now regret confessing your crimes and only desire to escape your impending prison sentence. While still lying on her back, Penelope stares up at the ceiling and ventures to plan out her next move. Underneath these dire circumstances, possessing a crystal cellmate wouldn't be the worst thing that could have happened to her. In fact, if they struck up the right sort of deal, Penelope could spend her final days in this fictional world instead of a cramped prison cell that awaited her once she finally came to. Perhaps, after Sam was found innocent of all charges, they would let him return home before John ever knew he had been gone. She folded both hands behind her head in a relaxed manner. That pretty much sums it up. "I wish to facilitate in your escape." Penelope sits upright yet again, uncertain if she heard the crystal correctly. "You want to help me bust out of prison?" "That is correct." "Is that so? Any other special talents besides this one?" asked Penelope, gesturing around the room. "I have my roots." "Roots? What's that supposed to mean?" "Here, I will show you." Sunlight from their fictional world gradually dims to blackness. Then the window's frame widens considerably, until her entire room was just one circular aperture floating through outer space. Penelope springs to her feet as the surrounding landscape changes into something else entirely. They soon approached a planet encompassed by a vast purple atmosphere, while multiple streaks of blues and greens also permeated across its strange horizon. The incredible world served as an amazing backdrop for the largest white dwarf star she had ever seen. As the planetary nebula spun at extraordinary velocities, She shielded her eyes from the discharge of immense amounts of nuclear material. However, once the window turned away from the dying star, Penelope stared back down at the unfamiliar planet, as well as the numerous continents made entirely of crystal. From the mountain peaks to the valleys below, everything she could see resembled a sizable landscape of glittering crystals. As various reflective hues spread across the terrain, the planet, to some extent, resembled her Earth millions of years in the past, but sat in the vacuum of space in crystallized form. The massive window-like view screen then shifted its focus to a large grove of trees at the base of a particular mountain. While a number of adolescent limbs flourished from the trees' sprouting crowns of shimmering foliage. Time sped by quickly as all the branches grew to maturity, then produced crystal seeds of their own. And when the weight of the branches became too heavy for the trees to bear, they fell like rattling stones down sloping hills. Penelope covered her mouth in astonishment after realizing that she had just witnessed Seedy's birth in a distant world that lay far beyond her Earth's technological reach. That was incredible! I can't believe I'm seeing my first alien planet. Is that what you meant by roots? You're a part of a much larger tree that has its own root system. But where's the rest of your branch, and why show me this part of your conception? Yes, that was me some time ago. And if we wish to work together in a cohesive manner, providing one's birth is an excellent place to start. As for the rest of my form, it is now gone. However, that part of me is no longer needed to operate as usual. I wish I could show you mine, but humans can't remember their births quite so easily. I took the liberty of viewing your arrival into this world myself. It was an extremely moist event. Blurry images of a hospital room appeared inside the window's shrinking frame. Despite that, Penelope could still hear a woman's screams within the vicinity. She tried searching for her mother's face, but fluorescent lights blinded her newborn eyes as she relived the first moments of her life in real time. Then the yard, as well as the elderly cherry blossom tree, returned to the forefront. That was all I could recover from your long-term memories. Penelope paced around the small room, delighted to hear her mother's voice for the very first time, if only for a fleeting moment. What if I want to see more? It is simple. Once you awaken from your slumber, put me in your mouth and swallow me whole. Penelope could never conceive of placing something with this much intelligence inside her mouth, regardless of how badly she wanted to hear her mother's voice again. This could be just what the crystal sought to gain control over her entire body without having to lift a proverbial finger in the process. Moreover, allowing it to roam alongside her vital organs wasn't a great idea either. No way. You can forget about that idea, buddy. You're not a cookie that says eat me, and my name isn't Alice. There's got to be another way. You can also insert me into the rectum as an alternative. She quickly covers her butt with both hands. As I previously stated, swallowing you is the most reasonable approach, but no late-night parties in there. All right? I understand your reluctance. However, I assure you, this works best for both our species. She examines her bloodied fist and wonders how far Seedy's gemstone had gone inside her palm. You have several mild lacerations. With proper medical attention, they will not become infected. Sam is now steadily moving away from us. I fear they plan to separate you too. Where? The window's image changes to a police officer aiding an unstable Sam inside the front door of his home. They're taking him home after all. That's a relief. As they also took Penelope up her own stairs, each foot bumped against the carpeted steps with a dragging thud. Despite these familiar surroundings, this is not your home. I can no longer sense your Earth from this distance away. Okay, then where are we? It is unlike any place I've ever visited before. With her fight-or-flight instinct now permanently heightened, she steps in front of the sliding door, ready to jump into the real world, if only to regain control over her actual body. The location shares similarities with your dwelling. However, Both officers are fearful of this location and wish to leave immediately. "Does your abilities include waking me up?" As Penelope stated her question, the entire room shifted on its side. While instinctively crouching to the floor, she struggled to stay upright at the sudden sense of vertigo. However, once Penelope woke up, prone horizontally on top of her bed, everything made a lot more sense. Unfinished canvases littered the room's walls, and her drawing desk sat precisely where she had placed it, facing the window to her street. Although, contrary to her expectations, neither the window nor the doorway was covered with prison bars. After allowing her feet to come into contact with the shaggy brown carpet, Penelope cautiously opened her left hand, one finger at a time. A sharp pain in her forearm prompted her to shake the crystal loose onto the bed. Now stained red with Penelope's blood, the gemstone's inner light pulsated in quick succession, trying to communicate with her while no longer in physical contact, but she only gazed down at it in guilt-ridden regret. "I'm sorry, Cede. I just can't take the chance. There's still so much I just don't know about you." Penelope inspected her space by touching a stack of canvases layered on top of one another near the bed. While staying as far away from the room's exit as humanly possible, her jailer's apprehension regarding this place had also made her proceed with the utmost of caution. Penelope's assumptions were correct from her nearby vantage point. Each of these individual canvases had now been fused together to form one large piece of cold metal. Whomever designed this room wasn't concerned about the smaller details that would ultimately give the home away as a fake. With each gradual step Penelope took towards the door, the adamant murmurs emanating from Cede's crystal grew much louder and far more persistent. However, the alluring calls to pick it back up yet again didn't have the same enchanting effects on her as they had the last time. Penelope's hand tightened around the doorknob as she braced herself for whatever was waiting for her outside. When something instinctually kept her from turning the handle ajar, she sensed that this decision would be a massive blunder on her part. Penelope then repeatedly struck her forehead against the door's sturdy oak frame. "No, no, no, I just can't. I'm sure he understands why." Cede's light no longer flashed at her sporadically after she turned to peer back in its direction, but instead gave off a low, uninterrupted glow. There would be no formal collaboration between them. She was going to outright ditch him right here and now. Regardless of the jeopardy Penelope was in, she could at least get up and walk away if she really had to. Cede, however, would never be so lucky. Now frustrated with herself, Penelope raced back to the bed and frantically searched for him beneath the layers of bedding. However, hesitated when she caught sight of his outer shell. Did Cede foresee her dilemma as he patiently waited for her to accept this possibly dangerous option? The notion of helping Sam on her own felt extremely daunting and reckless as she glanced around the fabricated room on another planet. "I can't do this on my own," she said to herself, picking up the living crystal before swallowing it whole. Chapter 4. 5 of Empathy. Sam and Penelope had taken their first swig of alcohol at the tender age of 16 years old. The very illegal idea came about after watching an old black-and-white movie about a private detective by the name of Philip Cook. As the PI sat behind his bullet-riddled office desk, soft jazz music played in the film's background, while he awaited the next infidelity case to walk through his door. The shabby-dressed man spoke to his audience through a colourful inner dialogue, as he downed one shot after another of the supposedly dark brown concoction. And with Philip Cook's seal of approval, Sam retrieved a half-empty bottle of whiskey from his father's liquor cabinet late one evening. Once they both worked up the courage to throw back their 2 small glasses, the foul-tasting alcohol slid down their formerly celibate esophaguses. The severe burning sensation that followed settled in the pits of their stomach, prompting their gag reflexes to trigger almost immediately. When this occurred, Sam soon became enamored with his bathroom as he rested his head around the toilet's rim, evacuating the remaining contents of his guts. Penelope, on the other hand, took the fiery consequences in greater stride and buried her face inside a pillow until the room stopped spinning. When the very unpleasant experience had finally come to an end, they both vowed to never touch the stuff ever again. Fortunately, Seedy's jellybean-like exterior had no fermented bite behind it. Only a coppery iron aftertaste of Penelope's own blood was evident in her mouth. However, a similar yet distinct cold sensation travelled down her throat, significantly altering her internal temperature by several degrees below freezing. What felt like microscopic ants made of tiny ice crystals infiltrated her blood vessels in subsequent marching droves, then shortly dispersed freely throughout her entire circulatory system. Penelope quickly rushed underneath the bed's blankets, her teeth now chattering from the Arctic cold within. "Okay, Seedy, that's enough. I did what you wanted. Now please stop with the internal frostbite." Prior to receiving a cohesive response, Penelope could sense a second awareness growing within the backdrop of her innermost thoughts. "Stand by," said Seedy in reply. Although it was only a one-word retort, Penelope used it to push past the frigid cold of her internal organs and bear it for just a bit longer. As her body's temperature gradually went back to normal, she grips hold of the bed's outer railing, awaiting something worse to follow. A collection of Seedy's memories rooted themselves within various sections of her brain, as if they had always been there her entire life, while snippets of his past exploits settled inside her amygdala, which caused emotions beyond her control to flare up unexpectedly. Penelope wouldn't permit herself to be moved to tears by the loss of his numerous comrades. She did, however, provide a genuine smile at Seedy and his life partner's wedding ceremony. "I can't believe you're married," said Penelope, still huddled beneath the blankets, in spite of the weakening chill. "She is currently exploring other regions of our galaxy. Talk about giving a girl some space." Compared to holding Seedy in a single hand, the sound of his laughter now permeated throughout her consciousness on a scale she hadn't experienced before. Penelope soon realized that the apprehension she felt about ingesting him seemed rather ridiculous after viewing this new side of him. She then quickly threw off the covers, following a noteworthy fragment of his memories reaching out to hers. "Wait, you have a spaceship?" This could be the exact thing they needed to return home in one piece. "I recommend that you continue to observe my recollections." Once Seedy's past echoes of this particular memory had faded away, Penelope promptly collapsed back onto the bed. "Oh, you have a crashed spaceship." When sections of his eventful life up to this point gradually stopped flowing into Penelope's hippocampus, it induced her to grieve their unexpected loss. And although these were not her experiences to possess, the sudden absence of them filled her with an irrational anger that she couldn't quite hold back. "Why did you stop? Keep going." "That is enough for now. Too many of my memories transferred to your limbic system all at once, and acute brain deterioration will begin to appear." She took control of her annoyance with a few steady, deep breaths. "Sorry, that does sound reasonable, but there's something else I have to know." "Yes? I heard voices in the forest before we touched, and they grew even louder once you were in my hand. Are there others like you inside of there?" "Number, I fear that the voices you perceived were emanating solely from your psyche alone. Humans have always had a fondness for precious stones. These latent attachments can be found deep within your deoxyribonucleic acid." "My what now?" "Your DNA. Like your hereditary fear of limbless reptiles, the appeal of my outer shell is rather out of your control. However, when you combine that with my innate telepathic abilities, your thoughts reverberate back to you as if coming from multiple individuals, although all those alluring effects should have ended with our linking." "Yes, they've all gone now." "What about my brain? You made a remark regarding degradation. Is there something I need to be worried about?" "I am repairing any damages our recent joining might have caused. Tell me what you taste at this very moment." "Crap, Seedy, that's bitter. What the heck is it?" asked Penelope, smacking her lips together while attempting to swallow the medicinal flavour away. You are correct. A bitter medicine is what I wished to convey. Now your brain should function normally. Seedy changed the bitterness on Penelope's tongue to something more pleasant. Okay, I can handle functioning normally any day. That said, we ought to discuss what's been pacing outside the hallway. While their minds were temporarily joined as one, an unknown individual within the outside corridor had been opening and closing the other upstairs doors autonomously. During her first few months of living alone, she had grown accustomed to all the home's squeaks and rattles. However, these heavy footfalls could only be attributed to a person strolling back and forth as they waited for Penelope to exit her room. While they both listened, other hallway doors swung open with a creak of the hinges, then altogether became silent, lending more credence to Penelope's claims. My roots might be able to assist in this endeavour. They'll allow me to analyse anything you come into contact with. Also, attempt conversing with me inside your head. We are still vulnerable at this stage of our joining. Penelope concentrated all of her thoughts on starting a solitary non-verbal communication between the two of them. All right, how's this? Can you still understand me? She detected a hint of surprise emanating from Seedy's complex intellect. That was an exceptionally fast comprehension of a non-verbal dialect. What if I provided you with this? Can you discern its meaning? When an intricate pattern of ones and zeros entered Penelope's thoughts, she knew what they were, but not how to decipher them. Sorry, I can't read binary. Even if I wrote code for a living, I don't think I could understand what you're trying to say to me. No connection between them was necessary to sense Seedy's utter disappointment at this particular lack of insight. There's no need for apologies. Even so, to access my special talents, as you put it, requires knowledge in this unique dialect. If you wish to control my roots on your own and in the future. As they cautiously approached the bedroom's door, Penelope added binary language lessons to her to-do list. Footsteps leaving a neighbouring room were unmistakable after placing a hand around the door's circular knob. Brass, zinc, with various amounts of copper alloys. This common late 20th century door handle can be found in most standard homes of this type. Jesus, Seedy, don't do that! You scared the shit out of me, said Penelope, still communicating within her own thoughts. The door to your cell is unlocked, and there is one person outside the bedchamber. Penelope gently pushes open the door, revealing an empty upstairs hallway. As expected, the drab passageway was littered with holes in the carpet and scuff marks along the wall's lower trim. Stains that Penelope could never quite clean from the wood panel's exterior appeared in their appropriate locations. Even if a closer look in some areas uncovered hasty flaws within their design, she was secretly impressed by certain details built into the corridor's overall construction. There were no sounds emanating from the room next to hers when she finally took the few tentative steps outside her unbarred prison cell. The space beside hers served as a makeshift storage closet, accumulating stacks of cardboard boxes and other novelty items throughout their years here. While still alive, Frank never allowed her to enter the congested storage area, unattended. However, after his demise, Penelope only discovered more old books and obsolete electronics far past their usefulness. With the earlier noises emanating mostly from that space, the sudden silence caused her to proceed with even greater caution. But when a shimmering apparition passed through the doorway to her parents' room, Penelope retreated to her bedroom's archway before stopping altogether. A lovely young woman with long, dark brown hair and a graceful figure cradled a small infant within her arms. "It's time to go, little Penelope. Are you ready to go?" asked the woman before turning towards the stairs and fading away into nothingness. With the spectral image no longer visible, Penelope attempted to make sense of what she had just witnessed. "Talk to me, Seedy. What the hell did I just see?" From her brief statement towards the newborn child, as well as facial markers obtained from your aunt's description, I believe that was a representation of you and your mother nearly 18 years ago, to this very date. But how is that even possible? Is this you? It is not. Penelope needed a few moments to process the utter amazement at seeing her deceased mother, of all places, within this mysterious prison cell. Intoxicated or not, Karen's affectionate description of her older sister had been spot on. Regardless of who was responsible for it, Penelope had gotten her wish sooner than ever expected. Frowning to herself at the absurd notion that her mother's spirit would be lingering on another planet long after her death, there was no other conclusion that she could reach, aside from this damn place toying with her head. Several seconds later, that same door burst wide open, and with nothing to stop the entrance's rapid momentum, it crashed against the wall with a metallic clang. A tall, stocky man wearing a stained white sleeveless shirt and a pair of loose-fitted blue jeans surged in her direction. At a quick first glance, his bulging beer belly and ginger-red hair were unmistakable to Penelope's now terrified eyes. While glimpsing her mother's face was an unexpected delight, notwithstanding the circumstances she found herself in. Seeing Frank's full red beard with touches of grey scattered about his jawline felt like an unmitigated disaster waiting to happen. Just as solid as she was, his stumpy legs thumped across the carpeted floor until he towered over her, as he had always done so many times before. "I thought I told you to stay in your room," when he struck Penelope across the face with the back of his hand, although the sudden pain itself was still a complete shock to her senses. The act alone felt so disturbingly normal that she almost missed the familiarity that came along with the blow. As the sheer force of the slap sent her soaring backwards, her head hit the door's frame before the rest of her body collided with the ground. Prior to losing consciousness yet again, she could hear Sidi's distraught voice calling out her name. As his cries to her soon dissolved into silence, she wondered to herself if this was how it would all end. Despite being defenseless, and at Frank's mercy, Penelope soon awoke, sitting alone on the hallway's floor. Scrambling back inside her room on all fours, she pushed the door closed and pressed her back firmly against it. With the lower half of her jaw now throbbing in pain, she surveyed the familiar surroundings while sobbing hysterically. "When Frank tells you to do something, you do it," said Penelope to herself in consternation. "You've been unconscious for the past several minutes. The person you believe to be Frank is, in fact, not the person you once knew. After his assault, he has now relocated himself to the first floor." Penelope rubbed her bruised cheek while shaking her head emphatically. "Oh no, he's Frank. He is most definitely Frank. Might I suggest we locate the nearest exit?" No, we can't leave our bedroom. See what happened to us the last time?" she asked, pointing to the reddening spot on her face. "Let's just go back to Japan. I like it over there." Penelope begins to crawl towards her closet, preparing to hide inside. "There's no need to enter your dark dwelling." Sidi transforms the surrounding area into one of the many back alleys of downtown Tokyo. Penelope claps with delight at the sudden appearance of this new location. While the lifelike scenery occupied her full attention, Sidi took a deep dive inside her subconscious, searching for any abnormalities contained within her emotionally strained brain. "Get your ass down here, girl," said Frank from his whereabouts downstairs. Sidi's illusion flickered away as fear resurfaced in her thoughts, forcing his gentle probing back to the forefront. Penelope quickly stands to her feet and looks nervously down at the home's first floor. "I believe you're suffering from a mental break. It would be unwise to interact with this dangerous person while in your current condition." "Coming, Papa." Shifting her tone to a more confidential whisper, she confides with the voice inside her head. "But if I don't go to Papa, we're both going to be in big trouble." Doubtful that Frank could ever hurt him, Sidi reassesses this new situation, then tries a different approach after rummaging through more of her adolescent thoughts. "I'm sorry, but I thought that today was flyaway day." Now, with a twinge of uncertainty, she pauses near the second floor steps. "Flyaway day is only when Papa gets really scary. Now leave me alone." Penelope walks down the staircase, determined to not let the voice trick her again. While planning to run away from home, she never discussed her plans when Frank was anywhere in the vicinity. Thus, Penelope and Sam came up with the code phrase, Flyaway Day. They would meet in a secret location where stores of food and warm clothes would be waiting for her impromptu escape. Penelope came to a halt near the bottom steps as she faced the home's front door and took a quick peek around the corner. Arms spread across the couch's backrest, Frank now wore a red and black flannel shirt with white paint stains on his dark jeans. He tilts back a bottle of beer until all the contents were completely drained down his gullet, then returns his gaze to the television. With nothing but static being broadcast on the screen, CD wondered what Frank was actually witnessing. Now's your opportunity. He has never been able to capture you while this inebriated before. After Frank placed the drained beer next to 8 other empty bottles, they both became disquieted by the apprehensive sight. "Get me another beer, girl," he said, somehow knowing she was there. Penelope knew with so many empty beer bottles on the table, Frank wouldn't be able to hold himself back when beating her. Perhaps the voice inside her head was right, and it was Flyaway Day after all. Her hand lingered over the door's knob, ready to yank it off the hinges if necessary, but Frank lets out a loud burp, causing Penelope to lose what little nerve she had left. "Don't make me repeat myself." "Yes, Papa, be right there." She spun from the doorway completely and shuffled inside the kitchen area, which was in plain view from where he sat. She did, however, take the path nearest to the staircase, since it was well out of arm's reach. As CD continued to probe Penelope's brain, he felt uncertain if anything he said would sway her decision in the current state she was in. A dark, peach-coloured linoleum design ran along the kitchen's entire floor, yet certain corners within the open space were curled and cracked from an adhesive that had long since stopped working. While wood laminate countertops bound together all the other appliances that rested above and below salmon-tinted cabinetry. The refrigerator was a Sears cold spot model with a double-door stacker structure and silver pull lever handles on both apertures. Although its original colour was brown over the years, the fridge had faded into a tan hue, which now complemented the linoleum flooring. As she pulled open the refrigerator's bottom half, lights from the dying bulb flickered on and off. The fridge's top shelf contained multiple rows of bottles with a strange logo printed on the front that Penelope only knew as Frank's drink of choice. Then the voice in her head asked a question. "If there's nothing inside your refrigerator besides alcohol, what do you consume for food?" She quickly points to a section on the countertop while keeping her gaze firmly fixed on her primary objective. Large cans of ravioli with a chef's smiling face on its label sat next to several packages of the convenience store's inferior brand of white bread. "It's not too late. We can still leave out the back." Penelope's eyes ambled off to the side, only to find that the former location of the back door was now covered in a pink floral wallpaper. CD had confused memories from her actual home with the place they currently inhabited. It appeared as though Penelope wasn't the only one affected by the sudden regression. She sticks her head deep inside the cold refrigerator so as not to be heard. "You see, Papa thinks of everything." Penelope takes a beer from off the shelving, then walks it over to him carefully, while CD discovers a jumble of memories inside her limbic system, which were at fault for her present issues, and begins to untangle them one by one. Now oblivious to Penelope's presence altogether, Frank sluggishly outstretches a hand for the proffered beer. CD disentangles an assortment of random memories, prompting her to lean forward slowly, with her eyes drooping off to one side. The alcoholic beverage leaves her hand, then slips purposely between Frank's open fingertips, shattering to the carpeted surface upon impact. Both Penelope and Frank stared down at the broken glass as the amber liquid soaked in between the shaggy layers of carpet. The voice then rearranges 2 other memories, causing Penelope to chuckle frantically at the sudden catastrophe, while a dangerous rage began growing on Frank's already unpleasant expression. She did everything within her power to keep from grinning at the caricature that once was her father's angry face. With an indignant stare now fixed on Penelope's cheerful appearance, she quickly covers her mouth to conceal any further chuckles from spilling out. "Sorry, Papa. I'll clean that up right away." Despite Frank's annoyance, he was so inebriated at the time that he redirected his attention to the static on the television instead. "Well, hurry up then." Although still dangerous, this aspect of Frank was much more pliable than his other many sober incarnations. Penelope rushes back to the kitchen, one hand shielding her mouth while the other rested over her stomach. She couldn't quite figure out what had gone so terribly wrong. Penelope had performed this effortless task without incident so many times before that she could no longer recall them all. There was nothing funny about this situation she found herself reliving, and her father had been dead for over 4 years now. Penelope had made quite certain of that herself. The act of dropping one of Frank's favourite beers sent more bubbling laughter up to the surface yet again. But she hurriedly stamped out her involuntary giggles before they had her rolling across the floor in hysterical laughter. She had always been so careful when handling those damn bottles preceding this event. What the hell was Seedy doing inside her head? She paused for a second after the unusual name popped into her mind. But who was Seedy? Penelope's mad dash back to the refrigerator had shaken something loose inside her psyche. He wasn't, in reality, a person at all. It was an alien crystal at present, bouncing around the insides of her stomach. "Seedy, are you there?" As the cobwebs in her head finally cleared away, his voice rang through stronger than ever before. "From what I can surmise thus far, we are in some kind of man-made purgatory. A sophisticated prison, if you will. I believe they scanned your memories before our joining. You are being punished for ending your father's life prior to its natural cycle. However, if this is what your existence consisted of, you have a strong case for self-preservation." Penelope grabs another beer out of the refrigerator, grateful that Seedy was still there. "At the time, I believed it to be a kind of self-defense. It's good to hear your voice again." She shambled away from this iteration of Frank's line of sight and retreated further into one of the kitchen's blind spots. "What did I miss?" "When Frank attacked you on the second floor, a dormant trauma resurfaced in the foreground of your thoughts, causing a temporary regression to an adolescent state." "I don't remember any of that happening. How is the old worrywart doing these days?" Cool droplets of condensation ran down her fingertips, reminding Penelope how thirsty she really was. "Not well, I'm afraid. In fact, even with her awareness now in the background once more, I would say that she's still quite terrified." "That sounds about right, given these awe-inspiring conditions." She twisted off the bottle's cap by using the edge of her shirt. "I would advise against drinking at this critical stage of our escape. I haven't finished resolving your brain's entanglement to a satisfactory conclusion." A sudden spinning sensation forced Penelope's back against the countertop, while a sizable chunk of her memories still lingered just out of reach. "Don't worry, never touched the stuff." Penelope took a small sip of the bottle's rim. "Just as I thought, it's water." She takes a long drink from the bottle, then set it aside to get a few more from the refrigerator. Penelope then pours the contents of both bottles onto the kitchen's laminated entranceway. If they did indeed recreate these events from my memories, the beer wouldn't be genuine, considering I've never had any. Whiskey, on the other hand, is an entirely different story. Frank slams a fist on the couch's end table, causing several beer bottles to topple onto the floor. "What the hell is taking you so long?" "Coming! Papa dearest!" Once Penelope bought herself a little more time, she turned her attention inward to speak with Seedy. "How long till you're done fixing me?" When Seedy didn't respond to her inquiry, she decided to let him work in peace. Instead, she explored the modest kitchen's surroundings for anything else that might aid her within this self-imposed prison. Chapter 5. 5 of Empathy Resumed, preparing for a worst-case scenario. Penelope placed more bottles onto the countertop and added additional cans of ravioli for good measure. while the rest of her mind emerged from the foggy haze. CD brought into stark focus a world she had long tried to forget. Penelope rebalanced herself on the kitchen's counter yet again, as more memories began falling into place, like a massive jigsaw puzzle with unwanted pieces thrown into the mix. And each time CD untangled a memory from her past, she was forced to relive each experience in the highest resolution her brain could muster. Penelope's shoulders then sagged in outright defeat, as she recalled all the times she had dared to stand against Frank, only to be utterly crushed by him as a result. Or the instances where she hid inside her closet, pretending to be invisible, so that he wouldn't become enraged by her mere presence alone. And with those traumatic memories came with it depression, anguish, as well as a sense of powerlessness she couldn't quite shake while still in the presence of this imposter. "I'm not sure if I can do this, CD. What gave me the idea that I could even pull this off?" she asked, regarding Frank's motionless form while he awaited for her prompt return. Which brought with it recurring thoughts of hopelessness that swelled up within her, as they had always done so frequently in the past. "Well, I believe that you can. Do not concern yourself with him. Rather, focus on what's around you instead." An idea was taking shape within your thoughts while you and your adolescent self both jockeyed for position. "Now finish your apparent snare, and I will assist you where I can." She studied the pools of water that were expanding across the inexpensive linoleum. The floor here had always been so slippery. A little water on the surface and you're bound to fall and break your neck if not careful. "And what about the bottles and cans you placed off to the side?" Instead of answering him, she tore open a loaf of packaged bread, then pulled apart a piece and nibbled on one of its edges. Thus far, almost everything around them had been fake. However, the slice of bread Penelope held inside her hand tasted very real, despite most of the home's fictional counterparts. "I think the water will slow him down a bit, but it won't be enough to stop him." "Wait, how could I even know that?" "Perhaps I can aid you with that inquiry. When Frank assaulted you upstairs, I was able to get a general sense of his nature. There is a line of energy connecting the two of you together." Penelope inspected her front and back for any tangible link that connected both their forms as one. "The energy that flows between the two of you is invisible to the naked eye. However, what's interesting about the hidden current is that it only streams in one direction. Let me guess, it travels only from me to him." "That is correct. This Frank is feeding off the negative emotions you felt about your real father in the past in order to undermine your resolve before ultimately taking your life." "Wait, they want to kill me?" The utter shock of his words sent Penelope's mind racing. "But you said this was a prison." She could sense CD's distress on the dreadful topic, as if it were her own. "I am sorry, Penelope, the more data I collect about their plans for you always takes me to that same conclusion. Their intent to kill you is almost a certainty at this point." Now that CD's hypothesis was out in the open, all she could do was maintain her composure and take another long drink of water. "Then it's time for me to show my deadly warden what kind of dream warrior I can be." "CD, how do you feel about survival of the fittest?" asked Penelope, while tossing an empty bottle from one hand to the other. "It's a sound theory, but I believe you're thinking of the terminology. Kill or be killed." "You know what? I think you're right." In a moment of righteous clarity, Penelope hurls the glass bottle at Frank's unsuspecting head. As the spinning projectile quickly shattered against the back of his skull, he leaned forward in abject surprise. "Bullseye! That has to be worth some kind of points." And with her unexpected shift in mood, CD scanned her brain for further memory-related damage. "If you make sustained physical contact with him, I can ascertain any more weaknesses within the golem's structure." "Is that what we're calling him now? By the way, I can still sense you probing my head. Don't worry, it's still me and I feel fine. Besides, I took care of Frank once before, and I can do it again." CD took Penelope's newfound confidence and pushed it even further into the foreground of her thoughts. Frank rose from the couch now in a relaxed manner while brushing bits of glass from his shoulders. I thought we'd be playing daddy and daughter for a few more days at the very least. Not waiting for the momentum to shift in his favour, Penelope hurls another bottle directly at his face. It explodes against one of Frank's upraised arms, allowing water to soak inside his flannel shirt. She then takes up a ravioli can and angles her arm backwards for another throw. "Sorry, but I don't play house." With arms crossed casually, Frank leans his backside against the sofa's edge. "The doctor said that your mother died from an infection, but we both know that isn't true." Penelope pauses mid-throw, which lets the family-size can of pasta bounce harmlessly at her feet. They claimed it was unforeseen complications, but the real truth about Margaret's death isn't in question. Even before you were conceived, you were destined to be a murderer. "Shut the hell up! You don't know a goddamn thing about me, you gollum." Penelope hurls a third bottle at Frank, but he catches it with the gracefulness of an infielder. Then flings the bottle back in her direction, letting it crash into the cabinets above her head. As the bottle's fragments ricocheted off the salmon-tinted cabinetry, Penelope's neck gets speckled with tiny shards of sharp glass. While CD does everything in his power to calm her misdirected anger. "It was you who obtained the infection details from your extensive medical research on the subject," said CD. He was right, of course. Penelope had done all the research herself. From internal bleeding, high blood pressure, and painful discomfort in the abdomen region. These were only a few of the complications that her mother could have experienced in the several months before her death. But her real father never truly cared why his wife had died, only that he got stuck with Penelope afterwards. Frank begins his nonchalant stroll towards her, but stops at the archway that divided the kitchen from the living space. She then breathes a deep, audible sigh of relief. "It's a good thing you're not the real Frank. That guy certainly knew how to inflict some punishment. One good swing from him and I'd be out for days. He never needed to attack me without warning like some kind of coward would." Penelope casually nudges small pieces of glass off the countertop and onto the floor, as though unconcerned with his proximity to her. Frank's self-satisfied smirk promptly vanishes with the insult, while both his hands tighten into clenched fist. "But I suppose you need every advantage you can get against someone half your size. Isn't that right, phony Frank?" "Why, you ungrateful little bitch! After all I've done for you." As the words spilled out of Frank's mouth, his initial advancement inside the kitchen was hurried and without any real purpose but to smash her face in. Penelope takes another ravioli can and holds it towards him defensively, hoping for just a few more steps forward. "This is all you gave me, all wrapped up in a cheap artificial package for easy consumption." While still among the living, Frank had always been a very thrifty person, but wanted others to think he was independently wealthy in secret. So, if someone even hinted at his frugal nature, he'd regularly descend into a raving madman. "Would it have killed you to spend what little money you had on a name-brand item or two? You cheap penny-pinching bastard!" When this was stated, Frank practically vaulted towards her in an uncontrollable rage. However, in his eagerness to get to her, his foot splashes down onto one of Penelope's watery landmines. There's a precise art to slipping on a wet floor while escaping with the least amount of bodily harm. Most times, having one foot submerged in water isn't enough to take you completely off your feet. It's only when your second foot makes contact with the floor that decides your ultimate fate. Neither Penelope nor CD could control what would happen next, but assumed it would have something to do with Newton's third law of motion. Frank made his first mistake by entering the kitchen rather hurriedly, while his second was fighting against the slip. Once his initial footing became utterly compromised. A comedic backpedaling ensued, as he flapped his arms like a bird straining to maintain flight. When falling onto your backside, letting the rear end take most of the impact is an ideal way of landing. However, When gravity jerked Frank downward as though a puppet getting their strings cut, the back of his head bounced off the linoleum floor with a sickening thud, and while he laid, stretched out on the damp surface, she relayed a mental signal to Ceedy to get ready for prolonged contact. Penelope then sprinted across Frank's body like an improvised bridge, nimbly evading the water hazard that lay just underneath. But not before delivering a sharp kick to his upturned head and jumping onto the living room's carpeted floor soon thereafter. One of Frank's outstretched arms twisted abnormally out of its socket and clipped Penelope's right ankle, resulting in her stumbling just off balance. She had made a costly error by striking him in the face, which served no clear advantage and almost fell to the ground herself. However, Penelope shifted her weight on the fly to recover her footing while still in an accelerated motion. Luckily, her agile speed prevented him from seizing hold of her leg entirely. Frank quickly rolled onto his stomach and propelled himself on all fours to the sofa's backrest, as a lizard would vault itself to a nearby tree. If Penelope hadn't been running for her very life, seeing him contort his body in such an unnatural manner would have been an indeed terrifying sight to behold. She yanks hard on the door's knob, attempting to force the barred entrance open by any means necessary. Ceedy's metaphysical roots penetrated the inner workings of the door's handle and on through to its keyhole, while an acute tingling sensation trailed behind his probe. An automated metal bar impedes our escape. Penelope turns to find Frank closing the distance between them rapidly as he resumed his human impersonation by ambling upright yet again. He notices her glance upstairs and quickly switches his direction to block off the alternative path. Once she was back within arm's reach, Frank punched her hard across the face with the full weight behind his fist. Penelope fought to stay conscious while blindly swinging her hands at his head and chest. He then slams her back against the front door with a powerful shove. Dark crimson blood stains the top and bottom rows of Penelope's teeth, which her entire mouth was now bleeding from profusely. "Is that all you got?" she asked, feeling her body sway from the impact. "For God's sakes, at least mix it up a bit." She launches a ball of phlegm that was combined with congealed blood into his face. Infuriated, Frank grabs her by the throat with both hands, lifting her feet off the ground completely. "How's this for mixing it up a bit?" The airways to Penelope's lungs quickly stopped circulating oxygen, urging her to beat violently at Frank's bare wrist. As his vice-like grip tightened around her throat, she could only manage to croak out a few stifled words. "That's much better. A little help over here, Ceedy." When an obscure course of action appeared inside her head, she wondered if it was some sort of oxygen-deprived joke. The Marshmallow Finger family song was a silly nursery rhyme she had learned to sing not too long ago. Penelope hadn't thought much about it since the neighborhood kids begged her to sing it to them while she was babysitting. On a children's educational program, a multicolored marshmallow hand danced on top of a kitchen table, with each finger symbolizing a member of the family. The thumb and index finger represented the mother and father, while the other three fingers were their younger kids. Penelope continued to slap at Frank's firm grip, in the hopes that Ceedy would clarify his mental image. "Visualize Frank's fingers being as soft as marshmallows. Don't worry, I'll aid with your concentration." Thus, focusing on the scrolling lyrics behind her eyes, she sang the words aloud. Daddy Thumb, where are you? Here I am. How do you do? Mommy Finger, where are you? Here I am. How do you do?" When Frank's hands tightened around Penelope's throat even harder, until only choking groans came out, she sang the lyrics inside her head instead. She sang the lyrics until the color on her face changed from a reddish hue to a dark shade of purple. However, when Frank's fingers began loosening around Penelope's esophagus as a result of her tune, allowing a rush of oxygen to pour back into her lungs, causing a convulsive spell of coughing. Out of sheer desperation, she peels back each of his pliable fingers, letting them flop limply in several directions. And when two of Frank's fingers were torn off completely, A black fluid dripped from each of his missing digits instead of blood. Whatever substance now flowed from his hands had to belong to the real creature that lay within. Frank soon releases her altogether, then withdraws further into the living area, now startled by his sudden disfigurement. Seedy's peculiar binary dialect reappeared inside her thoughts as if contemplating her prior behavior. When you attempted angering him, your reasoning behind it was perplexing to me. Then, the energy flowing between the two of you reversed in direction. And although this Frank is not your Frank, due to your shared connection, he is also vulnerable to any of his former predispositions. The golem's overall mass and toughness changes itself based on your current perception of him. Penelope tried working the air back into her lungs by bending forward in a choking cough. Maybe it's because my younger self remembers how strong he was back in those days. Yes. Perhaps to a fault even. I'm certain they meant for you to discover this clue on your own, or die trying. So if we kill it, they'll let us leave this place? Yes, I believe so. Now, with a clear goal to work towards, Penelope's determination was spurred onward to finish the fight quickly. In a precarious situation himself, Frank tried throwing a sharp right hook that targeted her upper eye, but she instinctively raised her arm, ready to intercept the incoming blow. Upon impact, however, Frank's balled fist shatters into tiny ceramic pieces of earthenware pottery, which slid across Penelope's upraised arm like a jagged knife. Multiple serrated gashes down her wrist and forearm soon bled freely as she cradled it close to her body in immense pain. His hand should have been soft and squishy like a marshmallow. However, it had altered itself into something much stronger, yet not back to the regular bones and muscles as before. Although Frank's dominant hand had crumbled away into nothingness, a sharp, spiky, cavernous hole replaced his lost appendage, while more black liquid squirted from the jagged wrist and onto the surrounding carpet. Then her thoughts returned to Mel's backyard again, which made everything about Frank's altered form much clearer. In her haste to flee through the home's entrance, she caught a quick glimpse outside and saw that her friend's house wasn't there. Unfazed by the missing hand, Frank lashes out at Penelope's exposed neck, hoping to sever one of her carotid arteries. While ducking and dodging his desperate attacks, she re-established the link between them and pushed thoughts of ceramic bird feeders out of her mind. Although Penelope tried to think of something soft again, so much pain had welled up inside her bleeding arm that it was difficult to keep focus on the golem's outer shell. Then, as though kicking off a pair of uncomfortable heels, Penelope's persistent discomfort soon fell away altogether. With her mind now free from the pain, Frank's second lunge towards her neck was just a bit too slow underneath these new conditions. She avoided his violent swipe with a headlong roll that thrusted her back into the main living area. Despite Frank's committed swing forward, he manipulated an appendage once more by detaching his upper leg from its pelvis. He then launched a hanging kick that connected to her exposed midsection. The sheer power of his contorted kick hurled Penelope against the vintage couch, which left her in a curled-up ball of agony. Frank's long, drawn-out footsteps could now be heard falling one after the other as he strolled methodically in her direction. Although Penelope didn't move from her spot, she resumed her concentration on each of his footfalls as they gradually came towards her. This time, however, she allowed her thoughts to remain on the miniature figurines that were scattered across Mel's backyard. White terracotta patches of clay soon solidified themselves in and around Frank's paint-stained boots, then deliberately migrated themselves up both legs, hardening across the span of his entire body with each passing moment. In the last seconds of Frank's life, he strained to say something to Penelope as she now glared at him from her place on the floor. However, fragile clay segments had already formed around his upper chest, which stopped his lungs from producing the necessary oxygen to speak. Frank's eyes darted from left to right as the rest of his physique hardened into a grotesque light grey statue as she continued to watch on. Despite his beckoning hand mere inches from grasping Penelope by the throat yet again, she still manages to slip effortlessly away from his frozen clutches. "Did you catch any of what he said, Seedy?" Number but his erratic pupil movement suggests fear and anxiety. "Why? Do you feel remorse at what we've just done?" She takes appraisal of her wounded arm while considering his question. "Not even a little." Penelope doubted that Mel would ever want a Frank bird feeder on display in her backyard, so she did the next best thing and pushed the statue over. As soon as she forced the porcelain figure backwards, it shattered into hundreds of pieces when striking the carpeted floor. Smaller fragments of Frank's body parts slid all the way to the door, while other heavier sections of his form remained nearby. "Now let's see what's inside this Frank piñata." At its shattered core, more dark liquid pools around an unusual black aquatic creature lying just within. No bigger than a baby kitten, the small squid floundered back and forth like the proverbial fish out of water. While its short tentacles struggled to maneuver amid the drier atmosphere, Penelope could imagine it still having difficulties swimming in the ocean, despite that being its natural habitat. She then felt Seedy's roots probing the floor in and around the alien squid. While this cephalopod has evolved over time, its ability to replicate others has become even stronger. However, its ancestral characteristics, such as swimming and other quick aquatic maneuvers, have diminished as an evolutional drawback. But keep in mind, this is just a theory. Now that's a fascinating hypothesis, partner. How about this one? I wonder if its little squiddy organs match its outsides as well. Penelope lifts her foot with the express purpose of grinding the cephalopod flat into the carpet when a woman's abrupt voice reverberated inside her head, cutting the action short. "No, don't!" The deafening voice tore through Penelope's consciousness with such relentless force that she clasped her hands over both ears. "Damn it, Seedy! Did you hear that?" "I heard nothing. Although from your reaction, I assume it was at an extremely high decibel. Perhaps it's the creature lying before us." "But why couldn't you hear it then?" Penelope could feel Seedy's concern for her present situation mounting. "The connection between us is still developing. Other species with similar telepathic abilities might try communicating with you in spite of our recent link." Lowering her foot carefully, Penelope glanced down at the writhing squid, now unsure of what to do next. Regardless of where the unidentified voice derived from, I advise not to let anyone stop you from taking decisive action, especially if that action involves safeguarding your own life cycle. A metal rod glides into its recess position in front of them before settling into place. The front door is now unbolted. Fearing that the locking mechanism might reset itself if she isn't quick enough, Penelope gives the creature one last look before dashing outside the front door. Chapter 6. 5 of Motion. Penelope rushed outside her death chamber and down what appeared to be a seemingly ordinary driveway, only to become immobilized with abject terror at the absolute darkness now engulfing everything around her. Beyond the home's dimly lit porch light, there was simply nothing else out there that she could see. Casting her gaze further out into the distance, she hoped to make out the rest of the street, but only a dark, endless abyss separated the 3 other neighboring homes from the rest of this strange world. "There has to be something else out there," she said to her new travel-size companion. "Don't you think so, Seedy?" When he offered no response to her inquiry, this elicited an amusing sort of jealousy from her. In spite of Penelope's prior desire to retreat inside of her upstairs closet, she'd have nowhere to hide if things got truly dangerous. Penelope, however, drew some small comfort from the fact that no matter where he went, they'd both share the same fate in the end, deep within their merging subconscious. Penelope began to perceive a physical frailty that lay just beneath Seedy's crystalline surface. But she had no idea if the rest of this alien species carried with it that same vulnerability. "They do not, and I am fine," he said, finally breaking the silence between them. "I'm attempting to learn everything about you as quickly as possible. Their focus on your current mental state is undeniable at this point." "Hey, I resent that. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm quite certain. If they knew of my presence within you, industrial hydraulic presses would be on display everywhere." The mere thought of it made Sidi's crystal structure shudder with anxiousness. She chuckled to herself at the absurd visualization he'd brought with it, while also acknowledging his sympathy for her current circumstances. Newly laid sod was placed across the entire front and side yards in 6x6 grassy squares, but it was only enough to reach the home's fabricated boundaries. Penelope tried entering the backyard area through their pre-assembled wooden fence. However, a massive metal wall emerged at the home's rear, clearing up one of the earlier mysteries from inside the residence. "I guess this explains why the house doesn't have a back door," said Penelope, struggling to see how far the barrier ascended to the top. Long strips of visible welding marks ran along the structure's bulkhead, securing the house and towering wall as one. She struck the dark metal with a single fist, which stretched so far above her head that the top was obscured in total darkness. It responded to her gesture with a hollow ringing sound that echoed deep within its metal, then quickly travelled out of perceptible range. Sidi reacts to Penelope's gentle touch as she drifts her hand across the bulkhead's structural braces. "Carbon steel with trace amounts of aluminum. Do you sense anything else on the other side, like a way out of here?" Sidi takes a brief second before calculating a proper response. "In order to obtain a clearer perspective, strike the wall harder this time. Then, position your palm on the location so that my roots can travel in tandem with the vibrations." She bangs against the metal structure with a single blow while pressing both hands onto the now vibrating rampart. "I detect corridors of different lengths as well as airtight areas of varying diameters designed to prevent the entry of microscopic foreign bodies. However, there are no changes in the atmosphere beyond these points, so breathing shouldn't be an issue." Penelope gently caresses her bruised neck, where Frank's fat fingers had sunken themselves in far too deep. "Yeah, no breathing issues over here." She then sniffs the musty air around them, which Sidi intercepts via her olfactory senses. "It appears that oxygen is being recycled through the passageways above us," he said, testing the air. Penelope walks back to the home's driveway, trying to locate a ventilation system in this environment's ceiling. After seeing nothing but shadowy emptiness, her gaze is drawn to Sam's place instead. As Penelope continued to grant Sidi permission to supplement her thoughts with a kind of fictional confidence that wasn't truly there, it strengthened her overall resolve to proceed onward. Hence, she marched past the one-story home that separated their residences apart. He had begun the process while she antagonized the Frank imposter. However, only resumed the technique soon after the endless void had come into sight. Sidi condensed all of Penelope's most courageous moments throughout her young life, then fed it back to her like a steady intravenous drip that supplied her body with the determination she needed. "Right, let's go get Sam. Can you see him in there?" Sam is lying in the prone position in an easterly direction on the second floor. Penelope peered up at the highest window, certain he was inside his bedroom just as she was. "But I'm afraid he is not alone," said Sidi, ending his analysis on a hesitant note. She swung open the front door and instantly regretted it, as tiny yellow particles fled the home's exposed entrance. Heavy, concentrated clouds of the yellow substance soon drifted inside her eyes, mouth, as well as both her unprotected nostrils. Penelope went into a fit of frantic sneezes and coughs, which threatened to drag on until she was completely out of breath. Now stifled from the airborne particles, she vigorously rubs at her tightly closed eyes. "Red alert! An unidentified pollen has entered your system. Stand by for diagnosis." A flood of tears streamed down her reddish cheeks as she withdraws from the house's entrance, shielding her exposed face with a forearm. Penelope retrieves a paint-stained handkerchief from inside her pocket, then forcefully blows her nose to dislodge the accumulating mucus within each nasal canal. "What the hell? Is this stuff?" asked Penelope, sneezing inside the tissue in between words. "It's a highly allergic pollen that is currently attacking your immune system as we speak. I'm doing what I can to block your more vulnerable pathways, but the allergic reaction is happening faster than I can intercept it." Before Penelope could prevent a third round of uncontrollable sneezing, CD chimes in with more alarming news. Because of this short-term exposure, any allergic reaction in the future will include breathing problems, extreme fatigue, a wheezing cough, and nasal congestion for the rest of your life cycle. That doesn't sound so bad. Karen has allergies all the time and she seems fine for the most part. CD searches her memories for Karen's allergy medications and then elaborates on the subject. Your blood relative has what is commonly known as hay fever, a normal allergic disorder that requires routine medication to safeguard herself from becoming sick. Unfortunately, the pollen that has found a home within you is extreme in every sense of the word. Any minor allergic reaction from this point on could have dire consequences. Now that Penelope had finally stopped sneezing, she could feel her body getting warmer with a possible fever. And what if I go inside the house? You will have a severe allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. This needs to be treated immediately with an epinephrine pen, or you'll soon die because of it. CD shows an image of an EpiPen, which is carried by individuals that are allergic to nuts or shellfish. So Penelope ties the used handkerchief across her face, fully aware that it was most likely a futile gesture. As the first stages of her illness rapidly take hold, she grimaces with chills beneath the dirty mask. Regardless of her well-being, all that mattered now was that her friend was in real physical danger. Really, CD? Red alert? I thought our relationship had grown beyond the standard Star Trek reference. The term goes as far back as World War II, not a fictional television program. But I don't remember ever learning about that. Penelope threw open the closed door and angled an arm over her nose and mouth while tracing a clear path directly to Sam's upstairs bedroom. John forced you to watch warships of the past after you failed to call your battleship pieces by their proper names. Penelope fought back more tears as thick clouds of the drifting yellow pollen had overtaken the entire first floor. How was I expected to know what that long grey ship's name was? Do you mean an aircraft carrier? He transfers to her another perceptible image to draw from. Yeah, that's the one, she said, now seeing their brief journey coming to an abrupt end. Hey, CD, I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to get us out of this mess. That's quite all right, my dear, he said, sending out a calming warmth throughout her mind. With eyes squinting from the thousands of buoyant particles in the air, Penelope dashes into the house and up the stairs to Sam's bedroom. Within the living space, large clusters of pollen gathered together like massive drops of water that gradually pulled away from the broad ceiling. And when each of the droplets grew too large for the roof to support the weight, they drifted to the ground in slow, semi-liquid bubbles. But if even the slightest disturbance ensued during their steady descent, they would disperse into the atmosphere, releasing enormous plumes of pollen in every direction. As she took long strides up the staircase, the intense pockets of dander grew less concentrated the higher she ascended. Penelope rushes inside the bedroom on the right, but the yellow irritant captured in her hasty wake races through the doorway behind her. CD then analyzes the surrounding atmosphere. This area is largely free of the hazardous material. Seal all other vulnerable exits for maximum protection. Penelope slid to the floor while pressing her full weight against the entrance, preventing any additional pollen from entering, just as another bout of sneezing sent her down a dizzying spiral. With the second largest room in the home, Sam had a queen-size bed crammed against the far corner, which sat next to the lone window that angled itself towards the street. The only outdoor lights materialized across the translucent panes and fell onto the compact bedside table. while a dark wooden bureau flanked the unassuming nightstand with a wide dressing mirror above it. A bunch of Sam's old family photos sat, wedged between the mirror and the dresser's wooden borders. Although Penelope had fallen to her knees in a rush to get inside the bedroom, her blurred vision could still sense an unfamiliar person's gradual approach. They then kneeled down at her side and rubbed her back at a range of different speeds. While she did her best to choke out a question. "Sam? Are you okay?" "He's fine. Little Penelope. In fact, my son's resting quite comfortably over there." The now all-too-familiar voice sent with it a plethora of mixed emotions throughout her fever-induced thoughts. She then gazed at the one person other than her mother she'd have given anything to see again. Linda's customary bright and cheery smile came into focus as she assisted her off the ground. The beautiful Latin woman with long black hair and a shapely waistline then removes the handkerchief from around her face. "There's my pretty girl," said Linda, putting the paint-stained cloth inside her back pocket. "Oh, Miss Linda." Penelope hugs Sam's mother fiercely, having forgotten all about the pain and anxiousness she felt just seconds ago. While crying excitedly on Linda's shoulder, long-buried things she had always wanted to tell her came bubbling up to the surface. Linda would only interrupt Penelope in between sobs with brief, soothing responses. "I know, dear. It's okay. I'm here now." CD performed something inside her head that could only be described as a clearing of one's throat. However, Penelope ignored all his interruptions and embraced Linda even tighter than before. She knew deep inside her heart what he wanted to say, but she needed just a little more time with her. "Penelope." CD draws out each syllable as if to pull her further back from the brink. "This person is not your—" She cuts off these remarks by constructing a mental barrier that temporarily separates their two minds apart. "I know, all right. I know." She shoved Linda away with the same forcefulness that Frank had done to her earlier. However, when Linda sees Penelope's face, she covers her mouth in a surprised panic. "Oh no, your nose, it's bleeding. Don't worry, I have tissues somewhere around here. Hold your nose at an angle, like this." She pinches Penelope's nose and tilts her head backwards. Linda then leaves the room and goes inside the pollen-submerged atmosphere beyond. After releasing her bloody nose, she examines an unconscious Sam lying across the bed. "At least someone is getting to sleep through all of this shit," said Penelope, checking his pulse before returning her gaze to the door. Linda had to be some sort of badass to survive the lethal pollen within the outside hallway. "I am almost certain that she is manufacturing the lethal pollen herself," said CD in response to her anxious musings. Penelope brings her attention back to Sam, with a fresh renewal of fear. "He has some of the pollen spores within his system. However, the concentration is not as nearly high as yours. Look, I didn't mean to yell at you. This damp place has gotten to me pretty good." I believe that was the aim of their design, although they did not account for an outside spectator such as myself. Penelope could feel what little protection he offered her breakdown as the pollen resumed its attack on her immune system. She sits on the bed next to Sam, feeling the unsettling urge to slip in between the covers beside him to rest her throbbing head. As chills ran through her muscles, cold beads of sweat appeared across her brow. "I have to at least get Sam out of this place." She tore vast swaths of bed linen in preparation to construct a mask for his nose and mouth. "Consider covering Sam's eyes as well." "Right, good idea." Penelope rips up one additional strip of cloth to shield his entire face. "Okay, Doc, give it to me straight. How much time do I have left?" "You will lose consciousness in 15 minutes. Your organs will begin shutting themselves down in 30. CD. Has anyone ever told you that you'll make an excellent politician someday?" Penelope leans forward listlessly, struck with another spell of fever-induced vertigo. As blood began dripping from her nose and mouth, she turned her head aside when Sam's tanned pants became stained with droplets of her blood. "Oopsie." Penelope snorts out a laugh, then coughs up more blood into the discarded bed linen. "Number they have not. I've taken command over your white blood cells and given your immune system a quick jump start. Feeling a bit better, Penelope finishes tying the 3 strips of cloth around Sam's nose, mouth as well as his eyes. She then smooths out his dark brown hair, preparing to lift him upright. However, when the bedroom door swings open behind them, Linda discarded the roll of toilet paper once it became clear that Penelope intended to transport her son elsewhere. "What are you doing?" Before she could tell whoever this thing was that they were leaving, a pair of hands yanked her off the bed and onto the floor. Linda then removes each of Sam's protective coverings, one strip after the other. Penelope slowly got back to her feet, still shivering from the debilitating fever. "Hey you, get your goddamn hands off of him!" Linda ignores her feeble demands, but is persistent on undoing her arduous work systematically. With her energy ebbing swiftly, Penelope attempts a forward kick, which was aimed at Linda's lower back. The force behind the lunging thrust sent Linda's body violently sprawling forward, and when her slender frame crashed headfirst into the solid bureau. Linda's body surged onward like a flailing ragdoll, completely shattering the large mirror in the process. And once her high-octane momentum had nowhere else to go, Linda's inert body gradually slid towards the hardwood floor, amazed at the chaos that a single kick could cause. A twinge of remorse settled inside of Penelope's thoughts as she cautiously made her way back to Sam. In spite of the guilty conscience, she never took her eyes off of the thing's motionless silhouette. It didn't take long for Linda's entire body to undergo a series of jerking spasms. These sporadic seizures didn't stop until round bumps the size of baseballs began to bulge and deflate beneath her now collapsing scalp. As Penelope prepared for its true form to emerge, her skull split open, letting a clear green mucus spill from each of the exposed orifices. She flinched away in revulsion as dark, crimson flowers with half-moon centers begin blooming from each new aperture, while thick, slime-covered vines with sharp, curvy thorns along their base drove the blossoms out even further. But when more yellow pollen began spraying out of those same crimson buds, she knew that Sam had very little time remaining. Penelope averted her head from the lethal spores and raises Sam's upper body from the bed. But Seedy squawks inside her mind with increasing desperation. "It's too late to relocate Sam at this point. We must eradicate the unknown flora." Now thrashing about the floor, Linda's deflated torso gets dragged unceremoniously across the shattered glass. As the plant-like creature tries pulling itself up the dresser, shards from the broken mirror slice long gashes throughout her hollowed-out face. While more thorny vines climb out of her upper body, they then latch themselves securely to parts of the damaged bureau. As thinner, less pronounced vines emerged from Linda's deflated appendages, they sought out secure purchases elsewhere, which forced her dying body back into action. Penelope stomps down on the flailing tendrils in an effort to draw closer to the alien plant's emerging husk. Like a green-tinged globule in the shape of a small boulder, its outer shell continues to grow at an increasing rate. Face pale with damp sweat, she approaches Linda's abandoned skin suit. What now? This form is more complex than the aquatic creature. Destroy all sprouting buds for maximum efficiency. Penelope takes a handful of petals in each palm and crushes down on them with all her strength. The more mature vines slap at her already damaged arm as she places additional pressure on the flowers, clogging the spewing pollen within. Linda's husk counters this attack by spreading throughout much of the room's unoccupied ceiling. Then a thorny tendril encircles one of Penelope's ankles, allowing the needle-curved barbs to burrow deep within her skin, muscle, and complex bone structure. She almost yanked her ankle free from its trap, but Seedy showed her images of legs absent of their feet. "I believe the jagged thorn's sole purpose is to rip away at the flesh when its prey tries to escape, thus crippling it prior to consumption." So Penelope held her captive legs steady while destroying more of the flower's floral organs, and with each unwavering attack, she ripped out 2 additional blossoms with every fistful. The once highly aggressive vines now drooped off to one side, as sections of the plant that strayed too far away from its primary husk soon grew limp. But after inhaling huge amounts of pollen through her nose and mouth, Penelope becomes severely hampered, as her condition gets steadily worse. Don't give up yet. The alien blossom continues to expand at an accelerated rate. It will soon cover the entire room in a matter of minutes. With that said, a sprouting flower about the size of a beach ball burst out of the pod's backside. Dark purple petals flourish outward with menacing purpose, while more yellow pollen encompasses the surrounding area. As a result, breathing becomes increasingly difficult within the confining space. Sam begins to cough and sneeze at irregular intervals behind her. He would now have serious allergy issues to contend with for the rest of his life, and, just like hers, his death would become a certainty in mere moments. While the last of Penelope's strength drained away from pollen-induced fatigue. The only thing still keeping her upright was the fear of being consumed by the plant creature's digestive fluids, which was now transforming the surrounding room into its own personal jungle. "I'm so sorry, Sam. This is all my fault." Penelope's knees buckled as she leaned against the dresser for support. However, Ceedy's persistent voice kept getting louder and more urgent with each passing second. "Stand by, transferring energy to your primary systems." The world around her quickly slowed to an imperceptible crawl after hearing those 7 fated words. And with that, the drive to keep moving was stirred back into life within her. As if, flipping on a switch inside Penelope's brain, something infinitely mysterious ignited itself within her dying body. Ceedy had sparked a fire within her that was so volatile in nature that her blood quickly boiled over with untapped rage. This massive whirling blue flame erupted far beyond what her body could contain, threatening to engulf her entire form in the encompassing blaze. Unaware that this unfathomable fury even existed, Penelope tore out of her thorny restraints, mangling her ankle down to the bone in the process. She then stomped down on the green husk with a disfigured leg, until her lower calf penetrated deep inside the plant creature's core. Unlike the alien squid, no quarter would be given to this grotesque shrubbery. Underneath her relentless pummeling, vast swathes of the plant organism soon withered and died around the room. And when a sickening crunch arose from within the husk's center, key components of the plant's heaping mass wilted in on themselves, while the other undergrowth fell from the ceiling in a shower of lifeless vines. Nevertheless, despite the plant's subsequent demise, pollen continued expelling from flowers that lay well beyond her current reach, while the juvenile ones withered away from sustained damage. However, with the heart of the thing now ground into a simmering green paste. Penelope staggered over to the bed's edge, then collapses onto Sam's stirring form. Chapter 7. The Wheel of Fortune. Amid Jupiter's relatively stable solar system, a portable shuttlecraft orbits the gas giant's furthest moon. Ravaged by hundreds of asteroids, the deformed satellite known as Callisto hid the moderately constructed vessel from its nearest star. Its sleek design took on an oblong circular shape with no visible markings signifying its planet of origin. While outside the external vessel, there weren't any visible entrances leading inside the ship's main cockpit. Flashing lights beeped intermittently throughout the spacecraft as its inner workings whirled with humming efficiency. As a bright orange backlight glowed behind the craft's core processor, it sits underneath the console's main control board. Penelope wiggles her backside in one of the uncomfortable passenger chairs, then adjusts her body to face the ship's arching window. However, when a continuous beeping sound came from the shuttle's internal mechanisms, she turned her pounding head away, wishing the incessant noise would stop. The only 2 seats inside the spaceship's central cockpit were afterthoughts at best. There wasn't even a steering apparatus within arm's reach of either station. While reliving one of Ceedy's memories, Penelope played with the few onboard controls at her chair's armrest. CD himself, however, sat in the center of the vast control board, behind a plate of protected glass, similar to a rare gemstone on display in a museum. Although Penelope hadn't seen him in this form before, his vibrant colors and large pointy leaves conveyed to her just how much he had lost prior to their first encounter. The crystal branch ran through a series of onboard diagnostics with a sequence of twinkles and flares. As though producing his own energy, small electrical spikes traveled through CD's stationary form and moved across the control board with a chain of bright orange lights. However, when compartments along the hull's inner walls discharged considerable amounts of electricity, entire sections of the small craft completely powered down as a result. Once this happened, Penelope acknowledged that his efforts to repair the shuttle on his own would be in vain. CD had left his homeworld on a whim, leaving all humanoid co-pilots behind that could help him possibly fix his ship. The accidental collision with a Trojan asteroid had officially stranded him in the middle of nowhere. These Trojan asteroids share an orbit with other major planetary bodies, yet don't collide with the worlds that they circle due to their position inside the planet's trajectory. With the starship's light wave system inoperable, CD aimed his vessel in the direction of the closest star, then performed a series of control bursts, pushing the crippled engines forward. Penelope sat upright out of bed, trying to brush the acrid-smelling salts from her nostrils. However, in her rush to do so, she smeared the sticky substance across her face instead, getting more of the moist gel onto the sheets underneath her. Penelope wondered which memory she was in this time as she rotates to one side for a better view of her surroundings. Then her left wrist quickly snaps back against the bed's metal railing. The single-person gurney was a standard hospital model, with blue push buttons to raise and lower the top half on either side. And with 4 wheels at its base, the portable equipment could be relocated between multiple testing facilities. When Penelope realized she was in the center of John's downstairs living room, she soon acknowledged that this wasn't just another memory. "It's okay," said Sam, soon appearing from a blind spot. With relief clearly written all over his face, he wrapped a pair of arms around her shoulders. She tried returning the awkward hug, but her arms snapped back to the bed's guardrail yet again. "They're handcuffs," he said, shooting an angry glance at someone out of Penelope's line of sight. "The pollen, it'll make you sick!" Penelope tries pushing herself off the bed in another attempt to flee the home. "It's okay," said Sam again, holding on to her even tighter. "I saw the stuff as well. They pressed a couple of buttons outside and sucked the pollen somewhere else." "There was a plant creature. Where is it?" This time it was Lieutenant Carson's turn to step into view. Still clad in the strange military uniform as before, she crossed both arms beneath her chest in undisguised revulsion. With pale facial features and a sizable flat nose above a pair of thin lips, the lieutenant stared down at Penelope, frowning. "She's dead. You killed it. Or don't you remember? I guess that's no surprise, coming from a murderer such as yourself. Inmate C-27. Both of Sam's arms tightened around her back as he prepared to speak up on her behalf. "No, Sam, don't." "Just let it go," said Penelope, avoiding eye contact with him. "Just let it go? Is that the only thing you have to say to me? What the hell is going on here, and why won't anyone talk to me?" While staring at the living room's lavish entertainment system. Penelope blurted out the confession she'd hoped would have stayed buried forever. "I killed him all right. I killed Frank." They held most of their retro movie nights in a living room similar to this one. Hence, Sam and Penelope structured everything they did around this part of the home, much to John's displeasure. A 52-inch flat-screen TV sat near the center of the room's main wall, while red and white cables stretched from 2 rectangular speakers and traveled inside the television's underbelly to a smaller subwoofer, which rested beneath the entertainment system's horizontal surface. The 4 legs of the living room's brown coffee table were arched beautifully in their design, as the modern furniture laid flat underneath a dark grey rug, whereas a cerulean blue sofa sat parallel to the uniquely shaped sitting table. Finally, on either side of the three-person couch were two comfortable brown leather chairs. As Penelope feared, her loud confession took Sam back a step, with his frustrated expression morphing into that of surprise before transitioning once again to that of hurt feelings. He leaves her side to sit on one of the nearby leather chairs, his mind now contemplating her dastardly deeds. Witnessing their opportunity to fuss over her, three medical personnel dressed in white scrubs and surgical masks surrounded her bed in quick succession. For the most part, they removed adhesive sensors from her head and legs without uttering a single word to her. Penelope would have smiled inwardly at Sam's masterful performance, but she was afraid that the reaction would show up on her face. He knew she would have never openly confessed to the crime of Frank's murder unless the jig was truly up. All that remained now was to absolve Sam of any guilt for her crimes and free him from this madhouse of alien creatures as soon as possible. Carson comes to a halt at the foot of Penelope's bed, satisfied with the rift she had just driven between them. The lieutenant amuses herself by continuously tapping on the bed's metal railing with a large silver pinky ring, which was fixed at the end of her right hand. The medical staff finally took the hint and promptly vacated the house in short order. Not impressed with her blatant abuse of power, Penelope completed what they started and removed the rest of the sensors from her legs. Carson's focus then shifts between her to Sam. Say it again, inmate C-27. Penelope could still sense CD's presence within her consciousness. Nonetheless, the communication between them had gone radio silent. She had little doubt that he was still alive in there, but like a person in someone's peripheral vision, he lay just out of sight. But for all intents and purposes, he was unconscious within her body. Frank didn't die in a car accident. I killed him. I'm sorry I kept this secret from you, but I didn't want you to be involved. Sam invokes the reaction she was looking for by jumping out of the chair in mock surprise. Once he understood what she needed him to do, he did less talking and more reacting. Much to Carson's delight, Sam even increased the distance that lay between them. Their little ruse was working a bit too well, because his excellent acting abilities made Penelope feel rather miserable within this hostile environment, despite the fact that she was the one leading their little performance. Carson unlocks the handcuff latched to the bed and fastens it to Penelope's free wrist instead, then grabs her by the neck and corrals her off the bed. Unprepared for this sudden interaction, Penelope's legs wobble unsteadily after striking the floor, but she swiftly secures them upright and stares in defiance at the police officer. After giving them both a rigid smile, Carson wheeled the hospital bed outside the home. I'll give you two lovebirds some time alone. Sam begins to approach Penelope slowly, but she stops him by combing a strand of loose hair behind her head and tugs once on her earlobe. However, with both her wrists interlocked together, she fumbles the coded signal and slaps her face with the other hand instead. This gesture to play along allowed the ear puller to set the tone for the scheme they were planning. After recognizing the signal, he abruptly breaks his stride into a hesitant jerk. But Penelope capitalizes on his improvisation by setting additional foundations for their complex lie. Sam, please talk to me. I know you may never come to terms with what I've done, but I didn't have any other choice. Frank was going to kill me one day. She envisions herself playing a character in a daytime soap opera. Remorseful by her overdue confession, the actress played by Penelope is on the verge of tears. But I could have helped. He hit you all the time. We should have gone to someone. They might have helped us, said Sam, weaving threads of truth into their tapestry of lies. But if Frank ever found out, Penelope allowed the remainder of her statement to go unsaid, letting anyone who was listening to conclude what they wanted. Besides, the fewer people who knew, the more likely I would have gotten away with it. Sam used this time to inch his way ever closer to Penelope, while she allowed his familiar presence on this unknown planet to reassure her. So how did you get caught, anyway? I really don't know. Some self-proclaimed queen threatened to blow your head off if I didn't confess back in the forest. So, someone coerced a confession out of you? Yeah, and that's not all. This place and these people, they know so much about me. Things I want, things I fear, said Penelope, leaning in closer. They want to kill me, like I killed Frank. Sam considered her sensitive remarks for a moment. Wait, your foot! They both glanced down at Penelope's bare feet. When I woke up, you were just lying there. It looked like you had just come back from a war zone, and your foot was definitely beyond normal medical surgery. I mean, I could see right down to the bone. Not to mention that you weren't breathing at the time. Then those three showed up. Sam gestured to what she guessed were the medical professionals waiting outside the front door. They then placed you inside the hospital bed and injected us both with something. Not sure what it was, though. Afterwards, who I thought was a doctor, attached an odd device around your ankle. For dramatic effect, he held up both hands, palm side out. A few minutes go by, and he removes the device and your leg is normal again. Sam seizes her by the upper arms now in a confused panic. Penelope, where the hell are we? Seedy's unconscious presence stirs within her, sending a surge of emotions spilling outward. Finally, losing all composure, she sobs out the words inside Sam's chest, while interlocked hands conceal a deluge of overdue tears. We've been extradited. Sam hugs her tenderly, once grasping that she was unable to hug him back with her hands bound. Extradited? But that doesn't make any sense. We're from a small town on the outskirts of Seattle. Penelope takes a fistful of his shirt for emphasis. You don't understand. We're on another planet. She raises her head towards the door, then whispers. They're not like us. Penelope raises her head to look into Sam's eyes. They're highly advanced aliens. Aliens! Are you sure they're not just people wearing masks? She pounds cuffed hands onto his chest as a rebuke. You don't think I can tell an alien from the spooky space kook? This is serious. Penelope makes her point by hitting him several more times in the chest. Okay, I believe you. Sam pulls Penelope in closer, muffling all her crisp jabs to his midsection. So, how do we escape? She buries her head back into his chest, suppressing the sound of her voice. That's simple. Once we explain to the person in charge that you're innocent, they'll have to let you go back home. And you? I'm inmate C-27. There's no escape for me. Penelope thought about the 1994 science fiction movie called No Escape, where a highly decorated soldier openly kills his commanding officer. However, after his arrest, he would go on to escape from each one of the futuristic prisons that they threw him in. Finally, they placed him on an island prison, with the only other wardens being inmates themselves. In some ways, she thought their situations were similar. No way, I can't accept that. What's the plan? Asked Sam. Penelope thought about revealing the existence of Seedy, however discarded the idea with a slight shake of the head. It would be far too risky to express his existence publicly. Not to mention all the things that Seedy had passed on to her, such as his detailed memories. How could Penelope ever convey something so profound to him in mere words? We find a way to get you home first. That's the plan. Now let's drop the matter until we learn more. Sam gives her a long, hard look before relenting. Fine. We'll drop it for now. At least tell me about these extraterrestrials. Is that woman with the bad attitude one of them? Don't know for sure. So far there was this black squid-like alien. It had the cutest little tentacles that you've ever seen in the whole wide world. I kicked its ass, by the way. Penelope spreads her hands apart slightly, as if conveying the size of the fish she had caught. That sounds like a pretty one-sided fight. Sam grinned at her for the first time since she had awakened. Oh, it wasn't. They put the little thing inside a Frank meat suit, so the fight was more than fair. Her voice bubbles with excitement as she went into greater detail about the encounter. Penelope noticed her mood had turned drastically lighter. The fear was still there, but it had moved beyond the reach of the other parts of her more intense emotions. There was even an alien plant. Now she was especially dangerous. As if something got lodged inside Penelope's throat, her next sentence was abruptly cut short. She couldn't tell Sam about his mother, even if it was an alien imposter only disguised as Linda. Penelope glances up at him to see if he noticed her hesitation. However, when the expression of fierce rage appeared on Sam's face, it caused her to shrink back a tad, in uneasiness. "They made you fight your abusive father." Before Sam could officially lose his shit, Lieutenant Carson returns from outside the home. "Come on, inmate C-27, it's time." But Sam positions himself in between the lieutenant and Penelope. "I don't care what kind of correctional institution this is. After everything she's been through, what you're doing to her is cruel and illegal." The lieutenant strolled up to Sam with an amused flicker in her eyes. "This isn't a prison." Mr. Harris Carson weighs her next words carefully. "Well, it is a prison. For one person, that is." She drew her gaze over to Penelope. "And it's one of her own making. Now stand aside." But Sam remains an immobile barrier fixed between the two. Penelope fights to push him out of the lieutenant's way before things have a chance to escalate. "She's right. I did it, so I'll have to pay for it." Carson takes Penelope by the arm, then shoves her towards the door. However, the lieutenant stops at the exit and turns her attention back to Sam. "You're more than welcome to come with us if you want, but the choice has to be yours." He doesn't hesitate to follow them outside the reproduction of his childhood home. The dark, foreboding atmosphere beyond the three residences rematerialized just as Penelope had left it. Once Sam came face to face with the SOS streetlights, a fresh sense of dread was instilled within him. He slowed his pace until they were both walking alongside one another. Sam's righteous indignation thaws as curiosity begins to furrow underneath his brow. While at home, this muted expression would irritate Penelope to no end, since coaxing him from his profound reverie always became such a chore. "That looks familiar," said Sam, peering into the shadows. Penelope glances back at the three homes on the street. "Of course they do." "No, not that." Sam points into the dark void beyond. "That. But I can't recall why." They step into the darkness, and to her surprise, they didn't fall off a steep precipice as a result. Eyes now adjusting to the intense gloom, she picks up speed, seeing their destination ahead. The lieutenant then stops Penelope's onward motion with a police baton held across her chest, before reluctantly removing her restraints. "Now walk through these curtains and wait for the signal, then stand underneath the red X." Free to move her arms again, Penelope takes Sam's hand into hers. They both tentatively reached out for the black curtains, attempting to gauge their distance from the dark material. But gifted with longer arms, Sam discovers them first and parts the curtains off to the side so that Penelope could enter. Chapter 8. 10 of Motion. After cautiously making their way through the pair of murky curtains, an even greater darkness awaited them just up ahead. As Lieutenant Carson had predicted, a glowing red X could be seen a couple of steps away from their current position. While they walked in that general direction, Sam squeezed Penelope's hand for additional support. Both stood at the appointed location as they waited for the proverbial bear to strike. Then, with no prior warning, a man's resounding voice pierces through the unsettling darkness. "Can you defy the odds? Will you survive? Or succumb to the dangers that lie just beyond the door? Let's find out. Welcome to the 11th Multiverse." Spotlights of various types soon flared to life in rapid succession, with each shade of red, green, and blue now twirling about their place on the floor. Then, as if on cue, those same circling lights came to a complete stop above their heads. Penelope shielded her eyes from the dazzling glare, but Sam elbowed her in the ribs, unable to take his eyes off the illuminated area surrounding them. "That's why it was so dark back there. We're on a TV show. And the houses behind us are pieces of a set design backstage." Penelope considered Sam's outlandish theory while linking his hypothesis with things she had already learned beforehand. Firstly, once phony Frank had been completely incapacitated, they freed her from the home without hesitation. Outside, forces had to be watching them from an undisclosed location after the front door unlocked itself automatically. Secondly, although Penelope's door was barred from within, Sam's door swung open immediately, indicating that entering his home had always been a part of their plans. From beyond the shadows appeared a slender black man with short curly hair, a symmetrical nose, and a smooth, clean-cut jawline. And with his surprising appearance on stage came a fast-paced instrumental score, which prompted them both to clasp each other's hands even tighter. As additional spotlights suddenly ignited overhead, they all honed in on the man's approaching location. He wore an expensive beige suit with a necktie of the same colour and held one of those long, slim microphones from a 1970s television programme. Two massive bleachers lined with ornamental blue coverings around their borders rolled forward onto an ever-expanding stage, then came to an abrupt stop mere feet away from the man's spindly back. 5 rows deep in height, both sitting arrangements had 10 available seats for every extended row. Built for maximum comfort, these red, oversized designer chairs lined each of the columns, with additional space in front, enabling food and beverages to be served without difficulty. When the whole arrangement finally came to a complete halt, Sam and Penelope watched in amazement as the 100 audience members clapped and cheered at the show's introduction. All the attendees were dressed in a wealth of exotic clothing, which spanned across the 6 major continents. While even more peculiar, outfits were speckled among the diverse crowd. Penelope felt strangely unnerved by the appearance of so many identical twins dressed in matching apparel as they sat next to one another among the assembly. Within a brief period, she was able to identify 2 Sikh men wearing a pair of orange turbans and dark blue designer shirts with matching azure slacks. While a few rows above them, 2 identical Japanese women wore solid black kimonos with white obis wrapped around their waist. Penelope even noticed several dashikis among those in attendance. The colours, however, were so rich and vibrant that she had no doubt that Mel would want a few of these unique shades for herself. At the very top row, 5 women were dressed in shapely cream-coloured gowns with exquisite silver crowns atop their heads. They all took in Penelope's blood-stained attire with progressively unfavourable looks. However, the loveliest one of them all sat in the centre of her majestic entourage. With light blonde hair down to her shoulders, a petite nose and a pair of pouty lips, which never met a scowl she didn't like. Had on the most stunning crown amidst them all, with large red rubies adorning the length of the circlet's narrow surface. Then there was the lizard person who sat unnoticed by everyone but Penelope in the first row. Wearing a long black robe that extended down to its feet, the reptile's dark green scales reflected the bright stage lights in several directions. With a jubilant vindication etched across her face, Penelope points out the lizard person to her friend's astonishment. Sam nodded in acknowledgement at the momentous occasion that he was only now privy to, but lowered her arm before anyone had a chance to take notice. The show's host raises both his hands high in the air, instantly silencing the clapping spectators, along with the heart-pounding music that accompanied his introduction. "Walter, my friend, please stand up for our new contestant. Miss Stevens would like to get a better look at you." Walter rises to his feet and waves at Penelope, revealing a row of sharp fangs hidden behind a carnivorous smile. On pure instinct, she waves back at the sentient reptile, with her cheekbones now flushed red from all the attention. The ambassador here originates from the centre of Earth Q-73 Delta and never misses a game back home. Our subterranean friend over here is experiencing our magnificent show live for the first time ever. While the attendees applaud Walter's presence among their group, Sam and Penelope stole quick glances at one another, trying to figure out if either of them had parallel game show on their bingo card. She attempts to rouse CD from his deep slumber to determine whether he was familiar with this 11th multiverse before today. However, all her attempts to stir him yielded little to no results. When the show's host catches Penelope's efforts to wake her inner companion, He refocuses his curiosity onto her. You seem confused. Let's fix that, he signals to his rear, and the stage's floor parts open between the two stationary bleachers, leaving a shallow pit in their wake. When this occurred, a large transparent glass table arose from the yawning aperture, while a set of 4 widescreen monitors descended from the stage's catwalk above. The 11th Multiverse's official logo appears on each television set in bold 3-dimensional lettering and leaps back and forth between monitors like one of those ancient screensavers from the late 1900s. An indigenous woman with chestnut-brown skin and straight raven-black hair sat behind the ascending table. She mirrored the black man's attire, right down to the beige necktie he wore around his neck. Before continuing his opening spiel, the man waits for the stage to stop ascending. I will be serving as your host and commentator throughout your stay with us, but you may refer to me as Dan. And joining me on commentary is my lovely wife, Kate. The audience's enthusiastic applause reverberates across the intimate stage until Dan silences them with another upraised hand. Kate, be a dear, and explain to our new contestant why we're all here on this momentous day. Before looking up at them to speak, Kate's delicate fingertips race across a concealed keyboard that lay just beneath her desk. This highly competitive game show is where contestants from a vast collection of parallel Earths compete to win money, unique prizes, as well as greater social standing among other competing participants, which will, in the end, secure their world's future as new members of the United Earths, while also acquiring resources that would otherwise not be available on your planet. Dan indicates to a forward-facing monitor still suspended high in the air. For example, let's take a look at Earth X-85 Gamma. The screens flicker on to show a cold, lifeless planet viewed from a wide spatial orbit. When the satellites observing the world zoomed in closer, they revealed hundreds of impact craters filling every corner of the desolate landscape. With no atmosphere to speak of, the massive dark grey planet resembled their crater-impacted moon as seen from Earth. Instead of waiting for more shoes to drop, Penelope found herself voicing a question despite her ever-increasing apprehension. What happened down there? That, Miss Stevens, is what happens when your Earth lacks the proper protection from the occasional rogue asteroid or 50, said Dan. But the interesting part lies just atop the surface. Sam exhaled sharply as more than just the bleak terrain of a parallel Earth came into focus. Massive quantities of garbage were stacked high atop the atmosphere, with some even reaching the maximum summits of the world's largest mountains. The desolate landscape beneath the planet's surface could barely be seen from their vantage point on stage. Besides going on for hundreds of miles in all directions, the trash varied in size, shape, as well as scope. From the odd plastic cup floating in a weightless environment to rows upon rows of dilapidated cars, anything perceived as garbage littered the Earth's dead surface. Sam directs their attention to a light blue glow that appeared far off in the distance. Can we go over there? We sure can, Mr. Harris. Kate focuses the satellite feed on section 27A, while Dan beams impishly at Sam's insatiable curiosity. Barrels of nuclear waste material lined the outer walls of an enormous excavation site, which resided deep beneath the region's more elevated terrain. Within the lowest sections of the quarry, they crammed together massive cylindrical buildings alongside one another like sardines in a can, while individuals wearing highly vivid, agile spacesuits constructed additional cylinders in real time. What are those? Asked Penelope, whispering the question to her companion. Dan shifts his gaze back to Sam. Yes, Mr. Harris, please educate our viewers at home. Now acutely aware that all eyes were on him, Sam swallows a parched throat before telling Dan what he sees. They're rows of dry cask storage for spent nuclear waste and fuel rods surrounded by inert gases. But how do you keep them cold? Because this planet never had the chance to develop its atmosphere, the temperature keeps the nuclear waste at a chilly -174 degrees Fahrenheit, said Kate. Dan strolls up to Sam and Penelope with his prop microphone at the ready. Although the mic boosted his voice across the entire stage, those without amplifiers only needed to speak normally to be heard by everyone. Now, kids, we have this particular Earth on screen for an excellent reason. We asked Earth C-27 if their contestant, that's you, by the way, Miss Stevens, could survive our challenges while safeguarding her life, as well as the life of Mr. Harris's Dan, then turns back to Kate. Do you have the letter ready, dear? His wife waves the sealed envelope in the air. Miss Stevens, for winning these challenges, you are now eligible to guess what your world leaders expressed in this envelope. Inside is a simple question. Depending on how you respond, we will send 10% of your world's toxic waste to this planet for disposal. Although, if you guess incorrectly, your Earth won't receive any points this round, and they'll have to keep all their trash to themselves. Dan looks at her for confirmation. Do you understand this part of the challenge? Yeah, I get it, said Penelope, trying to keep up with so many diverging factors at once. You may consult with Mr. Harris if you wish. Excited as well as anxious, she turns to Sam and cups a hand over his ear. As Penelope conferred with her friend, more conventional game shows, such as Jeopardy, The Price is Right, and Family Feud, came into focus. And with it, so did her competitive drive to screw over the other participants playing alongside of her. Her role in this deadly game was rekindled with a new sense of purpose, and it was to make whoever sent them here regret their foolish decision. What difference does it make to me where they get to dump their trash? They sent us both here to die, and I'd hate to think what would have happened if I hadn't made it to your room in time. I can just say that they thought I'd survive. We both know they didn't expect us to get this far. Sam considers her very reasonable justifications before replying. I don't think it's that simple. What if costing our Earth points has dire consequences down the road? If we have no choice but to play, let's try for a more benevolent approach instead. Does this mean you think our Earth had faith that I would succeed? No. I believe they sent you here as some sort of sacrifice, but you shouldn't let that compromise your overall integrity. The corners of Penelope's mouth tightened surreptitiously, letting Sam's use of the term sacrifice strengthen her resolve. Seedy had come to a similar conclusion on his own, and Sam's candid words only reinforced his theory. She takes her cupped hand away from his face, allowing everyone watching back home to see her lips in motion. It's settled then. I'll tell Dan they said I'd win. Penelope wished she could see the look on all their stupid faces back home. Now hold on a minute. Think this over carefully first, said Sam, not privy to her little scheme this time. Don't you remember the beach in San Clemente just a few years back? She did indeed remember the trash heap known as the Poch County's shoreline, and after reading several warning signs down the coast that day, they all made the unanimous decision to skip any water-related activities on that stretch of the beach, although it was nowhere near as bad as the garbage planet they were now viewing. If nothing was done to reduce the overall amount of waste along the coastline, it would get worse and worse over time. So they grabbed trash bags from John's trunk, which was meant to clean up behind themselves later that day, and proceeded to sanitize their section of the shore. But when the incoming tide washed more trash onto the beach, leaving a whole day's work undone in seconds, Penelope threw her arms up in surrender at the utterly wasted afternoon. Now, having more than just their own dire circumstances to consider, she returned to the present moment and turned her attention back to the show's host. I've made my decision, Dan. He ushered her forward, motioning Penelope underneath his own personal spotlight. They'd said I would die. Dan then looks at his wife as she holds up the sealed envelope. What do you say, dear? Kate collects a dulled-edged knife from inside the desk, then slices one side of the envelope open. Next, she slowly extracts the contents of the letter in plain sight, thus intensifying the suspenseful interlude even further. Kate then reads the contents of the paper to herself before placing everything back on top of her desk. Earth C-27 said you would die in the preliminary round. Penelope lets out a long, perceptible exhale while visibly grinning at her third victory of the day. She then glances at Sam, expecting to see a similar reaction, but instead saw anger and disappointment with their home Earth. Penelope takes his hand and shakes it encouragingly, bringing his thoughts back to their present success. However, his features only soften into a tired smile. As more music begins to play, Dan advances towards the cheering audience by doing a quick backwards shuffle, with arms stretched broadly apart. Congratulations, Miss Stevens, despite your Earth's lack of confidence in you. The loyalty you've shown to its people is truly humbling, to say the least. With a brief gesture from his hand, Dan silences the audience's enthusiastic applause. Now, before we tally up Miss Stevens's points, let's do a quick recap of the show so far. Penelope's heart starts to race quickly at the mere thought of reliving those horrifically realistic events from just a few hours ago. Wait, recap! Now I know what you're thinking. Watching yourself do it all over again might sound boring to some, but seasoned competitors swear by this method of training. Viewing yourself from a third person's perspective can often have untold benefits in the long run. Linda's lovely face flashes inside of her mind before being instantly replaced with the plant monstrosity she had ultimately become. Penelope tugs at Sam's arm as the screens above them change into hidden cameras within her upstairs bedroom. Sam, it's not her. I was afraid to tell you about it. I'm sorry. He looked down at Penelope in confusion. However, when Frank slaps her across the face on the screens above them, and her father's violent inclinations materialized for all to see. No amount of nudging could draw Sam's eyes away from the opening recap. As a childlike version of Penelope made her on-screen debut, a humiliation she had never known until this very day encompassed her entire existence. This forced her to stare self-consciously at the floor, wishing for the whole affair to be over quickly. And when the adolescent little girl begins an open dialogue with herself, Penelope searches the audience to see if anyone noticed her self-directed conversation. However, to her complete mortification, the second viewing appeared to be even more captivating than the first. Even the women she had nicknamed the Royal Five took studious notes on handheld tablets that seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Penelope seizes Sam's hand once more as her past self took long strides up to his second-floor bedroom. However, when he sees her jump into Linda's beckoning arms, he wrenches his hand free from her coaxing grasp. Despite the hurtful rebuke, she forced herself to look in his direction, expecting to see pure hatred inside of his eyes. Instead, she saw a single hand clasped over his mouth in utter disbelief, while the other continuously raked through his dark brown hair. Then Penelope violently kicked Linda in the back, launching the doppelganger at the bedroom's far wall. When this transpired, Sam finally stared down at her with an incredulous expression written across his entire face. Penelope says sorry again, but the words felt meaningless coming from her lips at this stage of the slanderous recap. In the end, however, Linda's true form finally took shape, obscuring the rest of her deflated body behind rapidly spreading vegetation. Sam then turns away in disgust as crimson flowers began sprouting from her arms, head, and back. Mom! No longer able to keep his emotions at bay, Sam's anguished countenance was soon filled with undisguised tears. Penelope retakes his hand, unconcerned if her touch was rejected or not, as he was forced to mourn his mother's death all over again. She's not real. It's just another alien monster. They're all just alien monsters. Now regretting sparing the squid creature's life, Penelope watched on helplessly as Sam had to reprocess long-buried emotions. Back on the monitors, however, she was also changing into something more than human. With a deafening roar, Penelope lets out a stream of indistinguishable dialects so impossible to understand that even the stagehands stopped their inconspicuous work to take notice. Nevertheless, her defiant screams of anger had the unintentional effect of drawing Sam out of his grief-stricken reverie, prompting him to cast a concerned glance in her general direction, with this super Penelope now stomping down on the alien plant in a fit of uncontrollable rage. The only thing that slowed her uninterrupted onslaught was when her ankle snapped in half like a brittle twig. As a result of the nasty break, her leg slid deeper inside the mutated husk. Despite her shattered tibia, the compound fracture only elicited more cheers from the audience members around them. Even though the person going stark raving mad on screen was a complete stranger to Penelope's eyes, the bloodlust emanating from the many onlookers was not. Even she had experienced those same violent tendencies before, and not all of them were related to just her father. After Sam had calmed down considerably, and the alien shrub ceased its flailing movements, the pollen's fatal effects rendered the Penelope now watched by all fully unconscious. She whirled away from the stomach-churning scene, shocked at seeing her ankle only tenuously connected to her lower leg by a few strands of skin and muscle. As Penelope flexed her reconstructed foot, ensuring that everything was in working order, Dan performed one of his dancing jigs, with both feet gliding to the music's upbeat rhythm, then twirls in a single revolution, to the delight of the cheering crowd. Wow, what a comeback! Now, I had my misgivings about you at first, but honey, you don't disappoint. It really pissed Penelope off when anybody called her honey, but, like anywhere else in the world, a woman needed to choose her battles wisely. And with the sinking quagmire she found herself in at the present moment, this wasn't it. Kate, would you do the honours of distributing the points of each victory? For defeating the mimicking cephalopod from Earth L-47, Miss Stevens is to receive 500 points. For risking life and limb to rescue a friend, 300 points. Still shaken from all that he had just witnessed, Sam acknowledges her efforts to save him with an arm around her waist. They nodded to one another in solidarity as the surrounding assemblage continued to applaud. For defeating the carnivorous plant from Earth P-38, Miss Stevens will receive an additional 500 points. And for correctly guessing your fate, your planet is now eligible to dump 10% of their waste on Earth X-85 Alpha, which results in a bonus of 700 points, giving you a grand total of 2,000 points to spend at the market. What happened to the plant? Asked Penelope on impulse. Oh, don't worry about her, honey, she's long dead, said Dan. The hardwood floors will never be the same again. But you already knew that. Right. Killer? Penelope was in fact well aware of the creature's demise, and the mere thought of it made her strangely pleased. Dan then gestures in Sam's direction. That only leaves Sleeping Beauty over here. Since Mr. Harris missed all the fun, I think an additional round is in order. This time, let's make it a team-building exercise. The crowd cheers with wild anticipation at the unforeseen second performance. No, you can't. He's innocent. I'm the one who killed Frank. This is my game to play, said Penelope as she closes the distance between herself and Dan with a murderous intent concealed behind her eyes. Despite Ceedy's sleeping presence, the bottomless rage that had driven her to total insanity mere hours ago rushed back to the surface. Now concerned for her husband's safety, Kate strikes several keys on the commentator's desk. The lieutenant then quickly draws back the curtains, but waits for something more to happen before retrieving her prisoner. Dan plays it off with an elaborate pivot towards the audience. However, never takes his eyes away from Penelope's dangerous glare. Mr. Harris, I have a simple question for you. Were you given the choice to stay within the confines of the safe zone? Yes, but no one told me what would happen if I didn't. So are you saying if you had known about the rules in advance, you wouldn't have come out here to support your best friend? That's not what I said. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, there's only two people I speak to on this stage, and that's my wife and my contestants. Now, are you my wife, Mr. Harris? Dan gives a quick smirk to the audience members behind him. Number, but I'm sure it's a challenging role for anyone to portray. The gathered assembly quickly broke out in an influx of muffled giggles, which shortly became a string of robust laughter. Even the Royal Five chuckled generously at his off-the-cuff ribbing. Dan, however, only straightened out his tie and tipped an imaginary hat in Sam's direction. "Good one, Mr. Harris. Kate, dear, turn the middle house out there hostile, then send them back in for another round." Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she inputs the commands before signalling a waiting Carson forward. "I wish you both the best of luck out there." With all eyes now trained on them, Sam and Penelope exited the stage, using the lieutenant's stern silhouette as a point of reference. "Don't forget Miss Stevens. The lieutenant over here will be taking care of your day-to-day needs. And remember, you're only a prisoner here until you're not." Following those cryptic remarks, Dan slices the air in front of his throat with a single hand, triggering all the spotlights to switch off in tandem. Chapter 9. The Lovers. What Dan referred to as the safe zone was now a bright and bustling environment, with studio workers running from place to place, making sure this impromptu contest ran smoothly. The majority of them were dressed in immaculate grey coveralls with solid green identification cards draped around their necks. Penelope wondered to herself what kind of punishment would befall their employees if any of them screwed up on the job. Would they also be exiled to a parallel Earth and sentenced to live out the rest of their days, waiting for some fantastical creature to devour them whole? Penelope shook the absurd notion out of her head while hoping that their employees had proper union representation. Sam and the lieutenant had resumed their former positions, which consisted of sandwiching her on opposite sides. Penelope's personal warden declined to reattach the handcuffs in favor of a firm grip on her upper arm instead. "What the hell, Sam? Being a smartass to the show's host is poor etiquette. Even where we come from. What were you thinking?" asked Penelope. "Me? When he said I'd be playing too, it looked like you were ready to tear his throat out with your bare teeth." "That's because it's dangerous. And you don't have a—" Penelope drew her lips together tightly, almost letting the presence of Seedy slip out again. Did she even have a Seedy anymore? He had been asleep for such a long time now that his continuous absence was beginning to concern her. "But you saw what I had to go through." Sam gave her a stern glance, his eyes as frigid as the day she took something from his room without asking for permission. "Don't worry, I'll never forget what I just saw." "Shit, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "No, that came out wrong." "I'm the one who needs to apologize," said Sam with a heavy sigh. "I'm not angry with you, Penelope. Actually, you saved both of our lives all on your own, which makes you a hero in my book." His sudden praise surprised her a bit. She never thought of herself as a hero, but a helpless victim of a series of unfortunate circumstances. In fact, the more research she did on child abuse, the more she felt like the victim of her own narrative and not one of those noble heroines that live in a fairy tale of wizards and warriors. Merriam-Webster defines a victim as one that is subjected to oppression, hardship, or mistreatment by others. Ironically, however, Penelope's actions had turned her father into a victim himself. They also describe a victim as someone who is injured, destroyed, or sacrificed as a result of one or more of these same conditions. The use of the term sacrifice didn't go unnoticed by Penelope's keen observations either. She was really starting to despise both those words because they stripped her of all control and left her trapped in a 4-by-8-foot closet. Sam broke ranks and walked past them, breaking Penelope out of her self-imposed torment. "So, how do you think they'll use Earth X-whatever?" "What I think you meant to ask me is, how are we going to get through the next 15 minutes with our lives still intact?" As they approached the simulated dwellings once more, she carefully examined the home's front door. "Look, Sam, forget about those bastards. We helped out our Earth. Now let's focus on getting ourselves back there in one piece." While nodding his head in agreement, the lieutenant releases the iron grip on her arm and wanders back to the sidewalk's edge. "Okay, what do you think they have in store for us now?" asked Sam. "Well, we know they like to play mind games that are somehow related to our past. As for the middle house back home, no one has lived there for more than 3 months at a time. The talk around the neighborhood is that it was haunted or something like that. Maybe all we need to do is go inside and bust some ghost. Don't be silly. There's no such thing as ghosts. The lieutenant chuckles at something amusing, but then falls silent when their attention shifts to her. Penelope pulls Sam even further away, annoyed by their sudden interruption. The hyena over there is right. We're literally in a parallel universe. We need to thank God for Sabrina and Supernatural and keep our minds wide open. So tighten up those butt cheeks of yours and prepare for the worst. An indignant scowl formed on the lieutenant's face after picking up on the hurled insult. Carson's unsettling demeanour made a quick beeline in Penelope's direction, and in a single quick stride, the correctional officer was almost on top of her. But the lieutenant's enraged advances were soon thwarted with an even quicker glance at her surroundings. Frustrated that she couldn't bash Penelope's head in with her baton, Carson skulked back to her position on the sidewalk. Perhaps this really was a safe zone after all. Still, if they lived through this challenge, Penelope would undoubtedly have to pay for the open disrespect. Deep fissures within the concrete's walkway that didn't exist prior to their appearance on stage now exhibited themselves on every section of the cracked pavement, all of which led to the deserted house that had stood between theirs as long as she could remember. Patches of invasive weed species now thrived among the splits in the hardened cement, while the formerly maintained lawn appeared to have been neglected for months. I know for a fact that it didn't look this way before. How'd they manage to do this so quickly? Asked Sam, bending to his knees and touching the remodeled landscape. Over the home's neglected siding, flecks of the dark green paint had peeled from the stucco in long hanging strips. From Penelope's personal experience, this meant that too much moisture had built up underneath the paint's primary coating. And the only two windows facing the street had plywood boards secured to the house through its interior frames. This allowed the home's owner a reduction in cost by foregoing traditional glass panes. With no visible shingle damage to speak of, the roof itself was perhaps the dilapidated structure's saving grace. "You ready?" "How's those butt cheeks doing?" asked Penelope, massaging both of Sam's shoulders. "My butt cheeks are clinched to maximum capacity, sir." "Good." She gives him a quick slap on the rear. "So let's get moving then." Penelope takes the lead in front of him and flings the door wide open. Once they were inside, however, the door slowly swung close on its hinges, and after several mechanisms slid into place, the entrance sealed itself shut, preventing any attempts at a possible escape. Off to their right, a borderless kitchen adorned with dingy blue cabinetry stretched both the top and bottom half of the home's interior, while an oval-shaped dining room table and 4 haphazardly arranged chairs rested beneath a light turquoise linoleum floor. From the looks of things, a large rodent population had claimed the entire kitchen for themselves. As a result, several nests constructed from shredded magazines and other paper rubbish infested the upper and lower cupboards. Fights over occupying territory had torn cabinet doors off their hinges, while 2 of the wooden chairs rested against the countertops, creating a convenient stairwell between the 2 locations. Penelope's initial thought was of raccoons. Their ingenuity and prowess had always impressed her. However, the strangest part of the home's insides had yet to be discovered by the casual glance. 2 outstretched mannequin hands with a few inches of forearm jetted from the base of the kitchen table. While mounted upright, both hands reached up to the heavens as if trying to grasp for something unseen. One appendage was a solid white and the other a robust black, with each reflecting the home's dreary light in their own unique ways. A grey brick fireplace, speckled with darker hues, rested against the living room's far wall. Above that, at the hearth's centre, a 4-person family portrait sat on display. Yet, someone had gone to great lengths to scratch out each individual face with a very sharp implement, thus hiding their smiling expressions from any and all outside observers. Two metal doors with missing handles stood at opposing sides of the main room, while an old, grimy maroon couch served as the area's central-most focal point. Sam, however, only had eyes for the two motionless dead bodies that sat hunched over the sofa alongside one another, if the couple weren't fixated on the ordinary coffee table below them. It would have been focused on the fireplace or the vandalized family portrait that lay just above their heads. Although, from the rushed staging that surrounded them, Penelope deduced that it had to be the latter of the two. The woman's limp figure wore a thin yellow dress with a flowery design pattern on either side, while greasy strands of dark brown hair draped down her lower back. The man's body, however, was in an inconspicuous white dress shirt with a pair of black slacks and sandy blonde hair atop a misshapen head. Yet, the most disturbing part of the scene before them was that they both had knife handles protruding from their upper backs. Just as rooted in place as the two corpses were, Sam stood absolutely still near the home's front door, never taking his eyes off the couple with mounting terror. "This can't be real. Penelope, do you remember that one Halloween party we were invited to?" She waited for him to elaborate on the matter, but Sam only stared straight ahead in absolute fear. They had gone to about 5 Halloween parties during their high school days, according to her calculations. "Which one?" asked Penelope, finding it hard to look away from the strange double murder herself. "The one with the ghost story contest." "Oh, yeah. I heard you wiped the floor with them that night." Penelope had fled into the kitchen before the stories got a little too scary and her overactive imagination took over. With the multitude of old horror movies that Sam had made her watch, she knew he could spin a decent tale if put on the spot. The story was about a husband and wife couple that created secret plots to kill one another. In the end, however, they fatally stabbed each other in the backs when both their plans were soon uncovered. This meticulously engineered scene in front of them was providing maximum nightmare fuel for her friend, while at the same time distracting him from the real fight up ahead. Penelope interjects with a rational viewpoint of her own, dispelling the overall spectacle taking place before them. This encouraged Sam to reconsider the scene from a more logical perspective and force him back to his senses. "It's just another one of their tricks. While you were unconscious, they rummaged around inside your brain and dug this story out. Take a look at each of the knife handles." In contrast to the black handle sticking from the husband's back, the handle protruding out of the wife's right scapula was white. Sam cast a quick glance at the stationary duo, then at the apparent riddle that needed to be solved on the table, prior to moving his gaze back to the couple yet again, in a state of keen observation. Could these hands signify the person doing the stabbing, and we need to match their corresponding colours with those on the handles? Penelope then gestures to the man's still body. He has the black knife in his back, so it goes inside the white hand at the table. Penelope's sound assessment only increased Sam's uncertainty concerning the puzzle, which had a 50-50 probability of getting it incorrect. Perhaps, or we might be overthinking it, and the colours are meant to be paired together. He takes a step inside the kitchen for a closer examination of both hands. She then motions to the two metallic doors on either side of the room. "What about those?" "Don't know. Maybe solving this puzzle reveals a way out through those doors. It could also be the pathway to the next challenge. Given the way they built these houses in front of a large metal wall, I think our only true means of escape is the door behind us." Once Sam had made the slightest of contact with one of the upraised hands, it was as if the entire house had cycled itself into life. Then, the two formerly deceased individuals promptly sat upright on the sofa. And once the two ex-lovers collected the knife handles protruding from their partners' backs, a metal-on-metal scraping sound signaled their swift departure. Then, in an odd sort of reverence, they both carefully stared down at the weapons, showing no signs of further motion. "Oh shit, I think I just touched something over here." "Get ready, because I think our team-building exercise is about to start." The woman, who was still unseen from their perch near the kitchen, shifted her knife grip into a stabbing motion. She then performed several downward thrusts while bending her elbow joint repeatedly, as though practicing the activity for the first time. The man, however, opted for a more traditional grip by grasping the blade horizontally near his waist. This position made it easier to insert the knife straight into his victim, thus increasing the odds of striking a major organ. They then got to their feet on shaky, untested legs, but soon turned their backs on one another and circumvented the two-person love seat in opposite directions. Sam's and Penelope's gazes were immediately drawn to a pair of deep-set, sunken eyeballs that thoroughly explored their environment. While drooping, waxy skin hung from both their non-existent muscular structures. The case of the man's deformed head was soon solved, as the flesh around his face stood lopsided in their rush to secure the latex skin around his skull. Then the woman's rather transparent dress exposed the visible clock-like gears turning within her stomach. Penelope pointed out these copper cogs of varying sizes, all of which rotated with an underlaid ticking sound that corresponded with each step they took. "They're both robots," said Penelope, in a mixture of awe and apprehension. In a rush to get this second match underway, the game show made very little effort to conceal their machine-like qualities. "Yeah, and I think they've almost got their footing." Sam's assertions were correct, of course. With each meticulous stride they took towards them, the more and more proficient they became at navigating on their feet. "Let's spread out," said Penelope, shortening the distance between herself and the female automaton. And after darting into the kitchen's only corner, Sam scoops up a chair and tosses it over to her. She snatches it from the air and extends the legs out in front of her, akin to a lion tamer in one of those classic carnival movies. Sam tried toppling over the kitchen table in a single motion, but the home's intricate locking mechanism prevented this particular course of action. "It's stuck!" Upon closer scrutiny, the mastermind behind this trap room had solidly welded all 4 table legs to the floor. "It controls the locks to the door. Grab another chair instead." He takes one up and raises it high above his head. Now, in the classic bar fighting stance, Sam was ready to bring the chair down across his assailant's shoulders. Penelope was about to suggest something different, but he lunges at the male automaton, swinging the piece of furniture with the use of his entire body. As the chair shatters into irregular fragments of small kindling, the man lurches to one side before collapsing backwards onto the floor. Sam completes his offensive by sending a smug smirk in her direction. Even while in a life-threatening situation, their long-standing childhood rivalry would always be given some consideration. In response to this incredibly effective attack, she gives him an unimpressive shrug of the shoulders, then drives the chair's legs in between the woman's midsection. Their intended collision sent the automaton hurtling backwards to the floor, landing across the living room area alongside her partner. Although the jarring impact between the two individuals just as quickly drove Penelope violently forward too. This continuous momentum caused her ribs to sink deep inside the chair's top rail, tumbling her body head first onto the automata's flailing arms. This unwittingly propelled Penelope atop the woman's upturned blade. However, instead of plummeting face first to her likely demise, she leaned her body's full weight forward and threw herself into a tight, compact roll. Penelope completed the desperation maneuver flat on her backside near the fireplace's hearth, which was now perpendicular to Sam's current location. With her weight no longer anchoring the chair in place, the woman threw it aside and swung the knife wildly in all directions. Still laying on her back, she kicks at the automaton's thrashing arms while trying to avoid the blade's serrated edge. The male automaton pushes himself upright and shoots Penelope an angry yet bewildered glare. While the lower half of his body remained stationary, his upper torso whirled around in a continuous 360-degree rotation in several quick revolutions. This disturbing movement aided him in pinpointing Sam's current location. During this unsettling technique, the male automaton's thick latex skin rips itself apart at the waist. And when a white-hot steam burst from his eyes and ears, it melted away large swaths of the elastic flesh from his face, which soon revealed a synthetic skull underneath, with metallic screws connecting the isolated joints as one. Cartoon antics aside, this renewed sense of urgency prompted the male automaton to rise to his feet quickly, then thrust the serrated kitchen knife at Sam's exposed ribcage, while at the same time intermingling his attacks by cutting large swathes in the air at ever-increasing speeds. However, when an aimless swing catches Sam on the right forearm, he fled further inside the small kitchen. The man then switches up tactics and lunges at him with a series of weighty shoulder-high stabs. Now frustrated and bleeding, Sam attempts to recover the ground lost by using a damaged cabinet door as an improvised shield. Nonetheless, the automaton's razor-sharp blade tears through the rotted wood and hurriedly penetrates Sam into his unprotected waist. After witnessing the fatal stabbing within her peripheral vision, Penelope yells out a series of expletives as she continues to fight off the woman's random swings to locate her. Now, using a fistful of Sam's hair as an anchor, the male automaton dislodges the knife from his internal organs. But, in a strange turn of events, he simply releases his grip, letting a stunned Sam crumble to the ground with both hands pressed against his waist. Once this brutality towards her friend had transpired, the seething rage that Penelope had been denied on stage re-emerged, sparking the mysterious, yet still volatile, blue flame once more. But when one of the woman's wild swings connected with her boot, the fiery connection was completely severed in one simple touch. Acrylonitrile butadiene, styrene plastics, glass-covered polyamide, and titanium fasteners, said Seedy within her latent thoughts. While Penelope was happy to hear his voice again, she wasn't quite sure what he was trying to tell her. After leaving the woman writhing on the floor, she made a quick stride atop the sofa's backrest, then jumped onto the man's artificial back. Vivid imagery of the woman's plastic bones, which were held in place by hundreds of titanium screws, began to appear inside her head, revealing several potential vulnerabilities lying just beneath the surface. As Penelope grappled hold of his back, her face sank inside the man's acrid-smelling skin, while the fresh scent of a brand-new shirt sent multiple contradictions to her olfactory senses. Now that Seedy had awakened, his accelerated root network started feeding her a rough depiction of the automaton's inner hardware. With no internal muscular structure to speak of, it only had a cold, rubbery exterior, a collection of multicolored wiring, and an artificial skeletal structure that lay just beneath the surface. However, the machine's head, neck, and torso were much stronger than his other plastic appendages. With thin titanium strips safeguarding his more vulnerable areas, such as energy cells and main processor. Now forced to contend with a new challenger, the male automaton reaches behind his back in an effort to seize hold of her shirt. Penelope darts and dodges his outstretched hand sporadically, fully aware if she got caught that the game would be over for both of them. Something behind them scurries across the living room floor, then crashes into the couch's side just beneath their feet. It ricochets off the love seat's armrest, bumping the piece of furniture off its aligned axis. While rebounding back and forth off the man's rubbery back, Penelope waited for the sunken-eyed woman to suddenly appear beneath her mounted feet, with knife at the ready. Sam kicks at something in the kitchen, then lowers his upraised foot when it scurries away. "She's heading back towards you," said Sam, not needing to explain who he was referring to. Penelope might have sought permanent residency atop the man's back, if given the chance to see what the female automaton had evolved into. "May I have access to both your legs' motor functions?" asked Seedy. The question was followed by a series of elongated footfalls that scraped across the kitchen's linoleum floor, with the express purpose of making another pass at Sam. "Yes, whatever, just hurry." "Please take the hand that's currently exploring for you into both of yours, and with as much leverage as possible, pull the arm in reverse. Make every effort feasible in this endeavor if you wish to be victorious." After freeing herself from the automaton's dissolving back, she wasted very little time in seizing his probing hand. During the man's steam-induced temper tantrum, his face and neck had taken most of the damage, as most of his upper body continued to liquefy away slowly, now with a mind of their own. Her legs wrapped themselves around the automaton's knife hand while expertly evading the blade's single jagged edge. Then stretched both his arms backwards as though she were stringing a bow with her entire body. Penelope clenches her teeth in agony as the unpracticed contortion stretched parts of her hips that she hadn't been aware even existed, but quickly readjusted her grip to accommodate the leg's latest orientation. As both the automaton's arms twisted in the improper direction, the popping sound of two dislocated joints signified that Sidi's plan had come to fruition. With the titanium screws now stripped from their plastic housing, both appendages would need to be thoroughly refurbished before this sentient machine could ever stab anyone else again. When their persistent stretching caused the man's knife to clatter to the ground, she hastily explored the floor in spite of her precarious position. Ignoring the steady flow of blood trickling down his open wound, Sam maneuvers himself towards the black-handled knife while sliding back into the female automaton's line of sight. Chapter 10. The lovers resumed. Sam took possession of the knife, which had jammed itself beneath a few of the kitchen's lower cabinetry, and after some fumbling around with the weapon's hilt, Penelope yelled out a set of instructions on how to make the best use of it. "Sam, I know you're hurt, but you have to get up. There's a weak spot inside his chest where the main cog spins. Stab him in there." Despite his severe injuries, Sam slowly makes it to his feet and plunges the knife inside the automaton's upper pectoral muscles. Nothing noticeable transpired at first, but when the whining sound of several churning gears began grinding to a halt, the automaton's outer locomotion slowed to a crawl as well. Then a black charcoal-laced smoke floated through the crevices of his artificial frame. Shortly thereafter, Penelope loosens her grip on both the automaton's arms and legs, only to collide with the rigid floor just as swiftly. With her weight no longer acting as a counterbalance, the man's stiffened body lurches forward and collapses headfirst inside the kitchen area. The automaton's arms were stretched far behind its back, like a swimmer in mid-breaststroke, before settling into a crumpled position onto the linoleum floor. Cold beads of sweat streamed down Sam's pale face as he leaned heavily against the table. "Watch out! She's right next to you!" Still frantically trying to catch her breath, Penelope hurriedly rolls onto her side as the knife stabs into the hardwood surface, just about where her head should have been. The last remaining automaton then circumvented the sofa's edges while scrambling on all fours, abandoning the impaled knife in her retreat. "What the hell, lady?" asked an indignant Penelope. Although she had caught brief glimpses of Frank's cephalopod form prior to his defeat, the automaton had modified her entire physique for greater maneuverability around the limited space. With knees bent irregularly backward, her sharpened limb joints tore through the skin, revealing further wiring underneath, along with additional titanium screws that held everything together. While both of her elbows twisted abnormally above her head, they now appeared to be more like a pair of insect femurs than anything else. The automaton's misshapen appendages scrambled across the living room floor, dragging the rest of her body along for the ride. Sam takes several deep breaths before pointing a bloody hand at the fireplace's mantel. "She's over there now." Penelope snatches up both discarded knives and walks in a crouch over to Sam's current location. In response to this latest maneuver, the woman changes course as well, but conceals herself beneath the sofa's lower half. Penelope sits the two puzzle pieces atop the table and places a hand across Sam's damp brow. As a result of the prolonged contact with his skin, Sidi begins to disclose his current medical condition. Sam has 2 fractured ribs on one side, and the blade has nicked his left kidney. If not treated immediately, he will experience high blood pressure, delayed bleeding, infection, and kidney failure, or loss of the organ as a result. "I'm fine," said Sam, shaking her hand away. "You're lying, I just stay over here and I'll finish that thing off. Pull yourself on the table if you have to." They both watched as the woman scurried her way further inside the living room with quick quadruped-like strides. Penelope proceeded to follow her around the couch's far end in short, measured steps, which gave the female automaton plenty of room to maneuver unrestricted. Because there was nowhere to hide strategically within the compact space, the woman darts to the wall's farthest corner and ascends high above the vandalized portrait. "She's headed for the ceiling," said Sam with a pained grunt. In a similar manner as before, the woman had to adapt to the unfamiliar vertical surface until her sure-footed mobility had been granted. So Penelope approached her cautiously, as if she were a motionless cockroach waiting to be crushed flat by the nearest shoe. She then quickly took hold of a disfigured limb and, with a sharp jerk of the arm, slammed the automaton's altered form to the room's floor. Now on her backside, the woman's arms and legs thrashed sporadically as she fought, yet failed to right herself on multiple occasions. Due to all the alterations made to her synthetic biology, this would prove to be an unlikely undertaking without help from another. The automaton's default programming soon kicked in as she frantically searched the area for her discarded knife. Penelope ignored her writhing gestures and ripped away large chunks of elastic skin from her upper torso. Smooth, shapeless lumps that were comparable to a department store mannequin represented the woman's average-sized breast. While beneath the automaton's titanium ribcage, a complex cog system ranging in contrasting dimensions cycled steadily in a single direction. Penelope soon found herself shoving her entire hand within the central gear and pulling on it with all her strength, in an attempt to halt all revolutions instantly. Although the main cog faltered a bit, the ones beneath continued to rotate despite her struggles to dislodge it. With all her attempts to halt the inner mechanism now in vain, Penelope let go of the large sprocket altogether in a bid to try something new, only to have the entirety of her left hand sucked back into the smaller gear's unwavering cycle, which subsequently began to break each of her fingers one after the other. Penelope screamed in sudden agony as each of the cog's ticking revolutions drove her digits into awkward positions at disturbingly regular intervals. "Shit! What is it? Are you okay over there?" asked Sam, unable to see what was occurring from his spot in the kitchen. Instead of responding to his question, she plants a foot on top of the writhing woman's face and, against her better judgment, plunges a second hand within her chest. While this took place, a very methodical CD tallied off all of her numerous injuries in chronological order. "Your second proximal phalanges has fractured in 2 places." An image of the lower half of her index finger soon surfaced within her thoughts. Third middle phalanges major is now fractured. Penelope's overused yet underappreciated middle finger now appeared broken in several places. Fourth distal phalanges has a major break. Hand surgery to all 3 joints are now required. The unrelenting gears had crushed her ring finger down to non-existence. "A clean break exists within your 5th middle phalanges," said CD, ending his well-ordered diagnosis with her pinky finger. Penelope pulled with every inch of her strength yet again, this time freeing both hands entirely alongside the woman's central gear. While black smoke billowed from the automaton's upper body, CD continued transferring detailed images of her injured hand in X-ray format. She silently implored him to stop, and the pictures quickly vanished from her consciousness. Sam keeps a close eye on her scowling face from within the kitchen area before voicing another question. "Did you just break your hand?" Penelope cradles her mangled fingers atop her right forearm in growing irritation. "No, maybe—" "Shit, Sam, it's really bad over here." She begins her walk of shame from one end of the sitting room to the other and shows him the results. "Jesus, Penelope, doesn't that hurt?" She pulls her twisted fingers in close with very little hope of ever using the hand again. Yes, it does. But I think I'm going into shock, so that helps some." Penelope could feel CD manipulating her pain receptors once both hands had finally been liberated. "Your heart rate spikes each time you think about your injuries. I advise you to direct your thoughts elsewhere," said CD, showing her calming images of ocean-related sunsets. So Penelope glances down at the two knives lying on the table. It's not over yet. What do you think? Sam slides the white knife in front of the black mannequin's hand, then repeats the process with the other. I think you were right from the beginning. Penelope, there's something I need to confess. And what's that? My butt cheeks are loose. I mean really loose. They're so loose, in fact, that I could pass out at any second now. Penelope peers at her frail companion with concern before returning her stare to the table. It took a lot of doing for Sam to admit how horrible he was feeling, but she surmised a stab wound to the stomach would have that same effect on anyone. Yeah, mine too. She held out her busted hand, which now bled profusely and pointed in all directions. But we each need to place a knife in its position. We can't afford to fall into another one of their traps. I agree. You take care of her knife, and I'll do his. However, before they could complete the knife puzzle, both metal doors on opposite sides of the room slid open a few inches. Despite their sudden movement, the dark spaces beyond each opening remained eerily quiet. Penelope picks up the black-handled knife and holds it out defensively. What do you suppose the odds are that they built these things in bulk? As if conjuring her thoughts into reality, numerous synthetic hands gripped hold of the door's crossrail and tried pushing them aside in an effort to escape their confinement. Penelope puts the black knife inside the white hand while maintaining a vigilant watch on both entrances. A mechanism located within the door's framework shifted to one side, then unbolted itself with a popping click. That sounds promising. You're up next. Sam completes the puzzle by mirroring what she had started, and when a second latch slid home, the front door crept open, revealing the outside world. They both regarded the alluring exit with a paranoid mistrust. However, when more hands seized hold of the parting doors, their collective strength sent a few automatons spilling onto the room's floor. When these new androids rose to their feet, they were nude from top to bottom and not brandishing any manner of weapon. Their necks stretched and twisted in overlapping folds of silicone as multiple pairs of sunken eyes locked onto Sam and Penelope's location. Let's get the hell out of here. She then encircled an arm around his waist and lugged his heavy mass outside the front door. A medical team must have been monitoring their progress this entire time, because a small triage unit had taken up residency in the dimly lit cul-de-sac just beyond the three dwellings. Surrounded by dark blue privacy curtains, the extensive setup was sparse in terms of equipment, yet ready for use. The bed that Penelope found herself laying in earlier was now waiting for Sam's impaired form to lie on. Two nondescript masked nurses wearing clear plastic aprons and in traditional misty green medical scrubs rushed over to take Sam out of her arms, while a third person, dressed in similar garments, gently places him onto the bed. Penelope was happy to hand him over as his heavy frame threatened to capsize her over into the tall grass. He would have never weighed her down like that on purpose unless his injuries were quite severe. She intended to give them a detailed breakdown of the knife's impact to his left kidney, but CD cautioned her of the ramifications, then sent reassurances to her mind that any competent surgeon would identify and treat a knife stab of that caliber without difficulty. The person Penelope presumed was the head surgeon soon went to work by sticking a small clear tube inside Sam's lacerated forearm. He flinched away in discomfort as the large wound split apart, but then the surgeon's assistant placed a grey, pocket-sized circular device on top of his head. Once the strange gadget's solitary light flashed a number of times in quick succession, Sam's shallow breathing returned to normal, as did the painful expression on his face. They then injected him with a silver mercury-like substance through a large plastic syringe. CD's keen interest regarding the liquid must have taken over because he compelled her legs forward to examine this strange fluid more closely. But a gentle hand was placed on Penelope's shoulder, which prevented her approach, while a second nurse escorted her over to the nearby medical equipment. They then placed a strange object across the table before her, which sat in front of a bulky brown leather chair. Penelope's preoccupied thoughts were now resting on a semi-transparent cube around the dimensions of a person's head, with white lining running along each of the window's borders. The nurse then carefully slid her hand through the split in the equipment, unaffected by Penelope's hideous injuries. Wincing in pain at the abrupt movement of her mangled appendage, she allowed her hand to be pushed beneath the cube's interior surface. "You may feel some minor discomfort. Please hold your hand as still as possible," is all she would say before moulding her crumpled fingers as they once were. Penelope screamed in distress as each of her digits was forced back into their original positions. To alleviate the severe discomfort she was now enduring, she attempted to pull her hand free of the transparent box. However, prepared for this maneuver, a second nurse held her forearm in place with the gentle strength of a seasoned professional. When her hand placement satisfied both nurses' silent inspection, they pressed a series of buttons near the device's base. The machine hummed briefly before a hypodermic needle nestled beneath its surface entered her wrist. Ceedy's enthusiasm at the unusual fluid entering her system was palpable, to say the least. Penelope, on the other hand, could only turn her head away in dread at the metallic infusion. "I bet this is how they make Terminators," she said to a preoccupied Ceedy with eyes shut tight. "Sam is receiving the same transfusion as us, and he appears to be resting comfortably. Well, the jury's still out on him. If he is converted into a Model T 1000, I wonder who his first target for termination will be," said her extraterrestrial partner. "That's real cute. I believe I'm supposed to be the funny one in this relationship." Ceedy then goes silent as the strange metallic fluid finally enters her bloodstream. When the quiet between them persists for several long minutes, Penelope's curiosity eventually wins out. "Well, are you going to tell me what that silvery stuff is or not?" she asked, eager to divert her attention from the growing tingling sensation within her body. "It's an unfamiliar type of nanotechnology that is at present coursing through your circulatory system," said Ceedy, giving voice to her unspoken concerns. "Although 1/3 of them have already expired due to the completion of certain tasks." "Okay, besides expiring, what else are they doing inside of me?" "From what I can surmise from my initial observation, they assign each of the nanobots a specific task, and when those duties are complete, their systems transfer into a self-destruct mode. However, the remainder of their battery life is used to repair other injuries from past instances. You have numerous untreated microfractures in both cheekbones and a retinal hemorrhage inside your left eye from 5 years prior." Penelope interrupts his thorough report with a quick shake of the head. "I get it, Ceedy. Thank you." She had no desire to relive any past injuries related to her father, and after many years of impaired vision, Penelope's eyesight gradually improved, despite Frank's violent deeds from so long ago. The tingling sensation soon faded, along with the metallic odor that was left behind once the nanobots had completed their work and shut down inside of her. And although her hand was miraculously whole again when she tried wriggling her fingers separately, the intense strain on the newly formed muscular fibers hindered her movements. Penelope's ring finger had borne the brunt of the abuse and refused to move in the slightest. "Not yet. Give your hand a little more time to heal," said the nurse, silent throughout their whole interaction, for the most part. She abandoned her premature physical therapy and watched as her friend hopped out of bed and back to his feet. "Sam, lay back down. Your injuries were still very serious," said Penelope, wanting to march over there and force him back into bed. "You're not going to believe this, but I feel great." She did, in fact, believe his claims of full recovery, because Penelope also felt pretty good herself after receiving her second nanobot injection of the day. "It's because after they repaired the cortex of your kidney, the nanobots most likely healed your bum shoulder as well." The backstage area went completely still, as the real medical professionals considered Penelope's accurate diagnosis. "That's from what I read in Nanobot's Digest," she said, flushing with embarrassment at the unwanted attention. Sam rotates his right shoulder in excitement, oblivious to her intellectual blunder. You know what? I think you're right. Sam begins performing a series of arm-extending jumping jacks. But when a stabbing sensation arises inside his healed-over wound, he doubles over in undisguised pain. Okay, maybe that was a little too soon, he said, plopping back down onto the bed. He then notices everyone staring fixedly at Penelope's downcast expression. Her brush with medical greatness was soon forgotten, however, as everyone now surveyed a green, flashing light that appeared overhead. They inject Sam with an unknown substance housed inside a small metal tube. The same nurse then approaches Penelope's side of the street and administers the mysterious drug to her as well. Whoa, said Sam, slumping further into his bed. And after Penelope's woe moment had come and gone, she felt her entire body rising from the chair, then hover across the backstage ceiling. Now in a panic, she tried grasping hold of something solid, but managed to secure a nearby nurse's arm instead. That's when an unexpected commotion between the doctors and nurses increased in severity beneath her levitating form. I said the mild sedative, not that one. They have to go back on stage any time now, said the chief physician, admonishing the nurse that administered the drug. As though walking across a tightrope, Sam makes his way over to her, then stabilizes himself by grabbing hold of her outstretched hand. And when she almost slipped from the chair, in an effort to keep her balance, they both burst into hysterical laughter in each other's arms. Are they ready yet? Asked Lieutenant Carson, appearing from beyond the black curtains which led back on stage. The physician steps in front of her patients, who are now squeezing each other's faces in absolute wonder. Unfortunately, they're both highly sedated. Penelope raises her head with a wide-eyed grin, then gives Carson a seductive wink but fails in the endeavour. You're damn right we are. It's my fault. I assumed they'd finished for the day, the surgeon said, removing the protective covering from her face. When the exhausted woman appeared beneath the surgical mask, Penelope reached out an arm to console her, sympathizing with the error. The physician pats her on the back, as if she understood what was trying to be conveyed. The lieutenant, however, snatches Penelope by the arm and jerks her to her feet. As the floor whirled beneath her, all she could do was let out a sudden squeak of surprise. I don't have time for this 11th multiverse bad luck bullshit. Penelope intertwined her arm into the lieutenant's, then rested her chin atop the jailer's shoulder. You know what, Carson? You're not so bad. For a hyena, that is. Both Sam and Penelope then doubled over on the floor, writhing with laughter. Face now red with embarrassment, she stabs a finger at the lead physician. You're explaining this. After wrangling them back to their feet, Carson waited expectantly for the doctor to make her way past them and on through to the stage. On the television screens above them, two players wearing bright green jumpsuits raced across a jungle-covered path. The trail behind them, however, was overrun with hundreds of brown speckled toads the size of large footballs who hopped after them at a steady yet unwavering pace. They were quickly overwhelmed by a second group of amphibians, which came from the jungle's lush vegetation mere steps away from their current location. Dan soon notices Sam and Penelope watching these events unfold from their designated X on the floor, as the physician assigned to them waited some distance away. Those were two truly courageous competitors out there. Once again, our prayers go out to their friends and families. He then cuts the feed with a swift gesture of the hand before their ultimate fate could be determined. Now there's our two winners, folks, Dan signals them both forward. I know this was your first real challenge, Mr. Harris. How do you feel? I'm doing great, Dan. My shoulder is like new again. How are you? I'm doing terrific, Mr. Harris. Simply knowing that you two are back on stage with us. Now, Miss Stevens, word has quickly spread around about your surprising winning streak. Don't underestimate the abilities of the new girl. That's the current gossip going around about you. And how about those lightning-fast surgeries? Look, me too, Dan. I feel great too, said Penelope, finishing off her slurred statement by wiggling her forefingers and thumb. Well, we know why. Let's thank our sponsors for today at NanoGlow. For the best in minimally invasive nanosurgery, we trust NanoGlow to get our players back on their feet again. Kate, let's divvy up their scores. For defeating the Gear Man, Mr. Harris is to receive 1,000 points. Sam beams with pride, while lightheartedly bumping Penelope on the hip with his lower thigh. Kate then turns to address his partner. For defeating the Gear Woman, Miss Stevens is to receive 500 points. Penelope needed a moment to fully comprehend Kate's remarks, but after processing the stark point disparity, the inebriated grin slipped from her face. Hey, that's not fair! What the hell kind of male chauvinist game show are you running over here? Don't I even get points for the major assist back there? I demand a replay. To her surprise, the moment she was referring to soon appeared on screen. The show's host whirls on his wife in utter disbelief, but Kate only returns his gaze with a faint smile. You see. Is that fair? Asked Penelope, prompting the audience to respond. When there was little to no reaction from most of the onlookers, she turned to the 5 royal women instead. What about it up there, Princess Brides? Does that seem fair to you? The much younger women that sat on either end of the group agreed with a curt shake of their heads. The 2 elderly ladies within the group, however, discreetly admonished their charges until both her allies fell still, while the stunning woman in the middle simply stared down at her, devoid of all emotions. Penelope caught Sam smirking to himself at the lack of reaction from the crowd. Thus, she proceeded to slap him in the ribcage with the back of her hand. This resulted in him doubling over in pain, which made them both burst into laughter yet again. Dan's jovial appearance soon morphed into that of concern. This was when their physician was beckoned forward into the spotlight. As she approached the show's host, the audience members became quiet at the doctor's odd presence. The physician then whispered something into Dan's ear, and with a knowing smile he quickly ushered her away. Folks, it looks like our contestants got a hold of the good stuff. So, let's not keep them any longer than we need to. But don't get too comfortable, Miss Stevens. Your first round starts in 2 days, Eastern Standard Time, so make sure you get plenty of rest. He then turns to face the main camera. For the best sedatives on the market, we trust Talon to ease any and all aches and pains. And remember, if it's not Talon, you may never wake up again. The doctor leads Sam and Penelope to the back as the spectators applauded the show's conclusion. All the spotlights soon dimmed in brightness, indicating that the cameras had stopped filming. And even in Penelope's drug-addled confusion, she could still hear Dan and Kate arguing on stage behind them. Chapter 11. Ace of Motion. CD aroused Penelope from a dreamless sleep within the boundaries of the Japanese-style bedroom once more. After rising from the floor, she carefully detangled herself from the cozy emerald blankets which were fastened to the kotatsu table during its initial inception. Outside the single-room dwelling, a verdant green yard adorned with pale violet hydrangeas and red spider lilies lay dispersed alongside the prominent cherry blossom tree in the ground's far corner. She stared out the window as the stout tree's pinkish-white blossoms slowly drifted to the lawn's fertile surface. Each time the wind kicked up, miniature cyclones formed across the entire yard, lifting the cherry blossom petals high into the air, before slowly descending back to the grassy meadow. While the planet made entirely of crystal was sent to this abstract world's outer orbit, to emerge as this Earth's second moon. Despite waking from a restful sleep, Penelope rubbed at her drooping eyelids, ready to return to bed. What's going on, Seedy? Why are we back here? I have finally eliminated most of the sedative from your system, and it's with great relief to announce that your left hand has been fully restored. Although Seedy had ended his remarks there, she sensed he wished to tell her something more. The connection between them was becoming stronger and stronger the longer he inhabited her mind and body. You don't say? Asked Penelope, waiting for him to continue without expressing her thoughts outright. I also wanted to convey my appreciation for past circumstances. She instantly perked up at this sudden gesture of kindness. A lot has befallen us before now, partner. What past circumstances are you referring to? It's for not giving in to death during Sam's rescue attempt. Penelope surveyed the sparse room in confusion, endeavouring to study his face for the appropriate response. I am, for all purposes, the very room itself. So you may look anywhere you choose. As for my current emotions, they are quite sincere, said Seedy, grasping her bewilderment. Not giving in to death. When did this happen? She tried recalling the skewed events from earlier, but her fervent introspection fell well short of the mark. All I remember is a burning sensation in my throat from all the yellow pollen, then waking up on your spaceship. Yes, that is correct. As your brain started its deterioration, I inserted your consciousness into one of my memories to keep your mind stimulated while the healers repaired both your lungs and ankle. Penelope felt a wave of intense nausea at the mere thought of teetering towards death. I had no idea, she said, trying to relive the events within Sam's room, only to come up empty, yet again. Well, I knew I was hurt badly, but I didn't know that's why I sat aboard your ship. Regardless of the circumstances, your willingness to move forward in life is all that matters now, said Seedy, echoing Penelope's thoughts about John only this morning. But when something nudged against her cheek repeatedly, shaking her mind out of the past moment, she attempts to wave Seedy's spectral hand away. All right, I get it. Keep moving forward. Now quit it. Aluminum alloy, 3 compact fuses, control electrodes as well as... What's going on out there, Seedy? Asked Penelope, preventing him from finishing his description. I believe we are being prodded with a police force tactical stun baton, with flashlight accessory included. With those few words, she was able to determine what was going on outside in the real world, as well as what hellish torture was in store for her next. Great! It isn't bad enough that I have to fight for my very life, but I also have to deal with this insufferable woman as well. Before now, Penelope had been playing fast and loose with the lieutenant's fragile patience, and now it was time for her to pay the proverbial piper. Safe zone or not, the correctional officer was going to make her next few days offer living hell. Seedy latches onto Penelope's growing anxiety and attempts to ease her anxiousness in the only way he knew how. If you obtain access to the game's rules, there might be a loophole within there that we can exploit to obtain preferential treatment. I'll see what I can do. Now be a dear and wake me up. I would prefer it if you attempted to leave here without my assistance. Penelope wanted to remind him of the stun baton currently prodding her face, but Seedy simply interjects with these nuggets of wisdom. As long as they can effortlessly access your exposed mind, we will always be vulnerable to their advanced technology. Can't you help with that? Yes. However, I must have access to similar devices before they can use it on us again. Even so, there's a chance I won't be readily accessible when I'm truly needed. Penelope recalled his prolonged downtime and how long it took for him to regain consciousness afterwards. Okay, fine. Just walk me through it. But if you really want me to retain the lesson, I'm going to need some kind of visual aids to work with. Seedy obliges her by erecting a striking white archway opposite the room's sliding partition. The arch's overall design featured crashing waves that were cascading atop one another while travelling to the uppermost part of the curved structure. However, the newly constructed foundations still gave way to the existing light brown braided wall that laid several inches beyond her reach. Penelope wasn't at all surprised by the unannounced training exercise. Seedy had already expressed his dissatisfaction with her current grasp of the binary language during their initial connection, and after positioning herself in front of the archway, he began to provide her with the necessary instructions. Concentrate on your present location within the physical world and be mindful of your breathing in the meantime. When Penelope couldn't readily recall her last location, her lingering anxiety reared its ugly head yet again, which caused her steady breathing to falter as a consequence. Seedy, where am I? I don't know where I am. The last thing I remember was being a little bunny rabbit hopping into my tiny little hole. Hippity hop. Penelope clutches at her chest as though something was threatening to squeeze all the blood from her heart. Seedy then quickly manifests a metal bucket above her head, then flips the entire thing over, soaking her head and shoulders in ice-cold water. Mouth agape in stunned surprise, she stood there with arms spread wide, completely forgetting about her recurring panic attack for just a moment. When the gravity inside this fictitious world resumed its normal operations, the bucket landed atop Penelope's head with a resounding thud. She grabs at her mop of curly reddish hair with both hands, waiting for the pain to register. But when it never came, she instinctively checked both her palms for blood. That was an induced hallucination from the last remaining dose of sedative. "Do you feel better now?" asked Seedy, undaunted by her ever-debilitating trauma. Shivering beneath her drenched clothes, she gives a tooth-chattering response. "Yes, I do. Thank you." "Good. Next time you will need to create the bucket of water unaided. You're on the couch inside Sam's living room. Visualize yourself waking from a long sleep while feeling rested and rejuvenated." Hence, she closes both her eyes and concentrates on the full visualization of the image. Good. Now transfer the vision to the archway, then pass through it. Penelope did as he requested and took a few steps forward, but the squishing of her wet clothing snatched her from the more minuscule details. As a result, she collided face first with the malleable wall instead. Please try again. This time, however, ignore all unpleasant surroundings. So Penelope stood directly underneath the projecting archway, while ensuring that no other distractions could disrupt her concentration. Once she rebuilt the image inside her head, her moving figure glided through the now shimmering passageway, unimpeded, and this time with very little effort. Penelope's entire world soon turned on its head, as she found herself now flat on her back inside Sam's living room. When the top half of her body shot upright like a knife-wielding Michael Myers, returning from the dead for the 100th time, the lieutenant hopped back in surprise. However, after her initial fright, the prison guard quickly composed herself and whispered an ultimatum inside Penelope's ear. "Time to get up, inmate C-27. It's chow time. If you don't get your butt off that couch right now, I'm going to tase you again." Despite Carson's threats of electrocution, Penelope chose to ignore the looming peril with a lingering stretch of the arms and a brief glance around the room. The downstairs area had been fitted with an assortment of new equipment while she slept, which made several sections of the space appear more like a workplace setting than anything else. Firstly, a massive theatre-like screen, barely a half an inch in thickness, hung flush against the far wall, which sat opposite the staircase. The original 50-inch television rested alongside it, being dwarfed by the cinematic monstrosity. Secondly, just below the mounted screen, a long protruding row of desks with flashing orange buttons ran across the dull grey workstation's exterior, while 5 keyboards with dark red hues sat in between each partitioned location. This included the addition of an all-white makeup counter within the kitchen's decor, which entirely blocked off the non-existent back door. The cosmetics counter's large mirror was encircled by 3 rows of bright LED bulbs, ensuring that the cosmetologist could see every detail of their work. While a small wooden actor's chair sat shoved underneath the whole thing, with Penelope's name printed across the rectangular cloth in bold black lettering. And finally, someone had relocated the small breakfast nook directly in front of the sink and dishwasher. As Penelope contemplated her next move, Sam slept on one of the brown leather recliners, feet upraised by the chair's adjustable leg rest. Despite the lieutenant's jarring wake-up call, his continuous snoring remained soft and consistent. Watching Sam's chest rise and fall in a rhythmic manner gave Penelope an overwhelming sense of relief to witness the act firsthand. Not simply because he had survived their recent challenge, but due to the fact that he was still here with her. The gratefulness she felt at his presence within this dangerous place gradually gave way to a nagging guilt, which had no intentions of going away anytime soon. As if hearing her remorseful thoughts, Sam sits upright from the chair, then produces a long stretch of his own before yawning sleepily. And after noticing her watching him intently, he returns the chair to its original position, then wiped at the wet drool on his face. What, did I get it? In response to this query, Penelope just elevates her voice somewhat higher than a whisper. Sam, you have to go home. Just as she expected him to do, he rakes a hand through his short-cropped black hair, as he had always done when agitated. No way, that's not going to happen. I'm not leaving you here alone, and even if I wanted to go, what makes you think they'd just let me walk out of here? They both looked to Lieutenant Carson for some kind of clarification to their difference of opinion. I was told that Mr. Harris holds all rights as a contestant in the games themselves, she said with an annoyed sigh. However, when Penelope tried to protest the matter, Carson stops her with an upraised hand. A contestant in reserve. The wheels in Sam's head began to churn in earnest as he leaned back in his recliner. I've never been much into sports, but a reserved player only comes out when the other players get tired or injured. But that's only in a team-based sport. They must see a reserve player as something altogether different here, said Penelope, fearing the answer, yet refusing to say it aloud. Although Sam spoke the words she would not, he softened the blow as best he could. If you were to die in competition, I'd be the one to take your place. No, you're wrong. We just can't make the same mistake as yesterday. If you just stay off of Dan and Kate's stage, they'll exclude you from all future events. As the statement drifted past Penelope's lips, the declaration felt hollow and meaningless on its face. It's only been a few hours since we played, and I don't remember anyone saying that. Do you? He asked. Well, no. Then do us both a favour and keep winning, so we never have to find out. Penelope grins at him with a confidence she didn't quite feel and gets up to investigate the massive row of individual workstations. As her fingertips brush across the advanced electronics, she avoids pressing down on any of the blinking buttons, for fear of what they'd do if pressed, or who they might call. Seedy motions for Penelope to stop when her hand passes over a miniature black box that piqued his interest. Stand by, extracting data network now. The home's front entrance swung open, allowing backstage lighting to illuminate the entire area momentarily. Once their surprise visitor closed the door behind themselves, the living room's lighting reverted back to its previous artificial glow. An elderly man in his late 60s, with deep-set wrinkles on his rounded face and a visible curve to his enormous nose, discreetly enters their humble corner of the backstage area. In a set of black overalls, the maintenance worker lugged a miniature washing machine in both hands, while a pair of white hotel robes rested over one shoulder. The small appliance featured a see-through circular door that let the user view the dirty laundry cycling within. Upon entry, however, the lieutenant promptly intercepted the worker near her designated location, alongside the staircase. Without any verbal protest, he detached the solid green identification card from around his neck before relinquishing it over to her. She then takes out her cell phone and uses a scanning application to verify his identity. When her jailer was satisfied with the results, she allowed him to resume his work with no further complications. He then walked up to Sam and Penelope and provided them both with a courteous smile. My name is Marek. I'm here to clean your clothes. This will only take a moment, he said, in a thick Polish accent. Then Marek hands them a pair of white robes with the number 11 embroidered in a semi-dark red on its back. They took turns showering in the downstairs guest bathroom, while the other kept watch near the door, fearful of being separated without warning. When they were dressed in the customized bathrobes, the lieutenant demanded that they hand over their only remaining possessions on this parallel Earth, which culminated in her seizing the paltry mound of clothing from their hands. Marek then opens the washing machine's door, that was at present, atop the breakfast table, and stuffs their bloody laundry inside. He didn't add any sort of detergent to the portable appliance, rather pressed a series of buttons beside the two handles, which soon began the machine's strange cycle. The laundry process began normally enough, but with each rotation, the washer's inner drum spun faster and faster. Concerned with the status of her favorite shirt, Penelope watched as tiny spikes of electricity discharged in between the grimy material. But when the artificial storm taking place within came to an abrupt halt, he pulled open the door, allowing them to retrieve their scant belongings. Marek, however, declined to take back the robes after they requested he wait for them to change. "The robes are yours to keep. Compliments of the games." Marek then hefted the appliance out the front door without further comment. After smelling their naturally fresh scent, which only came from drying wet laundry in the open air. Penelope vowed not to put them back on until it was absolutely necessary. When their front door swung open for a second time, a young woman with straight blonde hair and wearing a similar uniform as Marek enters the residence. She strolls within the living room, pushing 2 individual dinner trays that sat atop a stainless steel serving cart. However, to Penelope's surprise, Lieutenant Carson waved her on through without hesitation. She hurriedly placed each of the covered meals on the breakfast table before wordlessly departing the home. Sam voiced his concerns to her in a low whisper. "We haven't ordered any food yet." "You were asleep, so I took the liberty of ordering your meals for you," said Carson with a gentle smile. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end after hearing the lieutenant's sickly sweet words. They each sat down in front of a tray, ready to remove both lids at the same time. "Oh no, please, allow me." Carson took a quick peek beneath Sam's tray, then beamed in satisfaction at her good fortune. After lifting his lid, a massive bacon cheeseburger piled high with lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles sat alongside a mound of freshly cut home fries, while a steaming mug of black coffee and a bottle of ketchup rounded out the tray's mouth-watering contents. "No onions, right, Mr. Harris?" Sam nodded in response to her question, unable to take his eyes away from the enticing dish. "All the way from Earth K-22 Gamma. I think they said it's the best regional Kobe beef in the known multiverse." Penelope inhaled the magnificent beefy aroma of the hamburger's patty. "Did you say Kobe beef?" She started to remove her lid in kind, but Carson slammed a hand down on it, snapping them both out of the hypnotic spell. "Why, yes, it is. Are you familiar with this type of beef?" "I heard that all the cows get rigorous massage sessions regularly. Almost every day, from what I heard. And that they give them alcohol to drink. From my understanding, they give them pricey rice wine throughout their upbringing. It all depends on the cattleman's discretion," said Carson in a sultry tone. With a quick flourish of the arm, the lieutenant finally uncovered Penelope's meal, resulting in the release of an acrid-smelling substance that instantly flooded the entire kitchen. What she could only describe as a bastardized fruitcake was a dense brown loaf speckled with minced orange and green vegetables, which sat beneath the guise of a healthy substitute for real food. She looked up at the lieutenant in stunned surprise. "Nutriloaf? You're feeding me Nutriloaf?" Carson's face lit up in utter disbelief at Penelope's foreknowledge of the unpopular prison meal. "Inmate? You are just full of surprises." "Yes, it's Nutriloaf. Although it took me some considerable time to find the right lunch for you, I finally struck gold on Earth G-16 Alpha. You see, there's a large private prison on that planet that runs most of their correctional facilities rather cruelly. It's served to all the inmates there twice a day, every day, for the rest of their prison sentence. Isn't that stupendous, hyena?" "Oh, wait. My apologies. That's the nickname you've given me." Sam finally caught wind of the horrendous smell and covered his tray of food with a protective forearm. After taking in the foul odour herself, Penelope couldn't really blame him for the unconscious manoeuvre. Supposedly an alternative to meatloaf, Nutriloaf was believed to possess all the nutritional value in one easily assembled sit-down meal. Served as a powerful deterrent for misbehaving inmates, this densely packed brown brick was a regular occurrence on the prison menu. However, being inexpensive to make in mass quantities, private prisons soon incorporated it in their daily rotation, while pocketing the leftover government subsidies allocated for the inmate population. The Canadian Parliament would later remove this cuisine from their entire correctional menu, as they deemed the food to be both cruel and unusual punishment. Although the United States would keep Nutriloaf on the menu to this very day. A chalky brown protein bar sat alongside Penelope's main course, while a yellow jello-like cube with unidentifiable floating bits of fruit completed the rest of the tray's side dishes. She gingerly poked at each item with a finger while CD assured her that he could filter out all the cancer-causing microbes held within. Penelope slides the metal tray to an unoccupied place at the table, relegating herself to starvation as an alternative course of action. "This isn't good eats." "Penelope, you don't have to listen to her. Here, I'll split my food with you." Sam takes a plastic butter knife and begins cutting his burger in two. "I'll have to separate you both if the inmate doesn't eat all of her food. Your house is all made up and ready for use," said the lieutenant, waiting for this eventuality. "Can she do that, CD?" "I've located the 11th Multiverses rulebook within the home's main computer, but sifting through all the data will take some time. However, based on my preliminary scans, the relocation of a competitor to new accommodations is not unheard of." "That's bullshit," said Sam in an anger-fueled consternation. Carson stood with arms crossed between them, unaffected by his sudden outburst. "I don't make the rules, Mr. Harris, I just enforce them." He was about to respond with something more when Penelope signaled for him to stop. "It's okay, Sam. It's fine. I'll eat it." Since her friend was here to stay for the time being, not eating seemed like a pointless reason to bring about their separation. So she segregated a large portion of the Nutriloaf and hacked away at it with her plastic spork. When Penelope finally placed a spoonful inside her mouth, the loaf crumbled away like brittle soil, as if lacking key binding ingredients such as eggs, flour, and cornstarch. Thankfully, the Nutriloaf was as flavourless as something without flavour could be. Her only real complaint had to do with the loaf's overall dryness. All the saliva in the world could do nothing to soften the bone-dry lump inside her throat. Penelope soon found herself scanning the small table for something to drink, only to discover that Sam's coffee was the sole beverage at hand. "Water, please." The lieutenant must have been waiting for this request because she instantly produced a glass of water on command. Penelope chugged the liquid in one quick gulp, letting the Nutriloaf ride the wave down her esophagus. She then hands the empty glass back to Carson. "More, please." When the chunk of Nutriloaf finally made its way down her disgruntled gullet, she notices Sam staring at her with a mixture of horror and respect. "What are you waiting for? Eat," she said, getting somewhat annoyed at him. "Something doesn't feel right about this, Penelope." "Sam Harris, you will eat that bacon cheeseburger and describe every little detail to me." Once she received her second glass of water, Sam took his first real bite. Penelope watched as his eyes rolled to the back of his head in undisguised pleasure, despite his best efforts to stifle the reaction. Sam chewed at the burger several times over before swallowing the large piece whole. When he wasn't quick enough with his accounts, Penelope slams both fists atop the table, shattering his prolonged ecstasy. "Well, report." It just melted away. I barely had to chew any of the meat at all. The sheer pleasure he was experiencing upon his first bite slowly morphed into that of profound sadness. "I don't think I'll be able to enjoy another bacon cheeseburger ever again." His eyes soon welled up with tears, prompting him to place the hamburger underneath its lid once more. Confused by his sudden shift in mood, Penelope decided not to pursue the matter any further after seeing the unusual anguish written across his face. She ate the rest of her meal in silence, while the lieutenant stood between them, frowning to herself at the unexpected turn of events. And after placing a jug of water onto the table, she strolled over to her post beside the staircase and settled back inside her chair. Chapter 12. 7 of Inspiration. As the front door to the safe zone was flung open for the third and final time that day, the most beautiful woman that Penelope had ever seen in her entire life shortly entered the home. and with a beaming smile only reserved for the closest of friends, this yet unknown person burst into a harmonious vocal performance at its highest register. "Hello, darlings!" The woman's short-lived two-word soprano brought with it the memory of John's enthusiastic song and dance from only a few hours ago this morning. Based on her unsettling calculations, a mild concern would soon set in when John came home to find neither of them had returned from the movies yet. Holding herself with a graceful poise that Penelope could only aspire to emulate, the aforementioned black woman stormed her way into the living room, demanding the same level of respect as a raging typhoon that suddenly appeared on one's doorstep. Wearing a frilly red dress with the hemline set just above her knees and a large handbag of the same colour slung over a forearm. The woman's creamy brown complexion, which had only known the finest of skincare routines, fell alongside medium-length silky black hair that had been neatly curled down to both shoulders, whereas the rest of her breathtaking features were further enhanced by a pair of dark hazelnut eyes and a perfectly centered straight nose. However, to label this woman simply as beautiful would have been a gross understatement of massive proportions. In Penelope's humble opinion, she was beauty personified in its purest of forms. Startled by this unexpected visitor, the lieutenant's hand shot towards her stun baton before leaping to both her feet. "Where's your ID? You need to be wearing your lanyard at all times." The captivating woman just disregarded Carson's antagonistic question with a startled expression of her own, as if noticing the handler's presence for the first time. "Oh, hello there, darling. The name's Vanessa. And you are—" When her demands for verification were promptly ignored, the correctional officer clutched her teeth so tightly that her jawbone nearly snapped in two. "It's Lieutenant Carson. Where's your identification card? This is your last warning. That horrid green colour simply clashes with the rest of my ensemble. Don't you think so, officer?" Vanessa then executes a compact twirl, prompting her dress to flutter in the air and exposing a pair of well-defined thigh muscles for everyone to see. This well-timed pirouette jolted Sam out of his funk, leaving him to stare at the charismatic stranger who exuded self-confidence from every fibre of her being. Carson then stabs a finger at Vanessa's purse. "I don't care. While you're in this part of the safe zone, you'll have it on at all times." Besides the red handbag, Vanessa also carried with her a translucent case, which Penelope immediately recognized from her local arts and crafts store. "Are you an artist?" asked Penelope, standing across from Sam within the kitchen's nook. Vanessa sidestepped the lieutenant as if she wasn't even there, and met the two of them at the breakfast table. In a manner of speaking, "Yes, I am." She then dumps the entirety of her purse's contents onto the small table. "I'm your hair and makeup artist, love. It's my job to make you look good for all the cameras out there, darling." The lieutenant rushes over to them, ready to resume their one-sided dispute, but came to a sudden halt when she saw the myriad of stuff piled high atop the table. Penelope took note of the solid green identification card lying amidst the pile of clutter that Carson had insisted on. She also spotted 3 additional cards sitting alongside it, with one being a plain blue, while the other 2 were made of gold and silver. "You're a former game contestant?" asked Carson in an accusatory tone. Vanessa takes a nostalgic glance at the blue card residing near the others. "In my youthful days, yes, I was. Why? Would you like an autograph, dear?" "Youthful days? You look to be in your early 20s, said Sam, finally finding his voice. Vanessa gives him an impish grin that would melt any man's heart into an infatuated puddle. "That's sweet of you, Sam. But the truth is, I started quite young and quit while I was still ahead. As for my age, darling, now that's a trade secret," said Vanessa with a wink and a finger across her lips. She then looks down at Sam's concealed tray of food. "I'm just simply famished. Does either of you mind if I help myself to your leftovers? Cheers then, darlings." Before anyone could respond, Vanessa removed the lid and took Penelope's half of the bacon cheeseburger. And after taking a small nibble of the corner, She pushes the hamburger around her mouth as if inspecting its curious flavor. Vanessa then casually steps over to the kitchen sink and spits the rest of the burger inside the drain. You guys sure do know how to party. A death burger on your first day here. Sam sprang to his feet after hearing this unsettling new nickname for his lunch. Death burger, the two of them asked her in unison. Don't worry, it's not poisonous or anything like that. Just highly addictive if the right medicine isn't taken in advance. Vanessa pauses for a moment and reflects upon her initial statement. Although the death burger has been linked to several suicide attempts since its dubious creation. Despite the fact that he had already swallowed a sizable piece some moments ago, Sam lingered over the kitchen sink, trying to imitate Vanessa's approach. While rummaging through her scattered belongings, she took note of the size of his bite and brought out a sealed plastic toothbrush. Purge it completely from your system, if you get my meaning. Throw it all up, got it! He takes the toothbrush and runs into the downstairs bathroom. After his first initial mouthful, Penelope just assumed that he was exaggerating the whole thing so as not to make her feel bad. She chided herself for letting her guard down in such a dangerous place yet again. The lieutenant had done a masterful job of duping them into believing that she was the one being punished, when Sam had been the real target this entire time. As Penelope glared down the correctional officer, who was now smirking maliciously to herself at being exposed, a fresh wave of anger surged within her. If done quickly enough, killing this woman here and now would be a simple enough task to accomplish with the use of Seedy's, as of now still untapped powers. Yes, this would be an irreparable conclusion of this insane competition, and if she was lucky, they'd place her inside a prison cell for past crimes. Carson, however, wouldn't see her coming until it was far too late, and that was all that truly mattered now. Hence, Penelope sought out the flickering blue flame at her core, and once found, drew it to the forefront of her concentration as if passing beneath the archway for a second time that day. She saw herself grasping hold of the power while allowing it to flood throughout her entire body. Once Seedy learned of her plans, he promptly blocked off all access to his tangible energy by erecting a locked door between herself and the dancing flames. More doors soon emerged in front of Penelope, pushing her further and further away from the flames she now so desperately desired. What the hell did you do that for? Each time you use my powers without the proper method of consumption in place, nor the necessary training, you put both our lives at significant risk. If you sincerely wish to end her life, you must do it with your innate abilities alone. The correctional officer's brazen retaliation against Sam infuriated Penelope to no end, and Seedy's apparent indifference to the issue didn't help matters much either. While her new cosmetologist gradually began filling in all of the blanks that had transpired prior to her arrival here, Vanessa tried soothing Penelope's rage with a gentle hand placed atop her shoulder. But when the last remnants of the blue flame perceived the unwanted touch as a potential threat, Seedy's unrestrained power lashed out at her instead. She instinctively jerked her hand back as the intense sparks surged throughout her body like an electrical current. Annoyed by the literal shock to the system, Vanessa bent down to murmur a clear set of instructions within Penelope's flushed ears. I've seen you bare your fangs once before, rookie. And so far, I'm not impressed. If you think I'll just stand by and allow you to attack someone inside the safe zone, you have another thing coming. You have no idea what awaits you out there when the games truly begin. So here's a little hint for you, my love. It's far worse than you could possibly imagine. And there won't be any diabolical handlers to blame it on, nor will there be any defective robots that break down at the most inopportune time. So if you don't calm yourself down and redirect all of that pent-up anger of yours elsewhere, I'll be forced to intervene. Vanessa then stands erect once more, letting the details of her threat linger out in the open. Now then, I need to do something with that beautiful red hair of yours, so hit the showers, rookie. Yes, ma'am. Despite this being her second shower in the last hour, Penelope raced upstairs and into John's master bathroom. When she returned to the first floor, scrubbed clean once more, and still dressed in her white bathrobe. The prolonged silence within the living room suggested that nothing had transpired while she was away. The lieutenant still sat in her chair beside the staircase and sifted through a beauty magazine that read, "Want to look different from your parallel counterpart? Here's 10 magnificent ways how." With boredom now occupying her rigid features, she briefly glances up at her charge's arrival. When Penelope refused to even acknowledge the prison guard's presence, Carson returned to her reading unperturbed. Sam had made his way back to the kitchen table, but a pale face told the story of his recent bathroom ordeal. He sipped at a clear, brown liquid, while 2 lovely-smelling bread rolls sat on a nearby platter. Penelope begins to rub his back in a soft circular motion. "Are you feeling better now?" He nodded once and took another slow sip of the steaming, clear soup. "The beef broth helps a bit." "A very bland beef broth," said Sam, directing a harsh gaze at an indifferent Lieutenant Carson. While Vanessa arranges her cosmetic tools on the makeup table beside them, one after the other. "It's only for a week, you big baby. You're lucky you didn't eat the whole thing because I wouldn't have been able to help you then. Now try eating a small piece of bread." Sam did as he was told, but the bit of solid food made him visibly grimace with nausea. "Nope, not yet." By his sickly appearance, Penelope expected him to run back into the bathroom without warning. However, Sam stood his ground and fought down the piece of cooked dough. "Give the Death Burger's withdrawal symptoms some more time to pass. I'll have a wonderful salad for you to munch on later." After the announcement of incorporating vegetables into Sam's new diet, the beautician then shifts her gaze towards Penelope. "I'm ready for you, darling." Vanessa's summons made her visibly shrink backwards, but CD forces her legs into action and plops her down on the makeup chair. "She is not Frank." Although there was no judgment in his tone, she still wanted to argue the point. CD was all too aware that Frank had infiltrated her thoughts after Vanessa's stern criticism. The beautician must have also sensed Penelope's anxiousness regarding their recent conversation. "Oh, don't be that way, darling," she said, massaging both of Penelope's upper arms. "I'm an ardent supporter of yours. And I was lying about not being impressed by your previous exploits. That's the reason there was no way I was going to let you squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over a childish prank. If it's all right with you, I'll be dealing with that woman on your behalf." "Okay, and thanks for stopping me, by the way." "You're quite welcome." "Earlier, what did you mean by defective robots?" "Well, I believe they designed the second preliminary round so that you would familiarize yourself with the true purpose of the games themselves. And although you and Sam both endured genuine suffering throughout, the round itself had no real intentions of killing either of you." She thought about the male automaton and how it stopped just short of ending Sam's life. "I guess that makes some sense. When I first woke up inside my bedroom, the whole thing felt like one big, terrible nightmare. However, the second time on through made things a lot clearer for me to digest." "The games can have that kind of effect on people, especially the ones who don't know these types of game shows even exist," said Vanessa, scattering her weird yet still familiar equipment on the makeup counter. Within this technologically advanced society, lipsticks as well as finishing products appeared to have remained unchanged. However, when it came to hairstyling equipment, such as flat irons and dryers, Penelope still couldn't readily say. She soon received her answer when Vanessa took out a black synthetic glove with red wires running down the length of each finger. Although the glove's bottom half came to an abrupt stop within its bulky design, a Velcro strap encircled the entirety of the hand-wearer's wrist. Slender steel pads covered each fingertip, drawing their energy from the aforementioned wires. She neatly placed a standard set of brushes and combs on top of the mirrored surface. Then Vanessa proceeds to massage her damp scalp with both hands, sending Penelope into a tranquil bliss. "Okay, love, how can I make you look even more beautiful than you already do?" Penelope had to consider the question for a long moment, given this was the first time anyone had officially asked. Well, I tend to do my best drawings when one side of my hair is in the shape of my pillow. That's a first one for me, darling. I don't think anyone has ever asked me for bedhead before. But what the hell? I've always liked a good challenge. Penelope was about to retract her hasty suggestion when Vanessa's adept hands went to work quickly, silencing her sudden change of heart. First, she started the process by combing out all of Penelope's stubborn tangles and straightened her hair until it fell around her scalp in neat, uniformed strands. Vanessa then reaches inside her makeup case and takes out a clear plastic spray bottle with a bluish liquid sloshing around within. She covers Penelope's eyes protectively with one hand and lays down 2 thick coats of the unnamed chemical with the other. And once all sections of her head were done, Vanessa proceeded to fluff up each of her strands until they all stood erect solely of their own volition. Second, she donned on the black glove and began curling the sides of Penelope's dark red hair into tight spirals. When her thread-like curls came into contact with the steel pads, they let out a discernible sizzle of burning follicles. Penelope found herself flinching away each time one of the metal pads brushed against her exposed scalp, terrified of getting burned during the styling. "I'm sorry, love. I keep forgetting that you're not familiar with this sort of technology." Vanessa held out her forearm and placed the gloved hand on top of it. When there was no hissing of burning flesh or evident pain on her face, Penelope visibly relaxed at the demonstration. "It only reacts to the product I just recently introduced to your hair." Vanessa manipulated the rest of Penelope's hair to one side and proceeded to work on the overall focal point of the design. Then she modelled her hair in an upward slope, forming a lopsided mohawk that branched off to the right side of her head. And after arranging more ring-shaped curls just above her brow, Vanessa took a few steps back to admire her work. Penelope also stared into the mirror, not sure of what to think. Upon first glance, the finished product was quite unique, to say the least. But would the hairstyle keep its lofty structure when she was running for her very life? "Wow, you look badass," said Sam from behind them. Penelope's cheeks flushed a deep rosy hue at the unexpected compliment. "You really think so?" "Absolutely. But what's it called?" Vanessa thinks over the question for a bit while tapping a finger against her lower lip. "How about out of bed and ready for battle?" Penelope smirks to herself at the improvised title. "It's perfect. And here's the best part." Without warning, Vanessa messes up Penelope's hair with both hands, destroying the leaning mohawk masterpiece. They both stared in stunned silence as Penelope's hair regressed back to its usual tangled mess. However, a few seconds later, each of her painstakingly designed curls began to reform themselves, and with time, reverted to their earlier position. Penelope's hair rose from the top of her head, like a sunflower angling its way towards the sun. Shock and wonderment remained on their faces as the entire design ended at Vanessa's finishing point. "Pretty cool, huh?" They both nodded their agreement in concurrence. Then Sam yanks down on one of her curls and watches as the few strands restored themselves even faster than before. "Hey, that hurts," said Penelope, elbowing him in the stomach. "The smart hair is only temporary, so if you want something different, tell me a few days beforehand," said Vanessa, packing up her equipment. "You're almost ready for the market." Penelope gazes up at her from the chair in perplexity. What now?" Vanessa matches her confusion at first, then sighs in irritation while peering in the lieutenant's direction. "You've seen other contestants play, right?" "I think so. After we arrived back on stage, they were showing off players in the games that had a less than fortunate match. We call them rounds up here, and they were wearing specialized equipment suitable for jumping in between parallel Earths." Vanessa holds up several makeup powders, comparing them both to Penelope's light skin tone. Contestants often use the points they earn in the preliminary rounds to fund their first jumpsuits and weaponry, although certain Earths come up with shady ways to award their players with extra points even before the preliminaries. ever have a chance to start. Vanessa's words only served to illustrate how immense the chasm was between the Earth she had called home and those who had sequestered them here. She tried remembering her total points, but it had been such a long and hectic drug-induced day she almost gave up. Seedy, however, had her score saved within his impeccable memory and projected it across her mind like a digital banner. I have 2,500 points in total. Is that a good amount? Vanessa did the mental calculations inside her head before answering. It'll get you a jumpsuit and a weapon, but not a compass. Compass? Like one used for navigation? Asked Sam. Sort of. These digital compasses direct you to the path of the multiverse's door. That door takes you back on stage when the round has been completed. Wait, I have 1,000 points. Can't I give them all to her? Vanessa shook her head in the negative. No one that is an official player in the games can exchange points with another, and that goes double for contestants that reside on the same Earth. She then eyes 3 different lip glosses before discarding 2 of them. Penelope, now be a dear and go get dressed, so I can do your makeup properly. Should I go upstairs to change, Sammy boy? Asked Penelope with a playful smirk. I assure you that the bathroom is clean. My aim was straight and true. Vanessa grins to herself as well, while examining additional hues for Penelope's pale complexion. I remember the time I got so pissed drunk that I threw up all over the Prime Minister of Ukraine, she said with a reminiscent smile. Penelope gathers her pile of clothes from the sofa's armrest. Geez, what did you do after that? Nothing really. He wanted to shag me, so we considered it foreplay at the time. Sam gives a polite chuckle at the brief narration, but an underlying jealousy that only she could detect after years of familiarity enters his eyes. Then Penelope becomes jealous of his jealousy and abruptly breaks the perpetual cycle by rushing inside the bathroom. Once she was fully dressed again, Vanessa finished her makeup quickly, opting for colours that naturally suited her peach-tinted complexion. Okay, darling, your public now awaits. You're up, Lieutenant? Or should I let you rest here and take her there myself? This dig at Lieutenant Carson's failure to do her job properly as Penelope's handler didn't go overlooked. She hurriedly rose from the chair and flung the magazine down in her seat. You worry about yourself, hair, and makeup, said Carson, trying to demean Vanessa's profession. I hope the market doesn't close before you get there. This area can get quite confusing if you're new to the place. Shall I draw you a map so you won't get lost? Penelope watched as the lieutenant's already irate demeanour prepared to boil over. Vanessa leans over and mouths a bit of guidance inside her ear. It takes around 10 minutes to get to the market from here. Any longer than that, and you should ask someone else. Now enraged by the unsolicited advice, Carson dragged Penelope to her feet, took out her handcuffs, and secured them in place. Don't tell me how to do my goddamn job. Still barefoot, Penelope was driven towards the front door by her wrists. Once they were both near the home's entrance, the lieutenant directed her gaze back towards the living room. You 2 play nice while we're gone, or don't. It makes no difference to me. This parting jab was for Penelope's benefit alone. The lieutenant had noticed far more between their tentative dynamic than she would ever let on. Sam followed closely behind them, assuring her he would be fine while she was out shopping. I'll be right here when you get back, he said, trying to ease her evident anxiousness at their sudden separation. Penelope smiles at his reassurances as the lieutenant practically dragged her out the door. Chapter 13. 7 of Inspiration resumed. As the lieutenant hurried Penelope across the concrete pavement, she shoved her to their left, away from the quiet stage and empty seats, now traversing amongst long intervals of perpetual darkness. Penelope held up her outstretched arms to avoid colliding with an obscured wall or any other hidden obstacles. However, each time she blindly searched the dark, Carson would drag her arms down in response to the unconscious gesture. This back and forth finally came to an end when a well-lit, massive steel door blocked their remaining path, which gave them no other choice but to come to a complete stop. 3 glittering steel beams jutted out the top and sides of the 30-foot-tall entryway, with miniature warning symbols of an electrical hazard embossed along the uppermost post. whereas off to their right, a power-down rectangular keypad stood at waist height and awaited the correctional officer's access number. This barred passageway inspired the lieutenant to thrust a blue card so forcefully into Penelope's breast that she had to take several steps backwards to maintain her balance. However, unlike Vanessa's fully intact card, this one had a hole punched into its upper centre with a white lanyard woven through either end. Printed across it was texts that read, "The 11th Multiverse," in bold red lettering. Carson unceremoniously hauled Penelope over to the keypad, then took out her green identification card and placed it on top. The unassuming panel soon came to life with a discernible beep of recognition. After that, an orange outline glowed around the card, granting her partial access to the entrance's security locks. "You do the same," said Carson, motioning her forward. Penelope placed her card on the now identifiable scanning device, and the door slid open with an airtight hiss. A long light grey marble corridor greeted them beyond the enormous parting doors, while a row of extensive oval-shaped windows that revealed a dark, starless night sky beyond materialized to their right. Upon first glance, however, each rounded piece of glass within their porthole-like frames was undetectable to the naked eye, as the sun's natural light radiated in the distance. To their left, the occasional white doorway popped in and out of existence as they walked further down the wide corridor. And although each of the entrances appeared to emerge at irregular intervals, they also featured smaller curved porthole windows, which sat roughly at head height, with steel rivets encircling the outer frames. Penelope would later learn that the door they just passed beneath was mainly meant for industrial use only, and was utilized to transport larger objects, such as stage equipment or construction material. As CD's ever-expanding route network started to bombard Penelope with tons of new information, she shook herself free of the lieutenant's firm grip and ran to the nearest porthole window leading to the outside world. No freaking way. The starless night sky that she had been so intensely watching was, in fact, the boundless reaches of outer space. And what she mistook for the sun's morning glow turned out to be the moon's bright reflection off the Earth's planetary body, from Penelope's lofty perch in orbit. She could just tilt her head to see other massive parts of the space station's sealed hull beside them, which were all in various shades of a light grey. The circular half-dome of the station's core informed Penelope that they were on the outskirts of the orbital base. The view of the Earth from this vantage point had long been a yearning for her that she dared never express, painfully aware that the far-fetched notion of becoming an astronaut was well and truly out of her reach. Below Penelope's feet, large swaths of cumulus clouds swirled around the planet's hydrosphere, obscuring most of the massive continents beneath. However, Australia's southernmost landmass provided her with the Earth's general rotation. As she hopped up and down with enthusiasm, her bare feet slapped against the floor's hard, mirrored surface. "Artificial gravity, can you believe it?" Penelope was about to perform a series of winding cartwheels down the spacious passageway, but thought better of any gymnastics while still in these restraints. "Yes, I can believe it. Now where the hell are your shoes?" Carson turned around, expecting to see a trail of strewn footwear left in their wake, but Penelope just slaps her forehead in mock bewilderment. "Well, golly gee, Lieutenant. We were in such a rush to get out of there, I had no time to put any on." The lieutenant gazed around the passage for an unknown destination before dragging Penelope away from the window and to the nearest room. She then quickly disappeared behind a random door further down the hall. After spotting subtle movements through the room's porthole window, Penelope found herself staring in awe as students of all ages sat inside an unassuming classroom while studiously taking notes. Their unassuming male instructor wore a reddish-brown t-shirt with grey sweatpants and recited information from a computer tablet in his hands. He then taps on a dry erase board on the wall behind him, reaffirming his earlier statements. The students were all dressed in vibrant, form-fitting jumpsuits, with a single patch on their upper arms, depicting a blindfolded woman wielding a sword in each hand then forming an X across her chest. Others wore an odd silver insignia that was surrounded by green intertwining vines which enclosed both sides of the centralmost character. While adorning each of the players' backs were sizable images of ferocious animals of largely carnivorous species that glared menacingly towards the classroom's far wall. Some even had their jaws agape, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. They also displayed incredibly detailed landscapes of howling wolves on mountains, roaring lions roaming the African plains, and fire-breathing dragons flying alongside fictitious castles. Penelope spent the rest of her time peering through the small window while contemplating the wide range of colour possibilities she'd soon have to choose from. And after departing from a nearby classroom, 2 children, composed of a boy and a girl, travelled down the empty corridor, wandering in her direction. However, when they spotted Penelope's now noticeable outfit, with handcuff accessories included, their eyes widened like dinner plates of recognition. The young girl had long, dark brown hair with a yellow stripe down her predominantly white jumpsuit. However, compared to the other players, lacked patches on either arm, whereas the boy's suit was a pale blue with a purple-lined crosshatch design on its front and back. Before they could make any sort of formal greeting, the lieutenant stormed out of the classroom and marched Penelope down the hallway, resuming their previous course. Despite this, the 2 curious children had very little difficulty keeping pace with Carson's quick strides. "For a know-nothing rookie, you had 3 pretty good showings back there," said the young boy, walking up beside her. "Thank you very much. Are you in the 11th multiverse too?" "No way, rookie. You think we've got some sort of death wish or something? I'm in the 6th multiverse games." He then gestures to the girl who was trailing behind them. "And that's my little sister. She's playing in the 4th. Penelope yanks her arm free from Carson's grasp, forcing the lieutenant to stop as well. His sister, grateful for the brief respite, wheezes heavily with both hands propped on each hip. "I like your hair," she said, panting to one side. "Thank you. I wish you both luck out there." While his sister takes in large amounts of oxygen, the brother stands at her side, waving his thanks. "Same to you. We'll be watching." Penelope resumed walking in their current direction without the hostile aid of Carson's constant rushing. And even though they were a considerable distance away, she was able to hear the older brother chastise his younger sibling. "Mom told you to work on your cardio. Now let's get hydrated and head back to the gym." "Yes, brother," was all his sister said in a breathless reply. News of Penelope's perp walk was making its rounds throughout the space station's outer ring, and travelled light years ahead of their current pace. Handlers that were dressed in expensive designer suits, as well as other fashionable attire, tried guiding their loitering contestants back inside their respective classrooms. However, when the chosen candidate's new topic of interest rounded the corner, any ideas of returning to a dreary lecture session quickly evaporated. The rare oddity she had undoubtedly become in this place, of willing participants, simply left the other contestants transfixed by her mere presence. The overall power dynamics among Penelope's peers and their handlers started to make a lot more sense the more she and CD took a closer look. While the instructors could only offer minor recommendations to their players, the majority of them performed their jobs without any real authority. It felt like one of those Sudbury schools where students are fully responsible for their own education, and both faculty and finalist were treated as equal citizens. This made her the lone outlier among the group, and everyone around them was exceedingly aware of it. Lieutenant Carson was met with anger and contempt by the other instructors, given all the upheaval she was now generating amidst their competitors. A lovely woman with a bronze complexion and in a navy blue power suit with hair done up in a bun was one of the first to speak out. "I hope you're happy now. Escorting her to the market was your only real job, but you couldn't even do that properly. And where in the multiverse are those poor girls' shoes?" she asked with consternation. When cheers began to erupt among the other players, the no-nonsense instructor blushed a deep beet red at the sudden adulation. The lieutenant hadn't expected things to turn so quickly out of her favour, and Penelope wasn't happy about it either. Seedy, however, replayed the correctional officer's dubious actions thus far within her thoughts. I remember what she did to Sam, and I still want my revenge, but I also dislike seeing people being ganged up on, no matter who it is. Then, as if from a waking dream, a tall, muscular young man just about her age pushed his way through the crowd to meet with her in person. Nonetheless, Penelope would never be able to forget those striking good looks, which always reminded her of his mother. Nevertheless, the distinct Spanish accent and long jet-black hair tied back into a ponytail still threw her for a bit of a loop. Sam bends down to read off Carson's name and rank. Lieutenant Carson, yes. Can you give us both a moment, please? Sam, is that really you? This parallel version of her friend wore a red and white jumpsuit, with the now customary patches running down each arm. At your service, my lady, he said, performing a courteous bow with his upper body. Penelope peered in Carson's direction to see if this was her doing, but the prison guard was just as surprised to see him as she was, yet still managed to maintain her composure throughout. For fear she'd lose this particular battle in front of everyone, the lieutenant turned away from them and walked inside another classroom door. You have me at a clear disadvantage. Although I've seen your impressive exploits on screen, I have yet to have the pleasure. After struggling to make a proper introduction, she proposed a second question. I take it we're not friends on your Earth? Sadly, no. But that's just how things work on this side of the multiverse. Spend enough time over here, and you'll discover that each Earth has ways of influencing a number of changes, both large and small. Her face then flushed a hot pink with humiliation in regard to his comments. This is not a rebuke on you, but that of your instructor, he said, gazing down the path Carson just took. At this, Penelope could only stare down at her bare feet. She's not my instructor. She's my prison warden. Sam raises Penelope's head with a bent finger beneath her chin, allowing their gazes to fall onto one another. A gathering of girls in their vicinity giggled amongst themselves at the romantic scene unfolding within the hallway. That's the reason I had to meet you. A friendly face with a bit of friendly advice. Certain normalized concepts just aren't the same here as they are on your Earth. For instance, on my planet, they took 5 well-trained individuals and dumped us all inside the deepest, darkest jungle that they could find. And the first one to make it from one side to the other got a spot in the games, no questions asked. Did you have to kill any of them to make it out alive? I slew only 3, but the jungle's inherent dangers took the other 2. I think that a jaguar even got a hold of one of us in the end. There wasn't a single ounce of regret in his voice. Still, Penelope shivered as she imagined the Hunger Games-like scenario playing out within her mind. Well, I'm purely my Earth's golden ticket. No better than an overworked Oompa Loompa. Sam lets out a hearty laugh, which made her smile in kind. Yes, perhaps you're right. I can see why your Sam finds you so interesting. When he allows the laughter to trail off into nothing, his face then turns serious. I want you to consider this, even if your Earth requested your return. They couldn't have you back. That's simply because you're one of us now. And once your Earth signed you over, it was, as you say, for keeps. He then motions to outer space through one of the large porthole windows. A star in the making. That's exactly who we all are now. Sam shifts his gaze away from her and back to the crowd of spectators. Are we going to die here today? Hell no, the group of young competitors said in unison. So let's get back to work then. Her fellow competitors filed into their assigned classrooms, while Sam received silent thanks from their trainers. And before she knew it, the broad corridor was empty yet again. He's a very interesting young man, said Seedy, coming out of lurker mode. Penelope took a few tentative steps forward, unsure of where to go next. Did you get anything from him when he touched me? Penelope's paranoia was at an all-time high here, and the unanticipated presence of Sam's doppelganger only exacerbated her distrust. He shares many genetic characteristics with your Sam. It's more like having a twin brother than being a mirror image of oneself. This newfound data as it relates to parallel doubles is quite fascinating. I'm so pleased that you're fascinated, Mr. Spock. Can he be trusted? This question gave her internal friend considerable pause. He does not share the same personal experiences as your Sam, so I would have to say no. It's best to err on the side of caution. Lieutenant Carson re-entered the hallway through a different door, holding a pair of fluffy raspberry slippers. She then throws them at Penelope's feet. We need to hurry. We're already late. With that said, they both remained silent for the duration of the journey there. The broad passageway they headed down soon took a gradual turn into what appeared to be a sparsely populated food court. The number of windows looking out into space was reduced by half in the narrowing corridor as 2 rows of charming eateries now sat flush against opposite walls. While each restaurant had a number of tables and chairs lining their front, these eating establishments boasted about how great their food tasted and reassured potential customers that both past and present victors ate there before taking home the championship. Some even had memorial plaques that read, "Pretty Ricky dined here last, so won't you have a smoothie in his honor?" As she inhaled all the enticing aromas around her, Penelope's mouth salivated at the thought of having a normal meal. Apart from the windowless gap in which anyone could watch the cooks prepare their food, practically every dining establishment was covered in a sterile white marble. The names above each restaurant, however, were created with intelligent neon signs that flashed several times over before altering their lettering into other unique fonts. This made it easier to distinguish between Northern Chinese, Central Indian cuisines, or Southern Tex-Mex. Despite this, one sign within the group remained constant and signaled the very end of the long passageway. The market stood out from the rest of the crowd with its bright red neon sign and easy-to-read blocky text. While 2 display windows rested in between a heavy iron door, they featured medieval weapons within, as well as fully decked-out colourful jumpsuits adorned with even stranger technology. Penelope balked at the outrageous prices they were asking for and was resigned to leave this place penniless. Lieutenant Carson stopped at the door's front and banged on the steel entrance 3 quick times in rapid succession. Moments later, a grizzled old man with a pair of hard eyes and a well-trimmed greying beard swings open the door quickly. He towered over the entrance's sizable opening, requiring him to stoop further down to view both of them clearly. Despite his advanced age, muscles bulged from every inch of his body, while 3 long scratches ran down the right side of his face, turning one of his eyeballs a milky white. As the man watched them both with a stony expression, he was dressed in a light bronze shirt and brown camo pants. "Lieutenant," he said in a deep, raspy voice, "Master at arms." His one good eye quickly fell onto Penelope, and then to the handcuffs around her wrist. "What sort of point are you trying to make with those handcuffs, Lieutenant?" "It's my job, sir. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Number, it looks like you're trying to do my job despite my presence aboard this station. Any current prisoners on Earth W-58's orbital ship falls directly underneath my jurisdiction, so I'll be the one to escort her to the brig." He snatches Penelope up by the forearm and lifts her off the ground with ease. Although his grip was powerful and unyielding, she felt no discomfort by his abrupt actions. Lieutenant Carson then yanks her back downward as if she was some prized possession to be fought over. "She's my responsibility, Jacob. She's a player in the games and I'm her handler." Penelope hoped they'd reach some sort of consensus soon before unintentionally tearing her apart. "No shit, Lieutenant. Where the hell do you think I've been this entire time underneath a rock? Not to mention, I could literally hear you 2 coming from a mile away. Now come inside, girl. We have business to attend to." They passed beneath the door's threshold before he stopped them again. "Not you, Lieutenant. Don't worry. She'll be safe in here with me." Carson then reluctantly steps back, allowing Penelope to enter the death-dealing market on her own. Chapter 14. 8 of Orientation. When first entering the market, 4 carefully arranged rows of weaponry, complete with pricing, were displayed on shelves and quickly demanded her full attention. While a collection of the most sought-after jumpsuits hung to Penelope's left, suspended high above her head, and free of all their pricey accessories. However, slightly beneath the clothing racks, rested the suit's extras, which dealt exclusively with outdoor survival as well as their more advanced secondary attachments. This allowed each player to improve upon their base model gear incrementally. These flashlights and fire starters came with their own set of instructions on view screens below, alongside exorbitant prices only found at the nearest Vegas minibar. Penelope disregarded all the suit's bells and whistles for the time being to admire the room's steel-plated surroundings, and watched as the market's fluorescent lights shone off of each metallic square she stepped across. "Take your time," said Jacob, walking past her and towards the store's rear. "You're my last customer of the day." Penelope regarded his back with some hesitation. "Thanks back there, Masters of the Universe." "That's Master at Arms, rookie, but you can call me Jacob. I hope I didn't hurt you too badly," he said, gesturing to her arm. "Nope, I've had much worse." Jacob heads to the checkout counter, which was located at the farthest end of the market. "Yes, I suppose you have. Nasty business, that father of yours." When all was said and done, he got exactly what was coming to him. Jacob's bluntness somewhat surprised Penelope, because aside from a few others, no one had mentioned her father's abuse in such a candid manner before now. She found herself growing fonder of the burly man, who frowned at her with one good eye. "Jacob, do you have any children of your own?" she asked, walking up to the wood-stained countertop beside him. Someone had painstakingly carved an exquisitely detailed sneak into the darkened oak, giving a lifelike mobility to the cold-blooded serpent. Penelope rubbed at the reptile's immaculately shaded tail with both hands and wished she possessed that same level of artistic skill. "Yes, I have 2 young girls, but I'm afraid they hate their father just as much as you hated yours." Although his reply alarmed her, she figured that every family dynamic had their own set of unique problems. Jacob lifted one end of the counter, allowing his hulky frame to pass through to the other side. That's when he noticed the uneasy expression on her face. "Don't worry, girl. I'd rather chop off my own hands than ever lay a finger on my 2 pups." Jacob then gently lowered the hinged piece of countertop. "My problems stem from a lack of adequate attention during those crucial moments of their youth. Those days you just can't get back no matter how hard you try," he said with a deep sigh. "After being discharged from the Navy, I did my best to repair the relationship between my 2 kids with less than optimal results. But enough about that. Their dislike of me has eased up a great deal over the years, ever since having kids of their own." Following a brief pause in his musings, Jacob gathers his thoughts before continuing. "Here's the thing. When they were both barely knee-high, my government took me down to an underground facility and disclosed their current military project, simply labelled as the door without walls. When I first saw the old brown door, I thought the generals were having a laugh at my expense. But when the gateway to other Earths just stood there in the centre of the room, despite all my best efforts to move the damn thing aside, that's when I realised that the actual joke was on us. And when a trusted general I'd known for a very long time finally opened it up and took me to an entirely different world. I'm ashamed to say that my children once again took a back seat to my promising career." Jacob wiped down his countertop with an oil-scented rag while recounting his past regrets, yet felt compelled to divulge something else. "As the brand new Earth on the block, we didn't have contestants ready to play in the games, only soldiers equipped for battle. And that was perfectly fine for everyone involved, since our new overlords had no use for more contestants themselves. Hence, in order to be a part of the United Earths and receive all the benefits that came along with it, we handed over 1/3 of our planet's armed forces. Earth Rangers was the term they ultimately gave us, which inevitably trickled down to specialized military squads from other parallel Earths. We were soldiers tasked with traversing the most godforsaken worlds in the multiverse, which were ripe with countless dangers. Earths that would devour you in seconds if you weren't careful enough to mind your step, he said. Penelope soon realized he wasn't just talking about the potential dangers she might face within each round, but also how her world leader's initial discussion with the United Earths may have gone, as well as the possible negotiation tactics employed. Leaving Penelope as the trivial bargaining chip to sweeten their overall pots. Instead of openly thanking him for the much-needed information, she indicates to the 3 claw marks over his one eye. Is being an Earth Ranger where you got those from? You bet your ass, rookie. This little love tap serves as a reminder to all that the games aren't just some walk in the park. He folded the rag in 4 neat squares and placed it to the side before beginning his tale. It was a standard everyday jump to a new planet. We labelled the Earth as a -9 Gamma, but that designation was very wrong. My Ranger team had gone through first, and the herbalist was on their way next. Jacob then takes a pause in his story and initiates a side note. Remember, herbalists aren't simply there to gather specimens from the local vegetation. Given enough time on the planet, and they can tell you which part of the world you're in, right down to the historical timeline. At this painful memory, Jacob drew a sharp combat knife from his belt and stabbed at a section of the countertop. He then chose that very spot to start an entirely new carving. Penelope tried putting her hands behind her back, but failed miserably when the handcuffs slapped against her thighs in a reflexive gesture. Dinosaurs. I fucking hate dinosaurs, he said, digging the knife further into the table as he performed a series of broad strokes that pulled him from their conversation entirely. While he drifted deeper and deeper into his work, Penelope's presence was swiftly forgotten. Oh, where was I, girl? Asked Jacob, finally looking up from his artistic pursuits. You fucking hate dinosaurs. Yes, I do. In the University of California's Museum of Paleontology, I heard that a dinosaur's head fell atop a man's body, squishing the poor bastard instantly. Penelope had also heard similar tales told on her Earth, but guessed it was stories made up by the teachers to keep their students from horseplaying around the fossils. Jacob then returns to his story. Screams of the Cretaceous period boomed over our intercoms before any other specialist could walk through the door. So I grabbed who I could and gave them the code word for a hostile terrain, then pushed them back on through to our Earth. Penelope interrupted Jacob's tale with an upraised finger. But why not send a rover through the door first, like NASA does? Not bad thinking, pup, Jacob said with a smirk. Penelope now beamed with pride at having been elevated from mere girl status to the pet name he, to this very day, lovingly referred to his 2 children by. Is being labelled as an adolescent canine truly enough to provide you with parental satisfaction? Asked Seedy, dampening her entire mood. Hush now, new papa's talking. After Penelope's humorous quip, she suspected a pair of eyes were rolling somewhere in the depths of her consciousness. Keep in mind that at the time we were roughly 5,000 Earths strong, yet still in monetary competition with one another, said Jacob. And any use of a specific Earth's technology gave that ruler complete possession over the planet's resources. Therefore, only humans could pass through the doors, since they didn't regard individuals as property and viewed these excursions as a collaborative effort. With the exception of the slave Earths, that is. She couldn't help but interrupt again after the disturbing bombshell he'd just dropped. Did you say slave Earths? Yes. It's a sad fact of life, but they exist among us. They're floating balls of shit where even slave labor isn't enough to quench their leaders' endless greed. Penelope waves her cuffed hands around the store. Are the slave Earths a part of all of this as well? If we ever encounter those Earths in our travels, they automatically get an F rating by the Planetary Bureau of Human Rights. Jacob takes another deep sigh after his admission. We have a long-standing promise to hand over their planet's coordinates to the 4 queens. and may God have mercy on their souls after that. Jacob peered around the shop uncomfortably as the creases in his face furrowed with concern. Are they the ones watching me in the audience? Penelope thought about the 5 women wearing cream-coloured dresses sitting among the other spectators, while the one in the middle glared at her intensely. Seemingly out of nowhere, Jacob slaps the countertop with the palm of his hand, causing her entire body to snap back to attention. Now you look here, girl. You stay out of the Queen's peripheral vision, or they'll end up swapping you out for a more accommodating version of yourself, with no living trace that you ever existed afterwards. I should know. I've done their dirty work before, and it isn't pretty. Consider this my fair warning to you, said Jacob, somewhat regretting his sudden outburst. She thought it was best not to mention the gun-toting Queen that captured her and Sam earlier that day. However, his gaze didn't waver until she nodded her agreement with such fierceness that her neck began to hurt. Jacob's eyes softened immediately as he resumed his impartial demeanour once more. Well, pup, time to choose a weapon and jumpsuit. But you didn't finish your Earth Ranger story yet. Well, don't ask so many questions next time. Here, I'll make you a deal. Come back intact from round 1 and I'll finish it. He held out a hand for her to shake, and Penelope awkwardly brought up her cuffed hands to take his. After that, she turned to the 4 rows of handheld weapons and searched for the one that was already on her mind. Penelope began her search by examining a group of maces that sat inside the clearance section and faced the outer end of the very first row. These broad wooden shafts were fastened to a wide range of rounded steel balls of varying shapes and sizes, and while they all had unique heads mounted on their business ends, most of the skull-crushing weapons flaunted lethal spikes projecting from every angle. One heavy swing from the blunt instrument would tear through armor, bones, and muscle, causing severe injury to whoever was unlucky enough to be on the receiving end. But with Penelope's slight stature, recovering from a single swing could have disastrous consequences at a crucial moment. Then, a few shelves over, the single-edged blade she had been searching for appeared in several different forms. Past a complement of bowstaffs and scores of field knives, a set of Japanese katanas sat close by. Their mirrored finish and curved, radiant steel sent thorny prickles down her spine. Uma Thurman's portrayal of the bride in the Kill Bill series had always impressed Penelope to regard, as she expertly wielding her Hattori Hanzo's sword, considered the Emperor's sword the handcrafted weapon knew no equal in her eyes. Seedy, on the other hand, presented Sam's disapproving face in regard to her sword choice. You can say whatever you want. I'm buying this sword, and don't do that with Sam's face. That's creepy. Penelope takes the katana off its shelf. With a black fabric wrapped around its hilt, the blade extended down the length of her feet. Look, I'll even compromise. This one's smaller and has better balance, she said, replacing the katana with a wakizashi that sat alongside it. The sword in question was a much shorter version of the first, yet appeared as its equivalent. It's perfect, right? Perhaps you should inform Jacob of your decision. Seedy hoped to force the matter into a tie-breaking situation, but she was on to his plans. Hey, Jacob, what do you think? Asked Penelope, waving the wakizashi back and forth in the air. Excellent choice, pup. She grins triumphantly at the praise. So tell me, how long have you trained in kendo? Penelope opts to keep quiet, apprehensive of where he was going with this line of inquiry. Okay, what about the kenjutsu martial arts then? Does watching thousands of action movies count? Well, that's different then. Have you seen 7 Samurai? With a resounding thumbs up, Penelope jumps up and down for joy. Put it back, girl. You'll cut your damn ears off. But what the hell am I supposed to do here then? Jacob lets out his third sigh of the day. It's useless without the proper training. There are excellent bowstaffs right beside you. They require just as much instruction, but you won't kill yourself in the process. Penelope places the blade back on its shelf, ultimately conceding his point. Instead of celebrating his victory, Seedy guided her further down the aisle, where she noticed 3 evenly spaced, short, one-handed swords hanging alongside each other. And after Penelope places her hand on the instructional screen, CD begins to download all available information regarding each of the swords onto his seemingly limitless database. This weapon is now familiar to me. She chose one of the three at random, then reads the name tag underneath its display. It's called a Xiphos. That's a pretty cool name, but isn't it a little short, even for me? I've measured the length of the weapon in contrast with your head. Your ears should be relatively safe from harm. Its bronze reflective finish could only just mirror the hazy outline that was Penelope's face, while a simple semicircle guard produced from the same alloy kept her hand from slipping beyond the sword's hilt. She wraps her palm around the short handle, which was held in place by black leather straps that cross-hatched in between its slender grip. The sword's bottom half also had a second semicircle at the pommel, but faced opposite the first one, with a blunt spike coming out its end. "What are your thoughts on this one?" asked CD. "It's lighter than the wakizashi and might be comfortable to hold when I get these damn handcuffs off." Penelope gestures with her empty right hand. "And what exactly should I be doing with this one?" "Traditionally, you should be holding an aspis. It's a Greek hardwood shield with thin copper sheets covering its outer ring." "Hey, Jacob, where are all the shields?" The Master-at-Arms peers up from his carving. "Shields are special order only." "Request a shield buckler instead," said CD. "Any unclaimed shield bucklers back there?" Jacob's gaze drifted back towards her again, this time with greater interest. "Now what have you got over there, pup?" She holds up the Xiphos, preparing for another lecture on training, but Jacob gives her third choice a longer look. "How does it feel?" Penelope makes a downward swing through the air. However, with her hands shackled together, the action felt awkward from start to finish. "Come over here, girl." Jacob rummages inside an open drawer behind the counter. "Blasted that handler of yours. How does she expect you to pick out a proper weapon to use?" "I believe that was the point, Jacob." He looks at her for a long moment before restarting his digging. "I believe you're right. This kind of shit only happens when politics are involved. Was Frank an important person on your Earth?" "Not to my knowledge. All I know is that he was in the construction field. Frank never talked about his work much, especially to me. He was always dirty and lugging around safety equipment when he came back home." Late at night, Penelope would creep halfway down the steps. She knew it wasn't safe to roam around if Frank's hard hat and work boots were sitting beside the door, and after Penelope spotted his belongings, she'd run and hide inside her closet, hoping that he'd be too drunk to care about her presence upstairs. With a grunt of success, Jacob pulled out two small, simple keys fastened to the same ring. "Here, give me your wrist." When Jacob placed the key inside the lock, he turned it to one side, popping the cuffs open with a click. "It's frighteningly light," she said, still possessing the sword in her dominant hand. "That has a lot to do with its impeccable balance." From behind the counter, Jacob pulls out a spiked ball mace. "Now switch with me." She carefully accepted the blunt weapon and would later find out that this was Jacob's no-frills anti-theft device. "Wow, it's heavy. Ever had to use this thing before?" "Only once," said Jacob, without elaborating further on the topic. Penelope's arm dips considerably at the weighted, top-heavy weapon. She was about to switch to both hands when Jacob stops her. "Before you do that, point to where the tension is on your arm." Penelope points to her elbow and forearm. "Good. If this were a one-handed weapon, it would be unbalanced. In combat, that type of sword would eventually shatter on you in what I would consider a dire moment." Penelope recovers her short sword as he takes back the blunt mace. "Now give me a vertical swing." She raises the sword above her head, then cuts through the air with a downward slash. "Hold your right arm close to your body this time, as if it's resting in a sling. Then plant your left leg back, with your foot turned so that no one can topple you over. Yes, exactly like that. Now take your right leg and shift it forward with the knee bent slightly. This stance will help you maintain your balance and get the most out of each swing." "Are you set?" Penelope looks down at her feet. "I think so." Jacob then suddenly leaps over the counter and shoulder tackles her in the side. Penelope's initial reaction was to dive out of the way, but Jacob's burst of speed was so fast that not even Seedy's roots could keep pace with him. Her sword stance quickly fell apart as her body absorbed most of the impact. The blade clatters to the floor and slips in between one of the store's aisles. While Penelope's back bounces off the ground's metal surface, knocking the wind out of both her lungs. Jacob then leisurely strolls down the market's centralmost lane to retrieve her lost weapon. "Now tell me what you did wrong, pup." Still laying on the unforgiving steel floor, Penelope rolled onto her side, gasping for air. "I wasn't ready yet." "I gathered as much. Tell me what else you did wrong." With sword in hand, Jacob stood beside the counter and waited for Penelope to take it, but made no move to help her stand. Before rising to her feet, Penelope slams a balled fist against the ground. "You tell me, Master of Barnes." "Nice try, but that trick won't work on me twice. Tell me what happened." Penelope took one more deep breath before accepting the sword's return. "When you surprised me, I panicked and tried moving out of the way instead of defending myself." There's nothing wrong with a little strategic retreat. Most times, running away may be your only option. Penelope recalled the other competitors fleeing from the swarm of frog-like creatures just before being devoured by something much bigger. With no prompting from Jacob, she got back into her fighting stance. The Master-at-Arms nodded his approval and began walking around her. He softly kicked at her feet when he saw them out of alignment. "Okay, now lean forward like you're a cat ready to pounce." Penelope complied with his request, ensuring that she would be ready for his next surprise attack. "I want this to be your primary position. It doesn't matter if you're standing, fighting, or preparing to run." She looked at him in confusion at his last statement. "Now I get your skepticism, pup. But if you pretend to stand your ground, it'll make your enemies cautious, and they'll soon match your wariness. And by the time you're in full retreat, they'll have already lost a step or two." Jacob then goes inside his storage area, which was cordoned off by a dark red door. "Finish picking out your gear and I'll search for a suitable shield." Penelope's body uncoils from an ambush that never came. She looked at the rows and rows of jumpsuits with metal hangers sticking out of each of their neck holes. When it came to her attire, Penelope had a list of things she wanted, and bright pinks and yellows just weren't among them. A dark blue suit with several white stripes at the base drew most of her attention, as she struggled to dislodge the outfit from its rack. Another jumpsuit slid most of the way forward, exhibiting a largely black exterior with barely perceptible thin grey stripes throughout. The dark, pigmented design immediately caught Penelope's interest. She removed it from the hanger and studied it from both the front and back. "What do you think, partner?" Seedy's Roots examined the suit's multi-layered fabric upon first contact. "I have no issue with this material. I am, however, interested in the accessories available for it." Penelope walked over to the shelves containing the equipment while carrying her new sword and jumpsuit in tow. The first thing she noticed was a collection of slender cylindrical watch faces about the size of drink coasters, and forcefully pried one of them off the magnetized wall before examining it on either side. While on the screens below, a participant dressed in a lavender jumpsuit explained how to wear and use this device while it sat on their wrist. And when the gadget was booted up, a red flashing arrow pointed in a specific direction. "Vanessa was referring to a compass like this one," said Penelope. "I require additional information. Please touch the display screen." Once she performed Seedy's task, a deluge of new data began pouring in. Her conscious thoughts were getting better at sorting through Seedy's myriad of uploads while extracting small amounts of relevant information. Penelope plucked the new data out of her mind as if it was floating in mid-air. Her eyes then widened as she acknowledged the exorbitant price tag of the little compass. "It's 2,000 Earth points," she said, reattaching the device back to its magnetic shelf. "I presume they intended this apparatus for seasoned veterans who have plenty of points at their disposal." Penelope moves further down the aisle for something within her price range. "Well, I'll settle for a ball of red string any day." She maintained contact with each instructional screen as they progressed down most of the attachable devices. "Stop at this one here," said Seedy with an unaccustomed enthusiasm. When Penelope paused to look around, all she saw was a 4-inch-wide silver crown with 5 black onyx gems at its front. She took the circlet off its head rack and studied the crown from every angle. "The crown of mental health!" "That's quite a title," said Penelope, groaning at his fascination with the wearable gear. "Seedy, enough with this psychobabble bullshit. This is clearly a waste of time and earth points." She rests the crown back atop the faceless mannequin head. Seedy then begins to replay a childlike Penelope wanting to hide inside her closet to escape her long-dead alcoholic father. "I hit the back of my head, that's all. I'm not crazy. He was really there." Penelope sighed deeply, striving to control her combative anger. "We need to focus on the games. I won't be able to just stop and go to therapy." "You didn't just hit your head, you were struck in the face, and this device works while you are sleeping. Simply the mention of your father's name causes your mental focus to degrade. A man you believed was deceased reappears in front of you after 5 years. This single experience has had a detrimental effect on your emotional capabilities. I encourage you to take the crown if you truly wish to survive this ordeal." Penelope saw her adolescent self bringing Frank his beers obediently and didn't like the person she had become as a result of it. Despite her subsequent murder of him, the only thing that truly changed was his absence from her life. While all her pain and anxiousness was still alive and well. Hence, Penelope returned to the checkout counter with the sword, jumpsuit, and crown in hand. Chapter 15. The Moon. When Jacob returned a few minutes later, he held the Xiphus's black sheath in one hand and a little copper shield in the other. He then presented her with the Greek-inspired buckler, which maintained the dimensions of a standard-size serving plate. "I can't believe this darn thing was just sitting inside my stockroom for the past 2 years now. According to the ticket, a player who lost in the second round ordered the buckler but never got the chance to claim it. The shield's innermost disc stood laced with rounded copper rivets, while its outer edges were stained in a darker spruce wood, which felt old to the touch. Penelope examined the pre-ordered reddish-brown buckler on both sides. "It looks great. But where are the straps for the shield?" she asked, handing the circular piece of metal back to him. "It all boils down to magnets when it comes to the primary function of each player's suit." Jacob inserted her sword into its sheath, then reached out casually for her primarily black jumpsuit. However, when he saw Penelope's choice of attire, his hand hovered over the design in midair. Jacob's troubled expression reappeared briefly, but he promptly slaps the sheathed Xiphus onto the jumpsuit's back to mask his subtle hesitation. Once both items were joined together by 2 powerful magnets, Penelope tried her hardest to separate them, yet in the end was unsuccessful. Jacob smiled at her efforts, then pressed an unseen button at the base of the sword's sheath. Both magnetized pieces quickly pulled themselves apart with ease, now that their polarities were in reverse. "The buckler has one too," he said, indicating to a lone copper rivet at the shield's rear. Jacob eventually notices the black jeweled crown lying on the countertop beside Penelope's other purchases. "I'm proud of you, pup." Most of the players sitting in their classrooms down the hall believe themselves to be mentally invincible. But when all is said and done, the multiverse games have their ways of humbling a person's sanity. Jacob's newfound admiration for her only brought with it guilt and embarrassment after Penelope returned the crown to its rack once she discovered its true purpose. But Seedy just instills her mind with positive reinforcement. "You took up the crown in the end. That's all that really matters now." Jacob scooped up the silver circlet and gave it a cursory once-over. "I had a buddy of mine use one of these things before." "Is that right? So what happened to him?" "Well, his unit was taking heavy fire by a group of anti-Earth extremists, so they took cover behind an abandoned building. Yes, anti-Earthers exist, but you shouldn't concern yourself with them while preparing for competition. Anyway, as they started to fall back, A grenade detonated itself near the far end of that same building, blowing the entire structure to bits. Although his squad suffered minor injuries in the engagement, the distress that the explosion caused would linger with him for years afterwards. He once confided in me that even the slightest of noises made him break out into a cold sweat. Things got so bad that he nearly attacked his wife in a panic while they both slept, and when his physician examined him for any traumatic brain injuries, she found nothing of note, and he was an otherwise healthy person. That's when his wife informed him of the crown and its potential benefits. Jacob placed the object of discussion in front of Penelope. This crown alone saved his military career, along with his strained marriage. That's great to hear. But how does it work? According to what he told me, the crown sent him back to that exact point in time while he dreamed and showed him where the explosive device might have detonated from a range of several viewpoints, then ignited itself while his unconscious mind watched. The crown quickly replaced his memories of the concussive blast with fresh ones from the perspective of his dreams. It worked so well that he soon became cleared for active duty only a few weeks later. Damnedest thing I ever heard of, but it works as advertised. Jacob smiles at Penelope with his best mischievous grin. It seems as though you got a story out of me after all. I'm glad your friend is better, but he's a soldier, and I'm just a girl who got slapped around by her old man. I see no real difference here. Yes, you both fought on different battlefields, but they were battlefields nonetheless. Post-traumatic stress disorder can afflict anyone at any time. The age and sex of the person makes no real difference. What's important is having the right support system in place and not letting your pride keep you from talking to someone, even if it's just some doohickey that you wear around your head before bed. I hope that helps some, pup. Yeah, I think so, said Penelope, reciprocating Jacob's smile. Good. Now let's tally up the amount you owe. All I need is your blue identification card to complete the purchase. She rummages around her front pocket and produces the ID card with her digital Earth points inside. Your grand total comes out to be 2,800 points, said Jacob, preparing to swipe her card at the cash register. Penelope examined the 4 items in front of her once again, knowing that one of them had to go back on the shelf. Wait, I don't have enough. Could you deduct the shield's price from my overall total? I can, if you really want me to. But how bad is it? I'm 300 points shy. He considers her predicament for a moment, then repositions the small shield on the countertop in front of him and begins carving into it with his knife. And once he was done, Jacob looks up from his work with a forlorn expression on his face. I'm sorry, Miss Stevens. Upon second glance, this item appears to be damaged. Of course, I'd be willing to negotiate the price. I should say so, Master-at-Arms, said Penelope, understanding his proposal and opting to play along. I'll pay no more than 2,500 Earth points for everything here. Take it or leave it. That's more than a fair offer, Miss Stevens. I'll definitely take it. Their spontaneous theatrical performance made them both chuckle. One more thing left to do. I need your family's crest to imprint onto the back of your jumpsuit. Penelope had been waiting for this moment to come, so she pointed to the front of her t-shirt, which depicted a caricature of a white skull vomiting up a myriad of colours from its mouth. That should be simple enough. Let me get my scanner. Jacob retreats to his storage room once more. While he was gone, Penelope took a quick peek at the now damaged buckler. He had engraved a Roman soldier's helmet in simplistic details, complete with the customary plume atop the headpiece. She ran her fingers over the quick yet beautiful work of art. Here it is, said Jacob, reappearing from behind the red door. He carried with him a long black rectangular scanning device, which had a grey fluorescent tube visible on one end. Jacob then took a quick snapshot of her t-shirt. Now, spread your jumpsuit on the counter, backside up. Penelope complied with his request, smoothing out the elastic material until no creases were evident. Jacob tinkers with the portable scanner before turning the equipment onto her suit. As he runs the scanner back and forth, completing multiple passes, the new image begins to take shape. Penelope couldn't help but grin as Jacob replicated her favorite icon. And we're done. Jacob carefully folds and wraps her purchases in tissue paper before placing them into a silver tote bag, reserving her heavier acquisitions for last. It looks incredible. Thank you, Jacob. No, thank you. These kids come to me with wild images inside their heads and zero reference materials to work from. Now give me your hands. Penelope looked at him with a puzzled expression. The handcuffs. Oh, right, the cuffs. Once Jacob had them securely in place, he handed her the silver bag, then triggered the market's front door to open from behind his counter. She's ready, Lieutenant. Penelope's personal correctional officer enters with the same sour expression as before. He then whispers some last words of encouragement inside her ear. Keep your cool with that one, and good luck out there, pup. Lieutenant Carson seizes Penelope's upper arm and rushes her outside the retail establishment. After the door closes itself behind them, Jacob approaches the location where Penelope stood during their brief training exercise. He sank to one knee and touched the deep depression she made with only a single fist within the floor's metal bulkhead, then peers at the dent from several angles. Well, I'll be damned. Jacob had seen incredible feats of strength before, but never firsthand, and in such a manner as this. Penelope wasn't a weak girl by any means, and this type of metal wasn't impervious to damage. Her height and weight were suitable for the thin, wiry muscles she had developed over the years. Jacob pulls out his cell phone and presses a saved number on his list of contacts, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered the word, maintenance, and continued to wait over the line until someone responded to his request. Yes, this is maintenance. How can we help you today? Asked a woman in a professional tone. This is the market here. I have a floor panel that needs replacing. Jacob patiently waited while she went over all the safety protocols. Yes, it's the standard dimensions. And no, the station isn't in any immediate danger. I repeat, there's no immediate danger. Jacob examined the digital clock on the wall and the oxygen monitor beside it. The environment is still airtight. Yes, it's entirely my fault. One of my maces fell off the counter. On their way back through the stretch of cafes, Penelope received several invitations to join her fellow contestants for an early dinner. However, each time this happened, Carson's grip would tighten slightly around her arm, and each time this occurred, she would politely decline their offer. Heading back down the widening corridor, Penelope let out a loud yawn. Why am I so tired, Seedy? I thought I said no parties. You unknowingly used my powers inside the market. No way, I did. Why didn't you say something? I was hesitant to disrupt your training session. This isn't the first time your erratic emotions stimulated the development of an entirely new skill. Did Jacob happen to catch any of my erratic emotions? She asked with some annoyance. Unsympathetic by his insensitive remarks, Seedy went on. Yes, Jacob observed your erratic emotions wreak havoc upon space station property. Penelope studies the floor frantically, then her eyes wandered over to Carson's chest area. Anything that would get us caught? And will you please stop saying erratic? Yes. Since your conversation regarding the rulers of this earth, Jacob openly fears for your safety and appears averse to pursue the topic any further. All right, I guess we'll just have to trust him. Why do you wish to enlarge the size of your breast? She emitted a sound that was somewhere between a choke and a laugh. The lieutenant turns to see what all the hubbub was about, but only sees Penelope staring straight ahead. She tries to organize her thoughts so they would be clear for him to understand. I don't want to enlarge them. I want them to grow naturally on their own. Even though this is a common viewpoint among your female species, I have difficulty understanding what difference it makes to your male counterparts. Seedy had obtained a taste of the World Wide Web in his endeavors to seek out the game's rulebook. I don't know. There are movies, magazines, and society on Earth as a whole. I don't expect some crystal dude to understand. She looks over at the lieutenant again. While she was much more mature than Penelope, her chest size was still above average. "Are large boobs a big deal where you come from?" Carson waited for Penelope's punchline to roll in, but when it never came, she slowed down to react. "I'm not a part of some alien civilization. I'm from a normal Earth the same as you. We all have those kinds of thoughts in this sex-crazed culture. But breasts that are too large can cause serious back problems as you get older. They can be quite inconvenient sometimes and constantly interfere with my duties." "I see. Thanks." While returning to the safe zone was pretty uneventful, and when Penelope saw her home away from home emerge from the shadows, a relief settled inside the pit of her stomach. But this wasn't her home, no matter how hard she wished it to be. CD does his best to help by calming her anxious thoughts. "Your fears and anxieties are being pushed down into the deepest recesses of your mind," he said in a personalized mantra. Penelope begins to protest his interference with her current state of mind when she hears laughter coming from inside the house. Additional discontent is now identified and focuses on jealousy and resentment. "Don't you dare touch those," said Penelope, flinging the door wide open. "We're back." To her dismay, Vanessa and Sam sat across from each other on the couch while she caressed the lines in his upturned palm. When Sam glances up, however, his expression was that of excitement rather than lust. "Penelope, you have to see this. Vanessa is a real-life psychic. Isn't that incredible?" "Oh, yay! That's so cool!" She soon found her unwarranted indignation deflate itself little by little. This stupid, irrational jealousy only made her feel ridiculous. Sam didn't belong to her, nor were they even dating. She was experiencing a major fear of missing out, with a hint of territorial malice. "Okay, CD, do it." He regarded this as permission to confine her envious thoughts and self-doubt into little individualized boxes before closing them all shut. "Darling, you're back. Now come show your big sis what you bought." Carson removed the restraints and sat back down on her stairway chair. Then Penelope handed Vanessa the metallic bag, his palm reading hard to do. "Oh no, it comes easily. But I've only recently started learning. Sam was gracious enough to be my latest test subject. However, my actual gift lies in tarot card reading." "You should have seen it," said Sam with excitement. "Vanessa knew things about my past that no one would have ever known. Then she called me the Midnight Vandal." Penelope stared between them in disbelief, surprised by this unexpected admission. "Everyone knows that Ben from the neighborhood over is the Midnight Vandal. He's the one that defaced the statue in town," said Penelope without skipping a beat. Vanessa and Sam were now grinning widely at one another. "Was it something I said?" She also predicted that the only person who knew my secret would keep it hidden, no matter what. "That's the mark of a truly loyal friend, Sam. If you're not careful, I might just steal her away from you." Vanessa made a move to seize Penelope's hand, but Sam immediately took her other. "Not without a fight, fortune teller." His once casual touch now made her extremely nervous, so she quickly changed the subject. "Sam, I saw you. Well, not you, but a parallel version of you is on the space station with us." "Hold on. We're on a space station." Sam looked around the room incredulously, waiting for someone to clarify the situation in greater detail. Vanessa, on the other hand, was far more interested in the sword she had just drawn from Penelope's bag. "It's a spaceship, actually. And a pretty subpar one, if you ask me. They really need to update their sensor technology." A Xiphos." "Nice choice, Penelope." She pulled the weapon from its scabbard and took several practice swings in the air. Easy to learn, but tricky to master. Vanessa adopts a striking stance in which she grips the sword's sheath across her other forearm as a secondary weapon. "CD, remember that position for later," said Penelope. "I have it memorized." The three other women in the living room pretended not to notice Sam as he hopped from one foot to the other in total exasperation. "Is anyone going to tell me about the spaceship we're currently standing inside right now?" "I thought you'd be more interested in learning about your double," she said, taking the buckler from her bag to show Vanessa. Any form of space travel always takes precedence over parallel duplicates. It's the final frontier. "Oh, for Pete's sake," said Vanessa, making her way over to the enormous monitor to fiddle with a nearby keyboard. External cameras connected to the ship's outer hull soon appeared on screen. From this new vantage point, the Earth seemed a lot smaller than it once was just an hour ago. Penelope could now observe the entire planet as well as some of the moon. She placed the crown on the sofa's headrest and joined them by the screen. That's odd. From the corridor, the Earth seemed to be considerably larger. Sam takes in the incredible view beside her, while Vanessa continues to make adjustments to the controls. It's because we're on a massive spacecraft named the Visceral, which stays within the bounds of the Earth's exosphere. Think of it as riding a cosmic wave that periodically takes us further into outer space, said Vanessa, drawing their attention to the stars outside. Sometimes we're dragged far beyond the planet's shoreline. She then gestures to the Earth itself. And other times, it feels like we're right on top of the planet itself. At this brief explanation, Sam collapses onto the nearest recliner in a dazed stupor. "I never believed I'd be in orbit around a parallel Earth, let alone on a spacecraft." Vanessa then gives Penelope a quick wink. That should keep him busy while we talk. As Vanessa picks up the small shield, she glances down at the Greek helmet etched across it. "So, how is Jacob doing these days?" "Besides his hatred of dinosaurs, not too bad. He must have really taken a liking to you. It was months before I heard the dinosaur story, and I can be quite charming. I only got part of the story. He promised to tell me the second part if I returned alive from round 1. Sam quickly rises from the recliner with a shout. "Don't say that! You will come back alive!" Similar to Jacob, he maintains an unwavering stare until Penelope smiled and nodded her agreement. After her response satisfied him, he sat back down and resumed his gaze into the cosmos. That's when Vanessa pulls Penelope out of earshot and lowers her voice a bit. "Sam and I spoke earlier. He isn't taking this situation as well as you might think. To be honest, I'm pretty scared myself. I've been doing my best to keep it together so as not to make him worry, but this time I really mucked things up with my choice of words. When it comes to Sam, stay away from terms like lose, kill, defeat, or dismemberment. Boys can be so sensitive at his age." "Okay, I will." They both grinned at each other, and Penelope was embracing Vanessa before she realized it. And after taking several steps back, she wiped away more than a few stray tears from around her eyes. "I really appreciate being able to confide in someone who's been through this before." "Don't worry about it, darling," said Vanessa, removing the black jumpsuit from its silver bag. "Now let's see what colours you chose." Penelope scooped up the crown in tandem, which oddly went quite well with the much blacker suit. Vanessa's face suddenly became drained of all its emotions, which only seconds ago exuded joy and solidarity as she held out the black jumpsuit for all to see. Her expression then changed again to that of cold detachment. "Is this some kind of fucking joke?" Vanessa's voice was so faint that no one noticed her words until it was far too late. She forced Penelope aside and was on top of Lieutenant Carson in an instant. "Is this some kind of fucking joke?" Before anyone could intervene, Vanessa had her forearm pressed firmly against Carson's throat. When someone is being choked to death, the victim usually stares down their assailant while still making an ardent attempt to free themselves. However, the scenario taking place in front of Sam and Penelope was rather different. Carson still fought for every breath she took. This bit of detail hadn't changed much, but instead of staring at her attacker's face, the lieutenant's eyes never strayed away from the black jumpsuit. She choked out barely perceptible words while still watching Vanessa's left hand. I was outside," said the lieutenant, when the hairstylist allowed her enough oxygen to speak. But Vanessa didn't care much for that answer as she screamed in Carson's face, all the while crushing her forearm even deeper against the lieutenant's windpipe. "That's bollocks, you fucking twat!" Sam was now on his feet, eyes wide with confusion at the rapid change in her demeanour. Vanessa raises a balled fist, with jumpsuit still clenched within, ready to strike down the lieutenant, but on pure instinct, Penelope grabbed her upraised arm. "She's telling the truth, Vanessa. I picked everything out myself. She wasn't even in the store." Vanessa turns to see the black jewel-encrusted crown in Penelope's hand, then releases her hold entirely. What did the Master-at-Arms have to say about this? He didn't say anything. At least not like this. Vanessa yanks her arm out of Penelope's hands, then pushes the jumpsuit back into them. "I have to go." And without another word, her hairstylist fled the house entirely. Carson also hurried out the front door, saying nothing about the brazen assault, with her eyes never leaving Penelope's suit the entire time. Sam continued to stand motionless, fearful that Vanessa would return to resume her rampage. What the hell was that all about? Penelope tossed the suit and crown onto the couch as if they were on fire. I'm not sure, but there goes your salad. Vanessa made a few calls while you were away. The fridge is fully stocked with food now. Penelope wished she could hug that crazy, angry woman all over again. "There's no harmful material detected," said Seedy after completing a second intensive scan. "Perhaps you should try it on." "Are you serious? After all of that?" "Will you not be required to wear the item at some point?" Sam approached the crown with the utmost of caution and delicately picked it up. "What does this thing do, anyway?" Penelope let out a brief exhale. "Hold that thought. You fix us some food while I put this thing on." After entering the guest bedroom, she quickly changed into the skin-tight yet loose-fitting jumpsuit over her underwear and bra. And following an embarrassing glance at herself inside the mirror, she promptly pulls her bathrobe over it. Once Penelope was done, she returned to a coffee table filled with sandwiches and other truly missed foods. After happily consuming 3 bananas, 4 bags of snack-sized chips, and 2 ham and cheese sandwiches in a single sitting. She recounted everything that had transpired in the ship's passageway and market, while Sam took small bites of his salad and examined the crown in greater detail. Penelope knew he was pondering the life-changing implications it could bring to their Earth. "You said my parallel duplicate spoke with a Spanish accent?" "Yeah. Why?" "Because we almost moved to Mexico City around my mother's death." "You never told me that." After sitting the crown on the coffee table between them, he sat back in the recliner. "We were planning on relocating so that my mom could be closer to her parents. She missed them both terribly, and John could see how upset it was making her feel." "Oh yeah, that's right. But I thought Linda was from South America." Sam nodded his assent and turned to stare into literal outer space. "When she was only a child, her family relocated to Mexico. And since internet access was the only thing my dad needed to perform his duties at work, they planned on making the move rather quickly. He only leaves the house now to keep from going stir-crazy. My only assumption is that this Sam's mother never died in a car accident since it all took place in the United States," he said. Penelope wondered if she should have inquired about his family's status, but Sam saw right through her unspoken thoughts. "I get what you're thinking, and that would have been rude under those circumstances." When Penelope didn't react, Sam turned to face her and noticed the suit's collar around her neck. "I almost forgot that you were trying on the jumpsuit. How does it fit?" She ditches her bathrobe after standing up, then opens both arms and gives him a quick twirl. Penelope would simply have to make a conscious adjustment to this form-fitting, altogether suggestive outfit. "It feels like I'm naked, but I guess that I'm just not used to it yet. How does it look?" Sam makes every effort not to fix his gaze on any one part of Penelope's body for too long. "It's cool." "Yep, very cool." "That's real smooth, Romeo. Now let's see how this thing moves." The black mesh fabric was vastly more comfortable than anything she'd ever worn before. Extraordinary actions like deep stretches and high kicks allowed the flexible lining to keep up with her every movement. Penelope's arms and legs were always loose as she ran up and down the stairs. She pauses at the bottom rung, holding her hips in exhaustion. "It's pretty snug." "I guess now we know that the suit doesn't help with your stamina. Do you feel any different?" Only out of shape. Sam hands her a glass of water and she gulps it down gratefully. What about you, Seedy? Any difference? My analysis has not changed. As a former player, these items should not have evoked such an emotional response from your new ally. Well, I give up. If Vanessa ever comes back, we'll just have to ask her. Until then, it's been a long day and I'm exhausted. Penelope picks up the crown and heads back to the guest bedroom. Sam, I'm heading off to bed. Wait, he said, wrapping his arms around her in a firm embrace. Just in case they take you away in the middle of the night. You worry too much. They've already set my next round for a few days from now. Penelope gives him a light peck on the cheek, then closes the door to the guest bedroom. Chapter 16. Ace of Inspiration. Once Penelope had completed her bedtime ritual, she fell atop a queen-size bed with a pair of white-fitted sheets beneath, and a heavy quilt that had a red diamond pattern knitted across its surface. Despite being exhausted from the day's events, Sam's troubled embrace had left her with a sense of unease that she couldn't quite ignore. As Penelope clung tightly to an oversized body pillow, which ran the width of the entire mattress, she was forced to admit that the addition of her favorite nighttime cushion was a very nice touch. On either side of her, two dark mahogany nightstands and a brown rectangular headboard sat flush against the wall, while a pair of stainless steel lamps with contemporary modern curves, which proceeded in mostly right angles, accompanied each table's surface. Finally, a full-length horizontal mirror hung several inches above a dark brown dresser and was the first thing seen upon entering the spacious guest room. Penelope dragged herself back out of bed to turn on one of the nearby lamps, then began to arrange her clothing at the mattress's lowermost corners, eager to pull the controversial jumpsuit off and change back into her bathrobe, when Seedy intervenes with a clearing of his throat. "You better have your eyes closed in there, buddy," she said. "You're a married man. We share the same ocular nervous system now, therefore, if you require true privacy, you must close your own eyes while changing. I've interrupted your wardrobe alterations to request that you sleep inside the jumpsuit for the duration of the night." With one arm already exposed to the elements, Penelope stopped what she was doing, gave a prolonged sigh and slowly pulled her arm back inside the suit. "I'm starting to think you do this on purpose. Has anyone ever accused you of being a complete degenerate?" They have not. Now look into the mirror after placing the crown atop your head. Coach Seedy had once again re-emerged, and if Penelope ever intended to uphold her promise to Sam, she needed to comply with his instructions. "I can now teach you how to harness my powers, even if I'm unconscious or unresponsive. We do, however, have limited time to practice the technique in full. Now imagine yourself wearing these two articles of clothing inside our shared space within your mind." "Okay, I get that much. But if I'm wearing the crown out here, why do I need to have it on in my dreams as well?" "Because I've made significant modifications to the technology. While researching this crown, I've discovered that its manufacturer also created the Crown of Combat Education. In order to save on production cost, they assembled all their manufactured goods with both functionalities included within the device. Although the combat aspect of its secondary role lies dormant inside, the programming is still accessible. So, what you're suggesting is that the technology is already in place and ready for use. You're just turning the combat education part back on." "Correct. The proper utilization of your weapon is currently available on file." "Nicely done, Seedy. I very much approve." "Thank you. Now, lay flat on your back." She complied with his instructions while gazing up at the room's motionless ceiling fan. "Maintain a consistent spread of your arms and legs above the covers." Penelope made one more adjustment to the crown, ensuring that it didn't slip off during the night. "We are not sleeping, but rather making a transfer to your inner subconscious." "If I'm not sleeping, won't the crown be pointless to wear?" "There are only certain parts of your brain that I will transition into REM sleep. Once you wake up in the morning, these essential areas of your brain will be rested and refreshed. However, you may experience substantial soreness in muscles not used to this manner of conditioning." So I'll be sore all over in the morning. Got it. I'm ready when you... Before Penelope could finish uttering her statement, Seedy dragged her entire body inside the bed's mattress, instantly enveloping her in total darkness. She swam frantically towards the bedside lamp, which continued to be her only source of real light, while striving to reach the surface of the densely black liquid. Although the surrounding void kept her somewhat afloat, fragments of her subconscious submerged even further into the depths of her psyche. These remnants of Penelope's unconscious mind would be placed inside a deep sleep and weren't a necessary requirement for Seedy's still mysterious plans for her. No longer knowing which way to turn, she tucked herself into a ball and floated aimlessly, resigning herself to this forever night. Not long after surrendering to a dreamless fate, Penelope awoke once more inside a body already in motion. She then perceived herself at the kitchen sink, filling a glass up to the brim with questionable tap water. While some unknown assailant thwarted all her attempts to reclaim control over this newly shared body, this person, whomever they were, had noticeably trouble managing both the hot and cold levers when their glass stood most of the way full. The world around Penelope had become much larger and far less convenient than ever before. Seedy, are you there? When he didn't respond, she tried swimming further inside her thoughts in the hopes of going elsewhere. But all her efforts merely brought her back to this present moment in time. The person controlling the running water interrupted its flow and did an about-face, causing Penelope's vision to blur slightly. When she was able to see clearly again, the figure sitting at the breakfast table behind her became frighteningly evident. Penelope's heart leaped inside her throat, as Frank's distinctive features were now unmistakably obvious. Nevertheless, without the necessary command over her body, Penelope's instinctive flight or fight responses faltered in place. But before the panic of Frank's presence could fully set in, she thought about the ice-water method taught to her by Seedy. Penelope envisions the icy cold liquid being poured onto her head, one pail of water after another, and soon the crippling terror dissipated just as quickly as it appeared. With the calming technique out of the way, she could finally concentrate on the unfamiliar memory now playing out in front of her. This version of Frank was far younger and much leaner than she had ever recalled prior to his older counterpart, with a full head of ginger-red hair now trimmed neatly off to one side. He still had on his favourite brown plaid button-up shirt, which was free of all work-related stains as well as their previously disregarded wrinkles. This pristine exterior only served as a stark reminder to Penelope how far he had fallen near the end of his life. Frank gazed up at his young daughter with a gentle, melancholy expression on his face. The appearance he had now adopted seemed as if it had derived from a total stranger, which in some ways felt more terrifying than his usual one of contempt. He then stared back down at his food, no longer interested in the little girl holding the glass of tap water. And once she finally accepted that the little girl was, in fact, a younger version of herself. The glass slipped from their grasp and shattered into a million pieces onto the kitchen's peach linoleum floor. Afraid to even move, both past and present, Penelope held their respective breaths for what seemed like hours on end. Frank, however, simply raises his head at the sudden disturbance, then rises to his feet and proceeded to stroll past them. He soon reappears with a broom and dustpan in hand and wordlessly sweeps up all the broken glass. Frank then fetches a second glass from the upper cabinets and fills it with more water. He pats Penelope on the head and gently leads her back to the table. "Thank you, Papa," said little Penelope as she begins devouring her bowl of pasta. He responds by giving her a sad smile in return. If she had any earthly idea when this particular memory took place, the one act of kindness they'd both just shared would have been earth-shattering, to say the least. When the incredible scene had ended, present-day Penelope's consciousness moved to the forefront. She quickly spit out the mouthful of sodium-rich pasta after ditching her fork onto the floor. "God damn it, I really hated this shit." Penelope wipes her mouth on a pink t-shirt with galloping ponies on its front, which produced a dark reddish stain on one sleeve. Frank, on the other hand, took several more spoonfuls from his bowl, instantly surprised by its less than conventional taste. It's quite pleasant to the palate once you get used to its abnormal flavour. She leaps out of her seat, ready to fend him off like she had done in the preliminary rounds. "Oh, my apologies, it's me." "Seedy?" "Yes. This memory of your father is a perfect place for us to start." Penelope sits back down in her chair and pushes the undesired meal as far away from her as possible. She then folded both arms and tried fixing her gaze anywhere else other than his face. "What exactly is this memory supposed to mean, anyway?" she asked, gesturing around the kitchen. Seedy finished his meal with a grateful sigh before responding. "Having time to consume actual food is a delightful experience that is not too often afforded to me. Your hostilities aren't necessary within this place, Penelope." Her eyes darted from him to somewhere else. "I know, and I'm sorry, but do you really have to look like him?" "Yes, for the moment I do. Please remove all barriers and look at me in the eyes." She turns her focus on Frank's plaid shirt. "There, I'm looking. And all my barriers are down." But Seedy gestures to her folded arms. "Your body language says otherwise. Additionally, if you wish to appear to be peering into someone's eyes, it's best to focus on their mouth or forehead rather than their apparel." "Okay, I get it, all right. Just make whatever point you're trying to make." Penelope transitioned both arms onto her lap, then stared into Frank's eyes with open resentment, while underneath the table, her fingers interlock themselves together into tight knots. "The point I'm trying to make is that I don't believe Frank hit you at all. In fact, I believe you made the whole thing up, in order to seek attention from a father better suited for the role than he was." Seedy then created a similar barrier by crossing both his arms in kind. Penelope slaps the bowl of food off the table, splattering the contents all over the wall. Now on her feet, she stabs Seedy in the chest with every declaration. "I don't know who this son of a bitch in front of me was, but the Frank I knew beat me almost every day of my life, and when he was drunk, I got it even worse." Now irate, Penelope could do nothing to stop the frustrating tears from blurring her vision. The pain she felt, as a byproduct of Seedy's words, was far worse than any slap across the face. He also climbed to his feet in an attempt to console her. Penelope, however, flails at his head and chest with unrestrained fury. "No, stop it! Get the hell away from me!" Seedy took each hit to the face in stride while keeping a stoic expression even after all her rage had subsided. She then ceased her bombardment and began sobbing into Seedy's chest uncontrollably. Once her eyes were dry and could shed no more tears, she shoved Seedy, aka Frank, as far away from herself as possible. Now dressed in the black jumpsuit and crown once more, Penelope had unknowingly reverted back to her previous self. Seedy sat down at the table carefully, as if she were a timid deer ready to bolt back into the forest. "Please, sit with me." While regaining her composure, she took the seat across from him yet again. The crown needed to be calibrated to the core of your inherent trauma, although the device would have done that function in time. Time is the one thing we do not have to spare. The truth about your father's violent tendencies was never up for debate. I have access to your deepest memories, and they all contain a vicious version of Frank in some way or another. This is 1 year and 7 months before your father's transition into an abusive figure. Your mother's subsequent death was the main catalyst for his overall transformation, but we both suspected as much. I believe this is what the Crown is trying to convey to you at the moment. Moreover, one of your greatest fears was that if you notified anyone of Frank's wrongdoings, they would accuse you of being untruthful. Now, I know that I'm currently wearing his meat suit, but there's a good reason for that. Penelope reacts with a small smile at his latest remark. I wish to run a course of action by you, which will overall aid in your healing process. She slumped back in her chair and fought to leave her arms where they lay. Okay, let's hear it. You must thoroughly inform Karen, John, and Mel of your tragic past. Her gaze fell onto the kitchen table, then back to a 40-something Frank. Like, everything? She felt more tears coming on, but managed to hold back the fresh wave of emotions. Yes, each disclosure will occur at different times and in different locations, with intimate settings included. The phrase, "get something off one's chest," should receive credit for this particular idea. How can I do that when I'm stuck here in the games? I could simulate each family member based on your recent memories. Penelope's eyes gleamed with excitement at the possibility of confessing inside her mind, although we could interpret this as a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. Hence, it will fail to provide adequate healing. Communicating your hardship at a future date can be a powerful motivator to win the 11th Multiverse Games. Thus, repairing past traumas will be your ultimate prize. A new car would be just as cool, though. Even new vehicles will break down over time, and like a car, the mind needs constant maintenance to keep it running properly. All right, I'll do it. But isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we start the actual training now? Now we need to discuss this, said Seedy, pointing in an upward direction. Penelope glances to the sky, expecting to see a popcorn ceiling and discoloured grease stains over the stove. But instead, several hundreds of distinctive light fixtures were spread across the ceiling's entire surface. There were flexible tracking lights, smooth flush lights, suspended lights hanging from chains, candle lights with dancing orange flames, and cylindrical fluorescent lights that filled the entire area, not to mention the various types of chandeliers swaying softly in the breezeless room, each one containing different coloured light bulbs screwed into their sockets. Penelope noticed the colour patterns that each of them had adopted. Blue bulbs hovered over the sink and cabinets, while a cluster of red ones were just above their heads. Finally, a set of green bulbs sat near the back door. When these primary colours intersected with one another, they formed new shades, like yellow, cyan, and purple. Penelope had spent long nights studying for her art history exam, and one particular section focused on producing different colour combinations. From beneath his hand, Seedy fashioned a little knitting needle, then reached across the table and pricked the tip of Penelope's index finger. She quickly drew her hand away as blood began to blossom from in between the damaged skin cells. Out of habit, Penelope sticks the bleeding finger inside her mouth. Hey, warn me next time you do something like that. That would, in fact, defeat the general purpose. Seedy gestures to the sky once more. Different lights around the kitchen were now flickering on and off at random intervals. Penelope noted that seemingly random flashes repeated themselves on occasion. What do all the lights mean, and why are they flickering on and off like that? That is your brain receiving a small amount of information caused by damage done to your finger, and this was after you sustained an injury to your entire hand during the preliminary round. Additional lights flashed brighter in identical sequences, but faster and with added colours this time. And this is your fear of the unknown. Lights in opposing groups switched themselves on and off simultaneously. Some even overlapped with the ones depicting pain. Now we come to Frank. Penelope's array of lights went completely nuts after her father's name was invoked. They followed no discernible pattern, as certain shades blended with one another, forming a new collection of colours above them. Penelope pointed to a dark purple spot, which sat at the centre of the illuminated maelstrom. What's that section mean? That is your pleasure centres. It relates to several forms of addiction, or in your case, a deep-seated anger. She thought about her hatred towards Frank and how it affected her life in so many countless ways. Penelope had always struggled to keep her volatile temper in check. She remembered almost punching an underclassman in the face for accidentally running into her in the hallway. It wasn't until Sam finally coaxed her out of the confrontation that he reminded her of how much she resembled her father throughout their dispute. They didn't speak for an entire 2 weeks after that. However, during their rare time apart, Penelope did some serious soul-searching. And, after apologising to both Sam and the sophomore, she made an ardent vow to keep her anger under control from now on. Fast forward 3 years later, and all her hard work up to this point felt like it was for nothing. "I want to fix this rage inside of me," said Penelope with conviction, "but I don't know how. It's been all I've known for so long. What if I can't change, CD? A human's mind is a ways in a constant flux, and with diligent help, we can calm your imbalance. Your Frank has deceased. There's nothing we can do to change that, but he remains here, inside your subconscious, and we can use that to our advantage. From this point forward, Frank will oversee your physical training. That includes sword fighting, hand-to-hand combat, as well as building up your stamina." From across the table, Penelope agreed with a nod, but the flaring lights over their heads told a completely different story. "Where do we start? I've been combining all his behaviors and characteristics based on your memories. If done right, your recollection of Frank should materialize with us soon." Her features showed yet another bout of anxiety. Just how exact of a copy will he be? CD creates a glass of water and pushes it in front of her. She wasted very little time in dumping the whole thing atop her head. The cold water technique temporarily suspended the pulsing lights, but she'd have to find an alternative approach in handling her debilitating anxiety. "I've decreased his violent tendencies, if that's what you're concerned about. And I will bring him up to speed on everything that has occurred to us as well as himself thus far." "Only decreased? If I were to, as you say, neuter Frank, this exercise would not function as intended." "So, anyone who wears this gadget can make whomever they went to?" "This isn't the Crown's doing. The device you're currently wearing only shows snippets of your past. With prolonged use, however, the patient will eventually come to terms with their trauma. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time, so I altered this equipment for accelerated use." "Okay, I think I'm ready," she said, rising to her feet. "That reminds me. Where will you be in all of this?" "I shall monitor your progress from above." "Stalker! Do you believe I'm harassing you with unwanted attention?" Number, it was just a nervous joke. "Then please look at the front door." She did as he asked, expecting to see her late father saunter his way inside the house. The door, however, shifted beneath her feet, and Penelope found herself on the front lawn outside the home, examining that same entranceway from the porch steps. Chapter 17. Ace of Inspiration resumed. Outside Penelope's dreary residence, her dream realm stood devoid of all its natural colours that were, for the most part, taken for granted within her waking reality, while a dense bubble of stillness enveloped her entire body, distorting any noises that she attempted to make within. This, in turn, created a hostile atmosphere throughout Penelope's starless night. The single blocked-off street that she had spent so much of her life on unveiled several insignificant details that no game show simulation could ever reproduce. Namely, the extreme biting cold and rainy weather on this remarkably inauspicious night. In fact, the conditions were so unbearably wet and chilly that it reminded Penelope of her first ever encounter with her neighborhood friend, Mel. Only a few houses away, the Colonel's typically bright and cheery yellow home now consisted of fuzzy outlines that dematerialized for what seemed like a brief instant, before reappearing in her peripheral whenever she tried fixing her gaze on other intact structures. While concentrating on the home's specifics, she brought the house into a state of focus, allowing the entire cul-de-sac to solidify back into place. Penelope could feel her Greek sword and shield magnetically attached to her lower back by the jumpsuit's specialized material. However, instead of inspecting her equipment, she walked the few steps to the front door and shoved it open. A father more in line with her actual memories sat at the kitchen table, hands resting palms down on the wooden surface. Now, at his customary weight, Frank's massive beer gut extended far past his more youthful waistline and drooped beyond his abnormally obese midsection, leaving him at the mercy of advanced aging as well as their Earth's gravity. Coupled that with his receding hairline, which was slicked backwards to the rear of his head, yet somehow remained a tangled mess. Still wearing a plaid shirt and blue jeans, Frank turned towards the door once it was opened. "Hey there, little P. It's been a very long time," he said in a raspy, yet all too familiar, menacing tone. Penelope said nothing in reply, merely observed him closely to avoid any unexpected surprises. As he often did in the past, Frank carelessly scratches his belly and glances around the living room with some indifference. What's with all the lights on the ceiling? And why the hell are they flashing on and off like that? "We're inside my head, I put them there," said Penelope, losing some of her composure. He lets out a loud yawn before stretching both arms high into the air. "Well, when you're done taking down your little art exhibit, get your dear old dad a beer," said Frank, already sitting beside the fridge himself. Then, without another word, he wanders over to the couch and settles into one of his favourite cushions nearest to the television set. Now at a loss for what to do next, Penelope looks towards the sky in utter defeat. "CD, I don't think I can do this anymore." As she waited anxiously for any sort of response, she turned her gaze to the back of Frank's head. Penelope would have even welcomed his customary standby reply, but all she received was complete radio silence. "Hey, shut up back there. I'm trying to watch the TV." Penelope had heard him yell those exact words so many times before, but had always been too terrified to even acknowledge them. However, this time, she cracked the seal on her sword's sheath in response, permitting a glint of the bronze alloy to peek from its black scabbard. If Penelope were to strike him in the back, CD would have no choice but to physically return and train her himself. On the television screen, Frank watches as a marshmallow finger family sings and dances on a countertop alongside one another. Was he waiting for her to initiate some sort of violence first, so he could retaliate against her without interference from CD? Penelope slowly pushed the sword back into its scabbard. If she was ever to survive the monsters that were prowling the many Earths out there, she would have to work with the monster in here first. "I need your help, Frank. Will you help train me?" asked Penelope with the humility of a rabid badger. As the words left her lips, they felt so awkward across her tongue that a long, hot shower would be essential once she awoke from her parallel slumber. The lights inside the kitchen were now flashing so erratically that more than a few of them made audible popping sounds before going completely dark from the stress. Penelope then connects her thoughts to CD's powers of physical manipulation and concentrates all her attention on every blown bulb in the room. And when each of the broken filaments stood fully restored, they rapidly came back to life soon thereafter. She then focuses on the couch he was presently lounging on and plucked the furniture out of existence. Frank's arms flailed sporadically as they searched for something to grab hold of, but his rear end struck the carpeted floor with a loud thud. He sprang back to his feet clumsily and brushed imaginary dust from his jeans. "So, you're going to torture me now? Is that it? It wasn't enough that you killed both me and your mother. Now you plan on embarrassing me in this imaginary world of yours?" The only embarrassment to this family is you, Frank. Even after he evoked her mother's death, the light's rhythmic pattern remained unchanged. "I'm trying to do better," said Penelope in a subdued voice. "I'm trying to be better. When I murdered you, I dug a hole so deep for myself that I now need your help to get me out of it. So, will you please help me?" He ignored her second plea for assistance and walked into the kitchen to retrieve a beer from the fridge. Frank then popped off the bottle's cap and tilted his head back for a long drink. However, after the third consecutive gulp, he spits out the remaining contents. Eyes now wide with undisguised horror, Frank scowled at both Penelope and the bottle. "This is just water." "Thanks to your parental example, getting drunk isn't much of a priority these days. I have no earthly idea what beer is supposed to taste like." "Hops and barley, girl. It tastes like hops and barley." Penelope shrugs her shoulders, signalling her indifference to his newfound plight. This is truly hell, then. She kept quiet but hoped the real Frank was serving an eternity in there. But if a place like hell really did exist, she might well be joining him there someday. Without further discussion, Frank sat the beer bottle on the kitchen table, then pulled a white booklet from his back pocket. The xiphos is a secondary weapon used by Greek soldiers in the Hellenic army. It's only drawn when their spears are severed in two, lost, or hurled at the enemy in combat. Penelope wasn't expecting him to go into teacher mode so quickly, and hearing him launch into a lecture on her weapon threw her completely for a loop. Thus, she drew the xiphos from its scabbard and studied it while he spoke. Meant for one-handed swinging attacks and thrusting stabs, its double-edged blade makes the xiphos easy to pick up off the battlefield and used by all. Now get into your fighting stance and prepare to swing your weapon. She got into position and held the sword and shield like Jacob had instructed her to. Downward swing, go! Penelope slices through the air with a descending slash. Again! She swung the short blade several times in a row, losing her balance on occasion. Frank sighs in frustration, then tries shifting Penelope's shoulders to one side. In mere seconds, however, the xiphos's tip was under his chin instead. Don't touch me! Frank retreats a few steps backwards, both arms raised in mock surrender. Whoa, there, little pea! You need to spread your feet out more. Well, say it then. But don't you ever touch me again, said Penelope, withdrawing from the offensive stance while wriggling her sword in his direction. Sometime after their dispute, Frank progresses to thrusting techniques as well as horizontal slashes, while she wielded her compact weapon. When Penelope could perform all three swings with relative competency, he made her employ each of the sword strikes at random commands. Down, left, stab, right. She would execute each technique the moment he called for it. Occasionally, Frank would throw in something that they hadn't rehearsed before, like raise, shield. This caused Penelope to briefly hesitate in her overall sword training, and she would have to start the exercise from the very beginning. Penelope eventually improvised the command by holding the small buckler up to her face whenever he shouted the word shield. Frank demanded that she repeat each sequence at least 100 times, ensuring that the technique was ingrained inside her head and could be performed effortlessly. The atmosphere that Cede had created around them made it harder for Penelope's body to grow tired. She could still feel the sweat running down her neck and forehead, in addition to her labored breathing after each maneuver. However, the bronze blade she held inside her hands was as light as her initial downward strike. When she finally made it through the gauntlet of sword training with no real mistakes made, Frank moved on to her stamina consumption. Your friend said to put hay bales there and there. He also wants you to bring the couch back and move it over there. Frank indicated to each designated location that appeared within his pre-generated thoughts. Cede also requested 4 large wine barrels and a long balance beam strategically placed throughout the living room area. Is it really possible for you to speak with him? She asked, feeling some jealousy. Cede had been her little secret up until now, and real or not, this Frank was the first person to actually speak with him besides her. You think I know anything about this sword-fighting business? Penelope conceded the point and began manufacturing the items Cede had requested. The hay bales were easy enough to produce, due to the countless old Western films Sam and John had made her watch. Penelope could soon create flawless rectangular bales of hay that looked just like the movies. However, when Frank asked her to make 5 target dummies that would inhabit various parts of the obstacle course, she had difficulty comprehending the overall concept. Cede finally intervened by showing her an image from a video game that Sam must have beaten over 100 times before. In the end, they were 2 old hemp sacks, stuffed with more hay and made to resemble a person's head and torso. Then, at the center of both sacks, she placed red circular targets, implying fatal areas to stab or swing for. Each attack dummy sat near a turning point in the course's layout, propped in place by a 6-foot-tall wooden plank. While placing most of the hay bales throughout the second-floor hallway, the stationary targets sat scattered about the downstairs area, with the last one near the kitchen's back door. With his back pressed firmly against the old yellow stove, Frank sat at the breakfast table, going over his notes. This gave Penelope enough time to walk through her creations methodically, making sure she had every section of the obstacle course committed to memory. She then climbed up each step and waited for Frank's signal to begin. "Go," he said in a loud, throaty pitch, which harkened her back to some of their worst days together. Penelope launches into a quick sprint and hurriedly leaps over the 3 compact hay bales, the third of which being the most perilous due to its proximity near the first descending step. And after substantially overshooting the last obstacle, she slid the rest of the way downstairs, bouncing from one step to the next off her posterior. Instead of witnessing her initial blunder firsthand, Frank heard the awkward stumble from his vantage point inside the kitchen. "Your friend said to keep going. This is only a practice run." Embarrassed by the misstep, Penelope got to her feet and stabbed the first dummy at the foot of the staircase, then turned the corner and crawled beneath a hay bale held up by 2 kitchen chairs. Penelope then attacked another dummy using a downward strike. Next, she balanced herself on top of a gymnast beam while stabbing 2 additional dummies to her left and right. She gained considerable speed near the end of the course and twisted herself in between the 4 wooden barrels, which were stacked on top of one another and arranged closely together, leaving a narrow gap that she could only just pass through. The last dummy was waiting for Penelope inside the kitchen, and she finished it off with a horizontal sword swing down the middle. After 5 separate practice runs, a thus far silent Frank eventually spoke up. "Your best time is 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Your friend wants your overall goal to be 30 seconds flat." She peered around her family home and realized that it had grown far larger than its real-world dimensions. The upstairs hallway was at least a half-mile long, while the first floor now seemed to go on for days, reducing her father to a tiny speck on the horizon. This time Penelope didn't bother consulting with Frank. Rather, she addressed the kitchen's ceiling filled with the array of light fixtures. "But that's impossible, CD. I know you expanded the size of the home. It can't be done in just 30 seconds. "He wants you to repair all the straw men after each run," said Frank, speaking in CD's stead. "Don't replace them with others, but fix the damage caused by your sword. He'll know if you don't follow his instructions to the letter." "Oh, will he now?" With an irritated expression across her sweaty face, she turns in Frank's direction for reasons she still didn't know up until this very day. He'd never supported her when he was alive, so why would anything be different now? Frank merely grins and nods in accordance with her extraterrestrial companion. He was taking great pleasure in witnessing Penelope's physical and mental taxing. Back on the 2nd floor, she ran with her sword at the ready this time. The action alone shaved 50 seconds off her overall time. Penelope also created 12 oversized stopwatches, then hung them around the house so they were always within her line of sight. After her first few attempts, the benefits and drawbacks of running with her Xiphos in hand became very apparent. It felt somewhat sluggish and uncomfortable as she slid down the long staircase, her weapon now on full display. Once 30 seconds had passed, regardless of where she was in the course, Penelope would suspend the run and withdraw to the beginning. She found that drawing the Xiphos at the bottom step worked best, so she incorporated it as part of her routine. And rather than dealing death blows to each of the dummies, she concentrated on shallow thrusts at the center of their straw bodies, which allowed her to trim even more time off the clock. Penelope also reattached the shield to her rear end and used it as an improvised bobsled while descending the steep staircase. This one act alone shaved 1.5 minutes off her total time, and after several more practice attempts, she prepared to perform her final run. Rather than hurdling over each hay bale as they appeared, Penelope jumped from one bale to the next like the floor was composed of molten lava. And when she came to the seemingly endless stairwell, she fell onto her backside and rode the small shield the entire way down. Once Penelope had reached the bottom rung, she stabbed her first enemy before rounding the corner in which she slid underneath the last bale of hay. And although the finish line was still miles away from her current location, a little tinkering with CD's elongated alterations, and the home's dimensions fell back into place, just long enough for her to close in on the gymnast beam. Penelope then cleaved the second dummy's head off its shoulders as she sauntered by, and while balancing her body across the narrow 4x4 beam, she plunged her sword into the dummy on the left, then with an off-centered foot, kicked the one on the right. She re-straps the buckler to her forearm and launches herself off the balance beam to unleash a critical slash across the 4 barrels, slicing them all in half. Penelope quickly performs a forward roll atop her path of destruction. And once the final dummy was in her sights, she shot off the ground like a cannonball and delivered a twirling shield strike to her last remaining obstacle. When all was said and done, Penelope's best time was 53 seconds after a total of 87 separate attempts. She shook her head vigorously while taking in long, shallow breaths, with her hands resting atop her knees. That's it. I'm done. You're done when I say you're done. I didn't raise a goddamn quitter, said Frank, getting to his feet. She then levels her blade in between his eyes. That's right. You didn't raise shit. Even when you were still here, I had to fend for myself. You and Seedy can both go to hell. I'm done. Penelope lowered her sword and sauntered over to the fridge for some beer water. Your goddamn mother was a quitter, and she's dead because of it. You're not done until I say you're done. Behind her, the kitchen table makes a loud scraping noise as it's shoved to one side. Frank then grabs Penelope's upper arm and tries swinging her around to face him. But as her body is spun roughly about, the Xiphos propels itself beneath his chin and doesn't stop until it penetrates his entire skull. Penelope felt his jawbone crack as her sword found a home inside his brainstem. As Frank's body began to spasm in place, his pupils roll behind his head, signalling his impending demise. While the tip of her Xiphos poked comically out the top of his head like some kind of tiny hat, Penelope twisted the sword clockwise so he would never forget this moment. I said, "Don't you ever touch me." She watched his surprised expression as the metallic scented blood filled the air and crimson liquid trickled down her fingertips. When Penelope finally rips the blade free from Frank's head, the rest of his body collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. Seedy had spared no expense when creating this copy of her father. You are, in reality, responsible for the quality of the blood's detail, said Seedy off to her right. You manifested what you expected to see from your actions. Penelope's head jerks up from Frank's motionless body as Seedy's sudden words jolted her from the satisfying trance. He had morphed himself into someone else and once again was seated at the kitchen table. Who are you supposed to be this time? She asked, not all too pleased to see him underneath these circumstances. Seedy now appeared as a short elderly gentleman with a thin grey moustache and was dressed in a brown tweed suit with a Homburg hat. We met at a grocery store only once before. He stated you reminded him of his granddaughter. This compliment alone brought you such joy that it soon became one of your fondest memories. That being said, did you really have to kill him again? Asked Seedy, with a twinge of unaccustomed frustration in his voice. Number. But he was really starting to get on my nerves. Great job, by the way. This Frank was almost too realistic. Seedy scanned the obstacle course, now attempting to conceal a faint smirk. I believe you sent me to hell alongside your father. I said you could go to hell. There's a difference, but that's no excuse. I apologize, partner. Please return from hell. Penelope drained a bottle of water after extracting it from the fridge. I perhaps pushed you a little bit too hard this time. I will rethink my training methods for the future. No, you didn't. I feel a lot more confident with my new weapon now. This was a reasonable course of action underneath the circumstances. What time is it out there anyway? It's almost 7 in the morning. Your first official showing starts at 4 o'clock tomorrow. In only 24 hours, she would be stranded on a parallel Earth. And if she didn't fulfill the parameters of the game, they would abandon her there to die. Still uncertain whether she'd succeed or fail out there, Penelope focused on her rushed training and hoped that it would be enough. She concentrated on an unadorned wall and replicated Seedy's white archway from the day before. Well done. I'm relieved to discover that my mental exercise regimen hasn't been in vain. Thanks. But I think I'm cheating. I just dipped inside your thoughts for the correct solution. Adapting to one situation is paramount for ultimate survival. If you have access to my thoughts, why not use it to your advantage? I'm sure that your creative mind also played a part in your rapid flexibility. When it comes to employing your abilities, I sure hope so. Moving on to a different topic. If Lieutenant Carson is back out there when I wake up, we need answers about this jumpsuit and why everyone is so afraid of it. In my unbiased opinion, I believe that the black jumpsuit as well as the crown are equally terrifying in their own right. As I studied the events of yesterday, I noticed that both Vanessa's and the lieutenant's eye movements switched from one object to the other with equal trepidation. It leads me to conclude that by themselves, each item is unremarkable. However, combining them together elicits an altogether visceral response. That sounds logical, Mr. Spock. Jacob did say that no one really ever buys this crown for ordinary use. Penelope looks down at Frank's lifeless corpse while considering something more. Maybe wearing the jumpsuit on its own is just unlucky, but having both in my possession is somehow taboo. If this is the case, our analysis of the problem may be a pointless endeavor in the absence of additional information to sift through. Well, the only thing left for us to do is to gather more information then. Penelope returns to her waking world by activating Seedy's portal of white crashing waves and passing through to the other side. Chapter 18. Night of Motion. Penelope intuitively wakes up in the same spread-eagle position from just 12 hours earlier, but a debilitating soreness had permeated deep within every muscular fiber of her body. This was the equivalent to heavy weights strategically placed atop her immobile joints whenever an attempt was made to move in the slightest. After all, Penelope's efforts to lift herself out of bed were ineffective. The only thing she could feasibly do was stare helplessly at the motionless ceiling fan directly above her, while remembering the day that John had it replaced with a newer, better model. Penelope's entire body screamed out in protest each time she made the attempt to turn onto either side. She was finally able to rotate her uncooperative body towards the room's only entrance after levering a fistful of bedding inside one hand. "Seedy, I can't move my body," said Penelope, awkwardly rolling onto her face. Yes. I've been sending electrical pulses throughout your muscles and nerve fibers each time you use them within your subconscious." "And how long did you keep that up for?" "If my calculations are correct, nearly 72 hours in total. I've been asleep for 3 days straight. You said it was only 7 in the morning. What about the games?" Penelope tries rolling over once more but lurches back into the face-down position. "My apologies for the miscommunication," said Seedy. "I've been manipulating your thoughts into thinking 3 days had passed. The actual time of day has not changed, only how your body and mind perceived it to be. Underneath these new circumstances." The 48-hour deadline for round 1 now seemed like an insignificant amount of time to prepare her body for. "Can't you do something about this soreness, then?" "While we converse, I'm deadening the receptors to most of your nerve endings. Partial range of motion will be available in a matter of minutes." When Penelope could finally push herself upright, her momentary victory left beads of sweat lingering across her brow. "Seedy, none of this will work if I'm struggling to even stand up properly. Can't you deaden more receptors or do something else?" With both legs now dangling off the edge of the bed, she dug her hands even deeper into the linen in order to propel herself all the way forward. As the first round rapidly approached, Penelope imagined herself staggering onto the stage and dying shortly after passing through the door by some hungry, otherworldly creature. Blocking any further receptors would be counterproductive to our goals. "Just do it. I have a not-so-great idea, but it's only temporary. so you can unblock them when it's over. Where's Lieutenant Carson right now? The lieutenant is sleeping outside your bedroom. With all her receptors now jammed, Penelope sprung out of bed in a single motion, nearly propelling herself face first onto the floor in the process. Okay, now, can you show me any rules that might pertain to our current situation? She asked, wobbling on a pair of unsteady legs. CD introduced several compressed data files, each containing different rules relating to players and their handlers. Penelope shimmied her weakened body across the light blue painted wall while getting herself ever closer to the room's shut door. She opened the first interesting file, which contained several binary paragraphs composed of ones and zeros. And after Penelope extracted the folder, using an access key that they had developed during a rare break in training, she sifted through all the numerous regulations until she came across one that coincided with their current predicament. When her cautious struggle to the bedroom door had ended, she pried the entrance open, using her sword's scabbard. After that was done, she dropped the sheath onto the floor and held her Xiphus firmly in a single hand. Standing as straight as possible, she uses the door's inner rail to keep herself from completely falling onto her face. "Carson!" Penelope's frantic shout startled the sleeping lieutenant awake as she sprang from the plain wooden chair preparing to salute a superior officer. However, when the lieutenant saw her dressed in the black jumpsuit, accompanied by the silver crown atop her head, a fresh wave of disdain washed over the correctional officer's face. The repulsion she felt towards Penelope was, in reality, so great that the brief rapport they'd shared the day before had long since passed. "I need an ice water bath as well as a doctor that's versed in handling sore muscles," said Penelope, not mincing her words. The lieutenant promptly folded both arms, signalling her ardent defiance. Rule 17 entitles that all players receive the proper medical attention before heading off-world. "So you memorized the rule book. Good for you. An inmate doesn't give the orders around here, they take them. Now get back into your room and wait for chow time." Penelope held up her sword in a slow, deliberate manner, making sure the lieutenant could clearly see the razor-sharp blade within her hand. It's poor practice to leave a deadly weapon just lying around like this. Any inmate could get a hold of it if you're not careful. Carson removes the stun baton from her utility belt, arming herself for the impending showdown about to take place. "Looks like it's time I finally show you who's in charge around here, inmate." With her superior speed and years of training, Penelope had little chance in a head-to-head confrontation with the correctional officer. However, she did have a CD on standby, and his roots were now calculating the lieutenant's every move. Carson quickly lunged at Penelope, aiming the baton at her stomach with the hopes of delivering 50,000 volts of electricity throughout her entire body. Instead of devising a strategic counterattack, CD requested that she stick to her plan in lieu of the approaching assault. Penelope's entire neural network was soon filled with a cascading charge of thermal energy. However, the initial shock failed to cause her muscles to contract as the lieutenant had envisioned that they would. Now free to retaliate at her discretion, she slammed the flat of her blade against Carson's wrist in one quick yet extremely destructive blow. The sound of her fractured radius and crushed scaphoid told Penelope that she had effectively shattered her arm's many fragile bones. As the lieutenant screamed in pain at the highly effective retaliation, she cradled her now limp hand, all the while dropping the stun baton to the floor. The sheer anguish in her wrist joint was so intense that Penelope's offensive nearly brought Carson to her very knees. But by relocating the Xiphus's tip beneath her chin, she forced the lieutenant to remain standing, or else meet the same fate as Frank. "I wonder what would happen if I just killed you right now," asked Penelope. "Would they replace me? Or you? I need an ice water bath and a doctor that's versed in sore muscles," she said yet again. "I also need someone to take our food orders from now on, but not you or any of your associates. You are to never touch Sam or my food ever again. Am I clear?" Carson chewed at her bottom lip in utter agony but refused to speak. Penelope emphasizes her demands by raising the sword's point a little more, making a slight cut beneath Carson's chin. Am I clear? Yes, you're clear, the lieutenant said, now fearing for her life. I also want a safe zone judge in here. I'll wait by the front door for your return. You have 15 minutes. Now get moving. Blindsided by Penelope's foreknowledge of the safe zone judges and the role they played within the games themselves, the lieutenant's once pained expression shifted to that of complete surprise. She then follows Carson's fleeing backside out the door, all the while prodding her forward with the tip of her sword. After watching her handler slink off into the backstage shadows, Penelope subsequently conducted a survey of her surrounding area. Did you see the way I put the sword right underneath her chin like that, Seedy? I can't believe I didn't outright kill her with that maneuver. You, in fact, did kill Lieutenant Carson with your actions, said Seedy. At the very last instance, I intervened by staying your hand. I thought you said you wouldn't get involved if I ever chose to kill someone. In your mind's eye, you meant the sword simply as a warning and did not seek to kill her. Hence, I overrode your arm's motion to reflect your intended actions. We will need to improve your weapon proficiency in order to prevent something like this from ever occurring again. Penelope's sword hand began to tremble violently at the mere thought of nearly murdering someone else. Yes, Carson was a cruel bitch. And yes, Penelope would defend herself if necessary, but she didn't really want to kill the lieutenant anymore, especially by something so stupid as a slip of the wrist or a highly addictive bacon cheeseburger. Guilt occupied her thoughts as she waited for someone to emerge from the darkness. Still dressed in his white bathrobe, Sam lets out a muffled yawn as he makes his way down the stairs. What's all the commotion about down here? Despite where they truly were, he had grown complacent while living within this familiar atmosphere. In the end, however, she might need to rob him of this current fantasy, but knew he was just trying to cope in his own specific way. It's nothing, said Penelope, regretting the instinctual lie as soon as it left her mouth. No, that's wrong. It's something. Yep, definitely something. Go back upstairs and get dressed fast. When you're done up there, come back down and gather up my clothes too. Sam caught a glimpse of the sword in her hand and decided against asking any more questions. Then, without hesitation, turned around and sprinted back to his room instead. So, are you going to tell me what a safe zone judge really is? Or am I going to have to stand this way forever? She asked Seedy, now feeling the weight of her propped-up weapon. You still failed to inquire about the jumpsuit and crown. Well, once I saw the way she was looking at me, I figured she'd just stonewall us while using her authority as some sort of justification. Yes, perhaps so. The Multiverse games have judges who deal with any disputes that arise between the player and their handler. I have 74 altercations that inevitably became violent, 5 of which that led to the handler's demise. However, no handler has ever killed a player before. In any case, they can dispatch a judge at the request of either party. So, what are my chances? She asked with some hesitancy. Not good, I'm afraid. There's an excellent chance they will punish you in some way or another. Although the same could be said about Lieutenant Carson. Has anyone ever told you that your bedside manner is terrible? Number you required necessary medical attention. That is well within your rights as a player. Now fully dressed, Sam hurries downstairs and enters Penelope's room without comment. And what about a prisoner in the games? In the past, only 10 inmates competed in the Multiverse games themselves, with you serving as the 11th one. They provided adequate aid to all of them, nor were they denied any medical treatment. It appears that you are the exception to the rule. No shit, Sherlock. Lieutenant Carson really needed to cut back on all the prison movies. When Sam returned, Penelope's clothes were neatly folded in his arms. He also had her shield and scabbard placed atop the heap. Okay, tell me what happened, asked Sam. I think, and I want to emphasize this, I broke Carson's wrist. You think? I know I did. I'm quite certain of it, in fact. Just start from the beginning. So Penelope began by telling Sam a bunch of lies mixed in with half-truths. as she had always done her entire life. The sheer act of it made her feel terrible, even if it ensured Seedy's anonymity. Penelope explained that she couldn't sleep and had been exercising up until a few hours ago, and when she requested a physical therapist, the lieutenant outright denied the appeal. Then I hit her with Rule 17, and that's when everything devolved from there. She ended her story with their brief skirmish and delivering her demands at sword point. Sam considered Penelope's troubling tale with hints of skepticism on his face. So what you're telling me is that you read the game's rules? Penelope, I can't even get you to read the rules to Monopoly. What is there to read? Buy everything you land on. Don't pass go, don't collect $200. And for your information, my life wasn't on the line when we were playing Monopoly. Sam is quite familiar with your habits, said Seedy, amused by their verbal sparring. You stay out of this, lurker. A slim metal tub filled with ice and water splashes back and forth into view before anything more could be said. Marek, the Polish man who washed their clothes yesterday, pushed the heavy metal tub towards them on a furniture dolly, but stops when Penelope's drawn xyphos catches his eye. That won't be necessary, said Marek. Someone has already contacted the 11th Multiverses judge, and they are on their way. She dips her weapon and moves off to the side, allowing him to pass. When the dolly is positioned in the middle of the living room, Marek locks each wheel into place. Sorry for the lewd behaviour, gentlemen, but this can't wait a second longer, said Penelope, stripping off her jumpsuit while exposing her training bra and panties underneath. Marek swiftly turns away from the sight with practice ease. However, still shocked by her actions, Sam's gaze lingered for just a bit longer before following the maintenance man's example. She hopped into the ice water bath, then moaned with relief as the freezing liquid penetrated in between her compressed muscles. As Marek made sure the wheels stayed locked in place, Penelope sank neck-deep into the frigid water. I've never seen a person take to the cold so quickly before, he said in a quiet voice to Sam. Even professional athletes struggle upon entering the tub. Penelope tried shifting her body within the ice bath, but soon discovered that she still held the sword in her hand. Sam, be a dear, and put this away, will you? He takes the offered blade and sheaths it carefully, then puts it on the couch with the rest of her belongings, before setting up a chair beside the tub. Penelope felt some discomfort return as she became more aware of Seedy fiddling around within her body. It's time to reconnect all previously blocked nerve fibers, said Seedy. Prolonged soreness will most likely return in several minutes, but not to the same degree as before. You should exit the bath in 3 minutes at the very least, or at most, a 6-minute-long duration. Any more than that, and your brain will begin to freeze. A middle-aged man with dark blonde hair and a cheerful demeanour enters the residence, after 3 gentle knocks on the front door. He was wearing an evening shirt and tie, as well as the standard white laboratory coat worn by all doctors and researchers. Penelope wondered if he had just returned from the spaceship's pediatric department, as bright cartoon characters held each other's hands across his necktie. Now let me guess. I take it that you're my patient? He asked, waggling a finger at a befuddled Sam. Fooled by his ploy, Penelope opens her mouth to speak, but only incoherent chattering comes out. I'm sorry, Miss Stevens. Bad joke, I know. Don't try to speak. I'm sure you're uncomfortable. My name is Dr. Thomas. Would it be okay if Mr. Harris speaks on your behalf? Penelope makes small ripples in the icy water by nodding her head. She was exercising for most of the night and awoke this morning complaining of sore muscles. Miss Stevens practically flew into the tub when I arrived. I've never seen anything like it before, said Marek. I see, said Dr. Thomas, removing Penelope's crown. Then he applied a cylindrical device to her forehead, similar to the one used on Sam the day before. When a green light glowed on the greyish implement, he checked his cell phone for the results, then gave all her vitals a quick once-over. Definite muscle myalgia caused by overexertion. He then moves through Penelope's chart, scrolling upward with a single finger. I'm also seeing damage to your nervous system, but I need to run more tests to figure out how it happened. Everyone save Dr. Thomas stared down at the discarded stun baton, which now laid abandoned beside the staircase. Marek soon calls his attention to the abandoned non-lethal weapon. "It appears that I've just solved your mystery, Doctor," said the maintenance man. Once the physician spotted the military-grade baton, his genial mood distorted into that of a disagreeable frown. "Is this true? Who was it that did this to you?" asked Dr. Thomas, aiming both inquiries at Penelope. She clenched her jaw and forced out a single word. "Handler. I see. Can you stand for me? Need help." Sam and Marek both took one of Penelope's arms and lifted her out of the tub. The stun baton's electrical charge had left behind a pair of distinct red marks directly above her belly button. Dr. Thomas uses his cell phone to take multiple photos of the clear discoloration. "Okay, men, lower Miss Stevens back into the water," said Dr. Thomas. Once she could comfortably submerge herself completely, her doctor looked around the room for some sort of explanation. "They've already summoned a judge who should be by momentarily," said Marek, drying his hands on a nearby towel. "Can someone tell me exactly what happened this morning?" Sam delivered a sober rendition of what took place, omitting Penelope's one-sided perspective. "Yes, that definitely warrants a judge's presence." While the doctor removes the sensor from Penelope's forehead, CD navigates alternative therapies into their shared database. "At this point, the ice bath has served its purpose," said her internal companion. "The most severe portion of the discomfort should have passed. I sent you a list of therapies for the second phase of your treatment." "Sam, can you go get my bathrobe? I'm ready to get out now." "Are you sure?" "It hasn't been all that long since you got in." "Yeah, I think the cold is starting to get to me." Sam left the family room, then reappeared carrying her robe. Penelope climbed out of the tub with little difficulty, cinched her robe tight, and began a series of recommended stretches to avoid future stiffness, then faces her physician while in a pyramid pose. "Doctor, Thomas, is there any chance I can receive a trigger point injection?" "I don't know if I can recommend that. A day of rest should alleviate most of your symptoms." Marek, now returning to other duties, comes to a halt near the entryway and looks at the doctor in confusion. "Miss Stevens doesn't have long to recover. She goes off-world tomorrow," said the maintenance man in a sober tone. "Which game is she playing in?" "The 11th one." When Dr. Thomas learns of the game show she was going to appear in, he tries but fails to keep his expression impartial. "My apologies, Miss Stevens. I didn't realize the predicament that you found yourself in. Never cared much for watching the games. Too violent for my taste. So, you'll have to forgive my ignorance. I'll bring you the muscle relaxers and perform the injections myself." Dr. Thomas leaves the house in a hurry, followed by Marek, who gives Penelope a quick wink before rolling the tub out the door. Sam watches both of them go, then slowly closes the door behind them. "Is it really that bad?" he asked. "I'm favoring my right leg and my back still hurts. So, if my body doesn't return to some sense of normalcy before I go back on stage." She left her inevitable death afterwards, unexpressed. "What can I do to help?" "Here, push on my back like this." Penelope spread her legs apart while Sam inched her back forward, applying additional pressure as needed. After several intense stretches that weren't feasible without the assistance of a second person, Penelope started to feel somewhat normal again when the front door cracked open. The young girl who delivered their food the day before now peered her head inside the house. "I'm here to take your breakfast orders." Now wearing a conservative white top and black skirt, she strolled only to the first few steps of the staircase. And after removing a computer tablet from her apron, the attendant looked up with a slight grin and waited patiently for them to begin. Once Penelope recognized her face, she takes a protective step in front of Sam. "Okay, but no tricks this time." "Tricks?" asked the young girl. "I'm sorry, miss, but I don't understand." "The one you and the lieutenant pulled on us yesterday." Following Penelope's accusation, as well as the addition of a co-conspirator, made all the colour drain from the attendant's face. There must be some misunderstanding, miss. I take the orders. Then I deliver them. That's all. She takes a few discreet steps closer while peering at the ceiling area. This zone is too secure for anything like that. If anyone goes beyond their appointed assignment, it's grounds for immediate termination. You know what? I think you're right, said Sam, resting a hand against Penelope's shoulder. It appears that we've mistaken you for someone else. Sorry about that. A knowing relief washed over the attendant's features as she yet again gestured down at her tablet. Penelope decided to let it go and allowed Seedy to feed her information about which foods are best for countering muscle strain. I would like 4 scrambled eggs, a bowl of cottage cheese, grilled salmon, 2 bananas, watermelon, and a pot of black coffee. The attendant completed entering her order, then turned her attention to Sam. Nothing for me, thanks. She gave them both a courteous bow before quickly exiting the home. What was that all about? Asked Penelope. You knew it was the same girl from yesterday. Before responding, Sam gave the ceiling an immediate once-over himself. I'll get back to you on that one. I'm going to have a quick look around outside first. Chapter 19. Night of motion resumed. Sam wandered around the home's exterior for quite some time, and with no judicial figure in sight, Penelope wondered if anyone would ever show up. While the attendant only left moments ago, she expected a quick turnaround, similar to some highly advanced Star Trek replicator technology. Penelope, however, thought it would be impractical based on her brief visit to the ship's normal-seeming cafeteria. Seedy soon informed her that if she performed any additional stretches, it would do more harm than good. So Penelope put on her street clothes and tried relaxing on the sofa. Sam re-entered the house and continued his introspective roaming inside, but constantly stopped for a quick look around the ceiling. He'd walk upstairs, then come back down. Search the kitchen for something familiar, but amble away empty-handed. Finally, picking up on his route, she cornered him behind the couch. Still deep in thought, Sam tries walking around her, but Penelope prevented each attempt by stepping in front of his path. Sorry, Sam said, ruminating down at his feet. No problem. You'd think this house would be large enough for only 2 people. He turns to wander away, but Penelope jumps in front of him again, crowding his personal space. Sam finally raises his gaze to meet hers. What are you thinking about? She asked, forcing his brain out of processing mode. Did you see how scared she was back there? Penelope gives him a playful bump to the hip in response. What, you mean the waitress? Yeah, I did. You think it has something to do with the ones in charge around here? I should say so. Someone in a powerful position must have issued the orders to tamper with our food. I've been thinking about that as well. Jacob said it's politics, so that leads me to conclude our Earth is involved somehow. Same here. But it seems as though their powers are somewhat limited in this place, so someone on this side must be pulling all the strings for them. Sam's expression changes to that of frustration. Now you're going to be alone out there. I should be playing with you like in the last preliminary round, but I'm stuck in here instead. You're wrong, you know. I'm not alone. Penelope then embraces him tightly. You'll always be there with me. You can be sure of that. And the fact that you're still here just may have saved my very life. Penelope could sense him about to protest on her behalf. Number, listen, it's true. I would have given up long before this if you weren't here with me. Like it or not, Sam, but that's a fact. She pushes him back to arm's length. Although you're not helping me when you're frustrated like this, I need that same strength from yesterday. I need your keen mind to help me coordinate some type of strategy. Sam took a seat on the couch's backrest. I've been thinking a lot about round 1, he said. They're going to send you to some random Earth and have you perform some random task. It might be nearly impossible to formulate a reasonable strategy out of that. That's not necessarily true. They used my father as the very first challenge in the opening preliminaries, and the whole thing was utterly terrifying. With that being said, what do you suppose the Crown showed me last night? As Sam considered where she was going with this line of questioning, his gaze slowly strayed back to the ceiling. Your father? Yes. And the hostile interaction wasn't quite the same the second time around. In fact, it was downright boring. To keep Sam on course, Penelope highlighted her potential breakthrough. Boring doesn't make good television. No, it doesn't, so we can reasonably eliminate any family-related encounters, said Sam, pacing the floor with a renewed sense of purpose. And now that you've made a name for yourself as an inexperienced player that still hasn't lost yet, they'll want to keep you in the games for as long as possible. Exactly. But it does foul up the plans constructed by my saboteurs. That's not all. I believe they're watching us from cameras on the ceiling. When Penelope heard the word cameras, she forced herself not to glance upward. I know, but what can we do about it? Asked Penelope. My hunch says nothing, although I don't think they're necessarily spying on us. In between a player's round, they go through aspects of their average lives like in some reality show. My guess is to edit those parts in later, for an extended version of the show's programme. When a portly man wearing brown overalls entered the home lugging Penelope's substantial tray of breakfast, they assumed that the young attendant must have begged to be reassigned to another player. The two continued to discuss tactics as they sat around the breakfast table. They might want you to kill something or someone, but you've already done that too, said Sam, retrieving his leftovers from the refrigerator. Another puzzle, then, like the one next door. We should seriously consider all possibilities, said Sam. Like you suggested, they might want to shake things up to keep the game show fresh and new. Penelope wolfed down her side of cottage cheese first, so the odd texture wouldn't make her immediately gag. What about a fetch quest? The robot automatons were technically some sort of fetch quest. However, the puzzle we needed to solve at the end was the actual game itself. We didn't theoretically even have to destroy either automaton to win. It was time-sensitive as well, said Penelope. They sat in silence while eating, as their minds raced over the arduous task at hand. The front door eventually swung open while both were still lost in thought, and two of the ship's officers dressed in solid grey fatigues quickly entered. Both were brandishing firearms strapped to heavy black utility belts on their hips. Since the Huntress Queen shot her rifle over Sam's head, these were the first projectile weapons Penelope had seen over here. One officer stood to their left, blocking off access to the guest bedroom, while a female sergeant placed herself opposite him. Penelope rested a hand on Sam's lap. Those are Jacob's people. If we just sit here, we'll be fine. The Master-at-Arms had worn similar military garb, and she knew he ran a tight ship on the orbiting spacecraft. A mature woman trailed closely behind them, wearing a long black robe and prominent light hazel eyes. She also wore a lanyard around her neck with two distinct colours on either side, half of which was white, while the other half was black. Neither one of them had any doubts about who this individual was, and both slowly stood to their feet out of respect for the safe zone judge's arrival. She raised her hand, then gently patted the air, gesturing to them both to sit back down. With dark brown hair that had an unapologetic streak of grey encircling a pin-up bun. The judge practically glided over to them and took a seat at the table. Judge Sparrow is now presiding over a violent dispute in Safe Zone Section A1, she said to a circular device pinned to her robes, then turned her attention to Sam and Penelope. Would anyone like to explain to me what I'm doing here today? The judge asked in a subtle yet piercing stare, which had Penelope talking before she even knew what was happening. It's entirely my fault, Your Honour. I acted rashly, and it was unbecoming of a competitor in the Multiverse games. Surprised by her subsequent confession, Sam's mouth opens to form some kind of objection, but Penelope squeezed his leg once, cutting off any further verbal arguments. Not bothering to mask his displeasure, Sam instead stares down at the table as a compromise. The judge found it hard not to grin at their exchange. I'm ready to face any punishment that you feel is fair, Your Honour. Seedy's prearranged confession, she felt, would have the greatest impact on her current predicament. Nothing could be truer, Miss Stevens. However, I asked for what happened. The guilty plea can wait for the moment. How about we hear from a biased witness instead? Perhaps an answer to my question will be among his testimony. Now released from his pledge to remain silent, the judge watches him intently. I didn't see the events in question take place, Your Honor, but when I asked my friend what happened... Sam's gaze then flutters between the two women beside him. This is what she told me. He relayed the story yet again, however this time tried to be even more objective than ever before, now that his testimony was on the record. "Finally the truth," said Judge Sparrow, waving a hand behind her head. Two more soldiers then escorted a Lieutenant Carson inside the home. With her wrist and forearm now inside a white cast, Penelope was certain she had broken it. Carson didn't appear to be in custody. However, her expression showed that this wasn't one of her proudest moments. Lieutenant Carson took complete blame as well, Miss Stevens. Although her words weren't as sweet as yours, of course. But soldiers don't have much of an imagination. Now that's not an insult to my colleagues, mind you. Up here, a soldier's imagination can get them killed. Or even worse, get one of their comrades killed instead. Judge Sparrow rises to her feet while smoothing out her robes. "Would you like a new handler?" "No," said Penelope, even surprising herself with the answer. The lieutenant was next to be examined by the judge's penetrating gaze. "Do you want to be reassigned?" "No," said Carson, meeting the judge's eyes. "Why am I not surprised? Confiscate every weapon in this room." Her soldiers grabbed the stun baton, as well as Penelope's sword and shield. "You'll get them before you go on stage, and hand them in before entering the safe zone." She strolls to the door quickly while hustling the soldiers to vacate the space before her. "I don't want to come back here. Do you savvy my meaning?" "Yes, Your Honor," they all said in a low, downcast voice. "And Lieutenant Carson, whomever rules over you, has had their fun. That all ends here and now. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Your Honor." When this was said, both Penelope and Sam shared conspiratorial glances at one another. "Your Honor?" asked Penelope, taking several steps forward. "Who is it? Why are we being treated this way?" Judge Sparrow looked to the lieutenant, then back at Penelope. "I'm sure you'll figure that out in due time. Anything else?" "Yes. Why hasn't the lieutenant's wrist been treated with nanobots?" "Nanobots can be quite expensive and are for entertainment purposes only. Would you like for her to undergo the nanobot therapy then?" She gave the judge a single nod when faced with a room full of astonished people. "Then I'll see to it personally." Sam joined the modest procession at the rear and carefully closed the door behind them. "That was very kind of you." "Well, I almost killed her, so now we're even." "Is that why you helped her then?" asked Sam, grinning to himself. "Not really. I don't think it's fair for you and me to get instantly healed, and she has the wear a cast for..." CD showed her the damage within Carson's wrist, then calculated the time it would take for the bone's callus to form. 6 to 8 weeks. "Either way, I'm proud of you. However, if Judge Sparrow couldn't reveal the saboteur's identity, it has to be one of the queens that Jacob warned you about." Penelope sat back down, then popped a chunk of watermelon inside her mouth. "Yeah, they're powerful women all right. And me losing is apparently one of their top priorities." "Speaking of priorities, we did get something out of this, though. There's a definite class system on the ship, and Lieutenant Carson falls well short of yours, or even mine. The other players do have the run of the place, that's for sure, and the differences between handler and contestant are quite significant, but I'm definitely not one of them." "I wouldn't be so sure of that," said Sam. "Judge Sparrow said something that drew my interest after you alluded that Carson received nanobots for her injuries." "You mean the one about her seeing to it personally?" "That's the one. It's an odd turn of phrase, don't you think so? She didn't say I'll speak with the doctors or I'll see what I can do. Not even a traditional yes or no answer. I bet Judge Sparrow is standing over the lieutenant right now, watching the nanobots being injected into her arm." "Come on. No way. It's just a figure of speech." "That's another thing I picked up on. Saying what you mean holds a lot of weight with her. But don't take my word for it," said Sam, taking Penelope by the hand and escorting her over to the couch. "Contact the judge and see for yourself." "Are you crazy? That lady can take our underwear away if she wants to. This would be an excellent opportunity to learn more about the hierarchy within this facility, said Seedy, adding his viewpoint to the discussion. Once she relabeled her incorporeal partner as a dirty traitor, Penelope shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Regardless of what she says, I don't know how to contact her anyway. You can leave that part to me. Before Penelope could interject any further, Sam taps at a few keys on a nearby workstation. After a brief pause, the head and shoulders of a dark-skinned woman appear on screen, with two long braided pigtails in her hair and a Bluetooth headset resting in between them. This is W-58 Cruiser Visceral's information desk. How can I help you today? Yes, we'd like to speak with the judge hearing the Penelope Stevens and Lieutenant Carson case in Section A1, said Sam. One moment, please. She squints at her computer screen and moves through her files, while Sam made Penelope sit on the couch beside him. Okay, here we are. Judge Sparrow is who you're looking for. The woman leans in a bit closer. A word of advice. Don't mention the name Jack around her. She really hates that. The receptionist then switches the feed on her monitor to a hold screen. In a brief second, Judge Sparrow's earnest face reappears in its place while sitting behind her desk. Didn't think I'd see you two so soon. If the house is on fire, I suggest lots of water. While Penelope's features turned a pale white, Sam and the judge enjoyed a cheerful laugh. Now, how can I be of service to you? Sam then elbows Penelope in her side. Lieutenant Carson, I wanted to check on Lieutenant Carson's condition. Carson is just like new again, thanks to your generosity. I saw to it myself. Thank you, Your Honor. Happy to help. Is there anything else? Before she can shake her head no, Sam joins in on the conversation. Yes, Your Honor. It's about Penelope's weapons. I'm sure you know the situation that brought her here. Despite that, she's making a name for herself in the Multiverse games. But without access to those weapons on her days off, she's losing essential training time, even if it is just swinging the sword around a few times a day. Mortified by Sam's brazen request, Penelope wished she could sink into the sofa's cushions, like a handful of loose change. Still, she had no choice but to sit there and watch Judge Sparrow mull over his words. Yes. Perhaps I was a little too hasty in my judgment. How about this? When Miss Stevens returns from the first round, I'll allow her to maintain possession of her weapons. But that's only if she's properly learned her lesson. Judge Sparrow looks to Penelope for a response. Oh yes, ma'am. I sincerely regret wasting your precious time, Your Honor. More sweet words from my 1 in 30 odds. Well, since my judgment has officially ended, I have some sweet words for you as well. I've got $1,000 that says you'll come back through the door, victorious. So, employ some more of that magic of yours and return to us alive. Now intrigued by this complex woman, Penelope gave her a sturdy salute. The money is as good as deposited in your bank account, Your Honor. That's what I like to hear. Then, with one push of a button, Judge Sparrow ends their call. Sam, you're such a complete idiot. Why did you say that? I didn't need my sword that badly, said Penelope, flopping over to the couch's unoccupied cushions in utter humiliation. Yes, you did. How would you have practiced otherwise? She really couldn't blame him, though. Sam was oblivious to her internal training sessions with Frank and Seedy. Thank you, said Penelope with her face buried in between two cushions. But you're still a complete idiot. A very correct idiot, you mean? I don't know about that. The judge's interest in me seemed to be financial at its core. Possibly so. But gambling in the games is a common pastime among everyone. It's less about the money and more about parallel risk. When risking your life on a parallel Earth, it's seen as a courtesy to place a wager in that player's stead. And I think she genuinely likes you. It looks as though I'm not the only one doing some interesting reading around here. And you can do some parallel risk with Judge Sparrow without me next time. Dr. Thomas arrived 20 hours prior to Penelope's jump to a parallel Earth. He gave her 2 injections in the back and 1 in the upper left thigh. Sleep overtook her 33 minutes later, despite the jittery nervousness she was feeling. As instructed, Sam stirred her awake an hour before their dinner was to arrive. And after forcing herself to eat something, she took a long, hot shower. Penelope then puts on her jumpsuit and crown, preparing for additional sleep that would never come. Her now familiar dream state solely consisted of more training, similar to the night before, with CD taking over the role as her coach. However, the crown revealed no memories of her past, and despite being fully restored to his previous self, her father didn't make any appearances this time. Chapter 20. Queen of Inspiration. Time can be a difficult concept to grasp hold of in spite of its simplicity. When waiting impatiently for something to happen, time tends to move slowly and seems to stretch on forever. However, when anxiously dreading something to occur, time tends to advance much faster than anyone could have possibly imagined, despite the circumstances involved. But regardless of how fast or slow time passes, its unavoidable beat continues to march on. Penelope looked at her reflection in the bedroom mirror, making sure that her jumpsuit had no embarrassing snags in all the wrong places. They had confiscated both her weapons the day before, and she'd be retrieving them fairly soon. However, the black jeweled crown rested undisturbed on the dresser's leveled surface. "I'd like you to wear the crown as well," said CD, giving no further explanation. Penelope saw this request coming from a mile away and put the silver circlet atop her head without preamble. The jumpsuit and crown really did go well together, she thought to herself. "Why?" she finally asked, more curious than anything else. "The Crown of Combat Education can track your movements as well as any engagements that occur. We can then measure your progress and focus on your shortcomings to help you improve upon them. Or maybe you're just curious to see what would happen when I wear both these things out in public. That is the quickest way to find the answers that we're searching for. However, the choice is ultimately yours to make." Penelope takes a final glimpse in the mirror and concludes that her current appearance just felt right somehow. The lieutenant entered the residence 15 minutes before she was to go on stage, but instead of the usual look of disgust, she gave Penelope a curt nod of the head. This would be their first official interaction since Judge Sparrow's impartial ruling. She reciprocated the gesture, then turned to face Sam, who sat on the bottom rung of the staircase. They quickly performed the Dylan reunites with Dutch hand clasp from the classic 1987 Predator film. Penelope felt perfectly prepared after wrestling Sam's hand in the opposing direction and was ready to face whatever the games had in store for her. He also nodded his approval, for this was the first time she actually won their movie-inspired little game. Once the two were alone and partway to the stage, Lieutenant Carson took her aside, mere feet away from the black curtain. "Don't concern yourself with the craziness that's about to occur on stage. Focus on the challenge ahead and return to your friend alive." "Who told you to tamper with our food?" "By the multiverse's oath. Did you even hear a word I just said?" Carson releases an audible exhale of irritation. "You first met her when you first met me. Got it? The Huntress Queen, you mean?" "Keep your voice down. And never say that made-up name in public again. It's the Queen of Orientation. Now let's go." A set worker in long-sleeve navy blue coveralls magnetized Penelope's sword and shield to her lower back once they were a few steps beyond the curtains. He then silently counts down to 3 before hurrying her on stage. Penelope came to a halt beneath the red X on the floor, which was assigned to her by the production crew some days ago. And as Lieutenant Carson had predicted, the moment everyone saw her wearing both the black jumpsuit and crown, the entire place went completely insane. When CD did a quick head count, it surprised them to see the same spectators sitting in their seats as before. This led Penelope to believe that they sold these seats as a package deal for all 3 rounds. Once the many spotlights exposed her dark attire, audience members flew out of their chairs and pulled out their cell phones before exiting the stage entirely. While others took multiple photos before uploading them to this Earth's version of the internet. However, the few that remained in their seats either publicly gasped at the sight of her garments or stared at everyone else in wide-eyed confusion. At least Penelope wasn't the only one perplexed by both their significance. Dressed in a pink suit and white dress shirt, Dan jumps in front of the main camera with a dazzling smile, unfazed by the crowd's sporadic reaction. There she is, folks, our diamond in the rough. The few audience members that were still around applauded Penelope with a delayed enthusiasm that not even they could comprehend. Although, as their clapping faded away entirely, the gorgeous woman with high cheekbones and a petite nose unexpectedly rose from her seat between the four other lovely women. "How dare you, you ungrateful little bitch!" A red spotlight soon shined down on what she assumed was another queen that Jacob had tried to warn her about. Dressed in a long pearl-coloured gown with a diamond tiara around her head, she pointed an accusing finger at Penelope. "You come here, before me, daring to wear that? I swear, your Earth has no chance of ever being one of us after the disrespect you've shown here today. Now take it off, bitch!" As the bewitching woman publicly humiliated Penelope, her voice swelled to a higher octave, then echoed in an eerie tone throughout the entire stage. The scant crowd that still remained in the stands all stood up simultaneously and pointed their fingers at Penelope as well, then repeated her venomous words in some kind of zombie-like chorus. "Take it off, bitch! Take it off, bitch!" Kate also rose from the dark glass commentator's booth, dressed in the same attire as her husband, and pointed at Penelope while echoing the Queen's wicked message. Dan, however, kept control over his thoughts by plugging a finger in each ear. Penelope quickly followed suit, fearful that her mind might betray her as well, while finally understanding Jacob's harsh words of warning. "Take it off, bitch," said the audience once again, now mirroring the Queen's utter fury. "Hold on there, Your Majesty. If you'll refrain from using your unique gifts for the time being, I'd be delighted to discuss the small issue we've now found ourselves in," said Dan, shouting over the audience's continuous chanting. It surprised Penelope when the Queen dropped her accusatory hand and begrudgingly sat back in her seat. And once her spell was finally broken, the other audience members peered around the stage in confusion before sitting back down in their fancy recliner chairs. Now I'm just a humble game show host, so I hope you'll forgive me for speaking out of turn. But Miss Stevens purchased each one of these items in the market, while beneath the watchful eye of the Master-at-Arms, besides a minor infraction in the safe zone. She has otherwise stayed within the bounds of the game's rules up to this point, so I see no reason for our contestant to remove any articles of clothing. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? More audience members returned on stage once Penelope's chosen ensemble had been thoroughly broadcasted. Thus, the Queen had very little choice but to relinquish her sway over the individuals still within earshot. "Oh, will you all be quiet?" she said, silencing the weaker minds around them. Now entirely free from her otherworldly influence, the more suggestive spectators among them glanced at the returning audience members in a complete daze. "Well, I hope you die wearing it, you backwater piece of trash." And, with nothing further to say, the Queen stared off into the distance. Dan whirls around the stage as a blue spotlight tries trailing closely behind him. "What a way to start the games, folks. I tell you," he said, stopping before Penelope. "You look confused again, Miss Stevens. That's quite understandable. So, let's talk about what happens if you make it back through the door. Some very important people are going to give you a very important nickname. Although it's more appropriate to call it a title instead. It's a title that some may not want you to have." Dan then casts a sidelong glance in the Queen's direction. "A title worth killing over. But don't bother asking me. It's a secret." He holds a finger up to his lips and turns back to the sold-out crowd. They burst into laughter at the classified information that most of them already knew of. "My name's Dan, and that's Kate. And this is the 11th Multiverse." Additional spotlights came on, illuminating the stage's darkest areas. The gathering audience cheered with renewed enthusiasm at the official start of the show. However, the Queen, as well as her entourage, settled their gazes into deadly stares. To avoid looking in their direction, she concentrated on Dan and Kate's theatrical performance instead. Penelope, dear, Kate and I seem to be missing something. I'll give you a hint. This article of clothing symbolized nobility in the 17th century. Furthermore, my wife would have looked out of place, or even mocked for wearing such an item at that time. Penelope looked from Dan to Kate, trying to figure out the answer. They had on 2 light pink suits, with white dress shirts tucked beneath a pair of slacks of the same colour. Time's almost up. I'll need an answer soon. Penelope tried not to think about what would happen if she gave the incorrect response. They might deduct her overall point total, relegating her into the negative, or send her somewhere entirely different, to an Earth even more dangerous than the one originally selected. Then Penelope saw them, or the lack thereof them. Both dress shirts had their top 2 buttons undone. Your ties! You're both missing your neckties! Dan shimmies backwards towards his wife and their commentator's booth. That is correct. Kate, tell her what she's won. Miss Stevens, you've won a map of both neckties' current locations. Kate gives Dan a wrist compass that looked exactly like the ones for sale in the market. I can be so forgetful sometimes. What did you say to me just this morning? Asked Dan. I said, don't forget our ties, husband. That's right. You did say something along those lines. I'm sure I had them both in my hands. Then I go and leave them on Earth, N-36. For emphasis, Dan slaps his forehead in exasperation. The audience howls with laughter at Dan's showmanship. Even Penelope couldn't help but give a faint grin at his satirical routine. Be a sweetheart and bring them both back to us, would you? Dan allowed the compass to be secured on her wrist. When she remained quiet, he waggled a finger at her. I need verbal consent for all of us to hear. Yes, I will, Dan. Good. Now let's talk about your compass. It can only point you in the correct direction of each necktie. Once you gathered them, the compass will power down. Unlike the ones in the market, it's not meant to locate the door back to this Earth. Although I don't think you'll have a problem with that. Kate, tell her where she's going. Her hands rapidly move across a string of semi-transparent keys, which were only seen by her. Miss Stevens is on her way to Cleveland, Ohio, to the Bureau of Public Health on Earth N-36. A unique type of animal splicing was being conducted and researched in this downtown lab. With a knowing grin on his face, Dan peers at his wife in uncertainty. Did you say was... Yes, I did, dear. Since its abandonment in 2016, the city has dwindled to a population of under 5,000 Homo sapiens, with the rest of the Earth's inhabitants in unknown locations at the moment. That's very interesting. I wonder what happened over there. Dan reaches out his arms to the audience. Let's see what Penelope discovers for herself. Now bring out the door. The crowd's applause grew louder as a nervous anticipation mounted within Penelope's thoughts. Then Ceedy's disembodied voice took priority in the foreground of her thoughts. Despite any evidence to the contrary, it appears that this will be a fetch quest after all. Before the door could take shape behind her, she sensed the solid structure materialize into their world. Once she turned to look, the mystical doorway now loomed just ahead of her. 6 evenly spaced raised panels ran down both sides of the plain wooden door. While its old-fashioned brass handle stood out of place within the modern atmosphere, they smeared a red-painted sigil near the door's top half. It had 3 vertical lines drawn parallel to one another, with the longest line going down the center. While a sequence of 3 more identical lines sat horizontally, overlapping the ones in the middle. Each line was 1.5 inches in thickness and capped off every endpoint with a crude red circle. Penelope inched closer to the door and touched the worn reddish coat of paint. She could only recall one other time when an object of such power drew her to it in that manner. Ceedy, this feels like you, said Penelope to her now silent friend. He stirred within her thoughts but said nothing in reply. With an upraised finger, she traced the symbol in a steady yet deliberate motion. Would you happen to be psychic, Miss Stevens? Asked Dan, approaching her from behind. Penelope was startled by the unexpected disruption, and the world around her soon came flooding back into focus. She could almost feel the audience members conversing about her in a myriad of hushed tones. I have my moments. Why? As the historical event unfolded around them, Dan and a few other spectators cast brief glances at the lone monarch still among the audience. The Queen, however, resumed her tight-lipped silence but continued to stare daggers in Penelope's direction. Because only those with the talent are able to perceive the tranquil cries of the doors. What exactly is it trying to communicate to us? Asked Penelope. Now that's an interesting choice of word, communicate, but for the answers you seek, let's turn to our resident expert on the subject. He turns his attention to the Queen once more. Your Majesty? She glares away from Dan, almost declining to answer, but then lets out a quick, frustrating huff. Some experts think it's asking the individual which Earth they want to travel to, said the monarch, while others claim it's a response to a question you've been trying to ask your entire life. However, most historians believe it's repeating the same phrase over and over again. Thank you, Your Majesty, for that timely wisdom on the subject. Kate signals Dan with a knock on her desk, then taps a watch on her wrist. Yes, you're right, dear, of course. Let's bring out Penelope's companions. 3 compact flying drones buzzed above Penelope's head as they zoomed across the stage. The airborne cameras, which resembled black quartz golf balls tucked inside tiny upside-down traffic cones, navigated throughout the space using their thin triangular wings and barely audible propulsion system. Penelope ducks to the side in an attempt to evade their aerial tricks buzzing down on her head, but soon realized it was all part of the show's theatrics. The drone's continuous searching optic cameras, nevertheless, kept up with all of her erratic movements. Then they rose above Penelope's head, just out of reach, after Kate issued a command on the control unit beside her workstation. These are our fireflies, said the show's co-host. They're the eyes and ears of your adventures off-world. Penelope watched as Kate makes a few more tweaks to their system before all 3 completely vanish from sight. Now she could only see a few faint outlines drifting above her in the air. For the majority of play, they'll look like this, but I can only control them over here. When you're on a parallel Earth, they will respond to the technology embedded within your specialized suit. It's against the rules to interact with them or seek to destroy them. Nevertheless, you are not obligated to salvage or save them either. Kate then stared at Penelope, waiting for her to say something in response. Yes, I understand. Dan shimmies back to his original spot on stage with a sheet of paper in one hand. Great! We'll be ready to send you on your way, after a brief message from our sponsor. A violin plays a somber melody from the speakers above their heads. Have you lost a partner to death, divorce, or some other unforeseen tragedy? Don't think you can go on without them? The mournful melody of the violin brightens and is now complemented by an upbeat piano's rhythm. Well, despair no longer with Restore a Memory. Finding a lost loved one has never been easier. Its vast database can find anyone, living or dead, in a matter of weeks, as long as that person is a registered member of the United Earths. You'll be able to continue your journey together without the tragedies or concerns that real life often brings. But what if my partner isn't available on a parallel Earth, you ask? That's not a problem. Restore a Memory only searches Earths with a 91.8% chance of you and your partner's fated encounter. That way, he or she feels exactly the same as you do 65% of the time. Dan takes a breath and clears his throat before resuming. Restore a Memory is not responsible for any headaches caused by relocation to another Earth, a volatile political climate, or recurring symptoms of the Mandela effect. He then glances up at Penelope. Are you ready? With verbal consent, along with a nod, she marches up to the door, swings it open, and steps on through. Chapter 21, Strength. Round 1, Earth N-36 Alpha, Cleveland, Ohio. Penelope's chest contracted as her lungs struggled to make the transition from the space shuttle's recycled air to this new Earth's oxygen-rich atmosphere. After crossing underneath the door's ordinary threshold, She spun on her heels to see if their odd mode of transportation was still there. The mysterious entrance sat in the back of the room, unattached to any walls or ceiling, save the floor it rested atop of. With a single turn of the copper knob, Penelope tried rotating the handle to its left. Despite the slight tug on the lever, she couldn't get the door to reopen while on this side of its parallel counterpart. Seedy's shimmering blue roots went to work immediately by sprouting from the soles of her feet and exploring the unfamiliar landscape around her. Their frenzied probing finally stopped, however, when they came into contact with the portal heading back on stage. Both items are most likely required before the door will permit you to travel back to that location, said Seedy. His logical approach to her peculiar knob jiggle made Penelope feel less alone in this strange, deserted facility. It's just a reflexive gesture I adopted back home, said Penelope. I would have been stunned if the door actually opened. So, that was the other queen back there. That's one Christmas card I won't be holding my breath for. Did you get anything from her with your roots? While her sway on others may have been a formidable force to be reckoned with, it would have no effect on us due to our combined psyche. I, nevertheless, was hesitant to use our powers within her presence. That's helpful to know, about our combined psyches at least. She looks down at her single-purpose compass, expecting to find a simple, easy-to-understand configuration. Now that you mention it, not flaunting your abilities in front of her was a very sensible course of action. On the small display screen, 2 flashing red arrows pointed in opposing directions of each other. Why am I not surprised they're in 2 completely different parts of the building? Penelope glances up from the compass to survey her strange surroundings in an attempt to reorientate herself. 8 grey concrete pillars ran evenly spaced down the centre of the large research facility on both sides of them, while resting against the laboratory's 2 longest walls. 4 stainless steel sinks, 12 grey storage cabinets, and 6 eyewash stations were situated within the large space at random intervals. 2 rows of 8 metal desks as well as 27 swivel chairs derived from the same material flanked every pillar on each side. There were also 6 individual white doorways that led to other branching parts of the facility. Heavy machinery such as complicated standing microscopes, steel liquid tanks, and other unidentifiable containers remained undamaged but had a layer of dust on them from prolonged disuse. Although the smaller equipment had been tossed to the floor in a hurry, with some likely vandalized after this Earth's apocalypse, piles of published works featured 4-sided bar graphs on their fronts, while other scientific publications lay scattered about the research room. They could identify which way someone was running by the trail of documents left strewn in their fleeing wake. Penelope took a cautious step around a shattered fluorescent tube that had fallen from the ceiling in someone's frantic effort to escape from on high. They must have been in a real hurry to get out of here, said Penelope, peering towards the missing ceiling tiles. This spontaneous evacuation occurred some time ago. There is no other human activity in our current location that I am aware of. However, there is a limit to my root's perceptible range. As silk mesh strands ascended the facility's upper walls and ceiling, Penelope rubbed the shredded fabric in between her fingertips after grabbing a sizable chunk off the floor. The webbing you're currently holding in your hand is from the Darwin's bark spider. Penelope quickly discarded the slender webs after Seedy identified the white stringy substance. Then she frantically wiped both her hands down each leg in absolute disgust. Arachnophobia is not a current fear of yours. I realize that, but aren't there a lot of webs around here for a bunch of tiny spiders? And I'm grossed out because the stuff is just everywhere. There's certainly a lot of them crawling around here, that's for sure. What else did you get from it? These species of spiders originate from the jungles of Madagascar. They have the toughest silk of any known spider's web. And although their bites are painful, they're harmless to both humans and pets. Seedy mentally projected a compilation of the Darwin's bark species inside her mind, some of which possessed grey spiky fur that extended down the length of their legs. And while only a few had red and blue designs atop their bodies, most of them predominantly had dark browns and greys across their entire abdomens. Seedy also showed her gigantic orbital webs that stretched the distance between two large trees within some yet unnamed forest. I deduced that the researchers were examining their web's strength in order to adapt it to other goods and services. Wow, Seedy, those are some vivid images. Did you upgrade my brain to 5K or something? I have not altered the way I deliver information to you, nor how you perceived it thus far. In fact, I have never sent you an image of any kind within the duration of our brief relationship. Penelope soon grasped the truth behind his statement after sifting through previous data packages sent to her. She was now instinctively extracting Seedy's information into detailed illustrations without conscious effort. This was the equivalent of a beating heart pumping blood throughout one's circulatory system unaided. I am quite proud of your achievements so far. You have taken your first steps towards grasping this ability fully. He inundated Penelope with endorphins, which gave her a childlike sense of approval from a loving parent. They came to a stop near a closed door on their right, which led to the exterior of the massive research room. Penelope surveyed the compass once more and noticed that one of the red arrows was facing in that general direction. It also grew in size and shape, suggesting that the decorative attire was becoming more accessible with each step. She inched the steel-levered handle downward and softly pushed the door open in an effort to be as quiet as possible. It partially glided open without resistance, then stopped in place when it met an unknown obstruction. She crept her arm through the door's narrow slit in an attempt to find out what was hindering its forward momentum. But when something brushed against Penelope's outstretched arm, she quickly yanked her appendage back in a panic. Shit! What was that? That was additional webbing from the Darwin's bark spider. While sighing to herself in relief, she let go of the door, allowing the self-closing mechanism to secure itself shut. What else is over there? An office desk, 2 chairs, and a filing cabinet? Horror movie 101. Barricades of any kind are never a good sign. Several grimy rectangular windows at the uppermost part of their current location exposed the surrounding area that lay just beyond the research facility. So Penelope scaled the nearest desk to see if there was any other way outside. As she inspected the broad corridor from her tippy toes, someone had impeded each of the exits with the same number of obstacles in front of every door. Seedy's roots created a visual representation of more barriers hiding behind the other 5 doors' exteriors. This appears to be the last line of defense for the occupants of this office. If that's the case, where are they now? The building's intricate ventilation system could be seen in between misplaced tiles on the ceiling. Maybe they got out through there. After no alternative theories were recommended, Penelope walked back to the initial door. I'm going to push harder this time. She forces the door open a few more inches, putting additional weight behind her overall strength. Then crammed herself through the narrow gap by demagnetizing the sword from her back and placing it on the ground beside her. The broad hallway beyond had 3 pathways to choose from. First, there was a fire exit on Penelope's right that led to the building's stairwell, while a flat panel sign with the number 7 on it relayed the current floor. They were on. However, the path leading left circled the research laboratory in a persistent rectangular shape, which proceeded down this side of the building with barriers secured at each door. As she faced the 3rd, smaller passageway, it completely deviated from the main corridor itself and led towards 5 additional rooms, 4 of which sat on either side of her, while the last stood at the hallway's dead end. Penelope, however, stood awestruck by the sheer amount of spiderwebs that had fully overtaken the passageway before her. This spider-like menagerie concealed everything beneath a thick layer of the fibrous substance and clung to the walls, ceiling and floors, making all directions appear impassable. Once she clipped the sword's scabbard back to the suit, she cautiously extracted the short copper blade with dubious apprehension. Penelope's next few steps would submerge her legs up to their knees, burying her lower extremities inside the dense webbing. This would have been a magnificent sight to behold if the scene before her was placed behind a glass enclosure inside some insect habitat. However, because Penelope was present to witness these events with no safeguards in place, the experience was instead a terrifying sight to behold. With a bulbous abdomen that had the dimensions of a regulation-size soccer ball, a huge fuzzy brown spider scurried across the wall some distance down the passageway, then went into hiding within a slender nook in the ceiling's upper corner. Penelope's breath seized in her throat at the sheer scale of the skittering arachnid. "That's a false black widow spider," said Seedy, unconcerned by its irregular size. "Is that supposed to make me feel better? Did you see the size of that damn thing?" "Yes. The false black widow spider is also known as the brown house spider, the cupboard spider, and the black comb-footed spider. It's common in several parts of the world, including the United States." Seedy then began filling Penelope's head with supplementary information on the abnormally large arachnid. Despite the absence of a red hourglass insignia on its backside, people might mistake it for the infamous spider due to the dark colours encircling its rounded abdomen. "That's just great. Are they venomous?" "Yes, and at the current width and diameter of its venom ducts, we must assume that a single bite would be fatal to you," added Seedy. Penelope kept her gaze fixed on the corner of the ceiling, now afraid to even look away. "Somehow I expected you might say that." "There's more," said Seedy. "If the Darwin's bark spider is of comparable size, I must retract my previous statement on its danger towards you." In one quick up and down motion, she glanced at her compass. The red arrow she was following pointed straight ahead to the room at the end of the hall. "I'm going to run for it. Any objections? Number, however, the invertebrates will become alerted to your presence the moment you disturb their myriad of webs." "Roger that. Should we try that thing we practiced last night?" "Yes. Send the signal, and I'll initiate the combat link." They had both decided some days ago that Seedy going dormant after Penelope inadvertently drained all of his energy wasn't beneficial to their overall success. So, until she could employ his talents in brief incremental bursts on her own, he would be the one distributing the energy of his blue flame. Penelope took several long strides forward, pushing herself inside the knee-deep webbing she was now struggling to walk through. However, as she advanced forward, her legs soon became entangled within the interwoven mesh. A spider swiftly reacted to the web's disturbance by propelling itself from the ceiling and down towards her feet. Penelope used her xiphos to spear the spider's head, and with a quick jerk backwards from her sword, it flopped onto its backside. The creature then promptly coiled up and died, with legs now enveloping its upturned body. Several pokes with her blade provided more proof of the spider's subsequent defeat. Penelope, however, equips the shield just above her other wrist for a bit of extra protection. As she waded through the dense yet still stringy network of webs, her movement speed slowed to a laborious crawl with each stride she took. While this was occurring, the unmistakable sounds of a clickety-clack rush of furry legs headed for them in all directions. "Should I begin the transfer process?" asked Seedy. "No, not yet. Let's give them more time to gather up first." She batted away one of the quicker spiders with a sweeping whack of her shield arm. It crashed into the building's deteriorating drywall with a loud crunch, never to stir within the wall's yawning depression ever again. The false black widow spider reappeared from its corner lair for the second time in less than a minute. At your current strength and speed, that part of the ceiling is far beyond your access. With the walls reaching upwards of 15 feet in height, a nice long ladder would be required to get even near it. "Okay, Seedy, let's do it." The passage of time now appeared to slow considerably as the locks within her consciousness popped free of all their restraints. And when each previously locked door flung to one side, everything around her came to a complete standstill. This left the last remaining doorway that housed the blue flame within it to creep open as well. Until recently, Penelope had only come into contact with the powerful blaze due to her anger. But now that Cede had removed all obstacles between herself and his fiery energy, the only thing she needed to do was plunge her consciousness into the piercing blue light, and the strength became hers to wield. Penelope drank deeply from the white-hot blaze, allowing his remarkable energies to infuse with her flesh, muscles, and bones. When she'd reached her limit, the door that held the still raging flame sealed itself shut once more. Penelope effortlessly bounded free of the tangled webs in one ground trembling jump, but overshot her target by several feet and crashed through the fragile ceiling alongside it. As she soared just beneath the 8th floor, patches of broken ceiling tiles illuminated the entire ventilation system from this newfound vantage point. Penelope also took note of the thunderous swarm of running spiders that were even now zeroing in on her position as gravity began to pull her back downward. She disregarded the approaching horde and grabbed a ventilation duct with her free hand, then redirected her dive towards the false widow spider like a cruise missile fixed on its target. The arachnid tried fleeing the ceiling's sudden collapse, but Cede's roots had been tracking the spider's every movement since its initial detection. Penelope, as well as her blade, crashed back through the ceiling hallway, scattering fragments of flimsy tiles everywhere. She then spun her entire body in one quick revolution before striking down the spider in mid-air. After landing safely on her feet, Penelope flung open the office door and rushed inside hurriedly. The thick webs which had previously hampered her headway could no longer thwart the raw power she now possessed. Penelope stabbed a derelict spider, pinning it to the wall beside the room's lone light switch before quickly surveying her surrounding area. The only option for safely combating the oncoming swarm was a large cherry wood desk strewed with common office supplies. An ancient computer monitor, a lamp, and a small plastic filing drawer were on the desk's otherwise flat surface. Penelope rolled on top of the bureau, spilling everything else onto the carpeted floor. She tried searching for the necktie or any other means of escape before the spiders could hone in on her current position. However, the windowless room had no other exits, and Penelope could clearly hear the skittering footfalls heading her way. They soon crawled through immense cracks in the walls, pushed aside ceiling tiles to propel themselves out from, and spilled unceremoniously through the door she had accidentally left ajar. Penelope's attention stayed focused on her small wooden island rather than the sheer quantity of spiders flowing inside the room with her. She kicked away those who weren't in stabbing range and stabbed those who were unable to be crushed by her shield. Spiders that dangled from the ceiling became sliced in half the moment they were within her Xiphos's sweeping arc. She was painfully aware that the moment a single one of them landed on top of her, which would result in Penelope losing all her composure while writhing across the floor in a full-on panic. However, Cede portrayed a sea of oversized spiders engulfing her in a mess of hairy tendrils, as if that potential outcome were to come true. While over her gruesome death scene, the words, "You died," stood written in dark red bloody lettering for emphasis. As the spiders lunging towards her became more coordinated, her thrusting stabs became less and less accurate. An arachnid adorned with a red and blue face on its back crept through the chaos and sunk a pair of fangs deep within her calf muscle. Penelope let out a short screech before chopping off its head, while leaving the spider's fangs embedded inside her leg. "You do not have any venom within your system," said Cede, sensing her frantic worry. She swung the sword with reckless abandonment, expecting the spider legion to overwhelm her at any second. "I have deduced their attack pattern." Cede's declaration was soon proven correct when Penelope unconsciously lunged her Xiphos forward, skewering two darting spiders like shish kebabs onto the point of her blade. "Our combat link is now complete. I can fortify your reflexes as well as your hand and eye coordination. You, however, still maintain control of your increased strength, speed, and dexterity. despite their chaotic activity, the arthropod's attack method is now predictable. Penelope stomped down on a spider's head without conscious thought, further demonstrating his point. This one act alone nearly drove her foot completely through the sturdy office desk, leaving a deep wooden split down its middle. As her precarious island now rocked on unstable legs, the sea of arachnids below scattered in all directions. She re-established her defensive posture and recovered her equilibrium during the unexpected reprieve. With over 50 spiders inside the office with her, and more creeping in by the second, she didn't have to wait long for the more aggressive ones to act. Penelope intentionally lowered her guard, and as expected, 4 of them all rushed at her simultaneously. But this time, she was ready. Moreover, she understood why they did it. Now possessing a group mentality more akin to a pack of wolves, they observed her visual cues while waiting for a chance to strike. So when Penelope provided them with one, they took it without reservation. Her sword then resounded in rhythmic song as she severed all 32 of their legs off in a single sweeping curve. As she avoided 2 more impending lunges, anything that scurried within her line of sight was greeted with devastating blows intended to kill. Penelope struck a spider with her buckler, and it crashed into another, sparking territorial fights among their ranks. All the while, Sidi let her sip at his power, allowing more of the blue flame to top her off. Despite the overwhelming twirl of her blade, Penelope's normal stamina had no actual way of recharging itself and dwindled at a steady pace. She soared through the air and performed her first standing backflip, then both feet landed on the backside of a spider which attempted to bite her from the rear. Its dark organs exploded throughout the office space, leaving a horrible stench in its wake. Penelope then kicked the twitching corpse off the side so it wouldn't become a slipping hazard later. When the spiders finally ceased their relentless attack, they all rose to their hind legs in unison, ending the futile assault. Because of their unusual buffering, Penelope had plenty of time to breathe in as much air as possible before they resumed their offensive. But much to her disbelief, no further raids occurred. The remaining spiders scurried back into their burrows, with many hurrying to the uppermost rafters. "That's right. Go tell your friends," said Penelope, brandishing her sword high in the air. Outside the windowless office, a barricade constructed from laboratory equipment collapsed onto its side with a massive bang. When this occurred, she got back into a half-hearted sword stance, still tired from the previous ambush. What was that? By their synchronous reaction, I believe that a predator of theirs is nearby. But how could they have known from so far away? Penelope saw the answer all around her as soon as the words left her mouth. They felt them coming through the webs? Your assessment is correct. We should attempt to locate our prize before the creature's arrival. Faced with yet another near-death experience, she had totally forgotten why she had run into this dreadful room to begin with. When Penelope looked at the compass for its whereabouts, she discovered the arrow was now spinning erratically on its axis. She took a chance by opening up the middle desk drawer, which was still resting beneath her wobbling feet. A pink tie sat atop a yellow notepad and a few scattered pens. Penelope shoved the necktie down the center of her jumpsuit just as a prehistoric creature of incomparable size squirmed its way in the room beside her. The giant centipede's curved mandibles located its first victim among the many dead spiders curled up across the floor. Lively orange segmented antennas about the size of 2 baseball bats swayed back and forth, always exploring its ever-changing environment. While clad in overlapping slabs of dark brown armor on its backside, 30 yellow legs were in continuous motion and operated different portions of its massive body. Penelope sank into a crouch as soon as 1/3 of the large predator was inside the office with her. She could only wait and watch as it devoured one spider after the other. Scolopendra gigantea, sometimes known as the Peruvian gigantic yellow-leg centipede, is located throughout Eastern Asia. When caught unawares, they can become especially hostile. Their venomous bite is not life-threatening to humans, but it can be painful all the same. Penelope knew that CD was reciting from the definition found on the internet and had not yet adjusted to its current size or shape. Therefore, one bite from this monstrous creature would undoubtedly kill her dead. The centipede slithered over the desk, its antenna slapping against one of Penelope's legs. She fought the urge to leap from the table or engage the invertebrate in combat. Unconcerned with her presence, the centipede devoured the crushed spider she had just moments ago dispatched. Once its feast was at an end, the arthropod wriggled away from the counter and vanished into the back corner of the room. Feeling as though she wouldn't get another chance like this, Penelope sprang towards the open door as if taking off into flight, then tucked her knees into her stomach and barrel rolled into the web-covered hallway. Chapter 22. Strength resumed. The extremely resilient spider webs, which spanned across one side of the passageway to the other, had greatly reduced Penelope's impulsive end-over-end tumble. She sprang to her feet without slowing and dashed back to the office door, slamming it shut behind her. Despite the loud boom reverberating throughout the 7th floor, there was no frenzied writhing by the giant centipede from within. "The predatory arthropod remains transfixed on its deceased prey," said CD, while she held an ear pressed against the door. "After ridding her entire body of all the sticky webs." A quick peek around the corner suggested that there were no other clever girls ready to rear their Jurassic heads. Then, as if for the first time, Penelope saw all the barriers for what they truly were. As CD stated earlier, there were 2 chairs, 1 office desk, and a single filing cabinet obstructing the exit they chose to pass beneath. However, when she looked a little closer, each doorway outside the corridor had an identical set of objects blocking their entrances. "It's the same stuff piled in front of every door," said Penelope. "And now that I think about it, shouldn't the barricades be on the inside of the laboratory and not out here? CD, how did we miss such an obvious clue?" I required additional information before drawing any meaningful conclusions of that nature. We both surmised that others may have sought out refuge here once the former occupants had abandoned the facility. Your assumptions became faulty the moment you presumed that the same humans that initially fled this place were the same individuals that blockaded these doors. Conceding to his point, Penelope turned left at the L junction, then slowly crept down the far passageway, circumventing the entire laboratory itself. She took another quick peek around a second corner before jerking her head backwards. A similar collection of the same objects blocked the other side of each entryway as well. "Your theory now appears to be highly plausible," said CD. "But how will this assist us in completing our current task? Here, I'll show you." Penelope squeezed herself back inside the laboratory space and made sure that the door was closed shut behind her. She emptied a research table of its contents, then climbed on top of it and stretched out on her backside. Penelope thought about Jacob and how he would have fortified a place like this. "I think the Earth Rangers set this space up, making it look like a bunch of scared scientists had fled here in a hurry." Penelope directed a finger towards the ceiling. "If I'm right, there's some sort of advanced equipment up there keeping all the spiders as well as the other creepy crawlers at bay. I think this entire room is a kind of off-world safe zone constructed expressly for the sake of the player." Penelope wasn't certain about it, but knew her body wouldn't be able to endure another encounter similar to the last if she didn't get some much-needed rest, whether it be a second horde of spiders or a giant centipede capable of cleaving her head off with its giant mandibles. All the work they had done the day before to ease most, if not all, of her sore muscles had returned in full force. CD wasn't faring much better either, as his blue flame now swayed back and forth like a lit candle trapped inside a drafty room. He didn't even bother investigating the ceiling, for the strange equipment she had suspected was up there by employing his always-searching root network. So all Penelope could do was close her eyes and try to get some rest. Throughout their conversation, a trio of camouflage drones hovered over their assigned player's lying form, awaiting her next course of action. However, the young woman just drew in soft, wispy breaths as an audience solemnly watched on, high above another Earth's stratosphere. Back on the space shuttle Visceral, which now orbited around the moon, Dan sits beside his wife Kate, with both his legs crossed atop their commentator's desk. "What a show, ladies and gentlemen! What a show!" Kate hastily types at her keyboard with stenographer-like speeds, then reads aloud all her accumulated data. There's nothing here to suggest that Penelope has any proficiency with the sword or even martial arts training, aside from a few self-defense classes at the YMCA. There must be some kind of oversight in our intelligence gathering. Possibly so, dear. But I have a distinct feeling that even we are being kept in the dark about some things. The audience's rapt attention had never wavered from the various screens at their disposal since her fight with the spiders had begun. However, the commentators' bewildered inquiries regarding Penelope's undocumented talents quickly brought their curiosity back on stage. Hence, while keeping a close eye on Dan and Kate's conversation, the captivated spectators also tried gauging the Queen's reaction to the round's events thus far. "You don't suppose they chose Miss Stevens for the games because someone already had a sneaking suspicion of who she really was?" asked Kate. "Now, dear, let's not jump to any conclusions. The round isn't over yet." Dan then threw his arms up in feigned exasperation. "I don't know what to think anymore after seeing that level of impressive skill. But I do know this. When your life is truly on the line, people are capable of extraordinary things. You know, one time I saw a player get gulped down by a Colorado River toad about the width of a small car. And you know what he did next." "Did he eat his way out of the river toad, dear?" asked Kate, rolling her eyes at Dan's favourite story to recount. "He ate his way out of the river toad and went on to win that round of the games. You always fail to mention that the same player died the next day from ingesting the toad's potent hydrochloric acids." Dan purses his lips, then smiles at his annoyed wife. "Isn't it ironic, don't you think?" Kate shoved his feet off the commentator's desk as she attempted to conceal an irritated grin. While still spinning around in his chair, Dan glided to center stage, propelling himself directly in front of the audience. "Okay, folks, it looks like Miss Stevens has figured out our little room's real purpose. Let's take a quick gander at the 10th and 12th Multiverses performances from yesterday while our player takes a well-deserved break. But rest assured, we'll have one eye on our little golden goose the entire time." A crashing set of furniture somewhere on the 7th floor stirred Penelope awake from a restless sleep. Although nothing within her immediate vicinity appeared to be disturbed or out of place, she consulted with Seedy's internal clock just the same. 32 minutes have passed, and a quick nap would have to be enough for now. Penelope didn't want any red flags going off due to her being penalized for time constraints. "Seedy, you there?" She held her breath tightly, afraid that he had gone dormant once again. "Yes. How was your rest?" "You go first. Are the home fires still burning?" "My flame is eternal as well as renewable, underneath the right conditions. I hope that eases any concerns about my current well-being." When Penelope sat upright, a wave of stiffness ran down her lower back. "Yes, it does, and I'll be all right. Wait, do you mean spiritually woo-woo eternal or eternal eternal?" "I fail to see the difference." "What happens when you die?" "I do not know. It hasn't happened yet." Penelope folded both arms, slightly miffed by his answer, her legs now dangling over the table's edge. "You know, I can tell when you're being a smartass." "Then pose the appropriate inquiry." She considered his challenge for a moment. "What's your religion say?" "My species would be incomplete without another living being. As a result, your religion becomes mine to bear." "And you're okay with that?" "Because I'm not. Everyone has the right to believe in something other than just themselves, or believe in nothing, if that's what they prefer. Our light will shine on forever without fail. It may become faint, or barely be a twinkle in one's eye, but it will never truly extinguish. That is the closest thing I will ever have to a religion. Now tell me yours." She looks up at the missing ceiling tiles, trying to put her thoughts into something more profound, but ultimately remained quiet. "I see," said Cede, reading her initial thoughts on the matter. "You believe that life's energy is a boundless cycle, so when the body inevitably dies, the energy flows inside another entity, who is beginning a new existence, although this is not the fate you envision for yourself." "I'm still trying to figure out what I truly believe in. Is that so strange?" "Not any stranger than a place that punishes wrongdoers in a pit of fire." "You're talking about hell, aren't you?" Penelope hops off the table and starts loosening her body with a series of stretches. "Yes. Do you believe Mr. Socks is serving an eternity in hell?" "No, of course not. Why would he be there?" Mr. Socks was a black and white tuxedo cat with 4 adorable paws that resembled 2 pairs of white socks. Hence the very apt surname of Mr. Socks. When their paths crossed on occasion, Penelope would feed the stray whatever she had available, as well as give the cat some much-needed attention. He eventually lost his life to some arsehole speeding down her street on one painful morning. Although the case of who was actually at fault for hitting him that day was never solved, Mr. Socks would often bring her dead mice he had playfully stalked around the neighborhood. Back then, she wondered why he didn't just eat the mice for himself. But after doing some research, Penelope soon understood that he thought of her as family and was preparing her to hunt for herself one day. Once her mind went to family matters, Frank's folding body, as it crushed against the truck's windshield at high speeds, instantly intruded on her thoughts after that. Mr. Socks would have been very proud of her for that particular kill. "You believe in the cat's resurrection, yet slaying your abusive father condemns you to an eternity in hell," said Cede. "I'm having trouble understanding your conflicting approach to life after death. It's one thing to kill a bunch of mice. He would have eaten them to survive if I hadn't been there to feed him on occasion. Besides, our circumstances at the time were vastly different. He was just a stray cat instinctually living his best life. Perhaps you should view your father as a small rodent then." "Believe me, I imagined Frank as a big fat rat more than once." Penelope followed the second compass's arrow indicating to a door which headed in the opposite direction of the spider room. She then drags her sore body over to the blocked entrance. "Now that the discussion of death, religion, and the afterlife is out of the way, let's go investigate that loud noise coming from outside, said no one ever." She pushes herself through a second barricade, sending the office decor tumbling into the unexplored passageway beyond. Penelope then proceeded to reposition the heavy filing cabinet against the open door, thus preventing it from closing itself automatically. I guess there's no point in sneaking around anymore. Once we have the second necktie, it's a straight shot back to this room. This side of the research laboratory's hallway had a distinctly different vibe about it. Free of the layers upon layers of spiderwebs that enveloped everything in sight, Penelope caught her first whiff of the metallic odor of blood. White lab coats with large gashes across their backs served as further proof that more wild predators were on the loose in the area. With her sword and shield in each hand, Penelope slowed down her pace and relied on the compass's assistance to stay clear of any unnecessary deviations. However, when the arrow tilted to its left, signifying another room that required her to enter, she hesitated near the door's front before going inside. A fresh scent of wet fur and shit wafted within both Penelope's nostrils as the odours came further down the extensive hall. "That smell takes me back to the Park Zoo in Seattle. Any idea of what type of animal is out there?" she asked her internal friend. "For a more accurate depiction, I require that you hold and taste the mammal's feces." "That's okay. I'm good." "Any guesses then?" Cede internally sighed at her refusal to eat animal shit before responding. "If forced to speculate, I'd say it's a Felidae of the cat persuasion, most likely wild in nature." After noticing a T-intersection just up ahead, which brought her straight away to a sudden close, Penelope stopped walking altogether. However, when she peered down at the compass again, the flashing red arrow was suddenly progressing in her direction. and would shortly begin spinning wildly the instant whatever was heading towards them came within striking distance. Penelope soon heard a succession of rapid footfalls rushing down the office hallway with a firm determination to discover who had intruded on its domain. The quickly approaching pitter-patter of paws was faint at first, but the longer she stood frozen in evident terror, the louder they became. Even Cd's largely unfazed attitude cautioned her to take several steps backwards, out of concern for her personal safety. Alarmed at what she was now seeing, Penelope tried turning on her heels to run, but it was much too late to mount any manner of retreat following her brief hesitation. After hastily rounding the passage's far corner, a female lioness roughly the size of a Ducati motorcycle switched into a leisurely saunter, revealing a sinewy feline in all its glory. However, once their eyes locked, the big cat took off again into a paw-pounding sprint. The lioness leaped from one side of the wall to the next, using her sharp claws to propel herself forward, cutting the distance between their locations in half. With a yellowish-brown coat of immaculate fur, a pair of golden eyes that reflected off the hallway's dim light, and a black snout the size of a clenched fist. The lioness slowed her quick strides as she licked at her gaping chops in ravenous anticipation of her next meal. And as if her mere presence wasn't threatening enough, a pink tie dangled from around her sinewy neck. As though on cue, the lioness methodically walked around Penelope, obstructing multiple pathways of escape all at once. "Perhaps we should try speaking to it," said CD. "That's not funny. I need real options over here, like right now." "I am not being funny. Communication between certain types of organisms falls well within my purview. Before our paths crossed, I was able to persuade certain creatures to transport me from one location to the next. That's how I persuaded you to pick me up." "Fine. Here goes nothing," said Penelope, speaking aloud for the first time since her arrival on this parallel Earth. "Hello, beautiful. Do you mind giving me that tie around your neck?" The lioness abruptly ceased her roundabout stalking, as her hungry expression changed to that of quiet consideration. "Why, thank you, Meat. It's been quite a while since anyone has called me beautiful before." "If not ever," said the lioness in a sing-song, purring voice. Penelope was on the verge of running at that very moment following the unexpected response, but CD saved her life yet again by binding her legs to the floor. "I can't believe you're actually talking to me." "No, Meat. You're mistaken. My speech has never wavered. You are just capable of hearing me now." The lioness strolled back and forth down the wide corridor, ruminating on the new circumstances that now centered around her walking, talking Meat. The Jungle Book had never been one of Penelope's favorite films, but she was always curious as to how Mowgli was able to hear the animals speak so clearly. Perhaps this is how Bagheera, the Black Panther, communicated with the young boy. "Yes, I see now, Miss Lion. I apologize, but my name's not Meat. It's Penelope. And what would you like for me to call you?" "Ah, Penelope the Meat. What an interesting moniker. Tell me where it hails from, and I shall tell you mine in return." The feline grins at her with curiosity while flashing 2 rows of serrated teeth, which were all dark shades of greens and purples beneath her pitch-black muzzle. Then lays down in a relaxed posture, resting on all 4 of her paws, like a giant loaf of bread. "It comes from a story that my mother used to read to me as a small cub. The tale is about a hero named Odysseus, who left home to fight in the 10-year Trojan War. But in doing so, he had to leave his wife Penelope and son Telemachus behind. In time, they declared Odysseus lost at sea when his ship sinks, killing the entire crew. Despite this, they compelled Penelope to get married once more shortly thereafter. Now, in a more relaxed state, the lioness sprawls heavily onto one side while licking her right paw with a dark, greenish tongue. Despite her relaxed state, the multiple twists and turns leading back to the door, and off this earth, still stood exceedingly far out of reach. "Very good. Meat. I mean, Penelope, meat. Your story intrigues me. I am called Moony. Now please, go on with the origins of your namesake." Penelope cleared her throat before continuing. Because Penelope still knew that her Odysseus was alive, she continued mourning his death for years afterwards. You see, a mourning wife isn't obligated to remarry until that period of her life has ended. She goes on with her abridged tale, omitting the more confusing details of the story. Then Odysseus's wife sewed for a very long time, and that was it. Now, if you don't mind, about that tie around your neck. Moony's head sprung up like a bolt of lightning when she tried concluding her narrative. "No! Continue with the story, meat," said Moony, in between a roar and a low growl. Not bothering to correct herself this time, the lioness's seductive purring had all but vanished. Then Moony sprung to her feet, startling Penelope enough to back up with her Xiphos at the ready. She had always liked her name and had often wondered where it originated from. Penelope even found herself asking Frank about it one day, when he was in one of his more jovial moods. He sipped on his poor man's cocktail while recounting the tale of the Odyssey, although the way he recited the story left a lot to be desired. So Penelope took the rest of her inquiries to the public library instead, and devoured all publications on the matter. Then searched the internet for other people's interpretations of the fabled hero's journey. She not only found out that her namesake was a highly intelligent woman in all of her dealings, but that Penelope's paranoia was top tier and without equal. Because even faced with her husband's ultimate return, Odysseus was tested in order to prove his identity, just like her prior suitors were. With Moony now growing more impatient for her to continue, she started from the beginning, but reintroduced Penelope as the story's main heroine. Although this time, she also added outlandish plot devices to see if the lioness would even notice the ridiculous alterations. She introduced spaceships, picnic-eating bears, and even a lioness who ate Odysseus at the conclusion of the saga. Moony was not only unperturbed by the changes, she even curled up into a tight ball, with eyes drooping somewhat closed. "Make no mistake, her front legs remain coiled and ready to strike," said Seedy, advising her not to make any sudden movements. "Zoologists have observed lionesses playing with their food on certain occasions. However, I don't believe that's the case in this instance. It is possible that companionship is all she truly seeks." When Penelope interrupted Odysseus's journey to converse with Seedy, Moony stirred a bit, her eye slits widening slightly. Consequently, she found herself starting from scratch for the third time in the last half an hour. Penelope told the story straight through, then in reverse. She told an entirely new story when the Odyssey itself began to grate on her nerves. All the while, Penelope's throat became drier and rougher with each new iteration. She was relieved when Seedy seized control of her voice box and a few synapses connected to her long-term memory. This way, they could play Penelope's set of stories on repeat while discussing their problems within her thoughts candidly. "Moony is almost asleep now," said Seedy. "I have lowered your voice to provide a gentle stream of soothing words. I'll never talk shit about ASMR ever again. What's the plan?" "We are within striking distance of the lioness's neck." She hadn't noticed it before, but Seedy was right. While Moony did a spectacular job blocking off the way she had come, the napping feline had unwittingly put herself within proximity of Penelope's bronze blade. As her mouth continued to speak automatically, she silently reared her sword backwards and took the few necessary steps needed to land a killing blow. Penelope examined the feline's malnourished ribcage, then watched as it rose and fell at a steady rhythm. A kernel of doubt crept into her mind at the actual need to dispatch such a lovely creature. As promised, Seedy kept to his word and didn't persuade her in either way. Regardless of her decision to kill or not to kill, time snatched away her choice in an instant. A door crashes open behind them, leaving Penelope and the lioness mere inches away from each other's face. She continued her tranquil tale of the Odyssey within Moony's ear, unable to stop herself despite the sudden noise behind them. However, the lioness ignored Penelope's proximity and looked past her to the unusual disturbance further down the empty hallway. Now free from its captivity, the giant centipede charged toward them within the long passage before disappearing into an unseen area of the building. While a preoccupied Mooney cautiously watched the arthropod vanish, Penelope quickly cut the tie from her neck, leaving a dark crimson gash behind. When the superficial wound began trickling blood, the lioness let forth a thunderous roar of pain, as well as a weird type of betrayal. Mooney's furious howls of rage reverberated off of several walls before echoing throughout the massive city outside. Creatures who had spent their entire lives in that building froze like statues before preparing to flee back inside their burrows. Even audience members from over 1,000 Earths away covered their mouths in anxious anticipation of what was next to come. As Penelope spun away from the enraged predator, Seedy chose that exact moment to redirect their shared power into both her legs, pushing her muscles into overdrive. Chapter 23, Strength Resumed. A summarized account of Newton's first law states that if a body is in motion, it will remain in motion at a constant velocity, unless acted upon by a net external force. Conversely, instead of an apple falling from a tree and smacking her on the head, Penelope had to contend with a pissed-off feline hot on her heels. Mooney's wide, muscular limbs slammed against the hallway's man-made pavement as the lioness pursued her suddenly fleeing meat. And although Penelope's feet supplied the necessary grip to sprint across the corridor's vast surface, the immense power that had spread to both legs hampered her overall agility in a variety of different ways. She soon envisioned herself crashing through several layers of the building's long-standing plaster walls, then slamming into the metal support beams that held the structure in place. This gruesome vision resulted in her falling off the side of the building from the 7th floor and eventually colliding with the concrete parking lot below. Penelope soon realized that Seedy was demonstrating what was most likely to happen if she didn't slow down her speed considerably before reaching the next bend in the passageway. And, notwithstanding her impending peril, Penelope continued on with her soft narrative of the Odyssey to anyone who still cared to listen. She tore up the passage's speckled flooring with every terrified stride of her feet, while only slowing to pivot herself into a previously visited hallway. Despite this, Mooney's galloping appendages systematically reduced the distance between them, causing the laboratory's propped open door to appear even further out of reach than before. Because of her assailant's continuous pursuit, she had very little choice but to disregard Seedy's speed warnings now that her goal was in sight. Penelope's frantic escape, however, would come to a disastrous end when a white-hot pain raced across her upper thigh. Mooney's swift attack upended her spiraling body into the deconstructed barricade, slamming her against the research table's solid metal legs. The sudden impact drove the wind out of Penelope's lungs and finally put an end to her incessant narrative, which now was in favor of a pair of desperately searching hands that rushed to find the damage Mooney had just caused. 3 grievously slanted claw marks that sat above her left hamstring soon began to bleed profusely, creating a mushrooming pool of blood beneath her prone body. Seedy rang out alarm bells inside Penelope's pounding head, which had become an all-too-familiar occurrence now. "Mooney has just nicked one of the femoral arteries in your left leg," said Seedy, disturbingly calm. "You will bleed out in under 2 minutes if nothing is done." Penelope tightly squeezed both her eyes shut, then gritted her teeth to keep the escalating pain from overwhelming her. After assuming control of Penelope's left arm, Seedy tosses her xiphos aside and inserts several fingers deep within the widest laceration. When her own extremities began digging through skin, fat, and muscle tissue to reach her nicked artery, she decided that screaming would be the most appropriate course of action at this point. Penelope let out a thunderous cry of pain that only Mooney's earlier roar could rival. Once Seedy had found what he was searching for, Her index finger and thumb pinched the bleeding artery closed. Then he popped the shoulder joint from its socket, thus locking the entire arm in place. "God damn it, Seedy! I don't know who wants me dead more, you or her," said Penelope, gasping at the numerous injuries to choose from. "All right, new plan. Link minds with me again on my signal." Now pleased with her successful hunt, Mooney came to a halt in her pursuits to relish chunks of Penelope's flesh that got hooked in between her claws. "You shouldn't have run meat. I would have waited some time before devouring you for sustenance. But now I'm going to eat you all up on this very day." Lightheaded from loss of blood, Penelope dragged herself off the floor, trying to ignore Mooney's threats of being devoured. The lioness peered up from her appetizer and was stunned to see that her human meat was climbing back to their feet. My, the meat can still stand. Sword now clumsily placed back into its scabbard, Penelope hastily limps to her left, rather than head inside to the research laboratory's only real exit. Mooney allows her a bit of space, but soon follows her around the bend in a nonchalant canter. "Where are you running off to, little meat?" Penelope walked a meandering route towards the spider room, flinging aside chairs and filing cabinets along her course in the hopes of slowing the lioness down. Mooney, however, just bounded over each of the office furnishings with little to no effort. "They can't help you now, meat. I hunt the 8 legs for sport, just like I'm hunting you now." Surprising Mooney again, Penelope discarded the pink necktie and picked up speed before vanishing around a second corner. "What if I could help you?" said Penelope, desperation now showing in her voice. "Apart from feeding me for a couple of cycles. What could you provide me with, little meat?" Mooney could keenly hear Penelope's erratic breathing, despite their ever-growing distance apart. "You're thinking much too small. I can go out into the city and hunt for you, then tell you stories when I return." "They've imprisoned us in here, meat. Or haven't you realized that yet? And besides, there's nothing out there anymore. It's a wasteland now, and all the other meats have taken refuge in various caves outside the city." The lioness hurried around the corner to see Penelope's limp body resting against the wall up ahead. "I could get you some supplies." Mooney grins a wide, toothy smile. "And what supplies would I want out there?" "I don't know. Maybe a toothbrush for those hideous teeth of yours." Mooney blinked several times over, perplexed by the meat's insult. However, instead of replying, she crouches down on all 4 of her haunches, then delivers a low, throaty growl. She pondered whether Mooney would leap into the air and pounce atop of her injured body, or drag her to the ground while still on all 4s. Penelope frantically dug the xyphos into the wall beside her, breaking through layers of drywall and plaster as she tried to appear defenseless. Then braced herself level with the sword's hilt, securing the handle in between her dislocated armpit. Mooney lunged at Penelope with such fierceness that she questioned whether her strategy would even work at the lioness's current velocity. "At her present speed and trajectory, Mooney intends to sever your jugular," said Seedy, permitting Penelope to draw power into her shield arm. "This will increase your chances of bleeding out by 97%. With both feet planted firmly against the floor and her copper buckler resting by her side, Seedy's roots provided her with the signal to put the second half of her plan into motion. Penelope spun with all her strength onto a leaping Mooney, unleashing a spinning back fist into the lioness's massive skull. A hailstorm of blue sparks exploded from the shield's exterior as the whirling strike rebounded off her forearm. When Mooney's soaring attack came to a sharp mid-air collision, the abrupt stop baffled the feline's instinctually driven mind. Why hadn't her teeth sunk deep into the meat's throat yet? Furthermore, why was she now moving in the wrong direction? While the meat had never strayed too far away from her current location, Mooney found herself heading to her left at lightning-fast speeds. Soon, a deep agony was coursing throughout the lioness's face, sending one of her eyes into complete darkness. When the wall's ever-increasing strength finally resisted her continuous velocity, a fresh wave of pain stabbed her in the side. Mooney's protective ribcage soon crumbled in on itself as the building's steel support beams rapidly ended her sideways momentum. When her body was no longer descending into the wall, she slumped unconscious within the deep depression, which only moments ago had been a flat surface. Penelope was unprepared for the intensity of the buckler's impact or the harm it would cause to her as well. Not only did her surprise attack leave Mooney's upper skull in complete ruin, but the sudden blow also buried her eyeball deep within its right socket. The singular collision from her shield's fearsome effect had ripped through the lioness's teeth, detonating fragments of her purple canines into Penelope's face like bits of shrapnel. Now a fixture inside the wall, Mooney's motionless body resembled an artist's sculpture, to be admired and debated for years to come. If Penelope's forearm hadn't fractured itself in 2 places, the scene in front of her would have been a chuckle-worthy sight to behold, with her left hand putting continuous pressure on the femoral artery and her right forearm in excruciating pain. Penelope walked the way she had come and recovered the necktie from the floor. Then she awkwardly tugged her sword from its location on the wall. "Are you still with me, Seedy?" asked Penelope, limping back around the corner. "Don't worry, I won't leave you this time." After dragging herself back into the research laboratory's spacious location, Penelope hurriedly took in her distance from the door when an unknown force slammed into her from behind, throwing her across the room into a pair of metal tanks. And after violently clipping one of their oval-shaped corners, she crashed amid the various research tables nearby. Her decision not to kill Mooney for a second time was a critical error, not conducive to her continuous survival. While the special equipment within the room's upper ceiling, which kept all the arachnids at bay, did not pertain to the lioness. Penelope was already in a great deal of pain, so her brief trip across the room only served to push her further away from the pathway back on stage. "Seedy, where is she now?" Penelope tries fumbling for the Xiphos with a broken forearm, but stops when the agony becomes unbearable. "On your left, beside the pillar. I believe she's trying to block off your access to the door." Penelope cautiously rises to her feet and proceeds to her right, attempting to escape Mooney's current hunting grounds. She then hobbles towards the door, exposing herself to a second attack. Mooney scrambles onto a table and almost slipped off it entirely. "Look at what you've done to my face," said Mooney in a roar. A massive devoid in the lioness's cranium lay just above a bleeding eye, while one side of her purple teeth were either chipped or missing. Based on Seedy's prompt analysis, the aforementioned tackle from behind had sapped most of Mooney's already diminishing strength. "It's over, Mooney. You can barely stand, let alone see. And now you're just going to leave me here to suffer like this?" Penelope wasn't quite sure what the lioness was getting at with her question. "You're still alive. That's better than you deserve. The 8 legs will soon detect my weakness and seek to overtake me. But because I can't hunt them in this damaged state, I'm more likely to starve to death first. You must finish what you've started, meat," said Mooney, now slurring her words. Mr. Sock's dead remains lay in the street that morning as he waited for her to find him. And the longer she stared at the devastation wrought on Mooney's body, the more powerful that image grew inside her mind. No one had really cared about some stray cat wandering around the neighborhood. But she did. Then the distraught realization of Mooney's request fell across her face. "What? I'm not going to kill you," said Penelope in profound disgust. "Why not? I'd kill you." "I'm sure that you would. And that's where we're different. I don't hold any animosity towards you. No meat. We are the same. I can smell the bloodlust all over you." Then, without warning or further explanation, Mooney lunges at her with mouth agape and claws bared. Penelope was preparing to bat the lioness away with her shield once more, then her subconscious was unexpectedly overtaken by an unsettling, yet all too familiar voice. "Forward, strike! Go!" Frank's loud shout completely drowned out Seedy's presence, ensuring that he was the only thing that she heard. Despite the broken forearm, Penelope instinctively drew her blade in one swift motion and thrusted the point in between Mooney's gaping jaws. The Xiphos exited through the lioness's neck, severing her spinal cord in one quick snap. The feline's inert body then fell back to the earth, dragging Penelope's weakened arm along with it. What the hell was that? That was Frank. He feared Mooney was about to kill you, said Seedy, unconcerned by this disturbing new development. You brought him back to life without telling me. There was no need for that course of action. This Frank is a product of your subconscious thoughts and was never truly alive to begin with. Even so, he is still required for the second phase of your training. But I felt him push you out of the way, because my flame has dimmed, and loss of blood has weakened you considerably. I reasoned it would be beneficial for him to see what you were going through firsthand. Well, I'm sure he's having a good laugh at my expense. On the contrary, the Frank that lies within you fears for your well-being. I bet he does. Penelope turned away from Mooney's stunned expression and walked towards the door with the red sigil on its front. Retrieve your sword first. I'll get another one. I just want to get out of here. Number. The weapon is still necessary. For maximum efficiency, I calculated its weight and balance. As a result, you'll receive the best possible training with it. A change in your weapon at this point will invalidate any instruction we've done thus far. Mooney's dead carcass laid on her side, motionless, offering no opinion of its own. So Penelope took hold of the blood-splattered hilt and yanked hard on the Xiphos. When it didn't slide out as easily as she would have liked, Penelope planted a foot on Mooney's neck and, with a sickening crunch, wrenched the bronze sword out. There! Are you happy now? While I appreciate that killing her was difficult for you, she would have died in about a day and a half, according to my estimations. Penelope kneeled by Mooney's side and rested a palm on the lioness's blood-stained fur to examine the injuries for herself. She could sense a row of crushed ribs bulging out of their cage, while a fractured hind leg and shattered pelvis rounded out the rest of her broken bones. Mooney also had a catastrophic brain injury in both hemispheres, and her right eyeball was now missing. Despite the lioness's violent aggression towards her, all Penelope wanted to do was bury her face inside the feline's fur and weep. You should also be aware of something else. She looked up from stroking the wild cat's smooth coat. Although Mooney had developed an immunity to the spider's venom, her body was no longer capable of absorbing any additional toxins. That's where the discoloration in her teeth derives from. According to my long-term projections, she would have died in 2 to 3 months on her current arthropod diet. She must have been really miserable here. Yes, in her eyes, you became a viable alternative to being consumed by the spiders in the end. With the evidence of Mooney's impending demise right in front of her, Penelope had no reason to contradict Seedy's assertions. So she climbed back to her feet and left the desolate earth behind, without looking back. Chapter 24. The Chariot. Once again aboard the cruiser Visceral, which now travelled silently around the Earth's mesosphere. Penelope hobbled in between worlds with eyes trained on her injured leg and was instantly held upright by a pair of unseen hands. This unnamed individual then rushed her the few extra feet to an ordinary-seeming hospital bed, something she had grown far too accustomed to at this point. The entire drawn-out scene was a strange sight to behold, as the audience members sat in their cushy seats and watched her eagerly around a stage of swirling lights. Thus, without further preamble, she fell face first atop the mattress and began describing her injuries in order of severity to anyone who was listening. My femoral artery is nicked beneath the left inferior pubic ramus. My right forearm is broken in 3 places, and I dislocated my left shoulder in the reverse position, said Penelope, in between painful gasps of her pillow. Despite Seedy's warnings against oversharing their hidden abilities, her need for the pain inside her leg to end outweighed a few awkward questions in the long run. Besides, after her acrobatic performances in front of a live studio audience, the jig might well be truly up. To Penelope's surprise, however, a nurse in dark navy blue scrubs took careful notes every time she blurted out one of her numerous injuries, while someone near her lacerated leg, which she would later learn, was Dr. Thomas carefully pulled her fingers out of the mess that was her upper thigh. He then replaced her hand with a silver gel pad the size of his palm, allowing the 100,000 nanobots that were inside to go to work quickly. Dr. Thomas then nudged her shoulder joint with 2 probing fingers before pushing the whole thing back into place with one swift pop of her humeral bone. Penelope let out a relieved groan while receiving uneasy glances from the nursing staff, who continued about their work silently. Her doctor, on the other hand, simply nodded sternly as he scanned over each of her self-diagnosed injuries, which was a far cry from the cheerful demeanour he had shown only a few days ago. The game show itself was in the middle of an extended commercial break. So, while Penelope's onlookers gawked at her in morbid fascination, Dan cautiously walked over to her bed, with his usual upbeat attitude shifting to one of concern. "How's it going over here, kid?" he asked, after obtaining the go-ahead from her doctor. "Peachy. Just a barrel of peaches over here." He gave her a good-humoured grin in response. Then, much to Penelope's disbelief, Kate was standing by her side as well, gently stroking her short, lopsided mohawk. "Wait, the pretty lady has legs?" asked Penelope, lifting her head from the pillow once more. Unbeknownst to the 3 of them, Dr. Thomas had concluded his medical duties by administering a mild sedative to her arm, thus alleviating multiple areas of pain. And while it wasn't as intense as the one they had received a few days ago, she felt a pleasant euphoria easing all her worries away. "I very much do, and I know how to use them," said Kate with a gentle grin. Penelope snorts out a string of laughter as Dan steps back into her line of sight. It might not look it by that serious expression of hers, but Kate was more worried about you than anyone else here. No, Sam was worried more, or else he had better be. The husband and wife duo shared a knowing chuckle before Penelope removed the 2 ties from inside her jumpsuit and handed them over. "Thank you and congratulations on your first-round victory," Kate said, holding up both pink neckties for the audience to see. Dan then looked over to Dr. Thomas expectingly. He procured a second tablet from one of his nurses and examined the information on the screen. "My patient will need 5 minutes before the sedative entirely wears off. Although Miss Stevens's injuries were extensive, they're under control now and are on the mend." "And those injuries are—" "Good doctor?" asked Dan. This aspect of the doctor's job, which they had always compelled him to take part in, irritated him enormously. Despite this, Dr. Thomas read through the list of her recent ailments, thus blurring the lines of doctor-patient confidentiality. "Miss Stevens has 3 lacerations above her left hamstring, a pair of puncture wounds in her right calf muscle that appears to have been caused by a large insect bite. She also has an acute fracture in the right forearm, while her left shoulder had a severe dislocation, as well as a few cuts and scrapes along her face. Now, I'm no doctor, but those 3 lacerations on our contestant's leg appear to be rather significant at first glance. How in the multiverse could someone even survive for that long without bleeding to death?" "Most people can't," said Dr. Thomas, electing that very moment to look away from Penelope, who was now resting on her side. "It appears that Miss Stevens pinched the hemorrhaging artery closed with her thumb and index finger, thus preventing such an outcome." Once the hushed whispering between audience members died down, Dan twirled back to center stage while holding his arms spread high in the air. From above, a large spotlight enveloped him in a bright white glow. This pre-rehearsed gesture notified each person on the set that the cameras were now live and rolling. The audience then erupted into a raucous ovation to celebrate Penelope's documented victory. "Ladies and gentlemen, I just have one question for everyone lucky enough to be here today, as well as all who are watching out there from a pre-ordered subscription at home, which is only $99 a month to gain access to all 33 separate game shows live, and at your fingertips. And that question is, where were you?" As the audience members peered at one another curiously, their applause faded into a few dwindling cheers. "What planet were you on? Which Earth did you watch it from? Were you sitting on your grandfather's knee or just graduating from college? That is what everyone will be asking you for decades to come. So which answer will you give them? Well, you know what I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them that I was here. A set of fixed stage lights came on, illuminating the entire space around them. The audience cheered yet again as Dan and Kate invited them to join in on the mantra. What are we going to tell them? Similar to the Queen's mysterious powers that infiltrated all their thoughts some hours ago. The entire crowd chanted in unison while stomping their feet on the bleachers with every word. I was here! I was here! Let me hear it again. I was here! I was here! Beyond the stage's bright lights, 5 women in slender cream-coloured dresses stood there silently and watched as Penelope was helped to her feet. The Queen, as well as her 4 ladies-in-waiting, then turned their backs on her and promptly departed the stage. I've just received word from my producers, said Dan, over the deafening chants. This round is now being recommended for a Gold Star achievement. For those who don't know, this puts the player on the fast track to the Multiverse's Hall of Fame. Any and all future contestants will remember this round of play as the pinnacle of all performances. Dan puts a finger to his earpiece as Kate gives him the signal. Okay, folks, here she is, ready for her brand new debut. Penelope walks to her allotted spotlight with a nervous grin across her face. Kate, dear, I believe you had a question for Miss Stevens. The show's co-host removes an envelope from her desk drawer, then waves it back and forth above her head. Yes, I do. But before you answer this one, I have a personal question of my own. Who taught you how to fight with a sword like that? Penelope pretends to consider the question for a moment. I got a lot of great tips from my hair designer. The audience erupts into wild laughter at her pre-orchestrated joke. Then there's the matter of your leg. Or did your hair designer happen to teach you that little trick too? Penelope had been expecting these sorts of questions to arise. Perhaps not from Dan. He was quite content to keep everyone guessing. This produced excellent ratings by word of mouth alone. However, Kate's curious mind wouldn't allow her to let these impossible feats of strength and dexterity go unanswered. Any suggestions on how I should respond to this one, CD? Both Dan and Kate's suspicions intensified when you reacted to the door's barely perceptible frequency. We are aware of Vanessa's psychic gifts as well as her participation in previous games as a contestant herself. Over 1,000 psychic players have formally taken part in past matches. Penelope could see where he was heading with this line of thinking. I am a psychic, she said, misleading everyone on stage and everyone watching from some secret military base back home. She then turned to Kate, homing in on her true target. My Earth doesn't really believe in psychics. Consequently, they treat the entire concept as if it were an occult science. I've learned to keep my gifts secret, so discussing them in this context makes me feel uneasy. Kate nodded her understanding while mentally storing these extra details within her files. That's fine. We have a psychic staff member on standby, ready to assess the level of your abilities. Penelope's troubled expression suddenly became marred with outright panic once the word assessment came into play. Kate sensed her distress and waved it away in complete disregard. This will have no bearing on your previous accomplishments. It will also have no effect on the games or challenges you take part in. There have been hundreds of psychic candidates in the past, and there is no rule that states you can't use those abilities for your own survival. Even though Penelope was aware of this rule, she exhaled a sigh of relief to show Kate that she had eased her concerns. Then CD's inevitable discovery, as well as his surgical removal, returned to her thoughts once more. What if they use their technologies to scan us again? They'll surely be able to find you after that, said Penelope to herself. I've made preparations for precisely such a scenario. I have calcified the thing you refer to as a crystal within your kidney, thus hiding me in plain sight. Wait! You gave me kidney stones? I thought you were roaming around in my lower intestines somewhere. No, I gave you a single kidney stone, but now that you mention it, perhaps I should add more for continuity's sake. In response to your second inquiry, because of our general link, I'm capable of moving anywhere I want to inside of your body. While shivering to herself at Ceedy's backstage pass to her bowels, Dan's request to his wife pulled her mind back on stage. "Dear, are you satisfied with the answers that you received from Miss Stevens?" asked Dan. "I am, dear." "Great, now let's tally up her points. With 47 spiders slain at a rate of 25 points per spider, that brings you to a total of 1,175 Earth points," said Kate. The audience showed their appreciation with a more subdued round of applause this time, and for successfully defeating the lioness. Penelope quickly held up a hand to stall Kate's next report. "Mooney. I'm sorry." Her name was Mooney. "Yes, of course, my apologies. For successfully defeating Mooney, you are to receive 3,000 Earth points. And although both neckties were required to complete the challenge, they are worth an additional 500 points each. That puts your grand total at 5,175 Earth points." Once Kate had concluded her point distribution, Dan performs a happy little jig on stage. "What an unbelievable score in only a single round of play! Someone must have dropped out of the top 100 spot following this outstanding performance." "They sure did, Dan," said Kate. "Miss Stevens has moved to the 56th spot of the highest points grossed in the first round, moving Mad Dog Benjamin to the 57th spot with 4,062 first-round Earth points received. That's even more reason this match deserves a gold star performance. Now, Miss Stevens, if I can get you to look at our monitors overhead. On the screens above, a shimmering black pyramid around the size of a 45-story building was being assembled within an even larger warehouse, which were only comparable to the ones found in northern Egypt. Giant mechanical arms installed fixed black panelling onto the unfinished polyhedron's prefabricated skeletal structure, while long metallic tubes twisted and curved within the massive construct in various directions, reminding her of the tunnels leading to the Egyptian royal burial chambers. "These unique installations have piqued your Earth's interest," Dan said, suggesting that this unfinished project wasn't the only one being assembled out there. "We actually have 2 of them on site, and they are ready to be installed upon your request. All you have to do is correctly answer our question, and both will be yours to take home." "Okay, that's cool and all," said Penelope. "But what are they supposed to do?" "Now, I'm glad you asked that. They regulate both your planet's north and south poles, preventing them from melting, no matter how much pressure is put on the Earth by your sun. In time, these pole pyramids could even halt or reverse your world's rising sea levels. This will address one aspect of the global warming problem that many other planets have already faced." She pondered to herself how these 2 massive objects would be transported to her Earth, with its population being none the wiser. "They said I would die," said Penelope, not needing to hear the question this time around. Kate opened the only actual pieces of paper she had seen as of late in this technologically advanced society. "Earth C-27 said you would die in the first round." Penelope exhaled deeply while trusting that the ones in charge over there would keep underestimating her abilities. With a few soothing gestures of his hands, Dan eases the audience's wild applause back down to a hushed simmer. "Now, Earth C-27, I must warn you. Despite what you might have hoped would happen, a 0-2 record within the 11th Multiverse's global betting pool isn't a favourable position to be in. Miss Stevens won't be the only one facing grave penalties for losing as a result of her actions. Most participants, as well as their home Earths, typically share in the highs and lows of each round's final question. Betting that their performers will die within a particular round for strategic purposes has also been well documented. That being said, the lack of faith you've shown in your challenger now puts you in a precarious situation and might have long-standing ramifications if this were to continue. Miss Stevens, the decision now falls into your hands. Does Earth C-27 get the tech they so desperately need? Or will you leave them out in the proverbial cold?" Nothing about what Dan had just implied was lost on her now racing thoughts. Penelope had no doubt of her fate if she were to fail within the games themselves. However, now learning that even her Earth could be penalized if she guessed right, and they guessed wrong, filled her heart with a kind of righteous indignation. I want my Earth. Number I want my home to have it, said Penelope, raking her planet over the coals one last time, so they would never forget this moment. Dan wipes away a non-existent tear from his eye. That was a lovely sentiment, except I am afraid to inform them that they really, and I mean really, don't deserve a player of your unique caliber. However, before I go on, I want to express how truly grateful we are that you're here with us today, despite the horrific circumstances. With the audience's unwavering attention now fixed on him closely, he flashes Penelope a sly grin before turning away from her. It's time for Miss Stevens to rest up for the next few days as she prepares for a just as stellar round 2. But as promised, our new star deserves a proper nickname for her outstanding performance today. When Dan said this, everyone who was in the know shifted in their seats to stare at the section where the 5 missing women had previously sat, one of which they regarded as royalty on nearly 1,000 other independent Earths. By choosing to wear the infamous black jumpsuit, you signify that royal blood courses through your very veins, and by donning on the black jeweled crown during formal competition, you've disclosed your exact identity to us based on 4 centuries of historical documentation. Penelope tries to say something in protest. However, Dan holds up an index finger to prevent any arguments. Whether you were aware of your actions or otherwise, he said, for her ears only. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to the people live on stage with us today, as well as everyone back home. The third in line of royal succession, a friend to all creatures great and small, the Empress of the Multiverse. The audience, cast, and crew, and just about everyone else on stage and beyond the curtains that day, went absolutely insane by the news. Things progressed so suddenly from there that the show's main camera was jostled back and forth by a 20-year veteran who had supposedly seen it all before. Some audience members jumped to their feet and began to cheer wildly at the show's unexpected coronation, while others returned to their phones, eager to be among the first to convey this tremendously crucial and far-reaching news to the rest of the worlds. Although the majority of them sprang from their seats and raced on stage to congratulate her in person. After a few handshakes and claps on the back, security arrived to haul Penelope away to safety, but she quickly wrenches herself free of them, allowing the absurdity of it all to drive her over the edge. Has everyone here completely lost their ever-loving minds? You couldn't wait for me to die for your amusement just moments ago. Now I'm supposed to be some sort of long-lost empress that you all just pulled out of your arses. You people aren't well, and I want nothing to do with this. She turns around to seek out Doctor Thomas, eager to see what a man of medical science had to say about all of this. But now that she was in tip-top shape again, he, as well as his team of nurses, had long since gone. Dan parts through the raucous crowd as if swimming beneath the water, then maneuvers himself directly in front of her. So, it's proof that you desire. Is that correct? Asked Dan with another one of his smirks. The unfortunate, vicious beast you just dispatched not even 17 minutes ago. Mooney, was it now? That's an interesting name. Don't you think so, Kate, dear? Interesting, yes. Unique, not so much. Quite a few Earths have a female lioness by the name of Mooney. Most of them reside within an enclosure, at the heart of Africa's zoo and aquarium. And where is that zoo located again, dear? Columbus, Ohio, said Kate, revealing new information previously withheld by everyone. Penelope's steadfast contempt began to wane as the audience around her let out a surprised gasp. Based on what we witnessed, you communicated with the female lioness for some time. Is that right, Miss Stevens? Dan asked. turning the screws on her even tighter. "Yes, but—" "And what did you two talk about for nearly an hour and a half?" Penelope glared at him with petulant anger. "You tell me. I figured you all were comfortably watching from your overpriced seats." "I thought you'd never ask. Kate, let's run it back to the good parts." Dan's wife taps a few keys on the table, and all the display screens light up in response. Penelope was seen travelling down the corridor to her first confrontation with Mooney. Everything was going exactly as she had recalled it, with the lioness running her down and closing off any chances of escape. However, when the Penelope on screen opened her mouth to speak, she knew that nothing in her life would ever be the same again. Her feline dialogue began with a series of short guttural grunts and purrs. This was her calling Mooney beautiful while requesting for the tie draped around her neck. She quickly placed a hand over her mouth to put an end to this animal-like dialect. However, despite the silencing motion she made on stage, their conversation continued on the television screens above. Mooney's speech was much more harmonious and flowed as gracefully as her canter, while Penelope's voice sounded choppy and unpracticed as the language cascaded from her very lips. She had done everything within her power to survive that desolate nightmare, only to find that the world had shifted beneath her feet while she was away. Unable to bear the alien language any longer, Penelope turns and wanders off stage in an utter daze. She knew it wasn't her powers at play here, but a calcified extraterrestrial tucked away inside one of her kidneys. Hell, Seedy probably had a hand in setting this whole thing in motion. But who would believe her about his existence now? Well, she did, after all, request his help in this matter, so why argue with the results now? The damage was done the moment she walked onto the stage that afternoon, dressed to impress apparently everyone in the multiverse. While Seedy's logical approach to soothe the savage beast only served to emphasize the point. Kate shut off all the screens with a single wave of her hand as Dan called for security to escort her home. Once Penelope was beyond the black curtains, the security detail handed her off to a waiting Carson. The lieutenant then wrapped an arm around her shoulders and guided her towards the safe zone. Even in her fog of confusion, Penelope noticed that she wasn't being forcefully dragged in a specific direction, but rather being maneuvered in a gentle, almost compassionate manner. "Later today, you have 2 pre-scheduled appointments," said the lieutenant, permitting some time to elapse before speaking. Penelope finally looked up at her personal warden, perplexed by the statement. "That's of course after you're rested and get a proper meal, Your Majesty." When Penelope's stare never wavered, the correctional officer averted her gaze elsewhere, uncomfortable by this humbling new restart. Therefore, rather than requesting that she didn't call her that anymore, Penelope decided not to jeopardize their newly fragile peace. When they came to the driveway, Sam rushed out of the house, lifted her high into the air, spun her around once, then wrapped her into a tight embrace. "I'm back," Penelope said, not unpleased with this reaction. "I can see that. Are you okay?" "I'm not sure. Some crazy dude came out of nowhere and nearly crushed me in half." Sam's cheeks flushed with comprehension once he realized she was talking about him. "Sorry, I was worried." "You better have been," said Penelope, returning his hug. "So, what happened?" "You have no idea how loaded that question is. But you know what? For tossing me around like that, I'm going to make you wait. Besides, I need a hot shower and some food first." Chapter 25. The chariot resumed. Sam guided Penelope underneath the modest overhanging porch, which was entirely laced with smooth, dark grey stones to the left of the home's walkway. However, instead of joining them inside, Lieutenant Carson was talking quietly on her cell phone, presumably to give Penelope's subsequent appointments a real-time update, when word began to circulate that the de facto Empress had returned from a spectacular round one. A hostess wearing a pale blue button-down blouse and a black dress shirt appeared at the front door before she even had a chance to settle in. She greeted them on the aforementioned porch and methodically jotted down their lunch orders, then bowed once before quickly scurrying away. Penelope decided to herself that one large pepperoni pizza would have to be enough for now, instead of the 5 pies she had planned on originally ordering. And once the mission of acquiring some much-needed food, though critical it was, had been completed, she stripped down to her skivvies and entered the first-floor shower. John had demolished the outdated guest bathroom long ago, losing the peach linoleum flooring while ripping out the porcelain-coated tub entirely. This was to make way for light brown tiles and a modern glass enclosure with a variety of adjustable knobs to choose from. Penelope sweltered beneath the simulated rain attachment, rehearsing a host of plausible excuses to tell Sam. Consequently, that sinking feeling in her stomach worsened with each new justification of her remarkably newfound powers. Unlike the lingerie magazines shoved in between Sam's mattresses, he would eventually discover her secret. He'd find out when the episode aired, and there was nothing Penelope could do about it. But, to preserve control over her own narrative, she had to be the one to tell him first. "Hey, Sam, remember when your mum warned us not to put strange things in our mouths?" So, I went ahead and did it anyway. And it turned out to be an alien rock that can fly its own spaceship. Oh, and because of it, everyone now thinks I'm their long-lost empress that can talk to cats. "Adrenaline and cortisol have now entered your bloodstream," said Ceedy, in the middle of her pre-rehearsed confrontation. "Your blood pressure is spiking at 145/82. Since heated water is supposed to alleviate stress, you should probably inform him of everything." "No, not yet. When we're home, definitely, but not here if it's about you." She could only imagine what Sam might think of her when he finally learned of Ceedy's existence. While Penelope pondered other options, Ceedy checked over her healed yet still tender wounds. Then optimized her jumbled thoughts and put all the trauma that she had just experienced by killing Mooney far out of reach of an overloaded mind. And when he finished with his analyzation, she simply needed to stretch out her awareness and touch what she wanted to access. However, while the process was taking place, Penelope found herself back on stage, fleeing from an enraged lioness in front of the entire audience. They then suddenly spun around a corner and were now sprinting down the passageway of an abandoned facility. Once Ceedy had finished storing her recent passed away like neatly arranged data files, the entire 4-hour experience felt as if it was a distant memory. Similar to a professional athlete, Penelope could now analyze those same recordings as game tapes to spot crucial mistakes while avoiding other pitfalls in the future. Penelope not only didn't stop him from proceeding, but welcomed the effects it might have on her current mental state. Additionally, if Ceedy was somehow incapacitated again, she was now capable of deploying their new combat link on her own. Although these systematic suppressions of recent events excluded her spur-of-the-moment coronation as Empress of the Multiverse. Penelope returned to the kitchen table wearing her gifted white bathrobe and devoured the entire pepperoni pizza in a single sitting. While Sam sat across the detached breakfast nook, bombarding her with one question after another. There were approximately 47 spiders in total, I think. "Oh, and then there was a giant centipede as well," said Penelope, trying to sustain an enthusiasm that simply was no longer there. "Okay, what happened next?" he asked. "I fought a lion after that." "You fought a lion? That's all you have to say about it?" "Come on, Penelope. I need details over here. The doctor gave me something for the pain. Everything is still a little foggy right now. Damn, I completely forgot how badly you might have been hurt out there. It's just so disconcerting because, although you look fine, I know that the mental pain is still with you." Sam's hand then hovers over his midsection, right where the knife had slid into his abdomen. "I'm sorry, Penelope, we can absolutely watch the round later, along with the rest of the world. All that matters now is that you're okay." Penelope stared down at a plate of half-eaten crust, hoping to find the courage among her leftovers. "It's fine. Really, I'm okay now. But there are certain things I haven't told you about yet, and it largely happened while I was on stage. Apparently, I have a psychic aptitude." Sam glanced at her with a smirk, then took a bite from his slice and had almost finished chewing when he noticed she didn't offer any further explanation. "What? Haven't thought of a punchline yet? Penelope, I've seen you run directly into a signpost while staring right at it. That's because it's not a joke. And it was dark that morning. Daylight savings time is no laughing matter. Sam then offered his hand for her to take. Okay, Miss Cleo, tell me what I'm thinking of right now. Oh, wait, you already know me far too well for that to even work. He was about to take his hand back when Penelope snatched it out of the air like Johnny Smith from the Dead Zone. Your lunch consisted of a double bacon cheeseburger, waffle fries, and a dark carbonated drink. Most likely root beer, said Penelope, reading off the contents of his stomach. It appears your appetite is back. Sam's eyes widened with amazement as he peered at her in undisguised disbelief. However, instead of taking his hand away in revulsion, he squeezed hers even tighter than before. Holy shit, that was amazing. What am I thinking right now? You're thinking, holy shit, that was amazing. Holy shit, when did all of this happen? I suppose it happened when they brought us here. I initially thought I was seeing things, but as incidents kept happening right in front of me, I couldn't ignore them any longer. And there's more. Penelope pointed to her jumpsuit and the adorned crown strewn across the couch's backrest. I also found out why everyone flipped their shit over those two things. She cautiously leaned in closer from across the table. Apparently, once I chose those two combinations, it meant that I was some sort of long-lost empress of theirs. Sam struggled to keep a straight face after Penelope's latest admission, but quickly succumbs to a bout of uncontrollable laughter. But that's crazy! You, an empress! Hey, I can be an empress if I want to. I just don't feel like being one right now. Please, forgive me, Your Highness, he said with head bowed in supplication. Come on, Sam, this is serious, but more importantly, the crazies out there think this is serious. And it's Your Majesty. Your Highness is reserved for princes and princesses. Someone discreetly knocks on their door before opening it just a bit. The lieutenant then pokes her head through. Vanessa is here to see you, Your Majesty. Shall I let her in? After Carson of all people invoked Penelope's royal title, Sam's overly delighted expression dissolved into that of a pale shade of white. It's okay, Lieutenant. You can let her in. Darlings. What a magnificent day this is, said Vanessa, walking beneath the door's threshold and allowing Carson to close the entrance softly behind her. She strolled inside the house with the same confident bravado as their previous encounter while dressed in a black pinstripe notch collar blazer and matching pants. My beloved Penelope, a gold star round in your first official trip off world. I'm simply dying with jealousy. So you saw it too? She asked. I sure did, love. Vanessa throws her arms high into the air. Empress of the Multiverse, they shouted from the rafters with glee. Penelope's face was now flushing a fiery pink hue at her brand new title. But how? It doesn't air until later today. I'm never too far away from a live performance since I do Kate's hair and makeup. By the way, thanks for throwing me under the bus back there. When I informed Kate that I was your stylist, we both shared a nice hearty laugh after that. Sam raises his hand, still adjusting to life after high school. Gold star round? Empress of the Multiverse? What does either of them mean? He asked, now that the mass hysteria had come to his doorstep. Penelope massages both her temples as everything in the living room and kitchen begins to blur in and out of focus. When you're done answering that, can you tell me why the room is spinning? Well, of course it's spinning, champ. Vanessa enveloped Penelope's face in her bosom and swayed her side to side. You're experiencing parallel fatigue, my poor baby. Are you feeling hungry? Like you could eat an entire cow? Trapped in between Vanessa's breast, all Penelope could do was nod her head in acquiescence. The more time you spend on the Earth you're visiting, the more that planet becomes your permanent home. Don't worry, with additional jumps underneath your belt, the less noticeable the effects will be. Penelope emits an exaggerated gasp for air when Vanessa finally releases her. Sam gazed on in envy as she gave him a wink and a sideways smirk. To your first question, Sam, a gold star round outperforms the expectations of any game judge who is currently watching that particular match. When he or she discovers anything noteworthy, such as a come-from-behind victory or significant fighting skills, they place a gold star in their records to be researched later. Once it meets the necessary standards, they award the match with a gold star. Vanessa slides in the seat in between them. They then save that round into a registry, and those registries become required viewing for all future contestants. I recall going through some of them over 100 times in just one night. Some of our greatest players have earned at least one gold star. So, it's like being the most valuable player on a sports team, asked Sam. That's right. An MVP is a perfect example. What about Empress of the Multiverse? That's where things get a little more complicated. Now, anyone who makes it through the first round gets a personalized nickname. There's no controversy about that. Vanessa stops, takes a deep breath and looks down at the table. However, first, I must apologize for my actions when last we met. When I saw the jumpsuit and circlet, I thought someone was playing a cruel joke on you, but I was mistaken. And for that, I apologize. I also expressed my deepest regrets to Lieutenant Carson as well. Penelope glanced at Sam before they both shrugged their shoulders once Vanessa's heartfelt apology had ended. Don't worry about that. We're cool, said Sam as Penelope nodded her agreement. In retrospect, your unexpected outburst was entirely reasonable, given the now included context, said Penelope. I put the suit through its paces after you left, but ended up with more questions than answers. The jumpsuit itself is quite normal. However, what it represents in combination with that particular crown is something completely different. Vanessa looks around the entire living room as though searching for a place to start. There are 33 queens in total. Not all at once, mind you. Things would be far less pleasant around here if that were the case. So let's focus on the ones with us now. Vanessa moves her gaze towards the entrance, as if expecting someone to come wandering in. You just need to be concerned with 4 of them, since that is the actual number officially crowned thus far. Within the multiverse, each one of them has their own claimed region of territory. 5 queens materializing at once is rare, but not unheard of. It's a good number to have, in fact. When Penelope's senior added her amongst their ranks, she felt compelled to say something. But how do they know I'm really one of them? Asked Penelope, hoping to discover a graceful loophole out of this mess. They don't. Not really, anyways. Right now, they're scouring the multiverse for parallel Penelopes, such as yourself. The queens of the multiverse are truly one-of-a-kind individuals. No doubles or parallel counterparts, ever. So if they do, in time, uncover a parallel version of yourself, it's probably safe to say that you're in the clear. Having said that, I have it on good authority that Sam is on his way home, even if they find another you out there. Penelope perked up at this ray of sunshine in a sea of gloomy news. Sam, however, emphatically crosses both his arms. I'll leave when we all go together. That's the good part, said Vanessa. Even if you decide to stay, you're officially retired. If Penelope is who they think she is, they wouldn't want her competing while under any sort of duress. Well, if that's the case, then I feel under duress, said Penelope. So we should both be able to go home now. Any Earth can recruit one of its citizens into the games without their foreknowledge or agreement, said Vanessa, reading off the fine print from memory. Penelope was fully aware that certain Earths signed up their players without proper notification. She had never seen the contract that Vanessa was referring to, nor did she need to know why a personal signature would be required to compel anyone to participate. Seedy had insisted on reading every line of the electronic contract in question. Her Earth hid the illegible approval in several everyday documents that were signed with no real consideration. Penelope had just applied for a modest grant to help her pay for some college courses. Art History 1, oil painting with the masters, and a one-way trip to the Multiverse Games were all paid for with her financial aid. Fine. Just tell me about the 4 women in charge over here. Very well then. This is by age, influence, and number. They appear on the royal social hierarchy. First, There's the Queen of Empathy. Compassionate with a strong love for others, she's ranked 15 on the list of 33. Generous almost to a fault, the earths beneath her rule want for nothing and would die if it meant that she would live on. The other three monarchs have modelled their democratic society from the core of her communal creation, barring a few personal tweaks of their own. The Queen of Empathy can see right through any deception or untruth, and can sense attacks coming from several Earths away. These are just a few of her talents that we are aware of. Although she keeps mostly to herself, those remarkable powers alone make her a formidable adversary to contend with. It is said that all psychic abilities spring from her mysterious birthplace, and that all our gifts derive from her realm. Vanessa then takes Penelope's hands into hers. Can you tell me when your powers first appeared? It started shortly after I arrived here. However, with everything happening so fast after that, I didn't know what was occurring until I found out more about it. Although I lied about when it really happened to me on stage, I'm sure you did, and you were right to do so. I would offer you my guidance, but that would only cloud your intuition. All I can suggest is that you keep trusting your gut on the matter. Seedy's consciousness rippled across Penelope's mind with joy at Vanessa's indirect compliment. The Queen of Orientation is next on the list and ranks 20 among the hierarchy of 33. She is without a doubt the richest one of them all. You can thank her for the nanobots that heal all your near-fatal injuries. Her knack for business growth, as well as innovative ideas, is unrivaled. She's a generous woman who shares her wealth and goods to all who would ask. However, keep this in mind. Accepting her help always comes at a cost, and when the debt is due, there's nowhere you can go to escape her far-reaching clutches. Once the Queen of Orientation knows your name, she can find you on any parallel Earth. From what I've heard, she prefers to go after people who can't pay their debts personally. Is she a trigger-happy hunter wielding a long silver bolt action rifle? Asked Penelope. I see you two have already met. Despite your recent arrival here, I find it quite interesting that you've already encountered the only two openly public queens we have. Vanessa then leans back in her chair, as if finally seeing Penelope just beyond her surface-level features. Does anyone need a pee-pee break before I continue? Hands resting over her face, Penelope's elbows slumped on the table as she contemplated an ever-dwindling life expectancy. My bladder's too agitated to even function right now, said Penelope. Sam, there's something else I haven't told you yet. One of the queens has already wished death upon me. Really? What for? Vanessa stops Penelope from responding with an upraised hand. We'll get to why that happened in a minute. Better known as the Queen of Inspiration. This ruler is passionate, courageous, and a brilliant tactician on any battlefield you can think of engaging her in. She is also demanding, manipulative, and extremely jealous. Most of the monarchs watch the games from their home Earths. However, the Queen of Inspiration's bloodlust is so voracious, she can't help but to take in the carnage, personally. She ranks 23 on the list of sovereigns. Is that why she hates me so much? Out of some kind of jealousy? Yes and no, but hold that thought. There's only two more to go. Mysterious and independent, the Queen of Motion is a weapons master and can hold her own against incredible odds. This ruler often fights for the underdog with no concern over the outcome or her well-being. She's also bitter, vengeful, and cold-hearted. She is ranked 27 among the 33 rulers and will stab you in the back if it serves her objectives. Before proceeding, Vanessa peers at Sam and Penelope carefully. Now we come to you, or what they will say about you, in an hour or so. It doesn't matter if it's a plant, animal, or human speaking a dead language. If it possesses life within it, the Empress can communicate with it, or even subdue the living being if she truly wishes to. She is ranked 3rd on the list of 33, earning her the title of Empress, as do all the other monarchs that lie within the first 5 digits. Penelope's bottom lip begins to quiver as tears trickle down her now reddish cheeks. Not only do you outrank them all in hierarchy, But the Queen of Inspiration's abilities are only a byproduct of your powers of communication, forcing her to defer to you entirely. That, I feel, is why she is envious of you. Penelope couldn't bear it any longer and immediately rose from her seat, terrified she might never get back up again if she chose to remain there. All I wanted to do was survive these stupid games so Sam wouldn't have to take my place. But because of a ridiculous outfit and some idiotic crown, the four most powerful women in the universe are now gunning for me. Penelope soon regains some of her composure and wipes away any stray tears left behind. They could easily replace me with a parallel version of myself if they truly wanted to, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Sam looks at Vanessa for confirmation. She nods curtly as several frown lines appeared above her brow, confirming Penelope's accusations. Jacob has a very big mouth, said Vanessa. Although the games themselves are sacrosanct, thus no ruler may touch you here, and when you win, your Earth will also be off limits to them. But what about me? Asked Penelope, afraid to hear the answer. Your life will be complicated from this point forward. They all knew in time that another empress would appear. However, which one, and in what way, remained a complete mystery. Penelope was about to deny the title once more, but Vanessa waves her objections away. What we think isn't at issue here. In a nutshell, the four women wished that the Empress had emerged on one of their Earths instead. But even if you were born on a different world, the odds of it being ruled by one of them were astronomical, all the same. Vanessa makes the short distance over to Penelope and guided her back to the chair by resting a hand on both her shoulders. I know this is a lot for you to take in. But you're strong. I've seen it for myself. The worst is over. I'm going to continue now, okay? Okay, said Penelope with a slight sniffle. In their eyes, the Empress is the Queen of Queens, and in time, they will have to submit to you on all decisions. Sam taps a finger on the wooden table in thought. Are you suggesting whoever controls the Empress controls the multiverse? Exactly, but that's not all. The Empress is a harbinger for things yet to come. Penelope then glances up at Vanessa's side. What kind of things? No one really knows for sure. Lieutenant Carson knocks on the door again before peeking through its opening. If you want to view the first round in its entirety, we need to leave now. Sam quickly looks at both of them with some confusion. Leave? Where are you going now? Carson pulls out her cell phone and presses the screen before responding. The Empress has an appointment with a prominent inhabitant of the Visceral who wishes to meet with her. Then she must go back to the market to have her weapons and jumpsuit cleaned and treated. Penelope pats Sam's hand, trying to ease some of his concerns away. It's cool, I'll be fine. Might as well get used to the new gig. Chapter 26, 7 of Motion. Penelope finally succumbed to the spacecraft's painfully chilly conditions and ditched her favorite summer clothes entirely. Then she used a small percentage of her Earth points to purchase much warmer attire from a 24-hour outlet store, which delivered each item right to their dressing room door. Penelope ordered a pair of blue jeans as well as a thick lavender sweater that fit her perfectly, so she donned the entire outfit on immediately. Even with the thermostat at its optimum setting, it still wasn't enough to fend off the icy chill that penetrated through the harsh vacuum of outer space. With the restrictions on their movements now lifted, Sam decided to walk with them part way before ordering 3 long-sleeved shirts, 1 set of pants, and a light puffy coat. Carson, on the other hand, just changed into her formal white dress uniform, which displayed her name and rank below the right shoulder, and her awarded medals below the left. When they came upon the restricted area, meant for current players only, she said her goodbyes to a reluctant Sam. Then the lieutenant escorted Penelope through the same 2 airlock doors that required both of their key cards to gain entry. They then proceeded along the corridor to the classrooms, where the other contestants were studying for their own versions of the games. Rather than heading straight towards the market, they turned left down a second hallway and entered one of the largest aquariums Penelope had ever seen outside of her local zoo. A vast underwater chamber took up much of the rear wall, measuring nearly 30 feet in height and 20 feet in width. The smell of ocean water assaulted her senses, while the marine exhibit's ambience resembled more of a study lounge than an aquarium. Students could unwind on the room's plush mint green sofas and chairs as they admired the breathtaking seascapes around them. They encircled the undersea metropolis with a set of diverse geometrical structures, allowing the limestone deposits to develop across the formations organically, while they blanketed all the reef's pieces in a kaleidoscope of bright, vibrant corals of various shapes. Penelope grew ecstatic when she saw a brilliant orange fish with black stripes on either side of its body. "This is an angelfish species, also known as a centropige," said Cede, putting a name to the aquatic vertebrate. "You've been quiet in there ever since you found out who we were going up against. I figured you had gone to the store to get some milk after our enlightening conversation with Vanessa. I have no plans on leaving your side anytime soon, notwithstanding that the health benefits of dairy are greatly over-exaggerated." Penelope took comfort that she wouldn't have to deal with the four most powerful rulers in the multiverse completely on her own. "Vanessa has presented me with a good deal to consider. I've been conducting extensive research on the internet to ascertain what I can deduce about the queens, as well as their unique behaviors. Was there anything that stood out to you?" "Thus far, very little. They've done an outstanding job of maintaining their privacy, in spite of their infamous notoriety. If in need of something, they send a proxy on their behalf. Much of their conflicts are quiet, and they have an impressive track record of winning them all." "Okay, that's not great for us so far. Have they ever lost any of their conflicts before now?" "Only when the four fight amongst themselves. And even after reaching a tentative ceasefire, it often concludes in a subsequent stalemate. As for all other outside threats, they simply eradicate their combatants with extreme prejudice, then assimilate those who remain standing within their armed forces." Penelope considered the possibility of her Earth clashing against the Queen of Inspiration alone, as well as her superior numbers. She might astound them with her advanced technology, or set allies against one another with merely the sound of her voice. They'd never see it coming, and her Earth was well aware of this. Resistance, in Penelope's opinion, was definitely futile, without a substantial ace up their sleeve. This is most likely why they wish to be integrated within the United Earths themselves, instead of engaging in a prolonged conflict, said Cede, in reply to her musings. Penelope's gaze fell onto a diverse species of tropical fish, but Cede refused to tell her anything about them